300 years after the great catastrophe blew star Longhai City. At Longhai No. One high school, the playground was packed with people, the atmosphere so intense it felt like the air itself could ignite. Today was the day that would decide the fate of all senior students, the National Awakening Ceremony. At the center of the platform, a three-metal awakening stone radiated a soft white light, its halo swirling mysterious and imbued with a sense of power. The students below clenched their fists, their faces etched with tension and anticipation. Next class, 3 Li Hao. A burly male student took a deep breath, strode quickly onto the platform, and pressed his palm against the cold stone surface. The awakening stone burst with brilliant light. A blazing red pillar of fire shot into the sky, eventually coalescing into a majestic phantom of a flaming lion in midair. Level beast, taming talent, blazing flame lion. Not bad. The examiner on stage nodded approvingly. The audience below instantly erupted with envious exclamations. The boy, named Li Hao, face flushed, walked off the stage excitedly. Next class, 1 Chu Kuang. As this name was called, the crowd automatically parted to make a path. A tall young man with an arrogant expression surrounded by a group of admirers walked proudly onto the platform. He was the acknowledged top genius of Longhai No. One high school, Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang wore innate arrogance. He didn't even bother to look at the examiner, casually slapping his palm onto the awakening stone. Boom! A deep red pillar of light more than 10 times stronger than before, like an awakened wrathful dragon, pierced through the clouds. A violent, bloodthirsty aura swept across the entire playground. This is a level rage talent. The examiner's voice changed pitch with excitement. The whole venue erupted into frenzy. Damn. As expected of Brother Chu, a level talent. Longhai No. One high school is going to be famous. So powerful. This talent awakens starting at Black Iron 5 stars, right? Listening to the thunderous praise around him, Chu Kuang's lips curled into an arc of entitlement. He reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a king reviewing his subjects. Just then the examiner glanced at the list in his hand and called the next name. Next class, 7 Qin Bei. The name was ordinary, causing no ripples. From a corner of the crowd, a youth with delicate features and eyes that were excessively calm walked slowly forward. He was Qin Bei, an orphan who had transmigrated into this world 18 years ago. Watching Chu Kuang's triumphant manner on stage, Qin Bei felt no stir inside. He even felt like laughing. A level talent. Is that really such a big deal? Under everyone's gaze, Qin Bei walked step by step onto the platform, arriving before the huge awakening stone. Chu Kuang happened to be walking off at the same time, brushing past him. Hot trash. Chu Kuang glanced at him, a contemptuous sneer on his lips, his voice low, but just loud enough for Qin Bei to hear. Qin Bei did not pause as if he hadn't heard and walked straight to the awakening stone. The eyes of the whole venue focused on him again. Although no one thought this unknown kid could surpass Chu Kuang, what if? The awakening ceremony was a place where miracles happened. Qin Bei raised his hand and slowly pressed it onto the stone. The cool touch came through. He closed his eyes, sensing a certain power within him resonating with the stone. The awakening stone lit up. But the light was extremely weak, like a bulb running out of power, flickering on and off. Everyone below craned their necks, puzzled. What's going on? Why is the light so dim? Is the awakening stone malfunctioning? Amid the murmurs, the faint light finally coalesced into a form. There was no pillar of light, no phantom. Only a palm-sized pitch-black object that seemed forged from some metal. A small bat. The mechanical bat fluttered its wings once, then fell with a clatter from midair, landing at Qin Bei's feet. It didn't move at all. The whole venue fell into dead silence. A full 3 seconds passed. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed. Immediately, a tidal wave of explosive laughter drowned the entire playground. This is hilarious. What is that thing? A model toy. A mechanical bat. No spiritual energy fluctuation at all. This is damn great talent. Chu Kuang was laughing so hard, he doubled over, tears almost coming out. He pointed at Qin Bei on stage and yelled to his followers, "See that? That's grade trash. I can crush him with one finger. Even his beast probably can't fly." The examiner on stage also looked disgusted, scribbling "grade no potential" on the registration form, then waved irritably. "Get down. Get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself." On the VIP stand, a pot-bellied middle-aged man stood up. He was one of Longhai No. One high school school board director's School Director Chen. School Director Chen took the microphone and said with disgust, "Longhai No. One high school is a cradle for nurturing elites for the Federation, not a garbage dump. A student who awakens in grade waste like this is not fit to stay in our school's advanced class. I propose he be immediately transferred to the ordinary class. This statement immediately received many echoes. For a moment, Qin Bei was like a rat being chased across the street. However, Qin Bei at the center of the storm was unusually calm. He ignored the ridicule and insults around him, simply bent down and silently picked up the mechanical bat that had fallen at his feet. The metal felt cold and hard. But the moment he held it, Qin Bei inexplicably felt a trace of familiarity, as if this little creature had always belonged to him. He examined the bat in his hand carefully. Its craftsmanship was extremely fine. The black metal shell was covered with mysterious dark gold patterns, and a pair of scarlet electronic eyes were tightly shut, as if in deep sleep. Qin Bei even felt that this thing didn't seem to be from this world. Just then, sharp-eyed students noticed Qin Bei still examining the useless bat, and immediately started a new round of ridicule. Look, that idiot is treating that scrap metal as a treasure. No way, no way. Someone actually awakened a model toy and can't put it down. Someone even took out a phone, aimed it at Qin Bei on the stage, and started recording. The person filmed while adding exaggerated commentary, preparing to post this year's biggest joke on the campus network. The video was quickly uploaded. The title was extremely eye-catching and full of malice. Shocking. Longhai No. One high school sees the most useless beast in history, grade prodigy, clinging to model. Once released, the video instantly exploded across the campus network of Longhai City. Spread like wildfire. Within minutes, the image of Qin Bei holding a useless mechanical bat became a laughingstock among all students in the city. Qin Bei walked down the platform expressionless. He could clearly hear the harsh laughter from phones around him and feel the undisguised knife-like, contemptuous gazes. He had become an utter joke. A huge, ridiculous, the best joke of the year. Chu Kuang, leading a group of followers, swaggered past him, deliberately bumping his shoulder. Hey, trash. Chu Kuang stopped, looking down at him with a cruel grin. Enjoy your last days in the advanced class. Your seat I've taken a fancy to. Under the camphor tree at the corner of the playground, sunlight was shattered into specks of light by the branches and leaves. Qin Bei leaned against the mottled trunk, one leg bent, idly swiping his phone screen. The campus forum had completely exploded. The top pinned post on the homepage was seeing replies surging upwards at a rate of hundreds per second. What the hell, a mechanical bat? I was there, that thing couldn't even move, it's just a piece of junk. Being frank is bad enough, but awakening something like this, what use is it? Even using it as a fan in summer would be too weak. Come on, show some mercy, at least it's a beast tamer. Even if it's worse than a guard dog. A guard dog at least barks at people. This scrap metal would probably only fill an alien's teeth. The barrage of mockery surged like a tsunami, every word laughing at him. Qin Bei looked at the vicious comments, but instead of getting angry, he couldn't help laughing. A guard dog. He glanced down at the civet bat, 3 lying quietly in his palm. These ignorant brats had no idea what this mechanical bat truly meant. When this scrap metal finally bared its fangs, he hoped they could still laugh that loud. Bro Bei, don't look. A burst of hurried footsteps approached, followed by a fleshy figure pouncing over. His close friend Su Ming gasped for breath, snatched the phone from Qin Bei's hand. These bastards online are just keyboard warriors with nothing better to do. Don't take it to heart. Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, his chubby face full of worry. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow and casually slid the phone back into his pocket. Fatty, how did your awakening go? Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately puffed out his chest, the flesh on his face trembling twice. He Brank talent. Mystic armor turtle. As he spoke, a translucent, thick turtle shell phantom faintly appeared on his back, looking rather comical. It doesn't have much attack power, but it can take a beating. Su Ming patted his chest, making a bold promise with heroic spirit. Bro Bei, don't worry. Whether in the wild or at school, as long as I have food, I won't let you starve. If Chu Kuang dares to trouble you, even if my shell gets smashed, I'll stand in front of you. Watching this sweaty but earnest little fatty, Qin Bei felt a warmth in his heart. In this cold world, where might makes right, having such a brother was rare. He chuckled lightly and punched Su Ming on the shoulder. Come on, save your turtle shell for yourself. I haven't sunk to hiding behind a tortoise yet. Su Ming rubbed his shoulder, about to retort when the temperature around them suddenly dropped without warning. The noisy chatter on the playground seemed to be muted, instantly silent. A chill crept up from the ankles, and a thin layer of frost formed on the grass. Qin Bei lifted his head as if sensing something. Not far away, a girl in school uniform with waist-length hair was walking toward him. The girl's features were cold and ethereal, like a snow lotus atop a snowy mountain, radiating an icy aura that kept people at a distance. This was Lin Qingxue, the school beauty of Longhai No. One high school who had just awakened in Shrank Eye's talent. Where she passed, the crowd parted, and all the boys' eyes were glued to her. Damn, where is school beauty Lin going? That direction. Isn't that the corner where Qin Bei the loser is? Amid the shocked and jealous gazes, Lin Qingxue stopped in front of Qin Bei. She didn't speak, but extended a fair, slender hand, offering a bottle of mineral water, still carrying ice chips. Su Ming beside them was completely stunned, his jaw hanging open. Qin Bei paused for a moment, looking at this breathtakingly cold face before him, and took the water. Thanks. Their fingertips touched ice cold. Lin Qingxue looked at his carefree, nonchalant demeanor and slightly frowned her beautiful brows. And frank talent is not the end of the road. Her voice was crisp like tumbling ice, yet carried an undeniable tone. The military and logistics departments need people. As long as you work hard, even as an ordinary person, you can survive in this world. Don't give up on yourself because of others' ridicule. After saying this, she didn't even spare Qin Bei another glance, turned, and left a cool silhouette behind, walking away. She came to deliver that water only because she couldn't stand the whole school ganging up on a weakling. Qin Bei held the icy bottle, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This little girl is giving me a pep talk. Shining in the logistics department. Sorry, but this bat in my hand has a temper that's not suited for odd jobs. On a distant platform, Chu Kuang stared at this scene, his eyes red with jealousy, crushing the paper cup in his hand. Find Qin Bei a piece of frank trash worthy of Lin Qingxue. Personally, bringing you water. When the big exam comes, I'll crush you under my feet, and let Qingxue see who the real strong one is. Chu Kuang growled through gritted teeth. Qin Bei was oblivious to the murderous intent afar. He waved off the still-dazed Su Ming and sat alone back under the shade. The sun gradually slanted westward, and the awakening ceremony on the playground was nearing its end. Qin Bei set the water bottle aside and opened his palm again. The lifeless mechanical bat lay quietly in his palm, its cold metal shell devoid of any warmth. But he knew it was only an appearance. Qin Bei closed his eyes slowly, focusing his consciousness on his palm. Suddenly, a faint, extremely weak, prickling sensation came from his fingertips. It felt as if a tiny needle tip had lightly pierced the skin. The next second, an indescribable eerie sensation surged wildly through his palm into every limb. It wasn't spiritual power nor ordinary blood energy. It was an extremely ancient, violent, and profound darkness energy. Thump! Qin Bai's heart suddenly pounded heavily, the sound loud as a heavy drum beating in his chest. Thump! Thump! As his heartbeat accelerated, he felt his blood instantly boil. It was as if his veins no longer carried blood, but scorching dark red magma. A terrifying will, condescending and despising all living things, quietly awakened deep in his soul. Supreme position of the battle world. Dark Emperor, this ultimate bloodline hidden within his body for 18 years since his transmigration, had finally resonated across dimensions with this Kivet bat at this moment. Qin Bai's eye snapped open. Deep within his originally pitch-black pupils, a flash of dark gold and blood-red interweaving light flickered, chilling to the soul. He looked down at the mechanical bat in his hand. An illusion. For an instant, the bat's closed electronic eyes seemed to flash a trace of crimson light. Qin Bei could clearly feel a strong hunger surging from the depths of his soul, the desire to devour, to tear apart everything in his way. Just as he was immersed in this wondrous power of controlling life and death, an incident suddenly occurred. The clear sky unexpectedly darkened without warning. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun, but a sickly, nauseating dark purple, like a huge curtain instantly covering the entire city of Longhai. Woo! 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 Immediately after, the highest-level blood-red air raid siren pierced the city's sky with a mournful howl. The piercing sound waves stabbed into everyone's eardrums like steel needles. The celebrating crowd on the playground fell silent instantly. Everyone looked up, bewildered and terrified at the sky. What's going on? Why is the air raid siren sounding? This is not a drill. This is a level 1 combat alert. A teacher shouted in despair. Before the words faded, the center of the sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible giant hand. A black rift several kilometers long appeared directly above Longhai No. 1 high school. Fierce spatial turbulence flickered at the edges of the rift, and a thick smell of blood and nauseating stench of decay poured down with the cold wind from the crack. It was the aura unique to high-rank aliens. Thud. Several weaker female students' legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground, faces pale. The playground immediately fell into chaos. Screams, cries, and teachers' shouts to maintain order mixed into a mess. Su Ming, who had just vowed to protect Qin Bei, was now terrified with a livid face. He grabbed Qin Bai's arm, his whole body of fat trembling violently. Bro Bei, the sky is torn. The aliens are attacking. Su Ming swallowed, his voice clearly teary. My legs are weak, I can't move. Are we all going to die here today? Qin Bei did not answer. He still leaned steadily against the tree trunk, one hand in his pocket, the other thumb gently stroking the cold metal wing of the mechanical bat. He slowly raised his head, looking at the ferocious black rift, the dark red light in his pupils growing brighter. The hunger suppressed in the depths of his soul was almost bursting out of his body. He turned his head, looked at his terrified best friend, and a friendly smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Die here. Qin Bei tightened his grip on the mechanical bat and chuckled softly. Fatty, open your eyes wide. Stand behind me and watch closely how I use this guard dog to eat that thing in the sky as an allocaniate buffet today. The piercing wail of air raid sirens mercilessly tore through the tranquility of the campus. From the black rift in the sky, a viscous blood-red mist began to seep out. In just a few breaths, the entire city of Longhai was shrouded in this blood mist resembling a colossal morgue. The playground erupted into utter chaos. Help! How could a spatial rift open in the city center? I don't want to die. I just awakened. I haven't even gotten married yet. Cries and screams mingled into a cacophony. The elite students who moments ago wore arrogant expressions basking in admiration were now reduced to trembling cowards. They scrambled frantically toward the teaching building using every ounce of strength they had. Everyone stay calm. Follow the drill order and evacuate to the underground shelter. A furious shout cut through the noise. Gu Qingqing, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 Senior 3, leaped onto the damaged stage. Her body erupted with dazzling sprayed crimson flames, forcibly carving a fire barrier through the chaotic crowd. Class 1 go first. Class 7 cover the rear. If anyone tramples a classmate, I'll cripple them myself. Gu Qingqing, known for her fiery temper, now resembled a lioness protecting her cubs. With a high-level instructor stabilizing the situation, the panicked students regained some composure. The crowd began to diverge, surging madly toward the entrance of the underground shelter. Bei Gu, run. What are you waiting for? Fatty Su, drenched in sweat, clung desperately to Qin Bei's arm, his entire body trembling. He had just endured several tramplings to squeeze out a space for Qin Bei in the crowd. Qin Bei didn't move. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed intently on his right pocket. The mechanical bat in his pocket now burned like a piece of iron fresh from a furnace. Fatty, you go first. Don't worry about me. Qin Bei's voice was eerily calm. Bullshit. Am I the kind of guy who abandons his brother? Fatty stomped in frustration, his eyes reddening. Just then a rough shoving sound came from behind. Move. Get the hell out of my way. Chu Kuang's eyes were bloodshot, his muscles bulging from the activation of his A-grade berserk talent. He charged like an out-of-control bulldozer, brutally shoving aside students in his path, with his lackeys struggling to keep up. Ouch! A short-haired girl was knocked over by him, her knee bleeding profusely. Chu Kuang didn't even glance at her, stepping directly over her back. Chu Kuang, are you insane? The teacher said to evacuate in order. A male student nearby couldn't stand it and shouted through gritted teeth. I'm in a grade, genius. The future pillar of the Federation. Chu Kuang's face twisted in rage as he threw a punch, sending the boy's nose gushing blood and his teeth flying. The lives of you low-grade trash aren't worth a single hair on my head. All of you get lost. No one dared to speak after that. In the face of absolute violence and the threat of death, these hothouse flowers fully revealed their selfish nature. Chu Kuang bulldozed his way past Qin Bei and Fatty Su. Seeing Qin Bei still standing there, his hand buried in his pocket, Chu Kuang abruptly stopped. On the brink of disaster was this waste still playing mysterious? Oh, if it isn't the great genius Qin. Why aren't you running? Scared stiff. Chu Kuang spat and pointed at Qin Bei's pocket with a sneer. Still clinging to that scrap metal? Holding a broken toy and waiting to die? You're something else. Wang Hao, his lackey, chimed in with sycophantic laughter. Young Master Chu, this is what they call man-machine love. Let's leave this grade trash here to be a snack for the aliens. Ha ha ha. Well said. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. He leaned in close to Qin Bei, his eyes filled with venom and glee. Qin Bei, see this. This is fate. In this life you're destined to be nothing but trash, not even fit to be my cannon fodder. Facing Chu Kuang's taunts, Qin Bei slowly raised his head. His eyes held no anger, no fear, only the indifference of looking at a dead man. The heat in his palm grew so intense that a burnt smell seeped through the fabric. Qin Bei could clearly sense the mechanical bat's closed metal, eyes oozing a faint, terrifying crimson glow. A violent, ancient, and dark power that yearned to tear everything apart surged from his palm into every part of his body. Get lost. Qin Bei uttered just one word. His voice was soft, his tone light. But to Chu Kuang it felt like a thunderclap exploding deep in his mind. Chu Kuang's heart inexplicably twitched, and cold sweat drenched his back. He staggered back a few steps, as if seeing a ghost swallowing hard, his legs involuntarily weakening. How could this waste have such terrifying eyes? Young Master Chu, forget this lunatic, let's go. The rift in the sky is getting bigger. Wang Hao hopped in panic. Chu Kuang suppressed his unease, feeling had lost face in front of his underlings, and glared fiercely at Qin Bei. Just wait here to die. With that, he and his crew dashed toward the shelter entrance. Beigo, why is your hand so hot? Fatty Su finally sensed something wrong. Qin Bai's hand was covered in bulging veins with faint dark red patterns flowing like magma beneath his skin. It's nothing. Qin Bei took a deep breath and pulled his hand from his pocket. The mechanical bat mocked by everyone now flickered with faint dark red currents on its surface. Far from being stiff scrap, it exuded an eerily vibrant life force. It craves blood. Qin Bei murmured softly. No sooner had he spoken than the blood-red clouds in the sky churned violently like a pot of boiling water. Then a soul-shattering, terrifying pressure poured down like a tsunami before a magnitude 10 earthquake. Boom! The entire playground of Longhai-no. One high school shook violently, the hard concrete ground cracking inch by inch. Get down! Gu Qingqing's face turned pale as she screamed hoarsely. But it was too late. The pressure was too vast, too brutal. Many low-level awakener who hadn't yet evacuated were forced to their knees, crashing heavily to the ground. Several students spat blood on the spot, their internal organs damaged. Even the thick-skinned Fatty Su was knocked to the ground, unable to summon even the phantom of his profound armor turtle. The entire field was filled with wails. Only Qin Bei stood upright. The pressure enough to crush an elephant felt like a gentle breeze to him. The Dark Emperor bloodline within him was greedily, madly devouring this external oppression. The more it pressed, the more exhilarated he became. Crack! A black lightning bolt streaked across the sky. A shadow like a black meteor plummeted from the rift. Bang! The shadow crashed heavily into the center of the playground. The steel-forged awakening platform shattered instantly, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. A powerful shockwave like a hurricane flung the surrounding students away like rag dolls. The screams abruptly ceased. A deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire campus. Everyone lay on the cracked ground, staring in terror at the center of the dust cloud. The dust slowly cleared. A man's figure gradually emerged from the rubble. He wore an impeccably tailored black tailcoat with a meticulously tied dark red bow tie. Ignoring the terrifying 10-meter-deep crater beneath his feet, he looked like a European noble ready for a soiree. But the suffocating stench of blood mercilessly revealed his identity. A high-level alien, and one of the most terrifying existences at the pinnacle. The man stepped out of the ruins, his polished leather shoes crunching on the shattered stone slabs. He toyed with a silver coin, flicking it with his thumb. Ding! The coin spun in the air, refracting a crimson light before landing steadily back in his palm. Heads! He glanced at the coin, a smile of elegant, yet extreme cruelty curling on his lips. He slowly raised his head, his crimson vertical pupils scanning the trembling students. His gaze held no pity, only the mockery of looking at cheap meat. Lucky me. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. Allow me to introduce myself, Fangire Royal Cadre, codename RK. He paused, his grin widening to reveal two sharp, icy fangs. I'm in a good mood today, so I want to play a game with you human geniuses. RK extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips. A game called Massacre. Who wants to be the first to die? The moment RK's words fell, a more ferocious and violent pressure than before exploded outward. This was no mere aftershock, but the genuine aura of a royal cadre. The dozen or so students closest to him, without even letting out a scream, were instantly crushed into foaming at the mouth and fainted. The rest went weak in the limbs, collapsing one after another onto the shattered playground like empty sacks drained of all strength. What kind of monster is this? Su Pengzi's bulky frame trembled like a sieve, his teeth chattering audibly. He clung desperately to Qin Bei's leg, lacking even the courage to look up at the man. Qin Bei did not move. With one hand in his pocket, he gently rubbed the scorching mechanical bat, with his fingertips, his gaze as deep as a dry well. The dark bloodline within him was greedily devouring the surrounding pressure, even stirring a faint restlessness. Not enough. This pressure was far from sufficient. On the debris of the high platform, RK casually tossed the silver coin into the air and caught it steadily. Originally, I came to clean up those stinky werewolf remnants in the city. He leisurely adjusted his cuffs, his scarlet vertical pupils scanning the despair-filled young faces. But now I've changed my mind. A grotesque grin stretched across RK's lips, revealing stark white fangs. It's rare to encounter so many tender-skinned human geniuses. Killing them outright would be such a waste. Let's play a timed game. He raised his wrist, glanced at the exquisite pocket watch, and his eyes gradually turned fervent and bloodthirsty. They'll give you 5 minutes. Those who run live. Those who don't willingly become my after-dinner dessert. As his words fell, the black rift in the sky churned once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 dark figures descended from the sky, crashing like cannonballs behind RK. As the dust cleared, a group of hideous feral blood minions, their bodies covered in hard-bone spurs, emerged. The moment these monsters landed, they let out spine-chilling roars, thick drool dripping from their fangs onto the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Little ones, it's feeding time. Let's whet our appetites with these obstructive nuisances first. RK snapped his fingers, his tone as flippant as if ordering a meal. Roar! At the command, the feral blood minions instantly went berserk, transforming into streaks of afterimages as they pounced on the perimeter guards and teachers. The slaughter began without warning. Stop them. Protect the students. Several silver-ranked school guards bellowed, summoning their spirit beasts in a desperate attempt to halt the monster's advance. Yet the gap in strength was simply too vast. A giant bear covered in rock armor had just charged forward when a feral blood minion tore it in two with its bare hands. Oh! A piercing scream split the air. Before the guard could retreat, the monster's claw pierced through his chest. Blood gushed forth, staining half the playground crimson. Don't be afraid. Attack together. Gu Qingqing, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, burst into crimson flames, charging forward like a fire meteor. She formed hand seals, and a massive fireball slammed into a monster's head. Boom. Sparks flew as the monster, scorched black, let out a scream and recoiled. But soon more feral blood minions surrounded them. Cover the students' retreat. Quickly. Gu Qingqing shouted hoarsely, desperately holding back the monster's attacks. Other teachers joined the fray, fighting tooth and nail to buy time for the students to escape. But the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Students ran in panicked circles on the playground, their cries and pleas for help merging into a cacophony. Young Master Chu. Help me, young Master Chu. Wang Hao, his leg broken by a monster's shockwave, screamed in despair at Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's earlier arrogance was nowhere to be found. His prized rank berserker talent seemed like a joke before these high-tier monsters. Get off me. Don't drag me down. Chu Kuang kicked away a classmate clinging to his pants leg and sprinted toward the air raid shelter without looking back. This was true desperation. All halos and pride were worthless in the face of absolute power. RK stood on the ruins, watching the farce with keen interest. Too weak. Utterly boring. He shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his minions' killing efficiency. Looks like he'll have to personally select some chewy prey. RK's gaze swept across the crowd like a searchlight. Suddenly his line of sight paused. In a chaotic corner of the playground, he noticed a discordant scene. A youth in a school uniform stood quietly in place, neither screaming nor fleeing. He was like an outsider, observing everything with cold detachment. Not far from the youth, a breathtakingly beautiful girl with an aloof demeanor was trying to help an injured female student to her feet. It was Lin Qingxue. Oh, and shrank ice talent of the highest quality. And a clueless brat who doesn't know when to die. RK licked his lips, a glint of excitement flashing in his scarlet vertical pupils. You too it is. With a single stomp, he crossed 100 meters in an instant, appearing directly before Lin Qingxue. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Lin Qingxue shuddered, feeling the air around her solidify, making even breathing difficult. Suppressing her fear, she instinctively channeled her shrank ice spiritual energy. A thick ice shield instantly materialized before her. Crack, crack, crack. The ice shield radiated bone-chilling cold, attempting to block the oppressive aura. Hey, interesting. But this won't stop me. RK chuckled softly, slowly raising his right hand. At his fingertip, a dense pitch-black purple energy sphere coalesced furiously, emitting a heart-stopping hum. This energy was enough to instantly vaporize everything within 100 meters. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes in despair. She knew she could never withstand this blow. Just then, Qin Bei, who had remained silent, moved. He slowly withdrew his hand from his pocket. In his palm, the originally cold, lifeless mechanical bat had turned completely dark red. Its scarlet electronic eyes glared fixedly at RK in midair like an ancient primordial beast ready to devour its prey. Qin Bei looked up, his pitch-black eyes roiling with chilling brutality and murderous intent. Hey, juggler. Qin Bei's voice was low but cut clearly through the playground's din. Who are you planning to make your dessert? Who did you plan to use as dessert? Qin Bei's voice was low, yet it carried an uncanny, piercing resonance, jarringly sharp in the deathly silence of the stadium. The fleeing crowd froze momentarily. Chu Kuang glanced back, staring at Qin Bei, as if gazing upon a fool. Had this good-for-nothing truly lost his mind from terror? To provoke a Royal Bureau officer at a moment like this? RK turned his head, his crimson vertical pupils locking unblinkingly onto this ordinary student, who possessed not even a trace of spiritual energy. He paused, stunned, then erupted into exaggerated thunderous laughter, his shoulders shaking violently. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Clapping slowly as though applauding the most absurd clown in a circus, he sneered. An ant too insignificant even to fill a tooth gap dares to glare at me with such insolence. With a casual flick of his wrist, the dark purple energy sphere hovering at his fingertip instantly doubled in size. Its savage power screeched against the air, crackling with teeth-grinding electrical dissonance. Without glancing at Qin Bei again, RK hurled the energy sphere directly toward Lin Qingshui, who lay helpless on the ground. Once I crush this icy little mouse, I'll savor your mouth at my leisure. A streak of dark purple light rent the air, surging forth with apocalyptic finality. The ice shield before Lin Qingshui fractured instantly upon contact, spiderweb cracks racing across its surface. Crack! A sharp crystalline shatter echoed. The thick ice shield exploded into a blizzard of glittering shards. The lethal energy wave surged toward her face, death's shadow descending fully upon this celestial prodigy. Students around screamed in despair, some shut their eyes tight, unable to bear the carnage about to unfold. At this razor's edge of annihilation. Filthy abomination of alien blood. Since when did you dare rampage upon my grounds? A thunderclap roar detonated from behind the ruins of the teaching building, pounding eardrums raw. A towering figure crashed down like a heavy artillery shell, slamming between Lin Qingshui and the onrushing energy wave. His short snow-white hair bristled, his torn suit clung to a frame blazing with radiant platinum-tier light. It was Bai Poju, the venerable principal of Longhai No. One Hai, a retired military general. The principal. It's Principal Bai. We're saved. He's a platinum-tier cultivator. Hope, fierce and feverish, blazed anew in the eyes of students who'd just resigned themselves to doom. In this age that worshipped strength, Bai Poju was the unshakable pillar anchoring Longhai No. One Hai. Bai Poju's hands flew through rapid hand seals, then slammed hard into the earth. The unyielding ground collapsed en masse beneath him. Arise. Polar heavy-armored tortoise. A colossal tortoise spirit, vast as a freight truck, coalesced before him, roaring with primordial depth. Its shell shimmered with dense ochre-yellow runes, forging an absolute barrier of inviolable defense. Children, fall back. Don't stop. Bai Poju bellowed without turning, his calloused palms braced firmly against the tortoise's armored back. Boom! The dark purple energy sphere struck the ochre barrier like colliding celestial bodies. Two opposing forces locked in furious cataclysmic struggle, unleashing deafening sonic booms. Pavement tiles tore free from the ground, pulverized into dust that swirled like ash. Students nearby were blinded by the gale-force wind, crouching low, arms locked over heads. RK watched Bai Poju strain, a mocking smirk curling his lips. A decrepit platinum-tier relic dares oppose the might of a Royal Bureau officer. He snorted coldly, driving his wrist downward with brutal force, cruelty flashing in his eyes. The dark purple sphere swelled once more, crushing the polar heavy-armored tortoise's spectral form until fissures spiderwebbed across its shell. Crack, crack, crack. A bone-chilling chorus of fracturing echoed across the field. Bai Poju's face flushed crimson, veins bulged on his temples, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Back in the 10,000 mountain range, I slaughtered vermin like you while you were still suckling milk. Eyes blazing, he roared, a lion's last defiant bellow. Facing imminent collapse, Bai Poju did not retreat. He withdrew the polar heavy-armored tortoise's barrier entirely. Principal. Don't. Lin Qingshui sensed his intent. Her voice shattered into raw panic and tears. Bai Poju didn't look back. He compressed every ounce of his platinum-tier spiritual energy into his right arm. Into the path of that annihilating wave he charged, not as a man, but as a grizzled, ferocious tiger. Fists clenched, one devastating blow launched straight ahead. He knew if that sphere detonated here, hundreds of students behind him would perish without exception. So he chose his own flesh, his own body, as the sole vessel to absorb all devastation. Kaboom! A miniature, dark purple mushroom cloud erupted at the stadium's heart. The shockwave shattered every window within dozens of meters, glass raining down like lethal hail. Even Chu Kuang, who'd fled fastest, was flung head over heels, staggering, dazed and bruised. Dust choked the sky, thick and suffocating. lingering for half a minute before a faint breeze began to disperse it. Silence, absolute breathless silence, engulfed the field. Every gaze locked rigidly on the epicenter of the blast, hearts suspended mid-beat. Baipoju stood, still shielding every student, still standing at the very front, without having yielded a single step. Yet his proud right arm, gone, severed cleanly at the shoulder. The wound was charred black flesh, peeled and twisted, thick, viscous blood dripped steadily from the stump. His right side, clothing incinerated, revealing deep, grotesque wounds laid bare to the bone. Drip, drip. Each drop striking fractured stone became the stadium's only sound. Thud. Baipoju's massive frame wavered twice, then crashed to one knee with crushing weight. He vomited torrents of blood, laced with fragments of internal organs. Gritting his teeth, he raised his lone remaining left hand, trembling, and fumbled inside his coat for a blood-smeared walkie-talkie. Defense Corps. Shelter Zone 2. Evacuate the children. Before the sentence finished, the device slipped from his limp fingers, shattering into two pieces upon impact. Principal. Lin Qingshui lunged forward, tears streaming uncontrollably, her scream raw with agony. Desperately, she channeled her last reserves of icy spiritual energy, attempting to freeze the fatal wound that gushed blood. Su Fatso sat frozen nearby, his round face pale as parchment, mute with terror. Defeat. Even the school's strongest platinum-tier elder, its revered principal, had fallen to a single casual strike, and lost an arm in the bargain. No one remained at Longhai, no one high capable of shielding them. That fleeting second of hope, crushed mercilessly into the mud, shattered beyond repair. Utter despair descended, a suffocating pitch-black net tightening inexorably around every throat. Girls wept hysterically, clutching their heads. Boys dropped weapons, sitting numbly on the ground, awaiting death. Chu Kuang, now far away, scrambled wildly, urine staining his trousers yellow. How touching. Even old bones can be stubborn. RK emerged languidly from the rubble, striding with elegant, unhurried grace. Not a speck of dust marred his tailcoat. His polished shoes clicked crisply against broken stone. Stopping before the dying Baipoju, RK wrinkled his nose in distaste. Pity. Overreaching guard dogs rarely meet pleasant ends. He lifted his foot and kicked the venerable principal aside like refuse. Baipoju groaned, a muffled, ragged sound, as his body tumbled several meters, collapsing into unconsciousness. Principal, you monster, I'll kill you. Lin Qingshui's eyes burned crimson. She snatched a shard of ice from the ground and staggered forward, determined to die fighting. RK didn't glance at her. A single dismissive flick of his hand, and bang, she flew backward like a rag doll, slamming into the wall before slumping unconscious. Having disposed of these nuisances, RK brushed dust from his palms with quiet satisfaction. Then he turned, his gaze sweeping past the moaning students, locking once more upon Qin Bei. This time, he didn't hurl ornate techniques from afar. Instead, he stepped forward, deliberately, methodically, toward the youth who had not moved an inch since the beginning. Tap, tap, tap. Each precise heel strike echoed infinitely across the silent field, like the grim ticking countdown of death itself. Su Fatso clawed desperately at Qin Bei's pant leg, fingernails digging deep into flesh. Brother Bei, run, please just run. His voice was hoarse, shredded, tears and snot streaking his face. Qin Bei looked down, then gently pried apart the trembling fingers gripping his leg. There's no escape, Fatso. He lifted his head, back straight as a pine, eyes unwavering, meeting the advancing alien officer's gaze. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. RK halted, barely 3 paces from Qin Bei. At that range, for a high-rank alien, severing a human's head required less than half a second. RK loomed over Qin Bei, crimson vertical pupils brimming with condescending mockery. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand once more. The dark purple light at his fingertip grew denser, thicker, oozing a nauseating coppery stench of blood. Was it you, then, who so arrogantly asked whom I'd choose as dessert? Qin Bei didn't flinch, not a step back, not a blink. His right uniform pocket had been utterly scorched away, exposing the crimson mechanical bat resting openly in his palm. The bat's eyes blazed with intensifying scarlet light, metallic wings vibrated with a low guttural hum, the whisper of a demon. From the highest echelon of the squad world, its ancient abyssal bloodline had surged to its absolute boiling point. Qin Bei could feel it, the final dam of reason straining. Should he release it, this power would flood the world like an unstoppable, annihilating deluge. But he held it back. With calm, almost careless precision, he lifted the mechanical bat, handling it as though it were nothing more than a trivial trinket. Then meeting Arce's imperious stare, he let a slow, quiet smile rise at the corners of his lips. Yes, I said it. Arce scoffed, a sound laced with contempt as if regarding a brain-damaged child. His fingertip blazed with renewed fury, stabbing forward toward Qin Bei's brow. Since you beg so earnestly for death, I shall grant it. Yet Qin Bei did not evade. Instead, he leaned forward, just slightly. His eyes locked onto Arce's, unblinking, unbroken, as he spoke each word carved with chilling clarity. Do you truly believe you've already won? Do you truly believe you've already won? Qin Bei's voice was low, almost casual. Yet in that deathly silent, blood-scented courtyard, those words struck like a thunderclap from an empty sky. The air itself seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Su the fat man sprawled motionless in the distance, burst his own snot bubble in sheer terror mouth agape, as he stared dumbfounded at Qin Bei. Even Bai Polu, the school's venerable headmaster, just roused from unconsciousness, forced open his mangled, bloodied eyelids, disbelief burning in his gaze as he fixed it upon that slender, solitary back. Has this boy lost his mind? That was a royal household officer, one who could casually crush even platinum-tier cultivators. Arce froze. The dark purple sphere of destructive energy hovering at his fingertips halted midair, suspended as if by an unseen hand. His crimson, vertically slitted pupils contracted slightly, scanning Qin Bei up and down as though observing an alien life form. No spiritual energy fluctuation. No concealed aura of high cultivation. Not even the faintest trace of the most rudimentary awakened energy stirred within that body. A pure, unadulterated, frank failure. Ha! Ha ha ha! 5 full seconds passed before Arce erupted into laughter, as if he'd just heard the century's most absurd joke. He clutched his face with one hand, shoulders shaking violently, laughing until he doubled over. Around him, his elite Yeshuegue underlings joined in with shrill, grating cackles. As though watching an ant utterly oblivious to its own mortality flail its antennae in a futile attempt to trip an elephant. Fascinating. Human, you are truly fascinating. Arce abruptly cut off his laughter. His eyes turned icy cruel. He stepped half a pace forward, the dark purple sphere now hovering directly before Qin Bei's nose. Raging energy crackled against the air with a teeth-grinding snap hiss. Scorching heat instantly singed Qin Bei's forehead fringe, curling it black at the tips. Even the skin on his cheeks prickled with the searing, tearing pain of imminent rupture. Yet Qin Bei didn't so much as blink. His breath remained steady. Within his jet-black pupils reflected only the violent, dancing violet light of death. Not a flicker of fear, but something far more unsettling, a chilling, absolute madness. Like a peerless primordial beast long dormant in the abyssal deep, observing, with quiet, dreadful amusement, as its prey danced frantically before it. I have encountered many humans like you. Arce narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with condescending mockery. In the final moments before death, you all cling to the same pathetic pretense, to mask your utter soul-shattering terror with false bravado. A cruel, vicious grin curled his lips as he eased his wrist forward another half-inch. You think this clumsy provocation will earn you a swift, merciful end? Dream on. I shall force this energy, drop by agonizing drop, into your skull. I will savor your most wretched screams as your brain bursts forth like fireworks. The countdown to death had begun. Let go of Brother Bei, you monster. At that razor's edge moment, a ragged, voice-shredding roar tore through the distance. Somehow, Su the fat man summoned strength from nowhere. His entire body trembled violently with fat, yet he gritted his teeth and heaved a concrete slab, weighing dozens of Jin, into his arms. Eyes squeezed shut, he hurled it with every ounce of his being toward Arce's back. Boom. The slab shattered into dust upon impact with the invisible barrier surrounding Arce, not so much as stirring a fold of his robe. Fat man, stand down. Qin Bei's brow furrowed ever so slightly. For the first time, his voice carried a ripple of emotion. He could dismiss his own peril, but he would not allow his sole remaining brother to throw his life away in vain. Slowly, Arce turned his head, casting a glance at Su the fat man on the ground, as if regarding a revolting scrap of refuse. A bloated pig dares disturb my pleasure. He didn't lift a hand, only exhaled a cold, contemptuous snort. An invisible force coalesced into a hammer blow, slamming hard into Su's chest. Ugh! Su the fat man spat a gout of crimson blood, flying backward like a severed puppet, slamming headlong into the flagpole platform behind him, then collapsing into utter stillness. Fat man. In that instant, Qin Bei's gaze turned glacial. The earlier mocking madness vanished, replaced by a slaughterous, absolute fury, pure, untempered, and terrifyingly profound. The temperature plummeted as if by magic. dropping by dozens of degrees. Even the air grew sharp with the metallic bite of killing frost. Does it hurt? RK turned back, meeting Qin Bei's frozen stare, and laughed louder, wilder. Don't fret. Once I grind you to dust, I'll send that porky fool straight down to keep you company. Die, insolent insect. Murderous intent blazed in RK's eyes. The energy sphere surged forward, aimed straight for Qin Bei's brow. 0.1 second. Violet light consumed Qin Bei's face entirely. From afar, Pulu closed his eyes in despair. Students huddled on the ground pressed their hands tightly over their ears, dreading the coming explosion. It was over. That single thought flashed across every mind. Yet, at the absolute irreversible instant before that lethal violet light pierced Qin Bei's skull, click, click, crack, a sudden jarring sound, like precision-engineered gears grinding violently together, emerged from the palm of Qin Bei's right hand. Though soft, the noise carried an eerie, piercing resonance, stabbing directly into the eardrums of every living being present. RK paused, startled. Instinctively, he glanced downward. There lay Qin Bei's hand, the one mocked scorn dismissed as worthless scrap metal. That frank, mechanical bat radiating no spiritual energy whatsoever. It awakened. Dark, dull metal casing flared instantly with countless intricate obsidian golden runes. Its sealed optical sensors snapped open, blazing with a crimson light deeper, richer, and more unnerving than fresh-spilled blood. Kivit! A shriek split the air, part mechanical whine, part primordial god's roar. The mechanical bat unfurled its razor-edged metallic wings with a sharp, decisive shink. It paid no heed to RK, standing mere inches away. Instead, it opened its maw, a jagged, tooth-lined maw of gleaming steel. With ravenous, feverish hunger, it lunged, and sank its fangs deep and merciless into Qin Bei's wrist. Schlick! Razor-sharp metallic teeth pierced Qin Bei's skin, driving deep into his pulsing vein. Blood welled along the cold, gleaming fangs. But the bat did not drink. Instead, it injected, through those fangs with unrestrained ferocity, a primordial epic sleeping force, the absolute ultimate power of the demon sovereign. Ugh! Qin Bei let out a low, guttural groan, not of agony, but of a soul violently torn apart, then instantly flooded with molten, overwhelming fullness. The invading demon sovereign force acted like a fuse, igniting in an instant the monstrous entity long suppressed, long sealed deep within Qin Bei's very genes. The highest echelon of the squad world, the bloodline of the Dark Emperor. Two forces of identical origin, the deepest, most sovereign darkness in the cosmos, collided violently within Qin Bei's veins. Fusing, ascending, time itself froze. The dark purple sphere, capable of obliterating heavens and earth, hovered motionless less than 1 millimeter from Qin Bei's brow. Not because RK held it back, but because the raging energy itself trembled violently in midair as if confronted by an ancient existential predator. Waves of dissolution rippled across its surface. Wow, what is this? RK's expression finally shifted. For the first time, raw shock flickered within those arrogant crimson, vertically slitted eyes. He realized he no longer faced an ordinary human student. He stood before a cosmic black hole, slowly, inexorably awakening. Boom! Without warning, an indescribable storm of absolute darkness, ancient, tyrannical, and infinitely dominant, erupted from Qin Bei's body, expanding outward in all directions. This energy was neither purple nor red. It was a void black so complete it devoured all light, so profound it sent shivers of soul-deep dread through any who beheld it. The instant the dark storm surged forth, RK's vaunted royal household defensive aura, his pride, his shield, shattered like paper. Crack! 1,000 shards of light scattered into oblivion. G-char RK. RK choked out a pained grunt, bearing the full brunt of the blast. He felt as though struck heat-in by a Starship-class freighter at full velocity. His chest convulsed with internal pressure, his feet carved 2 deep furrows into the unyielding ground. 1 step back, 2 steps back. Only after 3 staggering steps did he manage to stab his silver coin into the earth, anchoring himself with desperate force. The entire courtyard shook violently beneath the dark storm's onslaught. His once arrogant Yeshuagui underlings now cowered like quails before a hawk, crushed flat by the supreme bloodline's oppressive aura, their bones cracking under unbearable strain, heads pinned helplessly to the ground. At the storm's epicenter, Qin Bei slowly closed his eyes. He heard neither the howling wind nor the alien's shrieks. Deep within his mind echoed a voice, authoritative, mechanical, yet burning with boundless fervor. Ding! Ultimate dark, primordial essence detected. Genetic lock, fully disengaged. Highest echelon of the squad world, Dark Emperor bloodline, fully awakened. Congratulations, host. The devouring evolution system has been unlocked. All realms, all worlds, all races may become sustenance. Infinite evolution awaits. The moment the chime faded, Qin Bei's eyes snapped open. His once clear human irises were now wholly replaced by abyssal vertical slits of molten dark gold. At his waist, accompanied by a resonant, solemn bell-like spatial chime, like the tolling of a funeral knell, a magnificent belt materialized from thin air, shimmering with dark gold and blood-red light etched with ancient arcane totems, locking firmly around his waist. The sovereign belt had descended. The gale subsided. Dust hung motionless, pressed down by an invisible crushing will. Qin Bei stood still. He glanced down, first at the mechanical bat still pulsing crimson on his wrist, then at the resplendent belt encircling his waist. Slowly a smile spread across his lips, calm, serene, and utterly devastatingly benevolent. He raised his gaze. Those dark gold vertical pupils locked unflinchingly onto RK, now visibly unsettled, wary, uncertain. Qin Bei lifted his right hand and spoke, casually, conversationally, yet with a cold so absolute it seemed to freeze the very air. You said you would push this garbage energy, drop by excruciating drop, into my skull, eh? You said you were going to squeeze that clump of garbage energy into my skull bit by bit. Qin Bei's voice was soft, yet carried a chill profound enough to freeze the soul. RK stared intently at the resplendent belt that had materialized from thin air around Qin Bei's waist, his scarlet vertical pupils contracting sharply. That was no ordinary coagulated spiritual energy of an awakener. The ancient, domineering, and pure aura of darkness emanating from it sent even a cadre of the Fang'ire royal court into a shudder that originated from the depths of his very soul. It was as if a lesser being stood before an absolute emperor. You? What in the world are you? For the first time, RK's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor of terror, his former elegance and composure utterly shattered. How could a glass waist utterly devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations possess a bloodline pressure of this magnitude? It defied all logic. Qin Bei offered no answer to his question. He slowly raised his hand, bringing the mechanical bat, still flickering with a bloody light in his palm, up before his own eyes. Qin Bei III, as if sensing his intent, let out an exceptionally human-like, joyous screech. Its metallic wings fluttered, gently nuzzling affectionately against Qin Bei's cheek. Deep within Qin Bei's mind, the dignified yet mechanical system prompt continued to echo. Ding. Dark Emperor bloodline fully awakened. Congratulations, host. Devouring evolution system unlocked. System function: slay all things in the world to forcibly extract their life essence, bloodline talents, and soul memories, converting them into evolutionary energy absorbable by the host for limitless upgrades. System soul law: the strong prey on the weak, the victor reigns supreme. In an instant, a torrent of information like a breached dam flooded into Qin Bei's mind. It was the inherited memory of the Dark Emperor, the deepest and most brutal law of the jungle of this world. He finally understood. For the 18 years since his transmigration, he had been utterly unremarkable, unable to sense even the most basic spiritual energy. It was not because his talent was poor. It was because the rank of the bloodline within him was too high. The sparse spiritual energy of this planet was utterly insufficient to activate even a tenth of his power. It was like trying to power a top-tier interstellar warship with a single AA battery, a preposterous dream. And this Qin Bei III from another world, the pure Demon King force it had injected, was like an ignition key. A key sufficient to start this super dreadnought. So, this is it. Qin Bei closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath. The air, mixed with the scent of blood and dust, now felt indescribably sweet to his perception. He could clearly see. Within every Fang'ire present flowed streams of pure dark energy, emitting an enticing fragrance. They were like sumptuous feasts laid before a beggar who had starved for 3 days. It was an extreme craving for high-level energy originating from the deepest part of his bloodline. The instinct to devour. Huff. Qin Bei slowly exhaled a turbid breath, opening his eyes once more. Within those dark golden vertical pupils, there was no longer a trace of human emotion. Only pure, icy, absolute indifference that viewed all things as sustenance remained. He slowly raised his head, his gaze like a sharp scalpel coldly sweeping over every trembling alien present, from the unsettled RK to the cowering Fang'ire underlings. Finally, he turned his head, glancing at Principal Bai Poju lying unconscious in a pool of blood, and the rotund Su, whose condition was unknown after being struck down. A wisp of icy killing intent, like a tangible cold current, emanated from him. Excellent. A cruel curve tugged at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth, his voice low, yet echoing clearly across the entire training ground. You scum today. Not a single one of you will leave this place alive. I will grind your bones to dust, devour your flesh inch by inch, and make you the very first nourishment of my awakening. This was no longer a threat, but a proclamation. It was the final death sentence handed down by an apex predator standing atop the food chain to a group of lower life forms that had invaded its territory. Boom. The moment his words fell, the supremely ornate king's belt around Qin Bei's waist erupted with a blinding dark golden radiance. The ruby core at the center of the belt began to spin wildly, as if infused with infinite energy. It emitted a deep, resonant spatial hum reminiscent of a church's funeral bell, heavy and filled with a sense of destiny. Hum, hum, hum. Accompanied by this peculiar sound effect, the ground beneath Qin Bei's feet began to collapse extensively without warning. A massive circular magic array over 10 meters in diameter and woven from countless dark red chains materialized out of thin air. At the array's center was a lifelike, colossal blood-red bat totem, as if it were about to shatter the shackles of space and soar into the sky. Wah! What in the hell is this? RK stared at the eerie array beneath his feet, the ominous premonition in his heart spiking to its peak. He even experienced an absurdly ridiculous illusion. It was as if he hadn't come to slaughter humans, but had willingly stepped into a meticulously laid hunting trap. He wasn't the only one. All the still conscious students and teachers were staring with eyes wide in sheer terror. What was this? A domain. A summoning array. How could an class waste at the very moment of Bloodline awakening unleash such a world-shaking phenomenon? This completely overturned their 300 years of understanding regarding awakeners. Chu Kuang, lying on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the back enveloped by the dark red array, a figure like a descending demon god. Recalling his own ridiculous taunts from before, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped back and forth hundreds of times with a red-hot branding iron. Class garbage. Scrap metal. Open your damn dog eyes and see clearly. Does this look like garbage? This was clearly an ancient ferocious beast in human form. Qin Bei paid no heed to the shocked gazes around him. He slowly raised his right hand, and the fully awakened Kivet Bat III in his palm fluttered its metallic wings, landing affectionately on his fingertip. Ready, old friend? Qin Bei asked softly. Kivet. The mechanical bat let out an extremely excited screech as if responding to him. Qin Bei nodded, a hint of anticipatory smile curling at his lips. Grasping Kivet Bat III with one hand, he assumed a remarkably cool, inverted hanging posture. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. In the deathly silence of the entire venue, he aimed the metal bat, shimmering with an eerie bloody light, at the slot on the wildly spinning king's belt at his waist. Then, in a voice akin to a chant filled with fatal allure, he softly uttered 2 words. Henshin. RK's pupils constricted into the most dangerous of pinpricks. From those 2 words he smelled the overwhelming stench of death. Stop him. Now. Kill him at any cost. RK let out a hysterical shriek, completely losing his composure for the first time. Pointing at Qin Bei, he frantically ordered the Fangire underlings still sprawled on the ground. Attack. Whoever kills him, I will permit you to devour the life energy of every human here. Attack now. Whoever slays him shall be granted the right to devour the life energy of every human present. RK's hysterical shriek pierced like a stimulant directly into the hearts of his Fang blood underlings, paralyzed moments earlier by sheer bloodline authority. Greed for high-tier life energy instantly overwhelmed the primordial terror rooted deep within their souls. Ruer. Kill him. Tear this human apart. 7 or 8 high-tier Fang blood demons closest to Qin Bei launched themselves violently off the ground. Bone spines erupted across their bodies, sinews coiled like ancient serpents. They blurred into streaks of black shadow converging from all directions upon Qin Bei at the heart of the formation. Claws sliced the air with ear-splitting sonic booms. A suffocating miasma of blood and rancid saliva nearly drowned Qin Bei whole. Faraway Principal Bai Poju watched the scene unfold. His eyes bulged with desperation as he struggled to rise and intervene, only to wrench his wounds and erupt in a violent spray of crimson blood. It's over. This child. His voice cracked with despair, his gaze hollow. To be besieged by dozens of elite Xenos, let alone a newly awakened student, meant certain disintegration even for a platinum-tier apex cultivator. Yet, faced with annihilation so absolute it could shatter heaven and earth, Qin Bei's expression remained utterly still. Not a single eyelid trembled. His entire focus rested solely on the mechanical bat cradled in his palm, as if the death rushing toward him from all sides were no more than a swarm of irksome flies. Henshin. In a whisper both hushed and lethally seductive, he uttered the two syllables that heralded ultimate reversal. Then, amidst a silence so profound it felt like the world had ceased breathing, beneath Arcase's scarlet vertically slit pupils, wide with unspeakable horror, Qin Bei moved. His motion was flawless, unhurried yet charged with an indescribable violence born of supreme aesthetic precision. With one hand he seized Kivet Bat 3, then executed a fluid, breathtaking wrist flick, reversing the metallic bat midair, its eerie crimson glow shimmering as it settled perfectly inverted in his palm. Kivet Bat 3 responded with a cascade of otherworldly, theatrically over-the-top mechanical chimes, like a grand overture heralding the climax of destiny itself. Gebu. Bit. In the next breath, Qin Bei granted no one time to react. He brought the inverted bat down, aiming squarely at the core slot of the king's belt, whirling fiercely at his waist. He slammed it home, firm, decisive, absolute. Clack! A crystalline, space-shattering metallic resonance tore across the entire stadium. Clean, sharp, final. That single sound was a sacred trigger, a paradigm-shattering switch. At the exact instant Kivet Bat 3 locked seamlessly into the belt, time itself seemed to decelerate. Those snarling Fang blood underlings, claws mere halfameter from Qin Bei's flesh, froze mid-lunge, their movements grotesquely sluggish. Meanwhile, the colossal crimson bat totem formation beneath Qin Bei's feet erupted in blinding, searing red light. Boom! A thick column of dark crimson radiance surged upward from his center, laced with countless spectral chains of deepest obsidian. It pierced straight through the blood-hued clouds shrouding Longhai City, ripping open a vast, jagged wound in the heavens. The vanguard Fangblood demons didn't even have time to scream. The moment their bodies brushed against the column and chains, they were cast into a furnace hotter than any mortal conception. Flesh, bone, soul, all vaporized in an instant by that tyrannical, lawless darkness, reduced to primal particles without trace. Not even ash remained. This is impossible. RK staggered backward, his aristocratic composure shattered beyond repair. Only raw animal terror left behind. He had lived for centuries, yet never witnessed such an anomaly, so uncanny, so sovereign. This power bore no resemblance to that of any awakened being. This was unequivocally the domain of gods and demons. Yet the awe had only just begun. The dark crimson column did not fade. Instead, it swirled like a cosmic vortex, drawing unknown substances from the void itself. Then, before the stunned gazes of every witness, the impossible unfolded. Countless fragments of radiant energy materialized around Qin Bei, vivid kaleidoscopic shards resembling stained glass windows from celestial cathedrals. Crimson, sapphire, emerald, amethyst. Each fragment refracted eldritch light, its surface flowing with ancient, ornate sigils of unfathomable origin. The moment they appeared, they resonated, a high, pure, harmonic chime. Like loyal vassals recognizing their one true sovereign, they surged forward in dazzling arcs of light, racing toward Qin Bei's form. Clang, clang, clang. A symphony of metallic clarity filled the air. The first shard, a blazing scarlet, settled over Qin Bei's chest, hardening into unbreakable crimson armor. Next came Pauldron's Vambrace's greaves. One by one, the stained glass shards assembled with surgical precision and cinematic brilliance, interlocking, merging, reconstituting. The spectacle resembled nothing less than a master artisan of light and shadow forging in real time a divine suit of armor, unique, eternal, and worthy of a sovereign god-king. His once roomy school uniform exploded into fluttering shreds, revealing a physique neither bulky nor imposing, yet sculpted with flawless, harmonious lines. Dark golden Emperor's bloodline sigils writhed beneath his skin like living things, pulsing in perfect synchrony with the radiant fragments outside, forming a sacred tableau of ultimate violent elegance. Students sprawled on the ground stared, utterly catatonic, minds frozen beyond function. What was this? Armor summoning. Where was the promised frank failure? Where was the broken mechanical bat? How had the narrative just warped into a sci-fi epic? Especially Chu Kuang, who moments before had mocked Qin Bei mercilessly, now clamped both hands over his mouth, terrified his own gasp might betray the depth of his shock. His pride, the rank rampage awakening he'd long cherished as his birthright, now looked like childish scribbles beside this divine metamorphosis, laughable, worthless. His arrogance, his confidence, his entire worldview, shattered, here now, by the man he'd scorned as trash. in the most direct, brutal, and utterly unreasonable way imaginable. Torn to ribbons. What monstrous thing is this? Roku's voice rasped raw with terror as he fixed his gaze upon the figure now fully enshrouded in swirling energy. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet could not. An invisible primordial pressure, emanating from the very hierarchy of bloodlines, had pinned him in place immovable. Like a serpent facing an eagle, like a hare confronting a tiger. It was the ruthless, absolute domination of the apex predator over the prey, written into the fabric of existence itself. The transformation continued. Finally, a silver faceplate, etched with dark golden filigree, descended slowly, sealing over Qin Bei's features, concealing his vertically slit, now fully dark golden eyes. All fragments converged, perfectly fused, encasing Qin Bei entirely. Then, in the next heartbeat, blinding crimson light erupted from every seam. A presence so terrifying it could eclipse mountains and dim sun and moon was about to burst forth. No, don't. RK screamed in utter despair. He knew once this armor fully manifested his fate would be sealed. 10 deaths, 0 survival. He poured every ounce of his inner darkness into a sphere of annihilation, 10 times larger than before, and hurled it recklessly toward the luminous silhouette. Die, you bastard. Die, you bastard. The annihilation ball, which contained RK's lifelong power, howled with a piercing scream as it smashed down towards the figure enveloped in red light. This was the strongest strike he could muster as a royal official, enough to completely erase a small city from the map. However, just as the light ball was about to make contact with the red glow, boom, a sound louder than any explosion before erupted from within the light sphere. It was not a passive explosion, but an active awakening, a declaration of supremacy in its ultimate release. Countless shards of colorful glass energy encasing Qin Bei burst outward in that instant. It formed a visible, terrifying shockwave mixed with dark red energy. RK's proud annihilation ball, upon contact with this shockwave, resembled a fragile soap bubble. Without even causing a ripple, it was instantly vaporized with a poof by the more domineering and unreasonable force. What a... RK was backfired by his own technique, spitting a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The sky filled with red light, and debris slowly dispersed. As the dust settled, a brand new figure radiating the aura of an ancient king finally appeared clearly before everyone. The entire place fell silent. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Qin Bei stood quietly in place. The tattered, cheap school uniform he wore had long since vanished. In its place was an extremely ornate suit of dark red heavy armor, filled with gothic aesthetics of violent beauty. The main colors of the armor were a dark red resembling congealed blood and a pitch black representing eternal night. On his chest was a ghastly bat totem outlined in dark golden metal, as if it could spring to life and devour at any moment. The shoulder guards rose high like the wings of a demon, embedded with 2 large green gemstones that shimmered with an eerie glow. The most striking feature was the armor on his right leg. From the knee to the ankle, it was tightly bound by silver chains, as if sealing some earth-shattering, terrifying power. And the originally delicate face was now completely covered by a silver bat mask. Above the mask, a pair of enormous yellow compound eyes flickered with cold and merciless mechanical light. This was no longer human. This was clearly an ancient vampire king that had emerged from the endless darkness of a blood moon, living on the consumption of gods and demons. Majestic, unparalleled, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. What the hell is this thing? A boy lying on the ground spoke, his voice sharp and distorted from extreme shock. He voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Was this still awakening? Was this still the beast master they understood? When others awakened, at most they summoned a shadow or a physical entity. How could one directly put on a layer of armor? This was completely different. Armor. What happened to the grade trash pet? Damn. This design is way too cool. Is this some hidden profession? No way, right? I must be dreaming. How could that well-known waste of the school turn into such a monster? After a brief silence, the playground erupted in a tsunami of gasps and discussions. The worldviews of the students shattered at that moment. Especially Chu Kuang, who had been mocking Qin Bei just moments ago, now looked as pale as a sheet trembling like a leaf. His proud grade frenzy talent seemed like a joke in front of such a miraculous armor. One heaven, one earth. No, it wasn't even to the ground, it was at most a speck of dust. Gulp. Chu Kuang swallowed hard, feeling a burning pain on his face. It turned out the clown was him all along. And this earth-shattering event was not only happening in this small school. The drone that had been live streaming to attract attention without ever shutting down was now faithfully hovering in midair. It streamed every frame of Qin Bei transforming into Kiva armor in high definition to every corner of Longhai City. Campus forums, local trending topics, major short video platforms. At this moment they were completely paralyzed. The comment sections, once filled with mockery and insults, were flooded with a series of question marks and exclamations. What the hell? What the hell? Am I seeing things? Can someone tell me what's going on? What happened to that grade waste? How did he suddenly transform? Is this the latest model of mecha? Don't joke around upstairs. Look at that energy fluctuation. How could a mecha have that? This is clearly some extremely rare armor-type beast. I'm dumbfounded. I just finished cursing him as trash, and now he gives me a super transformation. This is way too cool. Please tell me this isn't special effects. I'll go to Longhai First High School tomorrow and kneel to apprentice. The entire internet was bewildered. All those keyboard warriors who had been mocking Qin Bei as the most useless just a second ago felt like they had been slapped in the face. This reversal came too quickly, too fiercely, too unreasonably. This was no longer just a slap in the face. It was as if they were being pressed to the ground and run over by a steamroller a dozen times. However, as the absolute center of this storm, Qin Bei remained unfazed by the shock from the outside world. He slowly raised his hands encased in dark red heavy armor and clenched his fists. An unprecedented explosive power, as if capable of shattering the stars, instantly resonated from every cell in his body. Awesome. So damn awesome. This feeling was like a beggar who had gone 3 days without food suddenly indulging in a grand feast. He could even clearly feel that now just a sneeze from him could probably blow away the previously arrogant Chu Quan. Is this the power of Kiva? Qin Bei felt the demonic power perfectly merging with the bloodline of the Dark Emperor. Within him, a dangerously wicked smile crept onto his lips. His gaze slowly locked onto RK, who was struggling to rise from the ruins not far away. That gaze was cold and brutal. It was like looking at a buffet that had just been served steaming hot. RK shivered under that gaze, a chill of death shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was scared. As a noble royal official, it was the first time he felt a deep-rooted fear of a human being. What kind of joke is this? RK forced himself to stand, his voice trembling as he shouted. It's just a flashy turtle shell. Watch me smash it. He roared as he gathered all his dark energy, once again preparing for a final desperate struggle. However, Qin Bei didn't give him that chance at all. Qin Bei casually raised his right hand, his fingers lightly gliding over the magnificent royal belt at his waist. On either side of the belt were 3 whistles of different colors. One purple, one blue, one green. Qin Bei's fingers ultimately stopped at the purple whistle, radiating a violent aura. With a light touch, Virum. In the void it seemed as if ancient thunder rolled in. A thick purple lightning bolt without warning tore through the blood-red sky, striking fiercely at the ground before Qin Bei. Boom. The ground was blasted into a charred pit. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a giant hammer, extremely exaggerated in design, made entirely of purple crystal and wider than a door, stood silently in the center of the pit. Destructive purple arcs of electricity danced on the hammerhead. Qin Bei stepped forward, gripping the hammer's handle with one hand. With ease, he pulled the hammer, which weighed at least 1,000 pounds, out of the ground. He casually slung the massive Dega heavy hammer over his shoulder as his yellow compound eyes pierced through the mask, locking onto RK. As the armor rubbed against each other, it produced a sound that made one's teeth ache. Earlier you said you wanted to treat me as a dessert. Qin Bei tilted his head, his voice transformed by the armor into a deep metallic sound. Sorry, now it's my turn to feast. It's my turn to feast. Qin Bei's voice transformed by the armor into a deep and metallic resonance echoed slowly across the deathly silent playground. Each word struck like a heavy hammer against RK's heart. Feast. This human actually regarded him as food. A supreme humiliation. RK's crimson vertical pupils were instantly flooded with boundless fury and indignation. He, a noble of the Fangire royal court, a predator at the apex of the food chain, was being treated as a mere prey by a lowly human who had just awakened. You insolent wretch. Do you think slipping on a turtle shell gives you the right to bluster before me? Snapping out of his shock, RK let out a hysterical roar, his shame turning to rage. He stomped the ground, causing the hard concrete to cave in with a thunderous crash. Like a cannonball unleashed from its barrel, he transformed into a dark purple blur, charging straight at Qin Bei. He would tear apart this arrogant human with the most primal and savage methods. He would rip off that gaudy armor, dig out his heart, and chew it to pieces bite by bite for all to see. Die. RK's speed was so extreme that he crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye. His fingers curled into claws extending half-meter-long bone blades of ghastly white, which shrieked as they tore through the air, aiming viciously for Qin Bei's face. This single claw strike could shred a heavy tank into a pile of scrap metal. Watching from a distance, Principal Bai Poju felt his heart leap into his throat instinctively, wanting to call out a warning. Watch out. Yet faced with this lethal, thunderous blow, Qin Bei's reaction was eerily calm. He didn't even lower the massive door-sized Dega hammer resting on his shoulder. He simply stood there motionless. Beneath his visor, his enormous compound yellow eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if watching a pathetic clown jumping around. In the exact instant RK's claws were less than half a meter from his face, Qin Bei finally moved. His action was devoid of any flourish. It was in fact incredibly simple, brutally straightforward. He casually, almost lazily swung the Dega hammer from his shoulder and held it horizontally before him. It perfectly blocked RK's path. You're asking for death. RK sneered, a cruel grin twisting his lips. To him, Qin Bei was foolishly using his weapon to meet his strongest claw attack heat-in. This was the height of stupidity. He could already envision the bloody scene, his claws shattering the purple hammer and then piercing straight through Qin Bei's chest. However, in the next second, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Clang! A deafening metallic clash like a colossal bell erupted across the playground. The terrifying sound waves manifested as visible white shockwaves sweeping wildly in all directions. They scoured the ground clean of any remaining rubble and debris. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. RK's razor-sharp bone claws capable of tearing through tanks struck solidly against the broad face of the Dega hammer. There were no sparks, no energy explosion, only the grating sound of grinding bones. RK felt as if his claws had struck a primeval divine mountain forged from the universe's hardest metal. An overwhelming, irresistible force of rebound surged back up his arm. Crack! Crack! A series of dense bone-snapping sounds rang out. RK's prized 5 bone blades of ghastly white shattered inch by inch under the brutal force. Then the bones of his entire right arm were violently shattered into countless fragments. Arg! An excruciating, heart-rending pain instantly engulfed RK's entire body. He let out a miserable scream that sounded inhuman, sent flying backward by the rebounding force, tumbling awkwardly through the air. Yet Qin Bei hadn't moved an inch from his spot. He slowly hoisted the completely undamaged Dega hammer back onto his shoulder. Is that all the strength you have? Qin Bei tilted his head, his tone laced with obvious disappointment. Barely enough to tickle me. Uffed. Hearing this, RK was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He steadied himself midair, enduring the searing pain in his right arm, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was a royal cadre, a predator at the apex of this planet's food chain. His physical body could withstand missile bombardments. How could a newly awakened human shatter his arm bones with pure physical force in a single blow? What kind of monstrous power did this kid possess? However, Qin Bei had no intention of giving him any time to think. His creed when dealing with enemies was always to strike while the iron was hot. Don't be scared. Qin Bei, shouldering the Dega hammer that dwarfed his own frame, began to walk. He advanced step by step towards RK, who was suspended in the air. His pace was unhurried, even slow. But with each step it felt like an invisible heavy hammer pounding against RK's heart. The ground trembled rhythmically with his footsteps. They call me the Hammer King of the Northwest. Qin Bei looked up, his compound yellow eyes behind the visor gleaming with a deceptively kind light, a cruel smile curling his lips. Today let me teach you what it means to be human. Before his words faded, the ground beneath Qin Bei's feet exploded. He shot upward like a rocket, with its thrusters ignited, transforming into a dark red streak. His speed was so immense that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Not good. RK's pupils contracted into dangerous pinpricks, and every hair on his body stood on end. Without a second thought, he tried to tear through space and teleport away. But it was too late. Qin Bei's speed surpassed his reaction. Almost at the very moment the thought of escape crossed RK's mind, Qin Bei's demonic figure had already materialized before him like a phantom. The Dega hammer, radiating destructive purple lightning, was raised high. With a piercing sonic boom that tore the air apart, it came crashing down brutally, and without any pretense, onto his chest. This strike channeled the domineering power of the Dark Emperor's bloodline. It fused with the Demon Emperor's might of the Kiva armor, and the terrifying weight of the Dega itself, capable of pulverizing mountains. Ultimate violence. Pure domination. RK couldn't even raise his remaining left hand to block. He could only watch helplessly as the purple hammer of destruction grew larger and larger in his pupils. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity. He could clearly hear the agonized groaning of his own sternum, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. He could smell the acrid stench of air scorched by the purple arcs leaping from the massive hammer. The shadow of death had never been so clear, so cold. No. In the last second of his life, RK let out the most miserable, the most desperate scream he had ever uttered. Yet this scream was instantly drowned out by a cataclysmic boom. Boom. The Dega hammer struck RK's chest with full force. Without a moment's pause, RK's proud royal protective aura melted away like snow under the sun, not lasting even half a second. Then his rock-hard sternum, capable of withstanding cannon fire, caved inwards with a sickening crack, like an eggshell smashed by a sledgehammer. Along with all his internal organs, they were all pulverized into a thick paste by this single blow. A torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his viscera sprayed from RK's mouth. He was like a golf ball struck by a professional player. Turning into a straight black line, he flew backward at an unimaginable speed towards the cluster of teaching buildings. Boom. The first building, a 5-story laboratory, was instantly pierced through, leaving a massive human-shaped hole in the wall. Crash. The second building, the library, was snapped in half, sending countless books and papers fluttering through the air like snowflakes. Crumble. The third building, the administrative office and the sturdiest structure on campus, collapsed on impact, turning into a towering plume of dust and rubble. After crashing through 3 solid teaching buildings in succession, RK's cannonball-like form finally expended all its kinetic energy. He landed heavily like a dead dog amidst the ruins hundreds of meters away. Qin Bei slowly withdrew the still-humming Dega hammer. He hovered in midair, the blood-red clouds behind him blasted into a massive hole by the aftershock of his strike. Golden sunlight streamed down through the hole, cascading onto his domineering dark red heavy armor. He was like a descending god. The entire scene was dead silent. All the surviving students and teachers stood frozen, as if struck by a petrification spell, staring blankly up at the demonic figure in the sky. Their minds went completely blank. Did I see that right? A boy muttered in a trembling voice. What just happened? He, with one hammer blow, sent that monster which even a platinum-level principal couldn't defeat flying. Amidst the swirling dust, a deathly silence fell over the entire scene. Every survivor on the playground, whether student or teacher, stood as if frozen by a spell. They all maintained their upward gaze, staring blankly at the dark crimson figure suspended in midair, bathed in golden sunlight. Their minds had completely lost the capacity for thought, left only with a buzzing void. One hammer strike. Just a single hammer strike. That alien royal cadre, so overwhelmingly powerful that he regarded platinum-rank warriors as mere ants, had been sent flying like a baseball from one end of the playground to hundreds of meters away by the very frank loser they had been ridiculing all day. This was no longer just an upset. This was a myth, a terrifying myth capable of overturning the entire cognitive framework of Blue Star's awakened society. Gulp. Chu Kuang, hiding in the corner of the crowd, swallowed hard, his throat feeling as dry as the Sahara Desert. He stared at Qin Bei's demonic silhouette, then recalled his own ridiculous provocations and mockery. An indescribable chill shot straight from his tailbone to the crown of his head. What kind of monster had he been arrogantly taunting all along? Cough. Cough. In that deathly stillness, a violent fit of coughing suddenly erupted from the rubble of the collapsed administration building in the distance. Then a hand covered in blood and dust struggled out from the debris. RK was still alive. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, he crawled out from the ruins drenched in blood. He no longer possessed even a trace of his former elegant aristocratic demeanor. His expensive tailcoat had been torn into ragged strips, and his meticulously combed hair was matted with blood and dust. Most gruesomely, his entire chest had collapsed inward at an extremely unnatural angle, clearly indicating that all his ribs were shattered. With every cough, large fragments of internal organs sprayed from his mouth. No. Impossible. RK staggered to his feet, his gaze fixed on Qin Bei in midair. For the first time, his scarlet vertical pupils were filled with pure terror. I am a royal cadre. How could I fail to block a single blow from a lowly human? He could not accept this reality. To his towering pride, this was an insult more cruel than death itself. Yet Qin Bei could not be bothered to waste words on him. Shouldering the Dega warhammer, which was wider than a door, he slowly descended from the air. His dark, crimson, heavy armor crunched heavily against the fractured ground. Each step was like a death knell pounding against RK's heart. St. Stay back. Don't come closer. Watching Qin Bei approach step by step, RK finally panicked completely. He let out a shrill, blustering scream, forcibly squeezing out the last remnants of dark energy within him. I won't lose. You're nothing but trash relying on external power. Witness my ultimate killing move. Dark Blood Realm descends. RK roared, slamming his remaining left hand hard onto the ground. An extremely dense surge of dark purple energy erupted from him, instantly transforming the area within dozens of meters into a domain of death filled with corrosive blood mist. Within that domain, countless pale arms formed from coagulated blood sprouted from the ground, madly grasping at Qin Bei's legs, attempting to drag him into the abyss. This was his last resort survival technique, capable of instantly melting a warrior of the same level into a pool of blood. However, faced with this lethal domain attack, Qin Bei's reaction was eerily calm. He did not even pause in his stride. He simply walked through the blood mist that could corrode steel, stepping on those pale arms emerging from the earth, moving forward one step at a time with leisurely ease. Sizzle. Sizzle. The corrosive blood mist, upon contacting the Kivo armor, was completely repelled by an invisible barrier of dark energy. As if meeting its natural enemy, not even a spark was raised. As for the blood hands trying to bind his legs, the moment they touched the silver sealing chains gleaming on his armor, they let out a piercing shriek and dissolved into black smoke, like ice meeting a red-hot iron. Immunity. Complete dual immunity to both physical and magical attacks. How? How is this possible? RK watched his ultimate attack fail to breach even a single layer of his opponent's defense, and his last psychological barrier shattered completely in that instant. His pride and joy, his trump card for survival, in the presence of this man clad in dark crimson armor, were as laughable and powerless as a child's toy. Any more tricks? Qin Bei had already stopped less than 3 meters away from RK, tilting his head with a hint of genuine curiosity in his tone. If not, then it's my turn. Fear, like an endless tide, instantly drowned RK's sanity. He let out a scream and turned to flee, attempting to dissolve into a cloud of blood mist. But the moment he turned, a red flash appeared before him. Qin Bei's demonic figure had already materialized in front of him like a phantom, blocking all escape routes. The game isn't over yet. Qin Bei's voice, transformed by the armor, echoed in RK's ear like a demon's whisper. The next second, RK's vision blurred. The Dega warhammer, radiating destructive purple lightning, swung upward from a sharp angle, with a piercing sonic boom, viciously striking his kneecaps. Crack! A sound louder and sharper than any previous bone fracture echoed through the air. RK's kneecaps, which had enabled his swift movements, were bent backward at a 90-degree angle by that single blow. Bone fragments, stark, white, even pierced through the skin, exposed to the air. RK could no longer stand. Clutching his utterly twisted and deformed legs, he let out the most agonizing, desperate scream of his life. Like a lump of mud, he uncontrollably fell to his knees with a heavy thud, facing Qin Bei. He knelt. That arrogant royal cadre of the Fangire who regarded humans as insects. That terrifying existence who toyed with platinum-rank warriors. Now, in the most humiliating and submissive posture, he knelt before this frank loser, whom he had previously deemed unworthy of a single glance. This scene, transmitted clearly through the still-functioning drone camera, spread across the entire network. The internet of Longhai City fell utterly silent in that moment. Everyone watching the live stream felt as if their throats were constricted, unable to utter a single word. Shock. Unprecedented ultimate shock. This kneeling shattered the lofty pride of the alien race. This kneeling also released the boundless frustration that humanity had suppressed for 300 years. On the playground, the surviving students witnessed this miraculous scene, feeling their blood boil with fervor. Some wept with excitement, some raised their arms and cheered, and some even fell to their knees, worshipping Qin Bei as a savior deity. But Qin Bei, expressionless, merely looked down at RK, who was convulsing in agony before him. He slowly raised the Dega warhammer. On the hammerhead, destructive purple lightning gathered once more, brighter and more violent than ever before. No, don't. RK sensed the lethal killing intent locking onto his soul, lifting his head in terror, his voice distorted by fear. Don't kill me. I am a royal cadre. If you kill me, King will not forgive you. He tried to threaten Qin Bei with his laughable background. Yet Qin Bei's gaze remained unwavering. King. He would eventually become another pile of pulp beneath his feet. Are you done with your last words? Qin Bei's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. If so, then rest in peace. With that, Qin Bei bent his legs slightly and launched himself into the air like a cannonball soaring dozens of meters high. He gripped the hammer handle with both hands, raising the Dega warhammer above his head, aiming directly at the crown of RK's skull below, who had completely lost the ability to resist. With a ferocious swing, he brought the hammer down. No! Amidst RK's endlessly elongated, despairing howl, the purple lightning instantly consumed everything. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The ground collapsed violently. RK's massive body, along with the ground for over 10 meters around him, was crushed into an indistinguishable sticky pulp. The Fangire royal cadre RK. Fallen. Phew. Qin Bei slowly descended from the air, standing at the edge of the massive crater. He glanced at the steaming pile of flesh on the ground, a flicker of disgust passing through his yellow compound eyes beneath the visor. He slowly retracted the Dega warhammer and deactivated his transformation. The imposing dark crimson Kiva armor dissipated into specks of light, revealing Qin Bei's slightly slender figure. He walked to the edge of the crater, extended his right hand, and aimed his palm at the unrecognizable pulp. The next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. A visible, extremely pure source of dark purple energy was forcibly extracted from the pulp. It transformed into a stream of light, flowing into Qin Bei's palm. He closed his eyes, a deeply satisfied expression spreading across his face. Ding! High-level alien origin detected, auto-absorbing. Energy converting. Congratulations, host. Basic panel level increased. Current level: black iron 1 star. Black iron 2 stars. Black iron 3 stars. Bronze 1 star. Silver 1 star. A dense cascade of system notifications surged like a tidal wave through Qin Bei's mind. Ash swirled across the sky above the courtyard, thick with the nauseating stench of blood. RK, the arrogant royal cadre, had been utterly erased from existence. Not a single intact bone remained. The vast courtyard lay deathly still, so silent that even the fall of a needle would echo. Only a lone figure clad in dark crimson heavy armor stood motionless at the edge of the colossal crater. He stood like an ancient Azura demon god stepping forth from the deepest hells, drenched in blood. Gulp! Somewhere in the ruins, someone swallowed hard, audibly, desperately. That faint sound reverberated infinitely across the silence. Then came the grating, teeth-chattering tremor, emanating from the dozen or so surviving High-tier Yushui ghosts. The bolder they'd been moments before, the more abject their terror now. To them, Lord RK was invincible, the apex warrior who could crush platinum-tier cultivators barehanded. And yet, what now? Crushed into pulp by this human whose very presence emitted no trace of spiritual energy. A monster. The largest among the Yushui ghosts stammered, voice warped beyond recognition. His crimson eyes burned with primal, unadulterated fear. They were alien predators, beings who feasted on humans as delicacies. Now they realized he was the true predator, far more terrifying than themselves. Qin Bei paid no heed to the surrounding gazes of sheer terror. Slowly he extended his right hand, armored in crimson steel, palm facing downward toward the steaming, viscous slurry at the crater's bottom. Beneath his silver bat-shaped helm, his vertical pupils, glinting gold-black, burned with undisguised greed. System, drain him dry, Qin Bei murmured inwardly. The moment the thought formed. Ding! Detected high-tier alien royal essence, exceptionally pure. Devour evolve system, activating at full capacity. As that mechanical commanding voice echoed within his mind, a pitch-black microvortex ripped open at the center of Qin Bei's palm. Tiny though it was, the vortex exuded a gravitational hunger so profound it devoured light itself. Whoosh! A chilling wind swept across the barren ground. At the crater's base, the pulpy mass twisted unnaturally. Strands of deep violet quintessential energy surged forth, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, ripped violently from flesh and marrow. These luminous threads coalesced midair into a radiant ribbon flowing ceaselessly into the black maw of his palm. As the energy fled, Arcase remained shriveled and desiccated before their very eyes. In the blink of an eye, the royal cadre's corpse crumbled entirely into ashen-gray dust, scattered to oblivion by the slightest breeze. He consumed Lord Arcase's core essence. One Yushui ghost's eyes bulged grotesquely. He staggered backward and collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed. To devour the essence of one's own kind, or of another species, was an absolute taboo among aliens. Such an act triggered catastrophic energy surges, inevitably ending in self-annihilation. Yet this human drank Arcase's entire royal essence as effortlessly as water, absorbing every drop of its sovereign vitality. And yet Qin Bei did not explode. Instead, a low, guttural moan escaped his lips, Deep, resonant, deeply satisfied. Exhilarating. Absolutely intoxicating. That unimaginably vast torrent of violet-black energy surged into his body and was instantly subsumed by the tyrannical bloodline of the Dark Emperor. Transformed into the purest, most ferocious catalyst for evolution. It flooded his limbs, meridians, and vital channels like a bursting dam, rampant, unstoppable divine. Ding! Energy assimilation complete. Congratulations, host. You have shattered mortal limitations and ascended to awakened status. Current realm Black Iron rank 1. With that chime, a visible wave of jet-black aura erupted from Qin Bei's body. But this was only the beginning. RK as a royal cadre harbored energy of staggering magnitude, so immense that Qin Bei's newly awakened frame became like a desiccated sponge drinking without limit, without restraint. Ding! Ascension Black Iron rank 2. Ding! Ascension Black Iron rank 5. Ding! Ascension Black Iron rank 9. Snap! A crisp, resonant fracture echoed from within Qin Bei's body, as if some ancient seal had been shattered. A spiritual energy surge tenfold stronger than before detonated outward. Ding! Breaching a major realm barrier. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to Bronze rank 1. Another shockwave rippled, crushing the earth beneath his feet by over 10 centimeters. Nearby students crouching behind rubble stared dumbfounded. Holy hell, his spiritual energy is spiking. Impossible. He was just an ordinary human seconds ago. Chu Kuang crouched behind a fractured concrete slab, biting his lower lip until blood welled. Jealousy seethed within him. He possessed an rank berserker awakening hailed as a ancient century prodigy of Longhai High. Even so, upon awakening, he'd merely become a lowly apprentice awakened, requiring at least half a month of grueling cultivation to reach Black Iron rank 1. But Qin Bei, he'd simply stood there lost in thought, and his realm shot upward like a rocket. Was there any justice left in this world? Chu Kuang's unraveling had only just begun. Qin Bei's ascensions continued, unrelenting, thunderous, unceasing. Ding! Ascension Bronze rank 3. Ding! Ascension Bronze rank 7. Ding! Ascension Bronze rank 9. Boom! Qin Bei's dark crimson Kiva armor resonated supernaturally with his surging power. The bat emblem upon his chest blazed with incandescent crimson light. Dark red spiritual energy coalesced along the armor's edges into tangible, shimmering outer layers. Ding! Breaching a major realm barrier. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to Silver rank 1. Silver rank. At those 3 words by Poju, the gravely wounded headmaster jolted upright, eyes snapping open. His blood-smeared face contorted in disbelief and awe. 18 years old, and already silver rank. Bai Poju had lived half a century, witnessed countless prodigies. Even the monstrous talents nurtured by great clans in Longdu, with mountains of rare spirit herbs and treasures, could barely touch the threshold of silver rank before university. 4 silver rank signified mastery over external spiritual energy projection, the first true step into the pantheon of elite warriors. In the military, a silver rank awakened commanded a 100-strong Special Forces battalion. Yet Qin Bei, 10 minutes after awakening, had breached 3 major realms in succession, reaching silver rank. This transcended genius. This defied the very laws of the world, a grotesque, rule-shattering aberration. It isn't over yet. Qin Bei felt the relentless tide of energy still surging within, and smirked, cold and arrogant. RK's essence ran too deep. This was the arch-villain who nearly annihilated all of Longhai City. Keep ascending, he roared inwardly, the Dark Emperor's bloodline roaring to full throttle. Ding! Ascension Silver rank 2. Ding! Ascension Silver rank 3. Only at the zenith of Silver rank 3 was the overwhelming energy finally absorbed in full. Qin Bei exhaled, a thick white plume of vapor erupting from the exhaust vents beside his helm, hissing sharply into the air. He slowly clenched his fist. Crack, crack, crack. A rapid cascade of bone-popping echoes resonated from deep within his body. He could feel it. His physical strength had surged 100-fold. Were he to strike again with that same hammer now, he wouldn't need DG's weight. He could reduce RK to vapor with a single bare-fisted blow. Kiva, magnificent work. Kivit 3, the mechanical bat, flapped tiny wings around Qin Bei's head, its voice buzzing with metallic glee. That essence tasted exquisite, your majesty. Qin Bei chuckled softly and snapped his fingers in midair. We've barely begun. Just an appetizer, nothing more. He rotated his neck. Cold, lethal clicks echoed as the armored joints at his throat shifted. In the next instant, his silver bat-faced visage turned slowly, those emotionless amber compound eyes sweeping forward like twin searchlights wielded by Death himself. There, trembling in unison, stood the remaining dozen Yushui ghosts. During Qin Bei's ascension, they hadn't dared flee, not even a step. For each ascending wave of oppressive aura bore down upon them like a mountain range, crushing their spines, sapping their will to move. Now as Qin Bei's gaze locked onto them, these high-tier monsters, who feasted on slaughter, shuddered in perfect unison. "He's looking at us." A Yushui ghost's jaw rattled, his bone blade clattered to the ground. At last they understood the despair, the utter helplessness, that had gripped the human students they'd slaughtered moments before. The crushing weight of absolute, irredeemable power. "Run! Flee!" A gaunt Yushui scout finally broke, screaming as he ignited his life essence, dissolving into a black mist and bolting toward the school gate. Escape this school. Escape him, and he'd gladly eat filth. "Run!" Qin Bei watched the fleeing mist, and beneath his helm his lips curled into a cruel, predatory grin. He didn't shift a single foot, merely raised his right hand, palm aimed squarely at the black mist already hundreds of meters away. Silver rank, 3 spiritual energy fused with the Dark Emperor's tyrannical law, coalescing instantly within his palm. "At my table, food has no right to refuse the knife and fork." Before the final word faded, Qin Bei's 5 fingers slammed shut, clenched with absolute finality. Bang! 100 meters distant, the speeding mist froze midair, as if seized by an invisible celestial fist. A shriek of unbearable agony tore through the sky. The scout never even manifested his true form, crushed into a foul crimson rainstorm by sheer force of will. Instant annihilation, effortless absolute, and executed across impossible distance. Witnessing this, the remaining Yushui ghosts shattered completely. They dropped to their knees as one, some pounding their foreheads against the stone, sobbing incoherent pleas for mercy. In their brutal survivalist world, kneeling before superior strength was encoded in their very genes. Yet, Qin Bei felt no pity, no mercy, for their supplication. He brushed his palms together casually, as if flicking away an insignificant foul insect. Then he wrenched Dejia's heavy hammer from the earth and hoisted it onto his shoulder. His amber compound eyes gazed down, cold, detached, merciless, upon the kneeling monsters. "Weren't you just boasting you'd tear me apart?" Qin Bei strode forward, unhurried, deliberate. Each heavy armored boot step struck the gravel like a death knell. Dock dak dak. "Now, I'll grant you one chance." He halted before them, driving the hammers half deep into the earth, spiderweb cracks radiating outward. Leaning forward slightly, his voice dropped, icy absolute, freezing the very air around them. "Rise, and be shattered, like the monsters you are. Rise, like a monster, and let me shatter you." Qin Bei's voice was low, yet to the remaining dozen Yushui ghost underlings it pierced deeper than the death knell of hell itself. These high-tier alien beings, who once feasted on humans as mere livestock, now lay prostrate on the ground, trembling like withered leaves in an autumn gale. In the purplish-black Devour warhammer stood embedded in the earth, dripping arcase blood in slow rhythmic droplets. The thick coppery stench of blood seared every taut nerve. No. Please, no. Nun-fanged creature clutched its head, nails digging deep into the concrete until blood welled beneath its fingertips. Its psyche had utterly collapsed. And if even a Royal Bureau officer had been reduced to pulp in a single blow, how long could these lowly minions possibly endure? Even half a second. Before this crimson Kiva armor, their once proud fangs and claws were laughably absurd, no more threatening than plastic toys. "What? Can't understand human speech." Qin Bei tilted his head slightly, within his helmet yellow compound eyes flickered with raw, unfiltered savagery. And he lifted his right foot, encased in heavy war boots, and casually planted it atop the skull of the nearest Yushui ghost. A subtle pressure descended. In crunch, Na's sickening grating crack echoed, the sound of a skull fracturing. And the creature dared not resist. Only a guttural whimper escaped its throat, tears and saliva pooling across the cracked pavement. Let's die fighting him." At last, the largest and most muscular Yushui ghost could bear the psychological torment no longer. Its eyes blazed crimson as it launched itself upward from the ground. In-bone spurs erupted from its forearms with a sharp hiss, cleaving the air toward Qin Bei's throat. "He's alone. Attack together. Tear him apart." And with that shriek, 3 more monsters seized the final thread of hope and lunged forward in desperate unison. A cornered beast's last stand. And from the distant ruins, Su Fatso covered his eyes in terror. "Brother Bei, watch out." Yet Qin Bei did not even deign to glance at them. He simply gripped the Degar warhammer's haft, raised it with one hand, and swung it in a sweeping, effortless arc. As if swatting away a few irksome flies. Thud, muffled bone-deep impact. The burly Yishue ghost leading the charge struck the hammer Hedon, as though hit broadside by a speeding locomotive. Its upper torso detonated instantly into a crimson mist, not even a scream escaping its lips. Its lower half, propelled by inertia, staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing with a wet, hollow thud. An instant kill, in pure absolute and merciless force overwhelming all reason. This spectacle shattered the last vestiges of resistance among every surviving alien. Monster. He's a monster wearing human skin, and no one knew who screamed first. But the other 3 attackers mid-leap twisted violently midair, crashing headfirst onto the pavement in abject humiliation. They scrambled to their feet, fleeing blindly toward the school gates. Run. Flee now. He is no human at all. Return to base. Raise the alarm. A demon has risen among humanity. Nonce the first broke rank, the rest abandoned all dignity and discipline. They scattered in panic, wishing they'd been born with 4 legs instead of 2. Some unfurled bony wings and shot skyward, others dissolved into roiling black mist skimming low across the ground. Students hiding in the distance stared dumbfounded at this rout of once terrifying predators. Was this truly the same brutal, bloodthirsty horde that had treated them like helpless fish on a cutting board moments ago? How could a single man reduce them to such craven, tail-tucking wretches? What the hell? Calls himself Class F. Chu Kuang slumped amid shattered bricks, eyes locked onto that crimson silhouette, his voice a dry, hoarse whisper. His vaunted Class A berserker trait meant nothing before this man, less than dust beneath his boot. Just moments earlier he'd mocked Qin Bei's mechanical bat as scrap metal. Now his own face burned, not from heat, but from the sting of utter, humiliating rebuke. NSU Fatso wiped cold sweat from his brow, then perked up at Chu Kuang's dazed, hollow expression. Oh my, Master Chu, weren't you just boasting you could crush Brother Bei with 1 finger? He drawled deliberately, lacing every syllable with mocking theatricality. Go ahead, crush him now. No need to sit there shaking like a leaf. Chu Kuang's face flushed violet, then paled. His jaw clenched tight, speech utterly abandoned. His Dao heart had already shattered into irreparable fragments the moment Qin Bei drew forth that colossal hammer. At the center of the athletic field in Qin Bei stood motionless Devour, warhammer resting across his shoulders, watching the fleeing backs without haste. A crimson cloak billowed behind him in the breeze, a cold, razor-edged smile curled his lips. Weren't you just brimming with arrogance? His voice amplified through the helmet's resonance chamber and infused with spiritual energy rolled like thunder, and clear, resonant, and deafening in every alien ear. Didn't you call me your after-dinner delicacy? Didn't you sneer at me as lowly human, a Class F trash? He slowly raised the hammer. Purplish-black lightning crackled wildly across its head, shrieking like a dying star. Why flee? Knee's gaze froze, glacial lethal. A torrent of murderous intent erupted skyward, shaking the very air. Today you vermin shall witness the true weight of Class F. As the final word hung in the air, Qin Bei exploded downward with both feet. Boom! Na's seismic roar tore through the silence. The cement beneath him cratered inward with terrifying depth. Fracture lines spiderwebbed outward for dozens of meters. Harnessing the recoil, he became a streak of crimson shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed defied perception, leaving behind a rippling sonic boom. He plunged straight into the fleeing alien formation. The slaughter began, unilateral, inevitable, absolute. The first to fall was a Yishue ghost ascending to 15 meters, just beginning to believe its wings would save it. Then, darkness fell upon it. Qin Bei hovered above Degar, warhammer drawn back like a falling mountain, descending with unstoppable force. Crack! Na's spine-chilling snap of splintering bone. Its skull drove deep into its chest cavity. It plummeted like a meteor, carving a smoking crater upon impact. Ding! High-tier alien essence detected. Auto-assimilation initiated. Energy conversion in progress. Qin Bei landed, without pause, spun, and slammed the hammer sideways into another monster attempting to burrow underground. Thwump! The creature flattened instantly into a grotesque, pulpy disc, blood spraying in all directions. Ding! Assimilation complete. Silver tier experience 500. The system's chime cascaded through his mind like euphoric music. This was warfare as sustenance. More he killed, the darker, stronger, and more potent his inner power surged. Qin Bei unleashed himself fully, transforming the entire field into his private hunting ground. and he wielded no dazzling sword arts, no arcane spells. Only raw, primal, breathtaking violence, not brutal ballet of destruction. In left, right, forward, back, wide, unrestrained arcs. And the Devour warhammer spun in his grip like a vortex of purplish-black storm. 80, in with each swing he uttered the number, cold, precise, unblinking. In each utterance marked the end of another high-tier alien, bones and flesh torn asunder. Limbless torsos spiraled through the air, green and crimson blood painted the field in grotesque, vivid strokes. Knit was brutality incarnate, and exhilaration perfected. Behind the rubble not far away Lin Qingxiu, stirred awake from unconsciousness, her head pounding, her vision swimming as she forced her eyes open. What met her gaze was Qin Bei's hammer striking home, shattering a monster's skull in a burst of gore. Who is he? In her serene, icy eyes shimmered with profound bewilderment and awe. That crimson armor, that tyrannical hammer. In this man, standing guard over everyone, slaughtering those monstrous aliens like rabid dogs, knew exactly was he. Was he a covert operative dispatched by the military? Sister Shui, you're awake. Wang Hao dragged his broken leg forward, voice still trembling with tears. That's Qin Bei, our classmate, the so-called useless Qin Bei, and what? For the first time in memory, Lin Qingxiu's placid, still face cracked, revealing sheer, unmasked disbelief. Her gaze locked onto that crimson figure carving carnage across the field. Unbidden, her mind flashed back to Qin Bei sitting quietly on the stone steps, turning that mechanical bat in his hands. Calm, inscrutable, profoundly deep. So when he said, "I've never felt like I failed," Nay wasn't clinging to pride. He spoke as a waking dragon might, dismissing ants with quiet, absolute contempt. Thud, and another hammer fall. Only one Yushui ghost remained on the field, the slyest of them all cowering behind fallen comrades, hoping to slip past unnoticed. Seeing its brethren slaughtered to the last, it collapsed to its knees before Qin Bei, bowing frantically, in tears and snot smearing its grotesque face. Don't kill me. I have elders to care for, and children to raise. Please spare me." Qin Bei approached, planted the hammer into the earth, and looked down upon it, towering, implacable. Within his helmet, amber compound eyes held no mercy, no hesitation, no pity. When your kind devoured humans, did you ever ask whether they too had parents or children?" Qin Bei smirked, then slowly raised the hammer. Lightning writhed across its surface, a death coalesced in the air. The Yushui ghost sensed its final moment. New pleading was futile. Desperate to survive, it jerked its head up and shrieked, "Wait. I know a secret, something enormous." The hammer halted mid-swing, 10 centimeters from its skull. The violent gust of displaced air made its scalp prickle. Qin Bei tilted his head slightly. "Speak. If it buys your life, then tell me." The creature swallowed hard, clutching at salvation. Nan shouted, words tumbling out in frantic haste. It's the High Priest. He's orchestrating a covert assassination campaign against humanity's elite prodigies. I've seen the classified list. Nit's eyes locked on a Qin Bei's crimson armor as it screamed, "Your name is on that list. That list bears your name." A Fongblood scout kneeling on the ground screamed hoarsely. In a desperate bid for survival, it had laid bare every last card it held. Qin Bei's gaze, hidden behind his facial armor, flickered faintly. A High Inquisitor. An assassination list. This assault was no coincidence. It was a meticulously planned purge by the alien races. "Continue," Qin Bei commanded coldly, the thunderous radiance of his hammer dimmed slightly. "The list names not only you, but also..." Before the creature could utter another word, its jaws had barely parted. Thwip! An almost imperceptible whistle sliced through the air. A pitch-black spear, forged from condensed death energy, lanced forth from the thick fog edging the training ground. Its speed defied the naked eye. With surgical precision, the bone spear pierced the Fongblood scout's throat, pinning it rigidly to the shattered concrete. Help! The creature's eyes bulged wide, a ragged hissing wheeze escaped its ruined throat. Within 2 seconds, its body desiccated like parchment, collapsing into a heap of ashen glass-like shards. Silencing a witness, Qin Bei slowly lifted his head, his amber compound eyes locked onto the direction from which the spear had flown. Clap! 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 A measured, unhurried applause drifted out from the dense crimson mist. Then, over 30 towering, grotesque silhouettes strode forward across the rubble-strewn ruins, entering full view. These creatures bore no resemblance to the earlier foot soldiers. They wore uniform dark silver bone armor and wielded standardized razor-sharp long blades. Each emitted a spiritual energy fluctuation so potent it verged on the apex of the silver tier. Most chilling of all was their killing intent, cold, mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion. This was the alien race's true elite. What a magnificent performance. A mantis-shaped Fongblood scout stepped forward, grinding its forelimbs together with a grating metallic shriek. Its compound eyes bored unblinkingly into Qin Bei's, filled with raw greed and cruelty. Master RK truly underestimated you, dying at the hands of a mere human. Yet we owe you thanks for that. The mantis extended its long, glistening tongue, licking drool from its mandibles. You've just endured an impossibly grueling battle far beyond your rank. Surely your stamina is utterly spent. Slay him, bring back his head, and the High Inquisitor himself shall bestow upon us peerless glory. At those words, over 30 elite assassins raised their blades in unison. The frigid gleam of steel cleaved rifts through the blood-tinged mist above the training ground. Students who'd just exhaled in relief now froze, plunged once more into glacial dread. It's over. It's the alien's shadow guard. Gu Qingsheng leaned against a broken wall, clutching her bleeding abdomen in despair. They are consummate executioners, perfectly synchronized, capable of surrounding and slaying even gold-tier cultivators. How could Qin Bei possibly withstand so many alone? Wang Hao lay flat on the ground, feigning death, so terrified he didn't even notice his own trousers soaking wet. But Chu Kuang's eyes gleamed with twisted delight. Die? Just die already, he raged inwardly. So long as Qin Bei perished, he would remain the untouchable attire prodigy. No one would ever eclipse his radiance. Faced with over 30 elite warriors closing in, Qin Bei didn't shift his stance, not even a fraction. He leaned casually on Dega, the colossal hammer, gazing at the chattering mantis scout, as if it were a fool. Spent. Qin Bei scoffed, his voice metallic, laced with scathing derision. Do your alien brains grow inside your intestines? He slowly rotated his neck, his armor clinked sharply. I haven't even finished breakfast yet. You lot delivered this takeout rather promptly. The mantis reared up in furious rage, still spouting bravado on the brink of death. Attack. Carve him into ribbons. Instantly, over 30 shadow guards became streaks of black lightning, converging from all directions upon Qin Bei. Their speed was blinding, their coordination flawless, sealing off every possible escape route. Brother Bei, watch out. Su Fatso screamed, voice cracking with panic. Lin Qingsnow clenched her delicate fists until her palms ran slick with cold sweat. Yet, Qin Bei had no need to retreat. Today I'll show you what true violence really means. Qin Bei slammed his foot down with explosive force. Boom! The ground erupted, shattering outward in a 10-meter-wide crater. He shot forward as a savage crimson blur, dragging the massive violet-black hammer behind him, plowing headlong into the tightly packed enemy ranks like a tiger storming a flock of sheep. No ornate spells, no dazzling sword auras, only raw, unadulterated primal physical power, the kind that sets the blood roaring in your veins. 80. Qin Bei roared, swinging Dega overhead in a brutal whirling arc. Its sheer mass, combined with Kiva's demon sovereign strength, transformed the hammer into an unstoppable meat grinder. Thud, 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 thud. A sickening chorus of melons bursting echoed across the field. The 4 Vanguard Shadow Guards didn't even have time to scream. Their vaunted silver-tier bone armor crumbled like paper upon contact with the hammer's face, shattering instantly. Their upper torsos exploded into crimson mist. Limbs, organs, and viscera sprayed violently into the air. Impossible. The mantis shrieked, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. But Qin Bei's slaughter had only just begun. He abruptly halted the hammer's momentum, his body twisting with eerie stillness, evading 2 blades slashing toward his back. Then, reversing his grip, he swung the hammer upward in a devastating overhead strike, aiming straight at a foe to his left. 80. Crunch. The blow drove the creature's skull and neck straight down into its chest cavity. The immense kinetic force carried onward, slamming its corpse into the concrete with earth-shaking impact. The ground collapsed inward, stone shrapnel exploding outward, flattening the monster into a grotesque embedded meat patty. Kill him. Trap him with formation arrays. Wanna flee? Did you ask my hammer first? Qin Bei sneered, his scarlet cloak whipping wildly in the wind. He bent his knees, then launched himself skyward like a cannonball. Raising Dega high above his head, he descended like a thunder god, hurling the hammer down upon the densest cluster of enemies. He named this technique Brutal Pile Driver. 80. As Qin Bei bellowed, the hammer plummeted, crackling with apocalyptic violet lightning, striking dead center on the training ground. Kerkum. A localized magnitude 10 earthquake detonated across Longhai-no. One High's training field. A violent purplish-black shockwave surged outward in a perfect ring, skimming the Earth's surface. Massive slabs of concrete vaulted over 10 meters into the air. Alien assassins attempting to form arrays were hurled bodily off their feet, helpless before the irresistible concussive force. Arrayoaf. A chorus of agony tore through the sky. Qin Bei denied them even the chance to land. He became a crimson lightning bolt, darting ceaselessly through midair. Each swing rang out with a crisp, unmistakable cry, 80. And each cry heralded the utter disintegration of yet another high-tier alien. This was no battle. It was a one-sided massacre, an orgy of unrestrained visceral brutality. Blood painted half the sky crimson. Shreds of flesh rained down like grisly hail. Students watching from afar felt adrenaline surge, heart-pounding, breathless, electrified by the spectacle. Damn right he's fierce. That's a real man. A boy shouted, face flushed with exhilaration, punching the air. Smash these bastards. Avenge the principal. Su Fatso danced with unrestrained joy, beaming with pride. See that? That's my brother Bei, my actual elder brother. That so-called attire prodigy. He isn't even worthy to polish brother Bei's boots. One sentence reduced Chu Kuang to abject silence, too humiliated to utter a single word in reply. He kept his head bowed low, nails digging deep into his palms, consumed by jealousy so intense it bordered on madness. Lin Qing Snow stared transfixed at the crimson figure dominating the sky. That peerlessly domineering armor. That blood-drenched hammer. Refracted by sunlight, they pulsed with a lethal magnetic allure. She suddenly realized her vaunted steer talent paled into insignificance before such pure, unrelenting power. Thud. A final heavy impact echoed. Qin Bei crushed half the Mantis scout's body with one decisive hammer blow, pinning it grotesquely to a broken wall. From his charge into the enemy ranks to the final collapse of resistance. Not 3 minutes had passed. Over 30 arrogant, invincible Shadow Guard elites were annihilated. Not a single intact alien corpse remained across the entire training ground. Only pulverized fragments and gore-soaked sludge reduced to nothing by Dejia's wrath. Huff. Qin Bei landed steadily, casually flicking green blood from his hammer. He rolled his neck with deep satisfaction, while the system's devouring notifications chimed incessantly in his mind. Ding. Absorbed essence of 35 silver-tier elites. Experience surges exponentially. Congratulations, ascended to silver rank 5th star. Congratulations, ascended to silver rank 8th star. Satisfying. Beneath his helmet, Qin Bei grinned, uttering a single word. This rocket-like surge of power was more intoxicating than any drug. Shouldering his hammer, he strode toward the Mantis scout, still pinned to the wall, clinging to its final ragged breath. You monster. Green ichor gushed from the Mantis's mouth, its compound eyes widened in abject terror. It could not comprehend. How could a human wield combat ferocity surpassing even their own? Don't fear. I'm quite reasonable. Qin Bei crouched low, tapping the creature's cheek lightly with the hammer's haft. Tell me, where is this High Inquisitor now? The Mantis convulsed in agony, yet forced a snarling grin. You'll never learn. The High Inquisitor will tear you limb from limb. Thud. Before it could finish, Qin Bei reversed the hammer, smashing its skull into a pulpy ruin. Green fluid splattered across the wall. Too much chatter. Qin Bei rose disdainfully, shaking the hammer clean, just as he prepared to deactivate his armor. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent electronic chirp erupted from the pile of shredded remains. Qin Bei arched a brow, then used the hammer's haft to part the gore. A blood-smeared black crystal comm device emerged, its surface pulsing with red light indicating an active forced connection attempt. A flicker of amusement crossed Qin Bei's eyes. He stooped, picked up the crystal, and pressed the receive button. After a burst of static, a voice emanated, elegant, refined, yet dripping with the cold, venomous aura of a serpent. 0 is the cleanup complete. Ignore Arcase corpse. Retrieve the target, Qin Bei. Alive or dead, I want him brought to me. The voice paused, laced with condescending disdain. Alive, I demand his presence. Dead, I require his remains. A breeze stirred across the training ground, carrying the thick, coppery stench of blood. Listening to the transmission, Qin Bei's lips curled beneath his helmet, a cruel, predatory smile. He brought the comm crystal to his mouth, and replied, voice transformed by Kiva's armor into a low, resonant, metallic timbre, each word deliberate, chilling. Wash your neck clean. I'll be there shortly, to crack open your skull. The crisp sound of shattering echoed painfully through the desolate playground. The pitch-black crystal communicator in Qin Bei's hand, covered in dark red armor, was crushed into a fine powder. He casually tossed the powder into the night wind, which was thick with the stench of blood, allowing it to fall gracefully among the ruins. Qin Bei paid no mind to whether the alien leader on the other end of the communicator was furious or impotently enraged. In any case, this debt was firmly noted. The playground was eerily silent. Only the occasional crackling sound of short circuits from the broken reinforced concrete broke the stillness. Ashes fell from the sky like snowflakes, covering the incomplete bodies of the aliens scattered across the ground. Qin Bei leaned on the massive Deja heavy hammer wider than a door. His chest rose and fell slightly with a steady and powerful breath emanating from beneath his helmet. The recent one-sided slaughter had not drained much of his stamina. Rather, the spiritual power within him, having surged from continuously devouring massive amounts of source energy, was making him feel somewhat bloated. The students and teachers hiding in the distance all held their breath. Hundreds of eyes stared fixedly at the dark red silhouette that resembled a Shura demon. No one dared to speak up. Not even a single breath was audibly taken. Oh, this was an instinctive reverence ingrained in the genes of weaker beings when faced with the top predators in the food chain. In a corner, someone swallowed hard with great difficulty. Chu Kuang was huddled behind a massive load-bearing wall's ruins. He covered his mouth tightly, fearing the slightest sound of terrified sobs might escape. In those once proud eyes, there was now only endless fear, despair, and profound helplessness. Not human. He is not human at all. Chu Kuang's throat emitted a hoarse whisper like a broken wind instrument. He looked at the silver-ranked elite aliens turned to mush beneath his feet. Recalling how he had absurdly intended to have this monster expelled from school, a warm liquid flowed uncontrollably down the inside of his thigh. Drip drip. Yellow stains spread across the grayish-white cement floor, creating an unpleasant mark. The renowned A-class berserker genius, recognized as the pride of Longhai No. 1 high school, had actually been scared to the point of wetting his pants. A demon. This is the true demon. Chu Kuang hugged his head, burying his face deep in his lap, trembling like a Parkinson's patient in the late stages. All he wished for was that the other party wouldn't glance his way. Otherwise, he feared he would die of fright. Not far away, Lin Qingxue leaned against a broken flagpole. A few splashes of mud stained her stunning and cool face, making her look somewhat disheveled. Yet her usually calm eyes trembled violently. She gazed at the figure leaning on the purple-black heavy hammer, recalling just moments ago when she had handed him a bottle of water, looking down on him, advising him not to give up on himself because of his class talent. Lin Qingxue's cheeks inexplicably flushed with a burning heat. What a grand joke it was. A supreme powerhouse who could slaughter high-level aliens like pigs and dogs. Did he need her pity? Did he need her to pour him that kind of boring soup? Sister Shui. Wang Hao limped over, his face pale. Qin Bei won't kill us too, right? Wang Hao's voice shook so much that it altered its pitch. After all, he had mocked Qin Bei alongside Chu Kuang before. Lin Qingxue ignored him, biting her lip as she fixed her gaze on the dark red silhouette. Bei, brother Bei. In the dead silence, only Su Pengzi summoned his courage to tentatively call out. The fatty struggled to rise from the ground covered in dust. He actually found it hard to recognize him. The usual buddy who skipped classes and played games with him at the internet cafe. How did he suddenly transform into such a world-destroying super figure? Hearing the fatties shout, Qin Bei slightly turned his head. Beneath the helmet, his enormous yellow compound eyes scanned the crowd with no emotion. Wherever his gaze fell, all students and teachers instinctively shrank back. Even the heavily injured former principal Bai Poju couldn't help but clench his remaining left fist. Qin Bei did not remove his helmet, nor did he speak. He merely inclined his chin slightly towards Su Pengzi's direction as a form of greeting. Boom, rumble. At that moment, a low, dense sound of sonic booms suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Like summer thunder, it rolled forth. Several black-painted federal military fighter jets sliced through the night sky, like swords speeding toward Longhai No. 1 high school. The high-explosive energy missiles hanging beneath the wings glimmered with a cold light under the moonlight. It's the Federal Defense Force. The military has finally arrived. Gu Qingqing, covering her bleeding wound, let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. A cheer erupted from the crowd, relieved to have survived. Though the crisis had been quelled by Qin Bei alone, seeing the military finally gave them a true sense of safety. Qin Bei frowned slightly. He looked up at the rapidly approaching formation of fighter jets in the sky. Trouble is coming, he muttered softly beneath his helmet. Although he had drastically increased in strength, having broken through 3 levels to reach Silver 8-star, he was still far from being able to disregard the federal high-tech heavy weaponry. Moreover, with his bizarre armor and the perverse devouring ability, once he attracted the attention of military intelligence or research departments. He would undoubtedly be swarmed by countless parasites unable to shake them off. He had no interest in being a savior for those hypocritical politicians or becoming a test subject for research. Hiding his achievements and fame, making a fortune quietly. This was the basic quality expected of an experienced player. Qin Bei gripped the handle of the Deja heavy hammer, focusing his thoughts. With a low hum, the purple-black heavy hammer wider than a door instantly transformed into a dazzling purple light. It reverted back into a compact whistle securely attached to the right side of his belt. Fatty Hidewell. Qin Bei casually tossed out a sentence, his voice sounding deep and echoing through the armor. Before Su Ponzi could react, Qin Bei's legs bent sharply. The hydraulic device on his thigh emitted a piercing shriek, overwhelmed. Bang! The hard cement ground exploded, creating a large pit. Qin Bei transformed into a dark red shadow like a meteor shooting upwards. In an instant, he soared up, leaping over the remnants of a teaching building that stood several meters high. With just a few jumps, his figure vanished into the dense forest behind the school like a ghost. He disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only the ruins of the playground and a group of teachers and students who were left dumbfounded, their worldview shattered. He's gone. Wang Hao collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just circled around the gates of hell. Of course, Su Ponzi slapped Wang Hao on the back of his head, pride evident on his face. My brother Bei does good deeds without seeking recognition. Do you think you can follow Chu Kuang around all day and act like a big shot? Wang Hao, having been slapped shockingly, didn't dare to make a sound. His fear of Qin Bei had already seeped into his bones. In the depths of the forest behind the suburbs of Longhai City. Thud! A dark red figure crashed heavily into a thick pile of fallen leaves, startling a flock of birds roosting nearby at night. Qin Bei leaned against a massive oak tree, letting out a long sigh. Deactivate transformation. He reached back to grasp the Kivit Bat 3, which was inverted on his belt, gently pulling it upwards. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp mechanical unlocking sound, the dark red gothic heavy armor enveloping him transformed into countless colorful shards of glass. As they refracted brilliant light in the air, they completely dissipated into nothingness. The night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Qin Bei twisted his slightly sore neck, feeling an abundance of energy within. Kivit Bat 3 flapped its metallic wings, landing on Qin Bei's shoulder. Its crimson electronic eyes spun around curiously. So exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The mechanical bat emitted an excited electric sound. Your Majesty, the taste of that feast just now was simply intoxicating. I feel like my core gears have been thoroughly lubricated by that energy. Qin Bei patted the dust off his clothes, pulling out a spare black hoodie from the system space and putting it on. Eat your fill and be quiet and keep a lookout for danger. He casually tapped the bat's metallic head. Then he sat down cross-legged under the tree, closed his eyes, and began to sense the surging dark energy within him like a vast ocean. The silver 8-star spiritual power thundered and roared through his meridians. He was merely a step away from reaching the golden level. As long as he devoured a few peak silver-level aliens or a single source of golden level, he would be able to cross that watershed completely. Just as Qin Bei was preparing to immerse himself in digesting this power and solidifying his realm, an unexpected change occurred. The Kivit Bat 3, which had been resting on his shoulder, suddenly hung upside down from a branch. Its metal wings snapped shut like a bow drawn taut. Something's up. A fierce red light flickered in the bat's electronic eyes, its voice dropping to an extreme whisper. 2 kilometers away, an icy killing intent is approaching at high speed. It's moving extremely fast, and it seems like the opponent has already locked onto us. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow. He slowly opened his eyes, a playful, murderous intent flickering in his pitch-black pupils. Oh! Qin Bei casually snapped a dry twig, playing with it absent-mindedly in his hand. A cold smile gradually crept onto his lips. He gazed into the dark depths of the forest and spoke softly. Just finished a main course, and now there's a dessert delivery. Deep within the forest, the night wind threaded through the treetops, producing a keening like ghosts weeping. Qin Bei leaned against a sturdy oak. The dead twig in his hand had been crushed into wood dust. Just finished a proper meal, and now dessert has come to my door. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his jet-black pupils flashed with a cold, distant light in the night. A foul metallic stench drifted through the air, the odor of low-grade aberrants that laired in sewers and fed on carrion. Kivit, can you tell what breed it is? Qin Bei asked offhandedly, not even bothering to straighten. The mechanical bat perched on his shoulder curled a metal wing over its nose in distaste. Your Majesty, this scent is positively revolting. Judging by the breathing, it sounds like a hybrid mutated wild dog, at best bronze rank. Hearing that, Qin Bei yawned with bored indifference. Bronze rank. I thought it would be some big catch. He could not even summon the interest to call his armor. At that moment, a nauseating rustle rose from the shrubs ahead. 3 black shapes launched from the shadows like starving wolves. Hee. Found you. The leader, a dog-headed mutant fang host, opened a maw dripping with green saliva. Your bloodline smells exquisite. Offer you to the bishop, and we will be promoted. The 3 creatures formed a wedge, their razor claws aiming for Qin Bei's throat and heart. They were swift, leaving afterimages in the air, yet to Qin Bei, who had broken into white silver 8-star, their movements were slower than slow motion. Trade me for military merits. Qin Bei curled his lip into a mocking smile. You dare? He did not even raise a hand, he simply took a single sudden step forward. Boom. The earth beneath his foot erupted into a deep crater. A violent, dark spiritual force surged from his soul, like a ground-hugging dragon smashing toward the 3 monsters. Crack. The sound of bones breaking rang in precise unison. The 3 mutated dog fiends were shattered into a pulp in midair before they even grazed his hem. Stinking blood spattered the ground, they did not even have time to scream. Dirtying my shoes, Qin Bei said with disdain, scraping his soul against the grass. Kivit, take care of this trash food, don't waste it. The mechanical bat emitted an electronic sigh of resignation. You truly are not picky, Majesty. Though complaining, Kivit opened its maw and released a miniature red light wave, devouring the blood aura from the ground until nothing remained. With the little incident handled, Qin Bei did not linger. He slipped through the tangled forest like a live leopard. From the distance, the roar of Federation military helicopter rotors reached him. Harsh searchlight beams combed the ruins above Longhai-no. One high school like a giant comb. They moved fast. Qin Bei sneered, ducking as a reconnaissance drone skated past his head. He had no desire to deal with the military now. After circling the hills several times to confirm there were no tracking marks on him, he moved on. At last, he stopped before a cliff face shrouded in dense vines. A hidden natural cavern lay there, dry and well-ventilated, an ideal refuge. This will do. Qin Bei brushed aside the vines and crawled in, finding a flat stone on which to sit cross-legged. Earlier on the playground, he had broken through 3 great realms, but that had only consumed RKS surface energy. The core essence of a royal official was not something easily digested. System call up RKS Royal Core. He whispered into the depths of his mind. Ding. Command received. Commencing deep fusion of the high-grade Yakswagi Royal Core. The system's chime faded. From his dantian erupted a burst of dark purple flame. It was not a blaze of heat, but a cold so absolute it seemed to freeze the soul. It tore along his meridians, racing toward every limb and bone. Qin Bei gasped, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. This core power was feral and unrestrained, like a wild stallion trying to rampage inside him, intent on tearing his flesh apart. Trying to seize command. Qin Bei ground his teeth, a flash of brutality crossed his dark eyes. You've entered my belly, you will serve me. He poured forth the Dark Emperor bloodline. If RKS Royal Core was a wild horse, then the Dark Emperor's blood was an ancient tyrant, a primordial beast with an abyssal gaping maw. The 2 forces collided within his meridians with an earth-shaking impact. There was no suspense, the domineering dark bloodline crushed and swallowed the dark purple flame outright. Crackling sounds of bone and sinew rubbed together filled him. Flesh restructured, genes transformed. He could feel his muscle fibers hardening like steel cable. A faint sheen of dark golden light crept over the surface of his bones. Exhilarating. Qin Bei did not cry out in pain, he released a low, satisfied roar. The explosive swell of power inside him was intoxicating. Time blurred. Outside the cave, the night had grown ink dark. Ding. Deep fusion complete. Congratulations, host. Your corporeal strength has increased markedly. Your base defense has reached the epic tier threshold. At that prompt, Qin Bei slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness of the cavern, 2 cold streaks of lightning seemed to flash. He flexed his fist. The air itself released a muffled sonic boom. An epic tier body. A satisfied curl played at Qin Bei's mouth. It meant that even if he stood there without calling his armor and took ordinary gunfire, not even a layer of skin would be pierced. Your Majesty, your aura grows ever more captivating. Kivit circled him, its tone betraying fervent excitement. However, I detect some mutation in my core system as well. Want to try a form change? Mutation. Qin Bei's brow rose, interest flickered. The Kivit armor had always been a weapon with great potential for growth. Since he had consumed a royal official's essence, it was only natural the armor should evolve alongside him. Very well, let us see what you have become. He rose, snatched the mechanical bat, hovering in midair, and hooked it inverted to his belt with practiced ease. Henshin. Click. With crisp mechanical teeth meshing, the blood-red bat formation bloomed beneath his feet. A cascade of colored glass-like fragments gathered from the void, enveloping Qin Bei's body completely. A red light pulsed. When the familiar heavy armor materialized in the cave, even Qin Bei was taken aback. This was no longer the plain dark red suit he remembered. Across the chest plate, which had once been simply dark red, intricate, mysterious dark golden sigils now writhed like ancient totems crawling up toward the shoulders. Against the green gems set in the pauldrons, the armor radiated a sacred, yet malevolent beauty. Moreover, the silver sealing chain on the right leg had shifted to a profound purple-black. Lightning seemed to drift faintly across the chain's surface. The armor's aura of oppression had leapt up at least a whole tier. This design has a certain flavor. Qin Bei lifted his arm, and under the weak moonlight admired the armor's flowing, violently handsome lines. He could feel that the mutated armor seemed to breathe on its own. It hungered for battle, it hungered for blood. "Kivit, test my defense." Before the words finished, he clenched his right fist and struck the nearby stone wall without ceremony. He did not draw on spirit energy. This was pure bodily strength augmented by the armor. Boom. The cavern rocked violently, stalactites cascaded from the ceiling. When the dust settled, Qin Bei withdrew his fist. Where granite had stood, there yawned a terrifying pit more than 2 meters across and bottomless to the eye. Yet his gauntlet bore not a single scratch. Even the recoil had been wholly absorbed and nullified by the armor's dark golden sigils. Perfect. Qin Bei watched the effect of that blow and allowed himself a small laugh. The Dark Emperor's bloodline is truly domineering. Even knight armor can be forcibly mutated. He had worried that as his power increased, the armor's base defense might lag behind. That concern now seemed needless. So long as he continued to devour, the armor would evolve with him without limit. Majesty. If that punch had landed on that longworm face, it would have smashed its head into its belly. Kivit gushed obscenely from the belt. Enough flattery. Qin Bei removed the bat and canceled the transformation. The splendid armor dissolved into motes of light and faded. He slipped back into his black hooded sweatshirt. He slipped dormant Kivit into his backpack, brushed the dust from his clothes, and left the cave. It was past 2 in the morning. The Longhai city center still burned with lights. Sirens from police cars and ambulances braided into a discordant symphony. Clearly, the night's aberrant massacre had plunged the city into a sleepless vigil. Qin Bei avoided the main roads, moving like a ghost along a little-used mountain path back toward the city. He slipped past wave after wave of patrolling defense forces and police. Half an hour later, he arrived at the urban village and stopped before a ramshackle rental building. This was his home in this world. The narrow stairwell smelled of long-forgotten sunlight and mildew. The motion sensor light had long been broken. He climbed in the streetlight's glow. At the end of the third-floor corridor stood a thin iron door. Qin Bei produced a key and turned the rusted lock. Creak. The harsh opening sounded abruptly in the still hallway. The room was small, barely a dozen square meters. A single bed, a peeling desk, and a leaking sink. This had been the original owner's home for 18 years. So damn meager. Qin Bei shook his head, flung his backpack onto the bed, and collapsed in a starfish sprawl. The successive slaughter and level-ups had not exhausted his body, but his mind carried a thread of fatigue. He fished out a second-hand smartphone from the bedside table, its screen spiderwebbed with cracks. The moment he pressed the power button, the phone erupted. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. Notifications sounded as if the device had gone mad. The screen stuttered for a full half-minute before it managed to display. Qin Bei glanced down. Unread messages read 999. Every major news app shoved the same headline across the top. Shocking. A mysterious armored big shot appears at Longhai No. 1 high school. 1 hammer shatters a royal official. Nationwide search for the savior. Who is the man carrying the purple, great hammer? Dawn of humanity's Counter-Strike, deep analysis of the masked big shot's combat data. Someone in the underground black market forum had even posted a reward of 100 million Federation currency for his true identity. These keyboard warriors flip faces faster than turning pages. Qin Bei sneered and lazily swiped the screen. Hours before, they'd flooded the net ridiculing him as junk and scrap. Now they would worship him like an ancestor. Your Majesty, they are all praising your handsomeness. Kivit poked its metal head from the backpack. Its electronic eye gleamed with excitement. A netizen named Ming Mingda says she'll bear you a child. Go back to sleep. Qin Bei snapped the bat back into the bag. Childbearing. His mind was occupied with more pressing matters. How to root out the bishop's nest and harvest more high-grade cores to consume. As he prepared to silence the phone and sleep, a faint rhythmic knock sounded at the door, soft, deliberate, and strangely musical in the silence of night. Qin Bei's finger froze on the screen. A cold, lethal light flashed through his dark eyes. Who would come calling at this hour? What mattered most was this: with his current epic tier sensitivity, he should have detected breathing or a heartbeat outside before the knock. He had sensed nothing. Kivat's voice dropped to a rare gravity. Your Majesty, the presence outside, the scent is not human. Qin Bei said nothing. He sat up slowly and reached for the rusted fruit knife on the table, idly twirling it in his hand. He regarded the thin iron door, and a smile as cold as ice curled his lips. Playing at ghosts in the middle of the night. You'd better pray your neck is harder than the knife in my hand. Playing tricks in the dead of night. You'd better pray your neck is tougher than the knife in my hand. Qin Bei gripped the rusty fruit knife, his eyes icy to the extreme. He made no sound, like a black panther stalking through the dark night, silently pressing himself against the iron door. The knocking outside continued. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm was slow, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Bei yanked the iron door open, the fruit knife cutting through the cold air as he thrust it outward. Meowed. A piercing screech exploded in the hallway. There was no assassin, no alien race as expected. Only a massive, mutated wildcat covered in pus-filled sores from nuclear radiation arched its back and bared its teeth at Qin Bei. The knocking had been made by its tail rhythmically slapping the iron door. The beast was drawn by the strong scent of alien blood on Qin Bei, mistaking him for a meal. Qin Bei twisted his wrist, halting the fruit knife just before the mutated cat's nose. He stared at the ugly creature, raising an eyebrow expressionlessly. A dark, golden vertical pupil flickered faintly in the shadows. A dominating aura unique to the Dark Emperor surged through his gaze and slammed into the cat's mind. Meow. Hic. The mutated cat, once fierce, was suddenly like a duck with its neck wrung. Its fur bristled and its eyes rolled back. A foul yellow liquid trickled down its hind legs as it wet itself in terror. Then it scrambled down the stairs and vanished in an instant. Qin Bei looked at the puddle on the floor, curling his lip in disgust. What a waste of emotion. He tossed the fruit knife back onto the table and locked the iron door. Stripping off his dust-laden clothes, Qin Bei stepped into the narrow bathroom and turned on the shower. The cold water streamed over him, washing away the residual excitement in his muscles. 10 minutes later, Qin Bei emerged, drying his hair, and threw himself onto the creaky single bed. The successive battles beyond his rank and the forced fusion of the royal essence had exhausted this newly awakened body. Without even checking his phone, he closed his eyes and fell asleep instantly. A dreamless night. The next morning, harsh sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains, shining on Qin Bei's face. Buzzed. Buzzed. The second-hand smartphone on the nightstand vibrated violently on the wooden surface like a high-frequency massager. Frowning, Qin Bei reached for the phone and squinted at the screen. Caller ID Fatty Sue. Time 7:30 a.m. He slid to answer and put the phone to his ear. Bei Ge. You finally answered. You're alive. Fatty Sue's deafening roar nearly pierced Qin Bei's eardrum. Qin Bei quickly moved the phone 10 centimeters away and rubbed his ear. What are you wailing about so early? I'm perfectly fine. Where did you go yesterday? I searched for you half the night and couldn't even find your corpse. I almost called the cops. The fat guy's voice was thick with tears. Qin Bei yawned and made up a casual lie. I saw the aliens attacking, so I ran to the back mountain, got lost, and slept in the woods. Just got back. You sure have nerves of steel. The fat guy slapped his thigh on the other end, his voice trembling with excitement. Do you know what you missed? The battle of the century. The whole internet is in a frenzy. Get on the local forum now. The servers are almost crashing. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow. He pressed the speakerphone button, tossed the phone on the pillow, and opened the Longhai City Awakener forum. As soon as the interface loaded, the phone froze for 10 seconds before painfully displaying a screen full of red-hot posts. Miracle descends. Mysterious armored boss appears at Longhai No. 1 high. Northwest Hammer King. 1 smash kills Royal Cadre, dawn of human counterattack. Deep dive, is that dark red heavy armor a mechanical creation or a tamed beast? Shocking. Masked boss annihilates alien elite in under 3 minutes. The hottest post was pinned and marked red by the admins with a giant, explosive tag. Its title was simple and direct. Nationwide bounty. 100 million federal coins for the true identity of the masked boss. Qin Bei clicked on the pinned post. It contained several videos shot from different angles. There was footage of him grabbing a bat transformation with one hand, smashing RK away with a hammer, and finally wielding the heavy hammer to wreak havoc on the playground. Though the drone distance was too far to capture his face, the overwhelming sense of destructive pressure through the screen was enough to make one's legs weak. The comments section refreshed at lightning speed with thousands of replies per second. Dad? That's my real dad. That hammer strike made my soul ascend. So damn cool. This is humanity's savior. Don't guess. This is definitely a nuclear-grade powerhouse secretly trained by the military. How could an ordinary person have such power? 100 million bounty. If I knew who he was, I'd never worry about money again. Qin Bei laughed out loud at these fervent comments. Yesterday, these people were clamoring for him to drop out, calling him a waste of resources. Today, they were practically ready to erect a shrine for him. Beigu, did you see that? 100 million. Fatty Sue's voice was still buzzing with excitement. If I knew that, boss, I'd go claim the reward and live high on the hog for the rest of my life. Qin Bei leaned against the headboard and replied slowly. Don't get your hopes up. Maybe that boss is so broke he can't even afford breakfast right now. Bullshit. A boss of that level would be short on cash. Fatty Sue scoffed, taking it as a joke. Alright, Beigu, I'm relieved knowing you're safe. School's on a 3-day break. Rest at home, and he'll find you for some skewers later. The call ended. Qin Bei casually opened his federal bank app. After facial recognition, the screen displayed a pitiful number. Available balance 38.50 yuan. Qin Bei looked at the barely 2-digit figure, his mouth twitching. 100 million bounty. He rubbed his chin, a wry self-mockery in his eyes. If I weren't afraid of being taken apart for research, I'd report myself. In this era where strength reigns supreme, being broke meant being helpless. Cultivation required buying potions, body enhancement needed nutrient fluids, and even high-level training halls charged by the hour. But Qin Bei wasn't short on cash now. Give it time to work. Qin Bei called out. Coming, my emperor. The mechanical bat, which had been hanging upside down from the ceiling, instantly opened its red eyes and fluttered down. Qin Bei concentrated. Whoosh. In an instant, a pile of items radiating intense spiritual energy appeared on the floor of the cramped rental room. 35 dark silver bone longswords glinting with cold light. A heap of elite armor fragments stripped from the shadow guard, the mutated dual blades of the mantis monster, and a silver-grade crystal core emitting a faint glow. These were all the spoils automatically collected into his storage space after he smashed those aliens with the heavy hammer on the playground last night. Though the essence is gone, these bones and the crystal core are solid hard currency. Qin Bei picked up a bone longsword and flicked the blade with his finger. Hum. The blade let out a crisp dragon's roar, sharp enough to slice the air. Your Majesty, why are you keeping this junk? Kivit flew around the bone, sword disdain dripping from its voice. For meal money. Qin Bei found a huge black plastic bag and stuffed all the materials into it. Just take it to a pawn shop in the underground black market, and it should fetch a few million. He had made a big splash last night, but also offended the hidden trouble of the bishop. His strength had to be improved as soon as possible. The top-grade medicinal herbs he had his eye on, which could aid in tempering the dark bloodline, were all available in the black market, but at exorbitant prices. Qin Bei tied the bag tightly and walked to the wardrobe to change into inconspicuous clothes. Just as his hand touched a black-hooded windbreaker. Knock, knock, knock. 3 crisp, steady knocks without any hesitation sounded without warning at the rusty iron door. Qin Bei's hand froze in midair. His eyes sharpened instantly like a drawn sword. This knocking was completely different from the wildcat last night. The rhythm was clear, the force even carrying the oppressive air of someone long accustomed to command. Moreover, with his epic-level perception, Qin Bei could clearly hear the heartbeat of the person outside. Extremely slow, extremely calm. Like a precision machine devoid of any emotion. They found me. Qin Bei let go of the windbreaker and kicked the bag of alien materials under the bed. He walked to the iron door, not looking through the peephole, but speaking flatly. Who is it? There was a 2-second silence outside. Then a clear, crisp female voice, exuding an unyielding authority, came through the iron door. Federal Intelligence Bureau. Qin Bei opened the door. Playing ghost in the dead of night. Qin Bei gripped the rusted fruit knife, his gaze freezing into glacial steel. He made no sound, no whisper of footsteps, as he glided toward the iron door like a black panther moving through shadow. The knocking continued outside, but its rhythm had shifted, 3 sharp, deliberate strikes, each resonating with the quiet authority of one long accustomed to command. Qin Bei did not glance through the peephole. Instead, he spoke, calm, measured, utterly devoid of inflection. Who is it? Silence answered him for 2 full seconds. Then came a woman's voice, crisp, incisive, laced with unassailable authority. Federal Intelligence Bureau. Qin Bei, open the door. At that name, Qin Bei's brow lifted faintly. With a flick of his wrist, the rusted fruit knife vanished up his sleeve as if swallowed by smoke. The razor-edged intensity in his eyes dissolved instantly, replaced by the wide-eyed terror and helpless confusion of an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. Even his posture slumped, deliberately, shoulders hunched forward. His shift in demeanor was flawless, textbook perfect. He drew a sharp breath, feigned frantic motion, and twisted the handle of the rust-pitted security door. Standing beyond the threshold was a tall woman, her figure wrapped in a flawlessly tailored black belted trench coat, every curve held in disciplined elegance. She wore black tactical combat boots, her legs were long, straight, commanding. Tracing upward from the coat's hem, one reached a face of breathtaking, almost cruel beauty. No expression softened its contours, only an impenetrable frost, ancient and unyielding. Bai Bing, a top-tier operative of the Federal Intelligence Bureau, renowned as a living lie detector. Her phoenix-shaped eyes, sharp as eagle's talons, locked onto Qin Bei through the narrow crack of the doorway. "You are Qin Bei." Her voice carried no inflection, flat, precise, like a machine reciting protocol. Without hesitation, she withdrew a black identification booklet from her coat pocket and flashed it before his eyes. Upon its emblem gleamed crossed sword and shield, cold, metallic, unblinking. "See, Captain." "Sir." Qin Bei flinched violently, stumbling half a step backward. His performance was pitch perfect, the cowering, trembling portrait of a terrified underclass student. Even the instinctive awe he projected toward official authority, deep-rooted, visceral, involuntary, was rendered with uncanny precision. Bai Bing stepped past him, without invitation, her long legs carrying her into the cramped rental apartment. A pungent, damp mold smell hit her first. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze sweeping the room like a high-resolution scanner, methodical, relentless. A single bed, a battered study desk, instant noodle cups scattered across the floor, and on the nightstand, a lifeless black mechanical bat. Nothing out of place. Not a ripple of spiritual energy, not the faintest tremor. "Where were you last night during the Long Hai No? One high attack?" Bai Bing turned, her eyes locking onto Qin Bei's micro-expressions with surgical focus. I was right there on the sports field." Qin Bei swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "When that monster fell from the sky, I was standing beside the flagpole." He gestured wildly, his face still pale with remembered horror. "It was terrifying. One kick, and the podium shattered into dust. My legs gave out. I scrambled, rolled, and crawled straight into the storm drain beneath the main stage." Bai Bing watched his animated, cringing performance, her eyes flickering with a subtle, unreadable scrutiny. According to Bureau intelligence, this boy was the only student at his school to awaken and frank, worthless companion. And precisely 1 minute before the assault began, he had stood atop that very podium. Time, location, even motive, the public mockery he'd endured, aligned with eerie, unsettling perfection. Her instincts, honed over years of covert operations, whispered that this unremarkable young man concealed something deeply anomalous. "You stayed hidden in the drain the entire time." Bai Bing stepped forward, her polished boot striking the concrete floor with a crisp, echoing click. "Did you see the figure clad in dark crimson armor wielding a violet warhammer, eh?" She emphasized each word, searching his face for even the faintest flicker of panic. Instead, Qin Bei's eyes lit up, bright, eager, unmistakably genuine. He slapped his thigh with sudden, exuberant force. Yes, I saw him. Captain, that man was divine. A god descended among mortals." His pupils dilated, his voice brimming with fanatical adoration, the kind reserved for idols worshipped from afar. "Through the iron grating of the drain, I saw a flash of crimson light, whoosh, shooting straight into the sky. Then that hammer-wielding deity, crash, smashed the monster into oblivion." He described it with feverish animation, spittle nearly misting the front of Bai Bing's trench coat. Bai Bing recoiled half a step, subtle, effortless, increasing the distance between them. Too real. This blind, fervent worship of overwhelming power was the most authentic psychological signature of a powerless underdog. 70% of her suspicion evaporated. Yet as a veteran operative, she refused full surrender to appearances. Without warning, Bai Bing reached past Qin Bei's shoulder and snatched up the mechanical bat resting on the desk. The move was lightning fast, utterly untelegraphed. Beneath his eyelids, Qin Bei's pupils contracted, microscopically, imperceptibly. His right index finger, dangling at his side, tensed, muscle coiling like a drawn bowstring. If Kivet, the wretched bat, malfunctioned now, if it emitted so much as a hum or a flicker, he would snap the beautiful woman's neck without hesitation. At this range, his mythic-tier physical strength could erase a top-tier operative in less than 1/10 of a second. For that suspended instant, the air itself seemed to crystallize, sharp, brittle, thick, with latent violence. Bei Bing held the mechanical bat before her eyes, examining it with clinical detachment. Cold metal casing. Dead glassy electronic eyes. No craftsmanship worth noting. Not even the crudest child's wind-up toy offered more charm. 5 seconds passed. Kivit remained inert, utterly convincingly lifeless, indistinguishable from scrap metal. A silent, sardonic laugh curled inside Qin Bei's mind. This little creature had mastered the art of feigned death, just as he himself had taught it. This is your awakened artifact. Bei Bing weighed the bat in her palm, her tone laced with undisguised disdain. Not a trace of spiritual energy, indistinguishable from junk metal. Yes, that's right. Qin Bei murmured, bowing his head low, feigning shame, self-loathing. His fingers twisted nervously at his shirt hem, his voice dropped to a fragile, insectal whisper. Everyone mocks me, says I'm ruined, doomed to be useless forever. He lowered his head further, letting his shoulders tremble, just twice, in practiced despair. He looked exactly like a stray dog crushed beneath the weight of existence. Watching him slump, broken, pathetic, Bei Bing's interest dissolved entirely. A coward who dared not even resist ridicule. How could he possibly be the legendary slaughterer who tore apart royal enforcers barehanded? Her vaunted intuition, it seemed, had failed her, for once. Clang! She tossed the mechanical bat back onto the desk. Metal struck wood with a dull, hollow thud. Alien activity has surged recently. Stay indoors after dark. Though you're of no use to us, you're still human. Stay safe. She adjusted her trench coat collar and turned toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. Should you recall any further details about the masked assailant, contact the Bureau immediately. Without glancing back, she strode into the dim stairwell. Her heels clicked sharply, then faded, swallowed by the silence of the turning staircase. Click! Qin Bei reached out and relocked the rusted iron door. At the precise moment the latch slid home, his meek, fearful expression melted away like mist under noon sun. In its place bloomed something else. A glacial, soul-freezing aura of lethal intent. His obsidian eyes reignited, slitted, burning with molten gold, the vertical pupils of the Dark Emperor. Like a lone wolf returning from a sovereign patrol, ruthless, amused, utterly untamed. Little miss, you've got sharp instincts. He walked to the bed, picked up the mechanical bat, discarded carelessly upon the desk. Pity your intellect doesn't match. Just one more question, or a single pulse of spiritual energy probing beneath the surface, and she would already be a desiccated corpse. Uft, uft. That woman's grip is brutal. Kivit Bat 3 snapped open, its crimson eyes, wings fluttering furiously, voice crackling with indignation. Dare she call the mighty Kivit mere scrap metal? Your Majesty, why didn't you let me bite through her throat? The bat whirled midair, clearly seething. Qin Bei smiled faintly, then reached beneath the bed and hauled out a black snakeskin bag bulging with alien materials. Killing an Intelligence Bureau operative draws too much heat. Not worth the cost. He slung the heavy sack over his shoulder. The aged floorboards groaned under its weight. Besides, the more they dismiss me as trash, the freer I am to move through this city. He pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt, obscuring most of his face. He pushed open the window, gazing out at the ashen pre-dawn sky. If the Federal Intelligence Bureau had already tracked him down, then official channels were flailing, blind, desperate, hunting for the so-called savior. The murkier the waters, the better. Let's go, old comrade. Kivit dangled upside down from Qin Bei's shoulder, curious. Your Majesty, where are we headed? Oi. Qin Bei bared his teeth in a slow, predatory grin. To pay a visit to the local black market lord. And teach him, properly, how to behave. The system space ability is the perfect companion for plundering. Qin Bei watched the enormous black plastic bag under his bed vanish into thin air and clapped his hands in satisfaction. The official agent's probing was nothing more than a trivial, insignificant interlude to him. As long as he didn't expose himself, who could possibly connect in Flevel Mechanical Bat to the demonic god who had wreaked havoc far and wide? He casually pulled a faded old-school uniform from the wardrobe and slipped it on. Picking up his deflated backpack, Qin Bei pushed open the door and walked out of the dim urban village as if nothing had happened. The morning sunlight spilled onto the streets. The air of Longhai City still carried a faint scent of gunpowder and blood. By the time Qin Bei strolled over to Longhai No. 1 high school, all that lay before him was a scene of bustling ruins. The once imposing teaching building had collapsed by more than half. Over a dozen heavy engineering mechs were roaring as they cleared the rubble, the sound of their tracks crushing the ground deafening. Dozens of white temporary disaster relief tents had been set up on the sports field. Students who had survived the catastrophe gathered in small groups, queuing up to register casualties. Did you hear? Last night that mysterious guy with the sledgehammer took down the monster in one move. No kidding, I was right there. That dark red armor was so cool I dropped to my knees on the spot. People online are calling him the Northwest Hammer King, saying he's a hidden god-level powerhouse of humanity. Qin Bei had just approached the crowd when he heard a few boys excitedly gossiping about the battle from the day before, their faces flushed with fervor. Qin Bei's mouth twitched slightly at this adulation. If these guys knew that the god-level powerhouse they were talking about was standing right next to them with a tattered backpack, they'd probably be stunned speechless. Bei gulped. A strangely wailing cry suddenly came from not far away. Before Qin Bei could react, a massive ball of flesh lunged at him and clung tightly to his leg. Bei gulped. Thank heavens you're alive. Fatty Sue's face was covered in dust, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, tears and snot smearing all over Qin Bei's pant leg. I thought you didn't make it yesterday and got eaten by those monsters as a snack. Qin Bei kicked his leg in disgust and irritably hoisted the fatty up. Stop your blubbering. Your old pal Hay Race got a tough life. Even the king of hell wouldn't dare take me. He looked Fatty Sue up and down. Aside from a scraped scalp, the guy hadn't lost an ounce of his blubber and his complexion was robust. You're lucky to be alive. Getting knocked flying yesterday and being fine. The fatty rubbed his big belly and grinned sheepishly. All thanks to my grade mystic armored turtle talent. Thick skin and sturdy bones, great for cushioning falls. And then that deity with the big hammer showed up and all those monsters got scared and ran off. I slipped into the bunker while the chaos was happening. Mentioning that deity made the fatty's eyes sparkle. Bega, you left too early yesterday, you missed the scene. When that big hammer swung, purple lightning crackled everywhere. It was freaking awesome. Watching his best friend act like such a fanboy, Qin Bei barely suppressed his smile and patted his shoulder. All right, you're alive, that's what matters. They'll treat you to some barbecue another day to calm your nerves. Just as they were talking, an extremely grating voice cut in. Well, if it isn't our No. One High's famous running champion. Qin Bei frowned slightly and turned to see Chu Kuang, his arm in a cast, striding over with his nose in the air, surrounded by a gaggle of lackeys. Wang Hao hobbled beside him on a crutch, his face full of sarcasm. Young Master Chu, you have to admit this grade waste may not have any other skills, but when it comes to tucking tail and fleeing, he's definitely number one in the whole school. No kidding. As soon as the monsters came out yesterday, this kid was off faster than a rabbit, not a trace of him to be found. A few of the lackeys burst into laughter, their eyes full of contempt as they looked at Qin Bei. In their eyes, although yesterday's disaster was terrifying, now that the crisis had passed, their ridiculous sense of superiority had once again taken over their higher brain functions. They needed to find the lowest scum to mask their own shame of having wet themselves yesterday. Fatty Sue's temper flared at this, and he puffed out his chest, stepping in front of Qin Bei. Wang Hao, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? The fatty pointed at Chu Kuang's nose and cursed loudly. When the monsters came out yesterday, who was it that ran the fastest? And who was it that pushed down a female classmate to save his own skin? And you, Chu Kuang, your pants were soaked yesterday, don't think I didn't see it. At this, a few students who had been watching began whispering among themselves, their expressions turning odd. Chu Kuang's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Wetting his pants was the greatest shame of his life, and being exposed in public by the fatty was worse than death. You dead fatty, you're asking for it. Chu Kuang roared, raising his one good arm as a trace of berserk red spiritual energy gathered in his fist. He was determined to knock out every last tooth in that fatty's mouth today. However, before he could throw his punch, a long, fair-skinned hand reached out from the side and gently rested on Fatty Sue's shoulder. Qin Bei pulled the fatty behind him, a harmless smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He quietly watched the enraged Chu Kuang, his eyes as clear as a spring, showing not a hint of anger. Come on, we're all classmates, no need for such hot tempers. Qin Bei spread his hands in a gesture of helpless compromise. I admit it. I'm just an grade, ordinary person. Yesterday I was scared out of my wits and hid in the sewer, too afraid to come out. He even let out a cooperative sigh, playing the part of a self-deprecating bottom-tier loser to perfection. After all, I don't have young Master Chu's a grade berserker talent to go head-to-head with the alien races. As soon as these self-deprecating words were spoken, the spiritual energy around Chu Kuang's fist dissipated. He was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a triumphant superior laugh. Ha ha ha. At least you know your place. Chu Kuang looked down at Qin Bei with contempt, finally feeling some of his pent-up frustration ease. As long as this loser still kowtowed, Chu Kuang would remain the lofty genius. Qin Bei, you listen to me. Chu Kuang lifted his chin, reached out, and poked Qin Bei's chest, his tone full of warning. Midterms are next week. The school has already made it clear whoever comes in last gets kicked straight out of the advanced class. With your garbage talent for summoning scrap metal, you'd better pack your bags and leave now instead of sticking around to embarrass yourself. Wang Hao chimed in from the side. That's right. When you get on the arena, young Master Chu will dismantle your bones with just one finger. Faced with this naked humiliation, Fatty Su's eyes turned red with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. He was about to rush forward and fight, but Qin Bei held him firmly back. Qin Bei wasn't angry at all. In fact, his smile grew even brighter. Young Master Chu's lesson is well taken. He looked at Chu Kuang's arrogant face, a glint of savagery and mockery known only to himself flickering deep in his pitch-black eyes. Then we'll see each other at the midterm exams. Qin Bei was all smiles on the surface, but in his heart, he was coldly counting down the days. When the exam arena comes, he'll slap your faces one by one until you all look like pig heads. This farce finally ended under the scolding of the homeroom teacher. Due to the severe damage to the school, the teachers simply took a head count, arranged for some impromptu psychological counseling, and then announced an early dismissal. All students were told to go home and rest, and to return in 3 days for classes in the temporary prefab buildings set up on the sports field. Vega, why did you hold me back? I wanted to break a few of that bastard's ribs. On the way home, Fatty Su was still fuming. Qin Bei walked slowly, one hand in his pocket. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? He brushed it off casually, then looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. It was about time for those shady gray market businesses in the street corners to open for business. All right, Fatty, get off at the intersection ahead. Qin Bei stopped at a crossroads and patted his best friend on the back. I need to go to the market. The rice jar at home is empty, and I've got nothing for dinner. Fatty Su didn't suspect a thing. He knew Qin Bei was an orphan and had always been struggling to get by. Why not come over to my place for dinner? My mom was asking about you yesterday. Some other time. I'm really tired today and just want to get some early sleep. Qin Bei declined with a smile. Watching the fatty's bulk disappear around the street corner, the smile on Qin Bei's face gradually faded. His once gentle eyes instantly turned as sharp and cold as a lone wolf's. He turned and slipped into a deadened alley with no surveillance. At the very end of the alley was a dilapidated public toilet that reeked of stale urine. Qin Bei pushed open a rickety stall door and stepped inside. 3 minutes later, when he emerged from the restroom again, his entire demeanor had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. The faded school uniform had been stowed away in his spatial storage. In its place was a loose black hooded trench coat. The wide hood was pulled up high, and a plain black mask covered his face, revealing only a pair of deep, indifferent eyes that held a faint, lurking, murderous intent. This outfit was the standard look of an outlaw in the chaotic streets of the lower city. Come out. Qin Bei lowered his voice, his mind stirring slightly. Thud. A black plastic bag half as tall as a man materialized at his feet. The bag was extremely heavy, landing on the concrete floor with a dull thud. Inside were all the spoils of war he had hammered out on the sports field last night: 35 elite bone knives, a bag full of high-grade alien race remains, and a silver-grade crystal core. Your Majesty, this place smells terrible. Kivit Bat 3 hung upside down inside the pocket of Qin Bei's coat, communicating via telepathy that only the two of them could hear. Bear with it. Qin Bei hoisted the plastic bag, which weighed over 200 jin, with the ease of lifting a sack of cotton. He adjusted his cap, turned, and walked towards the darkest underground passage outside the alley. At the end of this passage lay Longhai City's most notorious, yet most lucrative den of iniquity, the black market. Let's go, old friend. Qin Bei shifted the plastic bag in his hand, a cold, benevolent smile curling beneath his black mask. Let's go meet those vampires in the black market. Let's see who has the sharper teeth tonight. At the end of the underground tunnel stood a heavy rusted iron door. As it swung open, blinding neon lights and a cacophony of curses surged in like a tidal wave. This was Longhai City's largest underground black market, a lawless realm where only fists and federal credits reigned. The air hung thick with the stench of cheap alcohol, machine oil, and the faint metallic tang of blood. Qin Bei strode forward along the muddy street, clad in an oversized black hooded trench coat, his face half hidden behind a surgical mask. In one hand, he carried a bulging black snakeskin bag. Several scar-faced thugs by the roadside had watched him with hostile eyes, until they saw the dark green bloodstains marring the bag in his grip and the chilling, unblinking indifference in his stride. These battle-hardened outlaws instinctively parted, clearing a path. An old saying echoed through the black market: the shabbier the clothes, the deadlier the killer. Ignoring the stalls lining both sides, Qin Bei marched straight toward the most imposing structure at the market's heart, a 3-story Western-style villa crowned by a gilded sign, Black Gold Guild. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the clamor outside vanished. Thick hand-woven carpets muffled sound, and the air carried the faint soothing fragrance of calming incense. Seated upon a crimson-lacquered imperial armchair in the grand hall sat a portly middle-aged man in expensive silk tang attire, idly rolling 2 translucent jade walnuts between his fingers. He was Qin Bei, head of the Longhai branch of the Black Gold Guild. At the sound of footsteps, he did not even lift his eyelids. His tiny eyes, squeezed into slits by layers of fat, flicked sideways, catching only the grimy snakeskin bag in Qin Bei's hand. "Oh dear, hold on right there." Qin Duo withdrew a silk handkerchief and pressed it to his nose with theatrical disgust. "What are the security guards doing? Letting every ragpicker waltz in?" He waved his plump hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Young man, turn left at the gate and walk 200 meters. You'll find a scrapyard. We don't deal in junk here." Qin Bei halted. He offered no retort, no anger, only silent and motionless steps toward the priceless crimson lacquered long table. "Whether you accept it or not depends on what you see first." His voice was low, gravelly, subtly distorted, as if filtered through a vocal modulator. Qin Duo sneered and slammed the jade walnuts onto the tabletop. "Fine. I'd love to see what treasure your trash sack holds." His words died mid-sentence. With one hand, Qin Bei seized the bottom of the 200-pound snakeskin bag and dumped its contents downward in a single violent motion. Clatter! A deep, resonant crash of metal striking bone erupted across the vast hall. 35 obsidian silver bone blades rained down onto the lacquered surface like falling daggers. Then came dozens of pulsating high-tier Fang blood demon hearts radiating searing crimson light as they rolled wildly across the wood. Finally, thud! A fist-sized silver-grade mutant core landed softly beside Qin Duo's hand, its surface shimmering with an icy predatory luminescence. Time itself froze. The tranquil incense dissipated instantly, obliterated by a suffocating blood-soaked aura of apex predation. These were the residual essences of over 30 silver-grade Shadow Guard soldiers, and a Silver 8-star, mutated insect sovereign. Even as mere remnants, the sheer, overwhelming presence of such high-tier predators was more than any black market merchant, whose fortune rested solely on trade, could endure. Plop! The silk handkerchief slipped from Qin Duo's fingers onto the table. His narrow eyes, now stretched wide as saucers, bulged from their sockets. He stared transfixed at the mountain of lethal weapons and throbbing hearts before him. Others might not recognize them, but he, the guild master of this den of vice, knew them all too well. Those obsidian silver bone blades belonged exclusively to the Fangblood Demon Royal Household's elite Shadow Guard. A single soldier could tear a gaping wound through Longhai City's fortified defenses. And now, 35 blades. Over 30 high-tier hearts, piled carelessly as though they were cabbages inside a tattered snakeskin sack. Thighs. Qin Duo's teeth chattered violently, emitting sharp, brittle clicks. An indescribable chill shot up his spine, piercing straight into his crown. Thump! His knees buckled. He slid off the imperial chair and collapsed onto the carpet, his jiggling flesh trembling like a washing machine set to maximum spin. A man capable of slaughtering over 30 royal elite soldiers. Could he be one of the legendary war gods from the military, traveling incognito? Or perhaps, a terrifying title that had exploded across the net just last night flashed through Qin Duo's mind: the Hammer King of the Northwest. Qin Bei pulled up a chair and seated himself with commanding nonchalance. Leaning forward slightly, elbows resting on knees, he looked down upon the crumpled figure at his feet. Beneath his hood, his gaze gleamed, cold, sharp, and laced with quiet mockery. "Well, Director Qin." Qin Bei extended a finger and tapped once lightly against the silver-grade core lying on the table. "Do you dare refuse this junk?" The tap was soft, but to Qin Duo's ears it echoed like the Grim Reaper knocking upon his skull. Dare. No, I mean yes. I accept everything." Qin Duo scrambled upright, ignoring the dust smudged across his silk robe. Wiping torrents of sweat from his brow, he bent so deeply his forehead nearly touched his knees. "And master, this humble servant offended your majesty with blind ignorance. These goods, truly peerless treasures unseen in a century." Qin Duo was shrewd, and above all a pure merchant. Before absolute power, bowing low was the first and foremost law of survival in the black market. He dared not probe Qin Bei's identity, not for a second. All he wanted was to escort this living calamity safely out the door. "Master, I'll pay triple the black market ceiling price, for the blades and hearts alike." Qin Duo swallowed hard, then ventured a number with painstaking caution. "All bundled together, that's 80 million federal credits. Does that suit your majesty?" 80 million. Beneath his hood, Qin Bei's brow lifted faintly. He'd expected no more than 2 or 3 million. Clearly the black market ran deeper than he'd imagined, and by extension so did the true worth of the monsters he'd slain the previous night. Transfer the funds. Qin Bei spoke, tersely tossing a nameless, unregistered black card onto the table. Yes, immediately. As if granted divine absolution, Qian Duo snatched the card and sprinted toward the terminal, stumbling all the way. Within half a minute. Ping. Qin Bei's pocket vibrated. He withdrew his phone and glanced at the screen. Available balance 8000038. 50 credits. Staring at that long string of zeros, Qin Bei finally allowed himself a measure of satisfaction. With this sum he could acquire the rarest body-refining herbs, further fortifying his Dark Emperor bloodline. I'll leave the goods with you. Qin Bei rose, tucking the phone back into his coat. If I acquire higher-grade items later, I'll return. At those words, Qian Duoduo's legs trembled anew. Higher grade. Was this master planning to raid an alien sovereign's lair next? A master, please depart in peace. The Black Gold Guild shall forever stand open to you. Bowing and scraping, he trailed Qin Bei to the entrance, ushering the walking embodiment of death beyond the threshold. Only when Qin Bei's silhouette dissolved into the crowded street did Qian Duoduo exhale, a long shuddering breath, and slump weakly against the doorframe. Dear Mother of Heaven, just who, or what, is this walking llama? His gaze drifted back to the blood-drenched spoils on the table, and a fresh wave of cold dread prickled his spine. Emerging from the Black Gold Guild, Qin Bei strolled leisurely through the black market, pockets heavy, spirit unburdened. He dropped by several discreet herbal apothecaries, sweeping up millions worth of rare spirit herbs. Centuries-old blood jade ginseng, mutated fire spirit fungi, anything that replenished vital energy or strengthened the physical vessel. He purchased without hesitation, swiping his card without blinking. Once every herb had been deposited into his system storage, Qin Bei checked the time and prepared to head home. To avoid unnecessary attention at the main gate, he deliberately chose a desolate, pitch-black alley, its streetlights long since shattered. Rotting garbage overflowed from cracked bins, only rats scurried among the filth. Qin Bei walked barefoot upon the uneven bluestone, his steps utterly silent. Just as he neared the alley's mouth and glimpsed the distant glow of the main street, plink, a warm drop fell from the crumbling eaves above. It struck the ground inches before his toes, a viscous, still uncoagulated droplet of blood. Qin Bei froze mid-step. Then, overpowering, nauseating blood scent fused with the raw, feral aura of a wounded beast erupted from the alley's deepest shadows like a gale. Your Majesty, Kivit Bat 3, hitherto nestled quietly in Qin Bei's inner pocket, peered out, its optical sensors blazing with crimson excitement. There's a delicious scent ahead. Something ancient and gravely injured. Qin Bei remained silent. Slowly he raised his head. Twin slitted pupils, burning gold-black, pierced the gloom. At the dead end, buried beneath heaps of refuse, several black-clad alien assassins circled a lone man, blades dripping crimson. The man knelt in a pool of his own blood, breathing raggedly, but his spine remained unbent, rigid as steel. His hands had transformed completely, massive razor-sharp wolf claws, thickly mantled in dense blue-gray fur. A werewolf clan. A faint, intrigued smile curved Qin Bei's lips. He hadn't expected it. Arca's foolish hunt at school had failed, yet fate had delivered the quarry directly into his path here, in this squalid alley. How intriguing. Qin Bei tugged his hood lower, burying his face deeper in shadow. He stepped forward, calm, unhurried, toward the killers and the bleeding wolfman. It seems tonight's after-dinner diversion has found me. In the dim, deadened alley, sunlight never reached throughout the year. Piles of fermenting garbage were stacked in the corner. The originally pungent, sour stench in the air was now completely overwhelmed by an intense, unyielding scent of blood. Qin Bei, clad in a loose black hooded trench coat, kept his hands buried in his pockets. He trod through the muddy ground, strolling unhurriedly into this unlit lane. At the gloomy end, 4 alien assassins, entirely wrapped in black attire, held gleaming blades tightly encircling a man. That man knelt on one knee in a filthy puddle, gasping heavily. His jacket had long been reduced to tatters. His chest and back were crisscrossed with over a dozen deep, bone-exposing wounds. Blood dripped from his chin, splashing into the muddy water with a steady patter, dyeing a large area red. Yet he did not fall. The man's spine remained straight as an arrow, and his azure eyes blazed with untamed, defiant light. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? The leading assassin stepped forward, his blade pointing at the man's nose. The last remnant of the werewolf clan, is this all you've got? The assassin sneered coldly, his tone dripping with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. Lord RK has given a direct order. He wants your head as a drinking cup. Be wise and slit your own throat, spare us the trouble, and yourself the agony. Hearing this, the man, kneeling on the ground, suddenly began to tremble. He lowered his head, his shoulders heaving. The assassin, thinking he was scared, leaned in smugly. That's right, obediently. Ha ha ha. The man jerked his head up, erupting into an unbridled manic laugh. The laughter echoed through the narrow alley, rattling the glass windows on both sides. He spat out a bloody wad, staring at the assassin before him, as if looking at a fool. You think you scum who serve as dogs for the vampires can take my head, oi? The man slowly rose to his feet. Accompanied by the grating sound of bones grinding, his rough hands were instantly covered in a thick layer of blue-gray fur. His nails grew wildly, transforming into 10 sharp wolf claws gleaming with icy menace. I am the second wolf, the mightiest warrior of the werewolf clan. The second wolf threw back his head, letting out a piercing howl that tore through the clouds. The next second, ignoring the blade at his nose, he turned into a blue blur and charged straight into the assassin's embrace. Thud! The blade pierced through the second wolf's left shoulder. But he didn't even flinch. With a backhanded claw, he tore straight through the leading assassin's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The second wolf snarled as he withdrew his claw, pivoting in one fluid motion, and swept his thick thigh like a steel whip across another assassin's neck. Crack! The man's cervical spine snapped instantly, and his head drooped limply. Stop him. Now. The remaining 2 assassins, terrified out of their wits, swung their weapons wildly. The second wolf neither dodged nor flinched, letting the blades carve fresh wounds onto his body. He was like a maddened beast fighting with a suicidal abandon. Die! Blue claw shadows wove a net of death in the darkness. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 alien assassins of the early silver rank were all torn into scattered gore on the ground. The narrow alley had become a veritable slaughterhouse. The second wolf stood in the center of the pool of blood, his chest heaving violently, with hardly a patch of unscathed skin on his body. He pulled the broken blade from his shoulder and tossed it carelessly into a pile of garbage. He didn't even grunt. Just a bunch of weaklings. The second wolf shook the gore off his claws, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Though his werewolf clan had been annihilated, the wild pride in his bones remained undiminished. Just as he was about to end his half-beast transformation and find a place to heal, 3 slow, deliberate, rhythmic claps came from the entrance of the alley. The second wolf's gaze sharpened as he spun around. His azure eyes locked onto the tall, trench coat-clad figure at the alley's mouth. Qin Bei leaned against the moss-covered brick wall, his hands still in his pockets. Nice fight. His voice came through the mask, sounding low and hoarse. But your moves are too messy. If you'd faced someone with even a bit of footwork, you'd have died at least 3 times just now. The second wolf narrowed his eyes, sizing up this reckless intruder. A guy who wouldn't even show his face, with no strong spiritual energy fluctuations detectable on him. Probably some low-level bounty hunter from the black market, tailing people to scavenge corpses. Kid, you enjoyed the show, didn't you? The second wolf turned around, casually wiping his blood-soaked wolf claws on his tattered pants. What? You want my head for the bounty too? He sneered, his tone dripping with lofty contempt. In this world, aside from that freak RK, he had never held anyone in regard, let alone some skulking rat like this. Qin Bei ignored his provocation. Through the shadow of his hood, he calmly observed the defiant werewolf before him. In the system space, the brainwaves of Kivit Bat III had already transmitted over. Your Majesty, the bloodline scent on this guy is pure. Kivat's voice was tinged with excitement. Even though he's been beaten like a stray dog, he's an excellent weapon material. Subdue him, it's a sure win. Qin Bei chuckled inwardly. Earlier at the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, Qian Duo had mentioned that recently aliens had been frantically searching for someone in the city. So RK's massacre at the school was really to lure this guy out. Too bad RK died without a trace. This wolf had stumbled right into the trap. I don't want your head. Qin Bei raised his head, his gaze as calm as still water, even carrying a hint of condescension. I happen to be in need of a guard dog. I think you'll do. At these words, the air in the alley froze instantly. The sneer on the second wolf's face stiffened, and a blazing fury ignited in his azure eyes. What did you say? He was a noble werewolf. Even in death, he would never be a dog for a human. Are you tired of living? The second wolf took a fierce step forward, his murderous aura mixed with a thick stench of blood surging toward Qin Bei. I'm in a bad mood today. Oh, I don't want to dirty my hands. He pointed at the alley entrance, letting out a beastly roar at Qin Bei. Before I change my mind, get out of my sight in 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'll tear you into 8 pieces and feed you to the rats. The second wolf flashed his sharp claws, gouging 5 deep furrows into the brick wall beside him. Stone chips flew everywhere. It was a blatant show of force. Any ordinary bounty hunter from the black market would have likely wet themselves in terror and fled head over heels. But standing before him was Qin Bei, the one who had smashed RK into a pulp with a single hammer broken through 3 realms and wielded the bloodline of the Dark Emperor, a peerless god of slaughter. Qin Bei not only didn't leave, he didn't even change his posture. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the second wolf as if he were an idiot. 3 seconds. Qin Bei repeated softly, his tone dripping with mockery. No need for that much trouble. He slowly withdrew his hands from his coat pockets. Then, in full view of the second wolf, he casually flexed his wrists. The crisp crack of bones was especially jarring in the silent alley. Qin Bei took a step forward. Just one light step. An oppressive aura from a superior being 100 times more ferocious and 1,000 times deeper than the second wolf's was unleashed without reservation. The puddles on the ground were instantly forced aside by this invisible pressure, exposing the dry bluestone slabs. The second wolf felt his breath catch. It was as if an invisible, towering divine mountain had slammed down onto his shoulders. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty passed through his azure eyes. Who the hell is this kid? Watching the second wolf's slightly changing expression, a cruel smile slowly curled beneath Qin Bei's black mask. Hearing this cold laugh, the second wolf was so enraged he laughed in return. In all his years, he had never met a human more arrogant than him. With those skinny arms and legs of yours. The second wolf spat out another mouthful of bloody froth, his wolf claws glinting eerily in the moonlight. Even with my last breath, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Since you're so set on dying, I'll grant your wish. When I tear off that mask of yours, let's see if you can still talk to me in that tone. The second wolf kicked off the ground with both legs. The bluestone slabs shattered with a crash. His massive form turned into a blue bolt of lightning, lunging toward Qin Bei's throat with a sharp whoosh. His speed was even fiercer than when he had killed the 4 aliens. For a body so grievously wounded, this was his ultimate burst. Die, you pretentious scum. The second wolf's claws were less than 10 centimeters from Qin Bei's neck. He could already imagine the beautiful sight of blood spurting from severed arteries. Yet Qin Bei remained standing in place without dodging or flinching. Not a single ripple stirred in his deep, profound eyes. It was as if what was charging at him was not a deadly werewolf, but an insignificant breeze. Too slow, Qin Bei uttered flatly. The next second, the second wolf felt a blur before his eyes. His vaunted speed seemed like a joke before this man. Bang! A dull thud. Qin Bei hadn't even summoned his armor, relying solely on the raw power of his body. He moved after the attack, but arrived first, extending a hand that seemed to casually catch the second wolf's descending sharp claw. The immense impact dissipated in Qin Bei's palm like a mud oxen into the sea without stirring a single wave. What a... The second wolf's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He felt as if his wrist was clamped in a hydraulic vise forged from fine steel. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't advance another millimeter. How was this possible? He was a peak silver rank werewolf warrior. Even grievously wounded, his pure physical strength could tear apart an armored vehicle. How could a seemingly frail human catch his full force blow with one hand? Qin Bei looked at the second wolf, whose face was full of shock, so close, and his smile deepened. A stray dog is still a stray dog, good for nothing but biting wildly. He slowly tightened his fingers. The second wolf's wrist bones, harder than steel, began to groan under Qin Bei's freakish grip, creaking in distress. A scream of agony escaped the second wolf's lips, but the wild pride in his bones made him stubbornly raise his other hand, clawing fiercely at Qin Bei's face. Let go. Faced with this desperate counterattack, Qin Bei merely snorted coldly. He ignored the incoming claw entirely. His free right hand clenched into a fist. No tricks, no spiritual energy released. Just the purest, most extreme burst of physical strength. With a roar, Qin Bei's fist, carrying the sonic boom of tearing air, slammed heavily into the second wolf's abdomen. This punch carried the weight of 10,000 June. The second wolf felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by the blow. Before he could even scream, his body curled up like a boiled shrimp. Qin Bei released his grip. The second wolf's massive form flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the thick brick wall at the end of the alley. The brick wall collapsed instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Crumbled bricks clattered down onto the second wolf, burying most of his body. With just one blow. No transformation, no weapon. He had rendered the last defiant warrior of the werewolf clan completely combat ineffective. Qin Bei leisurely withdrew his fist, gently blowing on his knuckles, as if to dust off non-existent dirt. He stepped forward, treading over scattered bricks and sewage, slowly approaching the second wolf lying in the rubble. Trying to act tough in front of me. Qin Bei rubbed his fist, looking down with a cold smile at the defeated foe beneath him. You're just asking for a beating. I think you need a lesson. Qin Bai's voice was soft, yet it struck like a cold iron hammer, smashing heavily against Siling's pride. Amidst the rubble, Silong coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his organs. He lifted his head with difficulty, his deep blue wolf eyes filled for the first time with sheer shock and blazing fury. How could this be? A human who looked so frail. How could he with just one punch nearly shatter all his internal organs? This defied all logic. He was a noble Lekan warrior, a natural-born king of the flesh. Even gravely wounded, his pure physical strength could tear apart a heavily armored tank of the same rank. Yet now a mere ordinary human devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation had crippled him with a single punch. Disgrace. An unprecedented utter disgrace. You? Who the hell are you? Silong gritted his blood-stained teeth, forcing out a hoarse whisper. You're no ordinary human. Qin Bei did not reply. He simply stepped forward, treading over broken bricks and filthy water, walking slowly toward Silong, who lay collapsed in the debris. His footsteps were light, yet they fell like the death's drumbeats, striking terror into Siling's heart. Stop. Don't come any closer. Watching Qin Bei approach, the beastly sense of crisis within Silong surged to its peak. He didn't know why, but he felt that this masked man was 100 times more dangerous than that freak RK. Awoo. Cornered beyond all hope, Silong erupted completely. He threw back his head and let out a wolf howl, piercing and desperate to the extreme. A violent, bloodthirsty blue demonic aura brimming with primal savagery exploded from within him like a volcanic eruption. Boom. The broken bricks and collapsed walls weighing him down were instantly blasted away by the shockwave. Siling's body swelled once more in midair. The wounds on him, so deep that bone was visible, began to heal at a visible rate, nourished by the blue demonic aura. In just a few breaths, Silong transformed from a dying wreck into a half-beast werewolf over 2 meters tall, covered in stiff blue-gray fur. His eyes turned completely blood-red, his razor-sharp claws twice as long as before gleaming with a chilling light. You scum? Whatever you are. Silong slammed his legs against the ground, shattering the flagstones with a loud crack. Today I'll tear you to shreds. His massive frame turned into a blue bolt of lightning, abandoning all technique and lunged straight for Qin Bai's throat with a fierce gust of wind. His speed was a full third faster than before. This was his final desperate strike, fueled by burning the very essence of his life. Your Majesty, be careful. Kivit III the Bat sent a tense telepathic message from within Qin Bai's hood. He's risking everything. That claw strike could tear through even gold-level defenses. Yet facing this lethal counterattack of a cornered beast, not a single ripple stirred on Qin Bai's face. He didn't even intend to summon his armor. In that instant, when the razor-sharp wolf claws were less than 10 centimeters from his neck, Qin Bei finally moved. He didn't step back or dodge. Instead, facing that blue lightning he threw a punch of his own. No tricks, no release of spiritual energy. Just the purest, most extreme burst of physical strength. This punch was as swift as thunder, as unstoppable as splitting bamboo. The force of the punch even carved a clearly visible white shockwave through the air. Bam! Fist and claw collided fiercely in midair. There was no expected spray of blood. Only a single supremely dull, terrifying roar, as if even space itself was being dented. Crack! Then a series of bone-shattering sounds, crisper and louder than any before, exploded abruptly in the silent alley. The sneer on Siling's face froze instantly. In his blood-red wolf eyes, a look of incredulous terror erupted. He felt that his claws had not struck a human fist, but rather a meteorite plummeting from 10,000 meters high. An overwhelming, brutally unreasonable force surged back along his claws. His sharp wolf claws, capable of tearing through steel, shattered like fragile glass the moment they touched Qin Bai's fist. Then came the bones of his entire arm. From wrist to forearm to shoulder, all were violently shattered into the finest bone dust by that raging power. Arg! A searing, heart-wrenching pain engulfed Siling's entire body. He let out a scream more miserable than any wolf's howl. His massive frame, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward uncontrollably once more, this time higher and farther than before. He crashed heavily into the only remaining brick wall at the end of the alley. Boom! The wall collapsed instantly, raising a cloud of dust. Countless broken bricks clattered down onto Silong, burying most of his body. With a single strike, pure physical force hidden. had completely incapacitated the last proud warrior of the Leakin tribe. Huff! Qin Bei leisurely withdrew his fist, lightly blowing non-existent dust off his knuckles. Epic tier physical strength amplified by the power of the Dark Emperor's bloodline. Let alone a silver peak Leakin. Even a gold-level heavy armored rhino standing here, he was confident he could punch right through it. Qin Bei stepped forward, treading over broken bricks and filthy water, walking slowly toward Silong, who lay in the debris, barely recognizable as alive or dead. I told you don't try to out-interrogate me. You forced my hand. Qin Bei stopped before the rubble reached out a hand and grabbed Silong by the scruff of his neck like a chick lifting him from the pile of bricks. At this moment, Silong had completely lost his earlier reckless arrogance. His once proud right arm hung limply, clearly shattered beyond repair. The blue demonic aura over his body had dissipated entirely, unable even to maintain his half-beast form, reverting back to his human appearance. Only in his deep blue eyes lingered a trace of unwillingness and humiliation. You? Who are you? Siling's voice was as hoarse as a broken bellows, each word bringing forth a gush of blood from his mouth. That power you have. It's even more terrifying than RKS. Qin Bei did not answer. He held Silong by the neck and pressed him against a broken wall. His free right hand clenched into a fist. Bam! A punch slammed into Siling's stomach. Bam! Another punch smashed into his face. Bam! 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 Qin Bei used no spiritual energy, just pure physical attacks. He treated Silong like a human punching bag, landing blow after blow, mercilessly pounding him to the brink of death. He intended to shatter the arrogance ingrained in this man's bones with the most direct, brutal method. Do you submit? Qin Bei asked coldly as he struck. I won't submit. Siling's nose gushed blood and several teeth flew out, but his mouth remained stubborn. Bam! Qin Bei landed another heavy punch, directly breaking his nasal bridge. Do you submit? Even if you kill me, he'll never be a dog for humans. Silong spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes still defiant. Fine, you've got tough bones. Qin Bei sneered, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes. Let's see if your bones are harder than my fists. He released his grip on Siling's neck and grabbed his hair instead. Then, forcing his head down, he slammed it again and again into the brick wall beside them. Thud, thud, thud. The dull impact echoed through the silent alley, making one's scalp crawl. Kivit III from within Qin Bei's hood washed with twitching eyelids. My emperor isn't your method of discipline. A bit too brutal. If you keep bashing him, his head will split open. After who knows how many hits. When Qin Bei finally let go, Silong had become a blood-soaked mess. His once handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head, bruised and battered, unrecognizable even to his own mother. He slid down against the wall, collapsing to the ground, lacking even the strength to lift his head. But the defiant wildness in his deep blue eyes finally began to fade, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and fear. Because during Qin Bei's frenzied beating, he had clearly sensed a dark pressure, far purer, more ancient, and 100 times more domineering than RKS. It seeped out from Qin Bei's body bit by bit. It was an absolute suppression of status originating from the deepest part of his soul, crushing even the thought of resistance. Like a stray wild dog encountering the primordial dragon emperor who rules all beasts. Now do you submit? Qin Bei looked down on him from above, his voice icy and devoid of any emotion. Silong trembled all over. He lifted his head with difficulty, gazing at the masked man with indifferent eyes. He finally understood what kind of being he had provoked from the very start. This was no human. This was a god in human skin. An evil god who fed on darkness and regarded all things as mere offerings. Silong opened his mouth, a dry, raspy sound escaping his throat. He tried to muster a few more defiant words. But under the gaze of those dark, golden vertical pupils, the Leakin pride within his bones was utterly shattered. Thud. Siling's knees buckled. Dragging his crippled arm, he supported himself with his remaining left hand. There, amidst the scattered bricks and filthy water, he knelt heavily, humiliatingly before Qin Bei. He lowered his head, which would rather die than submit, his voice trembling with utter fear and surrender. I submit. I submit. C.I. Lang knelt in the muddy ruins, lowering his once unyielding head. Those 3 words seemed to drain every ounce of his strength and dignity. The moment he fully surrendered, a crisp and melodious system notification chimed without warning in Qin Bei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued the high-tier variant werewolf warrior. The Kiva Demon Emperor armament system has been activated. Weapon form unlocked. Garalu Saber. As the system notification echoed, C.I. Lang, still kneeling, underwent a bizarre transformation. What's happening? C.I. Lang lifted his head in terror, feeling his body uncontrollably disintegrating and reassembling. His battered, swollen flesh dissolved into a storm of blue light particles, as if drawn by some mysterious force surging toward Qin Bei's right hand. Your Majesty, congratulations. You've claimed your first exclusive divine weapon. Kivit the third bat poked his head out from Qin Bei's trenchcoat pocket, flapping his metallic wings excitedly. The werewolf clan are born killing machines. A blade forged from their souls can slice through space itself. All the blue light particles coalesced in Qin Bei's palm. As the radiance faded, a single-edged saber of bizarre design brimming with savage and violent aesthetics landed firmly in his grip. The blade was a deep, haunting azure, long and hefty, with an edge that gleamed with a bone-chilling, sinister coldness. At the pommel, a lifelike carving of a blue wolf with its jaws wide open seemed ready to unleash a soul-piercing howl at any moment. So this is the Gyaralu saber. Qin Bei grasped the cool hilt and casually twirled it in the air. A low wolf-like hum resonated as the blade cut through the atmosphere. A mystical sensation of unity and blood-bound connection surged through him. He could clearly sense C.I. Lang's unruly soul sealed within the blade. With a mere thought, he could utterly annihilate that consciousness. Not bad, Qin Bei nodded in satisfaction. A free silver-rank peak fighter and a growth-type divine weapon. This deal was a steal. Your Majesty, a blade alone isn't enough. Kivit fanned the flames nearby. Why not transform and test this saber's full potential? The Gyaralu saber paired with Kiva's wolf form. Its speed tisk is like teleportation. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Since his awakening, he had always relied on the brute force style of the Doga hammer. Switching to a swift assassin's approach seemed like a refreshing change. Let's give it a try. Qin Bei gripped the Gyaralu saber with one hand while reaching for his waist with the other. The magnificent king's belt materialized out of thin air. Instead of summoning Kivit again, he pressed his finger against the blue whistle engraved with a wolf's totem on the left side of the belt. A soft blow. Oh, a woo. A piercing, wilderness-filled howl instantly echoed throughout the entire underground black market. Then Qin Bei's body was enveloped in a storm of colorful glass shards. But this time, instead of purple fragments symbolizing power, a deep azure hue representing speed and slaughter converged. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashes were unending. The dark crimson heavy armor covering his left shoulder and arm was instantly replaced by sleek blue armor. The shoulder guard grew more ferocious, adorned with a snarling wolf head relief. His left arm wielding the saber was fully encased in a streamlined blue gauntlet radiating explosive power. Kiva Gyaralu form, unlocked. This feeling. Qin Bei reveled in the new power surging within him, letting out a gratified murmur. If Doga form was a heavy tank of ultimate strength and defense, then Gyaralu form was a supersonic jet skimming the ground. He could clearly sense his neural reflexes and muscular explosive power increased at least tenfold. The entire world seemed to slow down in his perception. Awesome. Your Majesty, you look absolutely stunning right now. Kivit showered him with flattery from the belt. Qin Bei ignored him. He slowly raised the Gyaralu saber, its blade reflecting a cold blue light in the dim alley. He needed a target to test this new weapon's power. His gaze drifted toward the end of the alley. There stood a five-story dilapidated apartment building long abandoned due to neglect. Its mottled walls covered in moss resembled a silent beast in the night. You'll do. A playful smirk curled on Qin Bei's lips. He bent his knees slightly, and the blue armor at his joints emitted a faint hydraulic hiss. In the next instant, the bluestone pavement beneath him exploded into a crater. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he vanished into a blue afterimage too fast for the eye to catch. No sonic boom, no gale. Only a fleeting blue blade shadow in the air. When Qin Bei reappeared, he stood firmly on the rooftop of the abandoned building. The entire process took less than a second. He slowly sheathed the saber. The blade slid against the scabbard with a crisp, satisfying click. Behind him in the alley, silence reigned. Nothing seemed to have happened. Yet the moment Qin Bei sheathed his weapon, a faint but sharp slicing sound cut through the still night. The five-story concrete and steel reinforced building suddenly bore a mirror-smooth blue cut right through its center. The incision was so fine that not a single stone chip fell. Then under gravity's pull, the upper half of the building began to slowly, inexorably tilt and slide. With a deafening rumble, the entire five-story structure was neatly cleaved in two. The top half crashed onto the adjacent ground, raising a cloud of dust. The blue sword aura that had severed the building continued onward. extending hundreds of meters into the night sky before slowly dissipating. On the rooftop, Qin Bei whistled in satisfaction at the devastating power of his strike. Not bad, the speed and power. Finally, I don't have to rely solely on swinging a hammer in fights. With a thought, he deactivated his transformation. The magnificent blue armor dissolved into particles of light. The Garalu saber reverted to a mass of blue light, condensing back into C.I. Lang's battered human form. A master. C.I. Lang, gazing at the bisected building below, and then at Qin Bei, stammered in terror. He finally realized how foolish it was to challenge this lord earlier. Without even transforming, the man could probably crush him with a flick of his finger. Feeling better? Qin Bei asked casually. C.I. Lang noticed that the arm Qin Bei had broken and all his wounds had been completely healed by the mysterious blue energy when he became a weapon. Not even a scar remained. Why wise? C.I. Lang nodded excitedly. Good. Qin Bei stood up, brushing the dust off his trench coat. He turned his gaze, crossing the grimy roofs of the black market toward the endless wilderness shrouded in darkness. After consecutive devourings and unlockings last night and tonight, his strength had leaped from a lowly Frank nobody to a top-tier powerhouse capable of crushing silver rank peaks. Scavenging in the city could no longer satisfy his growing appetite. It was time to hit the real battlefield for a major score. Let's go. Qin Bei shoved his hands back into his coat pockets, his tone as flat as if discussing a trivial matter. Take me to see those so-called fierce beasts beyond the city. Let's see if their essence is worthy of sharpening my new blade. In the early morning of Longhai City, the sky had yet to fully brighten. At the Hunter Guild Hall by the East City Gate, it was already packed with awakened individuals preparing to venture out of the city for the hunt. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, tobacco, and weapon maintenance oil. Qin Bei had changed back into a plain tracksuit and carried a half-worn hiking backpack. He tossed the black snakeskin bag into his system space and transformed the troublesome Tsilong back into Kiva's weapon form, disguising it as an inconspicuous wolf head pendant hidden beneath his clothes. Once done, he looked no different from a novice high school student on his first wilderness expedition. All this was to evade scrutiny and smoothly slip through the city gate, which boasted around-the-clock all-angle surveillance. Qin Bei decided to hitch a ride with a temporary squad. He scanned the electronic mission board in the task hall and quickly locked onto a rather unremarkable 3-star team. Gale Hunter Squad mission objective: hunt down the windwolves in the Blackwind Mountains 30 li outside the city. Recruiting 1 temporary member. Requirements: Black Iron 5-star or above, wilderness survival experience preferred. That's the one. Qin Bei walked to the counter and tapped the glass. Hello, I'd like to join the Gale Squad. Behind the counter, a short-haired girl who had been dozing off looked up, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Name: awakened level. Qin Bei Frank. Qin Bei stated his level, which had already become infamous across the city, without batting an eye. Frank. The girl froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if she had just heard the funniest joke, leaning over the counter and shaking uncontrollably. Kid, are you still asleep? And Frank dares to go to the Blackwind Mountains. You wouldn't even be a decent snack for a windwolf. Her loud laughter immediately drew the attention of the surrounding hunters. Damn, what greenhorn is this? And Frank's signing up for a 3-star mission. Don't tell me he watched too many videos of that mysterious big shot last night and thinks he can take down enemies with one hit too. Qin Bei ignored the jeers around him and pulled a thick stack of federal notes from his pocket, slapping it onto the counter. A full 100,000. This is protection money. He was succinct. The girl's laughter stopped abruptly, her eyes fixed on the stack of crisp bills, utterly captivated. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the allure of money and pressed the communicator on the desk. Hey, Captain Lee. Someone's bringing in funds, Frank. Interested? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before a gruff male voice responded. Tell him to get lost. Wait, how much did you say he brought? 100,000. Have him come over. Soon a burly man with a fierce scar across his face walked over from the rest area. He was Li Feng, the captain of the Gale Squad, a veteran silver rank hunter. Li Feng sized Qin Bei up, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. You? A high school brat who hasn't even grown his hair. He frowned, and if it weren't for the 100,000, he would have thrown the kid out right then. Bringing in Frank Waste out of the city was like carrying a mobile burden. Captain, I may be low-ranked, but am fast. I won't hold you back. Qin Bei promised with a look of utmost sincerity. Fine, fine. Leave the money and stay at the back of the line. Li Feng waved his hand impatiently. Remember, once we're out of the city, you follow my orders. If you dare cause trouble, I'll break your legs and feed you to the beasts. Understood. Qin Bei nodded, obedient as a schoolboy. Just then a highly discordant voice suddenly rang out from behind Li Feng. Captain Lee, your Gale Squad has really hit rock bottom, huh? You'd even take on a frank loser who can only summon junk. Qin Bei looked up, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What a small world. The speaker was none other than his old classmate, the rank prodigy Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang still had his arm in a cast, clearly planning to experience life by joining a hunter squad during the school break. He was flanked by a few familiar lackeys pointing at Qin Bei and sneering. "Captain, this guy is the joke of our school." One of the lackeys whispered into Li Feng's ear, exaggerating the tale. "His spirit beast can't even fly. Taking him along will raise our mission's fatality rate by at least 30%. Li Feng's face darkened further. He shot a fierce glare at the girl at the counter, as if to say, "What the hell did you drag in for me?" Chu Kuang walked up to Qin Bei, and with his good hand patted Qin Bei's face provocatively. Qin Bei, you really are a persistent ghost." Chu Kuang's tone dripped with condescending superiority. "What? Getting humiliated at school wasn't enough. You have to come out here to die. I suggest you crawl back home now. Otherwise, when we run into a beast, don't expect me to save your sorry hide." Faced with this blatant humiliation, Qin Bei didn't even bat an eyelid. He completely ignored Chu Kuang and turned to Li Feng. "Captain, can we head out now?" His reaction was as if Chu Kuang hadn't spoken at all. Pure utter disregard. This disregard infuriated Chu Kuang more than any venomous retort. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Chu Kuang flew into a rage and reached out to grab Qin Bei's collar. "Enough." Li Feng let out an impatient growl and knocked Chu Kuang's hand away. "Young Master Chu, he's from your school. Deal with it yourself. My mission schedule is tight. I don't have time to watch you two put on a schoolyard drama." With that, he turned and walked away, tacitly accepting Qin Bei's sedition. After all, 100,000 federal notes were nothing to sneeze at. Chu Kuang, having been snubbed, turned a ghastly shade. He shot Qin Bei a venomous glare and lowered his voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. "Fine, you've got guts. Once we're out of the city, let's see if you can stay so calm. He'll make sure you're on your knees begging me to save you." Qin Bei finally looked up at him. His gaze was calm and different, as if he were looking at a piece of lifeless trash. Then, without a backward glance, he followed the Gale squad, not bothering to utter a single word to Chu Kuang. "You?" Chu Kuang trembled with rage, nearly triggering his berserk talent on the spot. Half an hour later, the 7-member Gale squad, riding in a modified armored off-road vehicle, drove out through the imposing gates of Longhai City. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. The squad's medic Zhao Shuer and the tank Sun Yin clearly disapproved of Qin Bei the connection and remained cold-faced throughout the journey. Chu Kuang sat in the farthest corner, his eyes fixed on the back of Qin Bei's head with a venomous glare, as if trying to kill him with sheer will. Only Captain Li Feng sat with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, his thoughts unknown. Qin Bei relished the peace. He leaned against the window, watching the desolate landscape whiz by. This was his first real departure from human settlements. Beyond the city walls lay a wasteland scarred by nuclear radiation. Mutant plants grew in grotesque shapes, and a faint sulfuric odor hung in the air. Occasionally, the skeletal remains of giant beasts gnawed clean could be seen, a harrowing sight. "First time out, kid." The chatty driver glanced at Qin Bei through the rearview mirror, unable to resist making conversation. "Yeah." Qin Bei nodded. "Scared? It's nothing like the city out here. A man-eating monster could pop out of any dirt pile." The driver chuckled, trying to spook the rookie. Qin Bei smiled, but said nothing. Man-eating monsters. All he could think about was which monster's primal energy would taste the best. The off-road vehicle jolted along the rugged dirt road for over 3 hours. The scenery finally began to change. The scorched earth gave way to dense primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and the air grew humid and stifling. They had arrived at the Blackwind Mountains. Li Feng's eyes snapped open, instantly sharp and alert. "Everyone out. Check your gear. Prepare to enter the mountains." At his command, all members sprang into action, the atmosphere turning deadly serious. Qin Bei jumped out as well, pulling an ordinary standard-issue dagger from his backpack and theatrically tucking it into his belt. And Frank Waste carrying a dagger. Chu Kuang, seeing this, couldn't resist another jab. "What, planning to give a wind wolf a manicure when we run into one?" Qin Bei ignored him and walked straight to the back of the line, looking every bit the just here for the ride type. Li Feng shot him a cold glance, but ultimately said nothing. "Once we're in the mountains, keep your damn wits about you." Li Feng unsheathed the massive door-like broadsword on his back, his voice heavy. "Windwolves are pack hunters and incredibly fast. If they surround us, even he'll be in trouble." The group acknowledged in unison. The team formed a defensive formation and cautiously stepped into the dim primeval forest. As soon as they entered, the surrounding light dimmed. The dense canopy blocked the sky, leaving only dappled spots of light filtering through the gaps. The forest was deathly still without even a single bird call. This eerie silence was more unsettling than the most thunderous beast roar. After about half an hour of trekking, Li Feng suddenly raised his hand, signaling a halt. He crouched down, pinched a bit of soil, and sniffed it. His expression instantly turned grim. Something's wrong. Li Feng stood up, his voice barely a whisper. Too quiet. It's unnaturally quiet here. Not even the common carrion vultures or burrowing rats are around. He scanned his surroundings, his sharp eyes probing every shadow. This means the apex predator of this area has scared off all the smaller creatures. The moment his words fell, roar! A deafening, savage, bloodthirsty beast roar erupted from all directions without warning. Then, the ground began to tremble violently, as if 1,000 troops were charging straight toward their position. The color drained from Li Feng's face. He looked up sharply at the distant forest where trees were being snapped like twigs, and the sky was choked with terrifying clouds of dust. His voice was laced with unprecedented fear and despair. Damn it, this isn't a normal hunt. This is a high-level beast tide. We've stumbled into the migration path of a beast tide. Damn, it's a high-level beast tide. We've stumbled into their migration route. Li Feng's terrified scream, twisted with fear, was like a bucket of ice water drenching the hearts of every member of the Gale squad. A beast tide. Those two words were synonymous with death for any hunter roaming the wilderness. Rumble. Rumble. The earth-shaking roar drew closer, as if 1,000 troops were galloping underground. At the forest's edge, towering trees began to fall in swaths like harvested wheat. Roar. Howl. The savage, bloodthirsty cries of various beasts converged into a terrifying wave of sound, tearing at eardrums from all directions. Run. Hurry. Head for higher ground. Li Feng, his face pale, was the first to react. He grabbed the medic Zhao Shuer and sprinted desperately toward a steep slope nearby. But it was already too late. Darkness. Endless darkness. The moment they took a step, a black, oppressive tide of beasts surged forth from every direction like a breached black tsunami. Three-headed hellhounds. Pangolins covered in steel-like scales. Mutant scorpions the size of compact cars. Tens of thousands of beasts, at least at the black iron rank, merged into an unstoppable steel tide, madly crushing everything in their path. It's over. Tank Sun Yin closed his eyes in despair at the apocalyptic sight. They were surrounded. Trapped in this narrow forest clearing by a terrifying beast tide capable of leveling a small city. Don't just stand there. Form a defensive formation back-to-back. Li Feng, a seasoned hunter, grew calmer in the crisis. He slammed his heavy sword into the ground and roared like a cornered beast. Sun Yin, hold the front. Chu Xiao, cover the flank. Zhao Shuer, focus on healing. That Frank. Find a hole and hide, don't cause trouble. Li Feng rapidly assigned tasks, completely disregarding Qin Bei as a combatant. But no sooner had he spoken than a jarring, arrogant, and disdainful voice rang out. Just a bunch of black iron trash, why the panic? Chu Kuang, instead of fearing, stepped forward. His uncasted left hand clenched, activating his rank berserk talent. Roar! Chu Kuang let out a beastly cry to the heavens. His muscles visibly swelled, wildly, veins bulging like writhing dragons. Even his height increased by half a head. A violent aura far surpassing ordinary black iron rank erupted from him. Go Chu Xiao! His lackeys, seeing this, found their anchor and cheered fanatically. A mere beast tide is nothing before Chu Xiao's rank talent. Chu Kuang clearly reveled in the attention. He turned and shot a provocative glance at Qin Bei, who stood calmly at the back, his eyes filled with boastfulness and contempt. As if to say, see that waste. This is true genius. His adrenaline surged further as he caught a glimpse of a cold, ethereal figure. Lin Qingxue. She had somehow appeared in the group, standing gracefully under a large tree, evidently out training and caught in the beast tide. Before a goddess, a man's desire to show off amplifies infinitely. Chu Kuang felt his blood boil. Qingxue, stay still. Chu Kuang flicked his hair stylishly toward Lin Qingxue. Today I'll show you my true power. All you beasts die. He roared, ignoring Li Feng's orders, and charged like a mad bull into the black tide of beasts. Chu Xiao, don't be reckless. Li Feng cursed in fury, but it was too late. Boom. Chu Kuang punched a wind wolf's head. That black iron 5-star wind wolf didn't even scream. Its head was smashed into its chest. Haha, what a rush. Emboldened by his success, Chu Kuang's confidence soared. He rampaged at the beast tide's edge, striking and kicking like a tiger among sheep. With his rank talent's explosive power, he actually killed over a dozen black iron beasts. See that? This is the worth of an rank genius. Chu Kuang punched a three-headed hound away and turned to shout triumphantly at Lin Qingxue. He expected to see admiration in the goddess' eyes. But Lin Qingxue wasn't looking at him. Her cold gaze was fixed on the back of the group. The boy who had kept his hands in his pockets unmoving since the start. Qin Bei. Lin Qingxue didn't know why. Despite Chu Kuang's bravery, she felt that the seemingly calm Qin Bei was the only anchor in this chaotic battlefield. Where are you looking? Enraged that the goddess ignored him, Chu Kuang's pride was wounded. He roared and vented all his fury on the beasts. Die? All of you die. He was completely bloodthirsty, failing to notice. An unusually massive rhinoceros covered in thick black carapace had silently appeared at his side. Its crimson eyes gleamed with cruel cunning. A silver-rank beast, iron-armored rhino. Chu Xiao, watch your back. Captain Li Feng's pupils contracted as he screamed a desperate warning. But Chu Kuang, lost in the thrill of slaughter, didn't hear. The iron-armored rhino lowered its head, its tumterlong horn gleaming with metallic cold, aimed at Chu Kuang's back. Its hooves dug into the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed. The rhino's massive body turned into an out-of-control, heavy-armored vehicle charging with earth-shattering force. What a... Only when the deadly wind hit did Chu Kuang react. He turned in horror to see a rapidly expanding black shadow. No! Chu Kuang screamed in despair, instinctively crossing his arms. Bang! A dull, crushing impact echoed through the forest. Chu Kuang's body, fortified by his berserk talent, crumbled like a biscuit under the silver-rank beast's full charge. His arm bones cracked on impact. He was flung back like a rag doll. Tracing a pathetic arc through the air, he crashed heavily into mud a dozen meters away. Uffed. Chu Kuang spat a mouthful of blood, his berserk state forcibly broken. He felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, too weak to even move a finger. Before he could catch his breath, a massive shadow loomed over him. The iron-armored rhino approached, looking down at him. Then it slowly raised a front hoof larger than a millstone. Aiming at Chu Kuang's chest, it stomped down viciously. Crack! Crack! A series of bone-snapping sounds. Chu Kuang's chest caved in at a grotesque angle, at least 7 or 8 ribs broken. If not for his rank talent strengthening his body, that stomp would have crushed him to pulp. Ugh! Blood foam gushed from Chu Kuang's mouth, and he fainted. His boast lasted less than 3 seconds. The once arrogant, rank genius exited the battle in the most humiliating, pathetic manner. Chu Xiao, his lackeys, terrified, turned to flee. But the beast tide had fully encircled them, leaving no escape. The line is breaking. Li Feng's heart sank as he saw Chu Kuang down. Despite his recklessness, Chu Kuang's rank talent had been crucial for the front line. Now that he was down, all the pressure fell on Li Feng and Sun Yan. Hold the line. Li Feng, his hair and beard bristling, swung his heavy sword into a dense web. But the beasts kept coming. 110-100. Endless. Slash. Caught off guard, Li Feng's back was raked by a wind wolf, leaving 3 gashes down to the bone. Captain, Medic Zhao Shuer cried out, quickly casting a healing spell. But her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The faint green light couldn't stop the wounds from worsening. I can't hold on much longer. Tank Sun Yan let out a desperate roar. His heavy shield was riddled with cracks about to shatter. The line had completely collapsed. The black beast tide, like a breached flood, instantly swamped their small defensive circle. Just then, a sleek, massive wind demon wolf with scraps of flesh on its fangs circled around the main battle. Its greedy eyes locked onto Lin Qingxue, standing at the back, pale and helpless from spiritual energy depletion. Shrank Talon's flesh was a supreme delicacy for beasts. Howl! The wind demon wolf roared excitedly. It kicked off with its hind legs leaping high like a black lightning bolt. Its claws gleaming with cold light swung with air-tearing force at Lin Qingxue's slender snow-white neck. Qingxue. Chu Kuang, just revived from his faint, saw this with eyes wide. But he couldn't even save himself, forced to watch his goddess fall. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes in despair. She never imagined her first outing from the city would end like this. But the expected pain never came. Only a dull boom echoed, followed by an intense wave of blood stench. Lin Qingxue opened her eyes, trembling. The next second, her cold gaze filled with shock and disbelief. The ferocious wind demon wolf was being held aloft by a single hand, choking its neck. Its limbs thrashed wildly but couldn't break free from that seemingly slender grip. Her savior wasn't Captain Li Feng or Tank Sun Yan. It was the one everyone had dismissed as a burden, ignored by all. The frank-faced Qin Bei. Qin Bei still had one hand in his pocket, the other casually gripping the wolf's neck. A hint of lazy boredom lingered on his face. As if he were holding not a beast capable of instantly killing a black iron peak, but a disobedient husky. He looked at the stunned Lin Qingxue and raised an eyebrow. Hey, school beauty. A playful smirk curled on Qin Bai's lips. What's with the daze? Scared stiff. Want me to twist this ugly thing's head off and play soccer with it? A putrid gale swept across her face. Death's shadow loomed like an invisible giant hand clamping mercilessly upon Lin Qingshue's throat. In that absolute hair-trigger instant, when the beast's claws gleaming with cold, murderous light were poised to rend her snow-pale neck, Lin Qingxue shut her eyes in utter despair. Yet, no searing, soul-rending agony followed. Only a single muffled bone-deep thud echoed beside her ear, like a freight-laden truck colliding head-on with an unyielding steel wall. Then, a thick, almost viscous wave of bloodrust mingled with the dying wail of a feral beast surged toward her. Warm liquid splattered onto her ashen cheeks. What is happening? Trembling Lin Qingxue forced her eyes open. In the next breath, her normally placid glacial gaze, so still it resembled a windless mountain lake, was instantly flooded with raw, staggering disbelief. Before her stood the Windscar Wolf, moments ago a savage apex predator capable of annihilating even Black Iron Peak cultivators. Now suspended midair, its throat gripped in a single hand, as though it were no more than a squawking chick. Its limbs thrashed wildly in empty air, its razor-sharp talons carved blurred arcs through the silence. Yet it could not break free, not from that slender hand devoid of bulging veins or visible strain. And the one who had saved her was neither Li Feng, the battle-scarred team captain, nor Sun Yin, the hulking tank, but Qin Bei, the frank deadweight, whom everyone had dismissed, ignored, and written off since the very beginning. Qin Bei remained motionless, one hand still casually tucked into his pocket, the other holding the wolf's neck, thicker than a water barrel, with effortless nonchalance. His expression lazily bored, as if indulging in idle amusement. As though what dangled from his fingers wasn't a monstrous beast capable of slaughtering entire hunter squads, but merely a disobedient Siberian husky. Hey, school beauty. Qin Bei tilted a brow at Lin Qingxue, frozen mere inches away, utterly speechless. What are you staring at? A playful smirk curled his lips. Did the shock paralyze you? Shall I twist this ugly thing's head off for you? Just to kick around like a ball. The Windscar Wolf, seemingly comprehending Qin Bei's mockery, let out a guttural warning howl, bared its fangs, long dagger-like and dripping crimson, and lunged savagely at Qin Bei's forearm. That bite could punch two fist-sized holes clean through a slab of reinforced steel. Still daring to bite, Qin Bei's eyes turned glacial in an instant. He didn't even flinch. His right hand, still gripping the wolf's throat, clenched with sudden, brutal precision. Crack! A sharp, nauseating snap of shattered bone pierced the forest's deathly hush. The wolf's steel-crushing jaws froze midair. Within its scarlet, bestial pupils life fled, swift, irreversible, visible to the naked eye. Its massive frame convulsed twice, then went slack, collapsing limply. Dead. An elite-tier Black Iron 9-star beast. Crushed by Qin Bei's bare hand as casually as snapping a dry twig. In under 3 seconds, Qin Bei flicked the twitching corpse aside like so much refuse, brushed dust from his palms, and turned back, calm, unruffled, to Lin Qingxue, now utterly petrified. Well then, your highness, school beauty. How's the service? Satisfactory. Lin Qingxue parted her lips, but her throat constricted, choked tight, as if stuffed with cotton. Not a single sound escaped. Her mind had flatlined, utterly catastrophically crashed. What just happened? How could an frank cultivator possess such terrifying physical might? To strangle a Black Iron Peak beast barehanded. Even a silver rank master would struggle to accomplish that with such chilling ease. Was everything he'd shown at school, all of it, a deliberate act, while Lin Qingxue's entire worldview crumbled to dust? The Stormwind squad, locked in desperate combat with the beast tide, also caught sight of the impossible spectacle unfolding nearby. See, Captain, did I just see right? Zhao Shuer, the squad's medic, rubbed her eyes frantically, her voice trembling beyond pitch. That Frank. He just crushed the Windscar Wolf. Killed it. Li Feng, swinging his heavy greatsword in furious arcs, spared only one glance over his shoulder, and froze mid-swing. There lay the carcass, bulkier than a calf, slumped lifelessly at Qin Bei's feet. And Qin Bei himself stood there, hands in pockets, radiating harmless, almost boyish calm. I damn. Li Feng, a wilderness veteran of over a decade, uttered his first profanity in years. In that moment, his entire conception of reality was trampled, repeatedly, by a primordial leviathan. That was a Black Iron 9-star Windscar Wolf. Even he, a silver rank cultivator, would need time, strategy, and risk to bring it down. And yet it had been slain, barehanded, by a high schooler he'd scorned from day one. Was this some kind of Xinxia cinematic illusion? Ruer. In that split second of Li Feng's stunned hesitation, a spine boar, seizing its chance, slammed headlong into Sun Yan's tower shield, already webbed with cracks. Crunch. The shield shattered on impact. Sun Yin screamed, a raw, ragged cry. As he flew backward, deep bone-exposing gashes torn across his chest by the boar's barbed quills. The defensive line collapsed, utterly. We're doomed. Li Feng's face paled. Before him, a dozen snarling beasts breached the shattered front, charging straight for Zhao Shuer, the squad's most vulnerable medic. Yet, at that knife-edge moment of annihilation, a black silhouette materialized before Zhao Shuer, silent, sudden, ghost-like. It was Qin Bei. His speed defied perception, leaving only a faint shimmering afterimage in the air. Get the hell out of my way. He wielded no weapon, only his right foot lashing forward like a thunderbolt aimed at the lead boar. That kick carried crushing force and blinding velocity. Boom! A deafening subsonic detonation shook the earth. The 500-pound spine boar, its hide armored with bulletproof bone plates, flew airborne as if struck by a runaway freight train. Its hardened spines shattered on contact with Qin Bei's soul, crumbling like brittle biscuits. Its colossal body lifted clean off the ground, arcing violently through the air, before crashing down with devastating force into the heart of the beast horde behind. Crash! Domino devastation erupted instantly. The flying boar plowed through 7 or 8 massive beasts before finally skidding to a halt. Chaos reigned, beasts toppling, shrieking, trampling one another. With a single kick, Qin Bei had carved a perfect vacuum zone, over 10 meters wide, through the suffocating tide. Silence descended once more, absolute suffocating. Every member of the Stormwind squad stared transfixed at the youth standing amid carnage, and Gore slowly lowering his right foot. If strangling the Windscar wolf could be rationalized as luck, or perhaps a fluke, then what name could possibly describe this cataclysmic kick? Was this the power of an Frank cultivator? Then tell me, what in heaven's name do you call Frank? And where does that leave us? B ranks, A ranks, fighting tooth and nail for survival. Kindergarten seniors. Chu Kuang, who'd been feigning unconsciousness on the ground, was now utterly dumbstruck. Staring at Qin Bei's back radiant with divine authority, he felt his own cheeks burn with shame. It wasn't that Qin Bei had been playing the pig. He'd been watching, genuinely, while a pack of pigs scampered about squealing and leaping. And Chu Kuang, he was the fattest, most foolish pig, always rushing straight toward the tiger's maw. Still standing there, Qin Bei glanced at Li Feng and the others, frozen in awe, and frowned impatiently. Do you plan to stay and become dinner for these beasts? His voice, cold and cutting, struck them like icy water, jolting every soul back to consciousness. Moved. Fall back, now to the slope. Li Feng snapped into action, abandoning all questions about Qin Bei's nature. He hoisted the grievously wounded Sun Yin and roared at the others, voice raw with urgency. Instinct for survival overrode all shock. The Stormwind squad scrambled, stumbling, crawling, toward the steep hillside nearby. Yet, at the very threshold of escape, anomaly struck. Boom! The entire Haifeng mountain range shuddered violently, without warning. 100-fold more violent than any tremor before, as if a primordial leviathan slumbering beneath the earth for millennia had stirred awake. What's happening? An earthquake? Zhao Shuer stumbled, collapsing onto the trembling ground. In the next heartbeat, before their horrified, wide-eyed gazes, the solid earth beneath their feet cracked open, crunch, like fragile biscuits splitting down the center into a yawning, bottomless black chasm. From its depths rose a nauseating stench, thick, rancid, and laced with the oppressive aura of a high-tier beast, ancient and terrifying. SSSSS. A shriek, piercing, soul-rending, impossibly sharp, exploded from the abyss below. Then, slowly, inexorably from the fissure emerged a spider, mountainous in scale, armored in obsidian black carapace. Its grotesque, human-like face eerily serene. Its 8 legs, each a black spear-like blade, scraped against stone. From its woman-shaped maw, viridian venom dripped steadily. An abyss-tier beast, the shadow spider's sovereign. We're finished. Captain Li Feng stared at the horror, known only from textbooks, his face bleaching of all color. His voice cracked hollow with finality. It's the sovereign's hunting trap. None of us will walk out of here alive today. It's the Spider King's hunting trap. None of us will leave here alive today. Li Feng's voice was hoarse and parched, filled with boundless despair. An abyssal-level ferocious beast. Even gold-tier powerhouses would go out of their way to avoid such a terrifying existence. According to legend, the Shadow Spider King was exceedingly cunning. It would first drive lesser beast tides to herd its prey step by step into the traps it had prearranged. Only when its prey was utterly exhausted would it emerge from the earth to savor a bountiful feast. At this moment, the terrifying spider with a body as massive as a small mountain used its grotesque face eerily resembling a human woman's to appraise the group of utterly despairing food before it with keen interest. Hiss! The Spider King opened its maw coated in slime and let out an extremely sharp, piercing shriek. A pressure 100 times more terrifying than the beast tide swept across the scene like an invisible tidal wave. Thud! Thud! Several ordinary members of the Gale squad collapsed without even a groan, foaming at the mouth and fainting from the pressure. Even Captain Li Feng, a silver-tier powerhouse, was forced to one knee, driving his heavy sword deep into the ground just to barely stay upright. It's over. It's all over. Chu Kuang, lying in the mud some distance away, stared at the monstrous entity before him, which seemed like a god or demon, as the last glimmer of survival in his eyes completely extinguished. He couldn't even muster the courage to activate his berserk talent. Faced with the absolute pressure of an abyssal-level beast, his laughable A-grade talent was as worthless as a 3-year-old's toy. Run. Run now. Li Feng forced the words out through gritted teeth, using every ounce of his strength. He gave Lin Qingxue a hard shove. Miss Lin, you have the highest talent. We'll hold them off. You run. Save whoever you can. Lin Qingxue's pretty face turned deathly pale. She bit her lip hard, channeling the last of her ice spiritual energy to condense a thin wall of ice before her. But she knew this wall of ice was no stronger than a sheet of paper before that monster. Run! From the Spider King's human-like maw came an eerily sharp laugh, like a woman's screech in the night. You've entered my web and still think you can run. Before the words faded, the Spider King abruptly lifted its bloated abdomen. Two. A series of muffled sounds followed. Huge webs woven from venomous dark green slime and spanning over 10 meters in diameter descended from the sky like scattered blossoms. These webs were not only vast in range, but also terrifyingly fast, instantly sealing off all escape routes in the area. Sizzle. A few webs landed on towering ancient trees nearby. The moment the solid trunks touched the webs, they emitted black smoke and rapidly corroded and melted as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. Lethal poison. The webs even carried a terrifying venom capable of melting steel. Heaven is dooming me. Li Feng stared at the canopy of deadly venomous webs above, utterly hopeless. He closed his eyes, gripping his heavy sword, ready for a final desperate struggle. However, at this moment of certain death for everyone, a highly incongruous, even somewhat languid voice suddenly rang out in the dead silence of the forest. Hey, you big bug, isn't your spit a bit too disgusting? Everyone froze, turning to look. There stood Qin Bei, the grade waste they had all regarded as a burden from the start. Far from panicking like the rest, he was looking up at the falling poison nets with a look of disgust, as if complaining about a neighbor tossing trash from upstairs. Qin Bei, are you crazy? Get down. Lin Qingxue, seeing him still standing, panicked and instinctively tried to pull him behind her. But Qin Bei merely sidestepped, dodging her hand. Why get down? He glanced at the utterly stunned Lin Qingxue, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It's dirty. With that, he made a move that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Instead of fleeing, he gently pushed Lin Qingxue toward Li Feng's safer direction. Then, under everyone's disbelieving gaze, he faced the rain of venomous webs, one hand in his pocket. Step by step, with the leisurely air of a casual stroll, he walked slowly toward the mountain's-sized shadow Spider King. Has this kid lost his mind? Li Feng was so shocked he could barely speak, watching Qin Bei's defiant back. What's he trying to do? Resist the webs with his bare body? That venom can melt steel. Even the lofty Shadow Spider King was taken aback. Its human-like face twisted into a highly human expression of confusion. Had this insignificant human lost his mind? Or did he think he was an indestructible cockroach? An amusing little bug. The Spider King let out a sharp hiss, driving its 8 spear-like legs deep into the ground. It wanted to watch this reckless ant be melted into a puddle of pus by its venomous web. Rip! A massive poison web descended with a pungent, bloody stench. Lin Qingxue screamed in terror, instinctively covering her eyes. Li Feng and the others closed their eyes in despair. To them, Qin Bei was as good as dead. However, the anticipated gruesome scene of melting flesh never came. Instead, a sneer dripping with extreme contempt and mockery reached their ears. Such petty tricks, and you dare show off before me? Everyone's eyes snapped open. The next second, they witnessed a sight they would never forget. The venomous web, capable of melting steel, halted midair less than half a meter above Qin Bei's head, as if hitting an invisible wall of air. On the web's surface, a thin, almost transparent layer of dark golden flames blazed fiercely, burning the highly corrosive venomous slime with with a sizzling sound, turning it into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into nothing. What? What is this? Li Feng's eyes bulged. Spiritual energy externalization. Protective Qi barrier. That was a technique only gold-tier powerhouses could master. What kind of monster was this grade trash? My. The Shadow Spider King's human face showed a serious expression for the first time. Its murky eyes fixed on the faint golden aura around Qin Bei's body. From that aura, it sensed a fear that made its very soul tremble. Interesting. Qin Bei looked up at the web being incinerated by his dark Emperor Bloodline aura, yawning with boredom. Warm-up's over. He slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket. Then under everyone's shocked gaze, he snapped his fingers lightly at the void. Snap. The crisp sound was jarring in the dead forest. The next second, a mere big bug dares to block my path. A cold, biting smirk curled at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth. With his voice dripping with utter contempt, a hum filled the air. A flash of blue light in the void. A uniquely shaped, savage, and violently aesthetic dark blue, single-edged military saber materialized out of nowhere, landing firmly in his hand. It was the holy sword of Garuru, formed from the soul of the subwolf. Is that a spatial artifact? Li Feng was completely numb by now. All he wanted to know was how many more trump cards this pretentious powerhouse had hidden. But Qin Bei's next move truly shattered their worldview. Qin Bei grasped the cold hilt, but didn't charge immediately. Instead, he nonchalantly slung the dark blue saber over his shoulder. Then he flashed a very benevolent smile at the utterly stupefied Shadow Spider King. Monster, come clean up. Qin Bei's voice was low but carried an unyielding command. As his words faded, buzz, buzz, buzz. A resonant heavy sound like a death knell echoed through the forest again. A magnificent belt shimmering with dark gold and blood-red light, and engraved with ancient mystical runes materialized around his waist. It was the king's belt, the one that had slain the royal cadre RK at Longhai No. One high school. He is. Li Feng stared at the familiar belt, connecting it to the invincible figure that had swept the internet the night before. An absurd yet only logical thought exploded in his mind like thunder. He jerked his head up, locking his eyes on Qin Bei's back, his voice hoarse and twisted with extreme excitement. The Northwest Hammer King. The Northwest Hammer King. Li Feng's shriek, cracking with disbelief, echoed through the deathly silent woods. He stared at the ornate belt around Qin Bei's waist, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The rest of the Gale squad collectively gasped. The armored powerhouse who had achieved legendary status online last night was actually this frank high schooler they had been ridiculing all along. Captain, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Medic Zhao Schwerer swallowed hard, her voice trembling. That big shot wielded a purple hammer, but Qin Bei is holding a blue sword. What do you know? Li Feng was so agitated the veins on his neck bulged. Look at that belt. The totems and patterns are identical to the ones in the video. Chu Kuang, lying in the muddy water, felt as if struck by lightning. He shook his head violently, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu Kuang roared through gritted teeth like a gambler who had lost everything. He's just a worthless cripple without any spiritual energy. That belt must be a cheap counterfeit from the black market. Shut your filthy mouth. Li Feng kicked Chu Kuang in the gut, cutting off his rant. Say one more word, and he'll butcher you right now. Qin Bei didn't look back. He couldn't be bothered with the farcical figures behind him. See, but don't speak, and we can still be friends. He held the Garaloo saber in one hand, his tone laced with nonchalance. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had no intention of summoning the complete Kiva armor today. Dealing with such a clumsy giant insect didn't require a heavy tank. Whoosh. Gripping the saber's hilt, he casually twirled it in a flourish. The blue whistle on his belt emitted a piercing wolf howl that rode the wind. Then specks of ethereal blue light climbed up the hilt, swiftly enveloping his entire left arm. A streamlined, deep blue gauntlet adhered to his arm, with a ferocious wolf head relief emerging on his shoulder. Only his left arm was partially armored, wild yet brimming with explosive power. What? What form is this? Lin Qingxue stared blankly at the profound blue, feeling as if her heart had skipped a beat. The Shadow Spider King, left aside, was utterly enraged. These insignificant morsels dared to chat in the face of death. They had no respect for this abyssal overlord. SSSS. It opened its grotesque woman-like face maw, letting out a piercing shriek. A glob of venom several times larger than before shot out, like a high-pressure water cannon. The venom dispersed midair, transforming into a dense, sky-obscuring net of toxic webbing that descended upon Qin Bei. Watch out! Lin Qingxue instinctively cried out, her heart leaping into her throat. She had witnessed the venom's corrosive power firsthand. A single touch would melt bones into a pool of pus. A mere trick. Qin Bei sneered, a bloodthirsty curl at the corner of his lips. He lightly tapped the ground with his toe. Bang! The mud beneath didn't even explode, leaving only a shallow footprint. But Qin Bei himself had vanished into thin air. Yes, completely and utterly vanished. Where is he? Chu Kuang, slumped in the mud, rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe his vision. His eyes, enhanced by his rank talent, couldn't even track a trace of his movement. Above, no to the left. Li Feng spun his head in terror, his vision blurring. He could only see a streak of azure lightning darting back and forth through the venomous webs. Too fast, far beyond the physical limits of human retinal capture. Rip, rip, a series of crisp, tearing sounds echoed in the air. The descending web of poison hadn't even touched the ground before it was sliced into a fine powder by countless intersecting blue sword shadows. It was like a rain of green poison falling through the woods. With such paltry speed you dare to hunt. Qin Bei's mocking voice resonated from all directions simultaneously. Compounded by the echoes, no one could pinpoint his true location. The Shadow Spider King's woman face finally twisted into an expression of terror. Even its dozens of prideful compound eyes couldn't keep up with the azure lightning. Saw. The Spider King panicked, its 8 spear-like black legs flailing and stabbing wildly around. Each strike gouged a massive pit 2 or 3 meters deep into the earth. Mud and rubble flew everywhere like a meteor shower. It's lashing out randomly. Can Qin Bei dodge? Zhao Shuer clutched Li Feng's arm, her nails digging into his flesh. Dodge? He never intended to dodge. Li Feng stared fixedly at the battlefield, cold sweat dripping from his chin. He's facing it, Hedon. Draw your sword, and let me show you. Qin Bei's cool voice suddenly sounded from beneath the Spider King's massive body. What true extreme speed slaughter truly means. As his words fell, the azure lightning paused for an instant beneath the spider's abdomen. The moment Qin Bei's form solidified, the Garaloo saber swept up in a blinding blue crescent. Thud! A dull cutting sound rang out. The thickest right foreleg of the Spider King was severed cleanly at the root. Green venomous blood spurted like a fountain, sizzling against the surrounding tree trunks. Sasa! The Spider King let out an agonized shriek, its massive body lurching to the right. But Qin Bei's movements didn't falter for an instant. Like an elegant blue specter, he used the spider's tilted blind spot to transform into lightning once more. The second, thud. The left load-bearing foreleg was severed with a clean snap, flying through the air. The third, the fourth. Qin Bei's voice echoed coldly and precisely through the woods like death calling the roll. With each utterance, a dazzling blue sword light followed. And with each, an iron-hard spider leg was neatly severed. Oh my God! Sun Yin, clutching his bleeding chest, stared at the scene, completely forgetting his pain. He's chopping an abyssal-rank beast like it's a head of cabbage. Chu Kuang's face was ashen, his teeth grinding audibly, his bladder emptied from sheer terror. The gap was too vast. He no longer even had the right to be jealous, only soul-deep fear remained. Thud, 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 3 crisp strikes in succession. The sword light wove into a magnificent blue net of death in the air. In a matter of seconds, the Spider King's prideful 8 iron legs were shaved clean by Qin Bei like meat stripped from bones. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror without a single burr. Boom! Bereft of all support, the Shadow Spider King's colossal form collapsed like a crumbling mountain. It crashed heavily onto the muddy ground. The earth quaked violently, causing the Gale Squad members to stagger and nearly fall. Green venomous blood soon pooled beneath the Spider King. The Spider King's eerie woman face was hideously contorted in agony. Stripped of all mobility, it could only roar in impotent fury from the mud. SSS. SSSS. It tried to swell its abdomen to spew one last glob of venom in a desperate struggle. But just as its maw opened, a streak of azure had already leaped high, instantly blotting out the sunlight that filtered down above its head. Qin Bei hovered midair like a deity, pronouncing judgment. He held the Garaloo saber's hilt inverted in both hands, the blue armor on his left arm emitting a low, rumbling wolf howl. Blinding blue light converged madly on the blade, as if it would cleave the very space around it. A bone-chilling, murderous aura locked onto the Spider King's head below. Captain, look at the sword in his hand. Zhao Shuer pointed at the sky, her voice quivering with extreme excitement. With energy fluctuations of that magnitude, is he going to one-shot an abyssal rank? Li Feng swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the godlike youth suspended in the air. I don't know. Li Feng gave a bitter smile, feeling that his decades of hunting experience had been wasted. This is simply beyond our comprehension. Midair. Qin Bei adjusted his stance, his icy gaze piercing through the dazzling sword light. He looked down at the despairing face below, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. In your next life, remember to choose a better-looking face. The Spider King seemed to understand his taunt, its eyes filled with terror as it let out a piercing shriek. Just as the death-tainted blue sword was about to descend at that critical moment, wait. Don't crush its head directly. Captain Li Feng suddenly remembered something vital and screamed at the top of his lungs toward the sky. The abyssal crystal is in its brain. If you cleave it with one strike, the crystal will shatter and be worthless. If you slash down, the core will shatter into pieces and become worthless. Li Feng's hoarse roar echoed through the forest, his tone brimming with an urgent, money-grubbing panic. Midair Qin Bei's descending blade paused for an imperceptible half-second. A core. Shattered. What kind of joke was that? He hadn't trekked all the way out of the city just to stock up, had he? With the core shattered, could this giant spider still be considered a premium delivery? Noisy. Qin Bei coldly spat out 2 words. The blue armor on his left arm emitted a low, ferocious wolf howl as he abruptly twisted his wrist. The blade, originally aimed to cleave the Spider King's skull in 2, forcibly altered its trajectory within a split second. Shhhhhh. A cerulean sword beam like a crescent moon howled as it tore through space, slanting into the Shadow Spider King's neck. Thud. A stifling, teeth-grinding sound of severance rang out. There were no flashy explosions or earth-shattering roars. Only the absolute sharpness born of sheer speed. The despairing, twisted woman's face on the Shadow Spider King instantly froze. Its mountain-like body stiffened, and its 8 broken legs twitched unconsciously twice in the mud. The next second, an extremely faint blue line rapidly spread from its neck. Boom. With a heavy thud of collapse, the Spider King's massive head slid off cleanly along that blue line. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. A fist-sized abyssal core radiating a deep black light remained perfectly intact, embedded in the center of its skull. Green venomous blood, no longer constrained by the head, erupted from the Spider King's headless torso, like a high-pressure geyser raining down a foul, bloody shower. An abyssal-tier beast, the Shadow Spider King. One sword stroke, decapitated. The entire process was too fast for anyone to react. From Qin Bei's leap to the Spider King's demise, it happened in the span of a breath. Silence. A deathly silence. The members of the Hurricane Squad stood petrified, as if collectively struck by a paralysis spell. Li Feng's mouth hung open wide enough to hold a fist. He looked at the perfectly intact core on the ground, then at the figure slowly descending from midair. He felt that his decades-long career as a hunter had been like a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly ignorant of the world. Is this his true strength? Medic Zhao Schwerer covered her mouth, her legs giving way as she collapsed into the muddy water. In her beautiful eyes reflecting Qin Bei's deep blue armor, there was unprecedented awe. In the wilderness, only absolute power commands true respect, and what Qin Bei had just displayed was no longer mere power. It was a miracle. How is this possible? How can this be? Lying in the mud, Chu Kuang stared at the Spider King's massive headless corpse, repeating the words under his breath. His voice trembled. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Qin Bei, filled with despair and utter disbelief. This was an abyssal-tier beast that even Principal Bai Poju would face with a slim chance of survival. And it was taken down by that frayed waist he had mocked and cursed throughout the journey. One sword strike, and it was instantly annihilated. Chu Kuang felt his worldview crumbling. His proud A-grade rage talent. His usual lofty sense of superiority. At this moment, it was like mud trampled underfoot, crushed, flattened, leaving not even a trace. I actually mocked a monster like this. Chu Kuang's body trembled uncontrollably, a deep fear coiling around his heart like a venomous snake. He suddenly realized that if Qin Bei wanted to kill him, it would probably be easier than crushing an ant. His pride, his Dao heart, lay utterly shattered beneath that resplendent blue sword beam. Who is he really? Lin Qingxue stood not far away, her cold, clear eyes rippling with emotion. Watching Qin Bei's left arm encased in blue armor, tumultuous waves surged within her heart. This unheard-of battle form, this terrifying power that crushed an abyssal-tier beast. Could he truly be that masked master revered as a god online? But why would he pretend to be in grade waste, staying unnoticed at school? Lin Qingxue's heart was full of questions, but she knew this was not the time to ask. In this era where strength reigns supreme, some secrets were best left unknown. Tap. Qin Bei landed steadily on the muddy ground, his combat boots making a soft sound. He casually swung his hand, and Garuramon's holy sword traced a graceful blue arc in the air. The residual green venom on the blade was instantly flicked clean. Clang. A crisp sound of metal sheathing. With a flash of blue light, the holy sword transformed into a wolf head pendant and returned to Qin Bai's clothing. He deactivated the armor on his left arm. Once again, he became the ordinary-looking high school student in a plain tracksuit, seemingly harmless. Qin Bei didn't even glance at the dumbstruck Hurricane squad members behind him. Nor did he pay any attention to Chu Kuang, who was trembling on the ground. He walked straight toward the mountain-like corpse of the Shadow Spider King. As he walked, he casually wiped his hands on his clothes. His deep eyes gleamed with undisguised avarice, like a famished foodie finally laying eyes on a lavish feast. This big bug should be rich in energy, right? Qin Bei rubbed his hands together inwardly, a cold, sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He stopped before the Spider King's corpse. He didn't pick up the priceless abyssal core. Instead, he slowly raised his right-hand palm, aimed at the Spider King's massive headless torso. A chilling dark fluctuation began to gather in his palm. Captain what is he doing? Sun Yin, clutching his wounded chest, stared at Qin Bai's back with uncertainty. Li Feng shook his head, his eyes full of awe and fear. Don't make a sound and don't ask, he whispered, his tone more serious than ever. The actions of a big shot at this level are beyond our understanding. Qin Bei paid no heed to the whispers behind him. He took a deep breath and a savage dark red glint flickered in his pitch-black eyes. System, he growled in his mind. Time to feast. The wind in the grove seemed to stop altogether. Qin Bei walked with slow, deliberate steps, treading through pools of venom and mud as he made straight for the headless corpse that rose like a mountain. All eyes clung to his retreating figure. Captain what is he going to do? Medic Zhao Shuer swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper, as if afraid to rouse a sleeping demon. Could he be going to gather abyss-level materials? Sun Yin pressed a bloody hand to his chest and gasped for breath. Li Feng said nothing. He simply stared at Qin Bei. The veteran hunter's instincts told him the scene about to unfold would overturn decades of his assumptions. Qin Bei halted before the carcass of the Shadow Spider King. Even without its head, the remaining half of that monstrous body still stood as tall as a 3-story building. He looked like an ant before an elephant, and yet that ant had, with a single sword, just severed the elephant's head. Time to eat, Qin Bei murmured inwardly, a satisfied, frigid smile tugging at his mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, and as if by casual habit pressed his palm against the Spider King's black iron-like carapace. System absorb. No sooner had the words left his lips. Boom! A soul-chilling surge of horror burst outward from the center of his palm. There was no dazzling light, no thunderous noise. Only an ink-black vortex, as if it could swallow every scrap of light, quietly coalescing in his palm. The surrounding light dimmed in an instant. A cold wind howled through the trees, funneling into that palm-sized black hole. Then before the horrified eyes of the Gale squad, the utterly surreal occurred. Sizzling, desiccating sounds filled the air like teeth grinding. The mountain-sized body of the Shadow Spider King began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its once impervious black carapace lost its sheen, turning gray and cracked. The vast flesh, abyssal venom, even the most pristine essence of life within it transformed into visible streams of green energy pouring frantically into the black vortex in Qin Bai's palm. Good heavens! Sun Yin forgot his chest pain, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He's absorbing that beast. Zhao Shuer collapsed backward into the mud, both hands clamped over her mouth, her stomach churning. The vision was too eerie, too grotesque. This was not combat. It looked like treating an abyss-level leviathan as if it were a juice box with a straw. This world has lost its senses. Chu Kuang slumped in the mud, dumbstruck as the mountain of flesh shriveled. All the cultivation principles he had once taken pride in were ground to dust. To siphon a beast's origin directly into one's body. Such a suicidal act. No human, and not even a high-tier alien, would dare attempt it. The beast's energy raged and reeked of poison. Ingesting it would surely tear the body apart. Yet Qin Bei did not explode. He even closed his eyes in contentment. Ding! Detected abyss-level poisonous essence, auto-filtering impurities. Listening to the crisp chime of the system inside his mind, Qin Bei felt every cell exult. It was astonishingly pure. The energy contained in this abyss-level Spider King far exceeded the combined power of the dozens of Fongblood specters before it. The raging force surged through his meridians like a breached dam. In an ordinary person, the channels would have burst long ago. But the bloodline of the Dark Emperor was a bottomless forge, swallowing that energy whole and furiously refining it. Seconds later, the mountain-like Shadow Spider King was reduced to a shriveled husk. A breeze scattered the great empty shell like a fossil weathered for 1,000 years that collapsed into a cloud of gray powder. No bones remained. Qin Bei, having absorbed all the energy, felt his aura climb by leaps and bounds. The barrier of Silver 8 shattered in an instant. Ding! Realm breakthrough, Silver 9. The torrent of energy showed no signs of abating, slamming toward the enormous watershed that had thwarted countless awakeners. The golden threshold loomed. Break! Qin Bei roared inwardly. Boom! An invisible shockwave visible to the eye exploded from his body. Leaves and pooled water within dozens of meters were swept clean by the blast, leaving an absolute vacuum. Qin Bei's eyes snapped open, a faint dark golden glimmer streaked through his inky pupils. Ding! Congratulations, host. Having crossed the Great Realm Barrier, promoted to Golden 1 star. Golden rank, at 18. Li Feng felt the oppressive pressure wash over him, his legs gave, and he dropped to one knee. His mouth hung open like a fish gasping for air. He leveled up. Li Feng's voice rasped like sand. He just touched a corpse and broke into golden. He had been stuck at the peak of silver for 5 long years. He had risked life and limb every day on the wasteland searching for a breakthrough, only to watch this man kill a monster, touch the corpse, and in the time it took to yawn. He advanced. Comparing oneself to others can truly inflame the heart. Is this his golden touch? Lin Qingxue stood not far away, her cold eyes reflecting Qin Bei's erect silhouette as a storm of astonishment rose within her. She finally understood why Qin Bei had not dodged the sweeping death webs, because to him those lethal venoms were merely the nourishment for his ascent. A monster, shrouded in human skin and fathomless. Lin Qingxue bit her lower lip, and for the first time toward someone her age felt an emotion that was nothing but reverent awe. Qin Bei exhaled, withdrawing his right hand. Feeling that surging might which seemed capable of punching through a mountain, he flexed his shoulders with satisfaction. A discordant hiccup broke the silence of the grove. Qin Bei rubbed his belly, glanced at the drifting bone dust, and curled his lips in mild disdain. Not much flavor, shell too hard. A bit tooth-clogging, he remarked offhandedly, as if critiquing mediocre noodles at a street stall. Those words struck the Gale squad's ears like a maddening tune. That was an abyss-level terror, one that had nearly wiped them out. And in his mouth it was reduced to a snack with a bit of grit. Had he considered their feelings at all? Chu Kuang had gone numb. He buried his face in the mud and played dead, vowing to steer clear of any place where Qin Bei might appear for the rest of his life. Qin Bei turned his deep gaze, sweeping the clearing before resting on Li Feng and the others. The instant their eyes met his, a chill ran down their spines. They instinctively held their breath, afraid even to inhale, as if worried the man might still be hungry and mistake them for dessert. Qin Bei did not approach. He simply raised his right hand and pressed one long finger to the place on his black mask where his lips would be. Shoo! No warning, no threat. Only a casual shushing gesture, yet it landed on every throat like a cold dagger. Everyone understood. Keep your mouth shut, today's affair dies with you. Li Feng nodded frantically, perspiration pouring as his head bobbed like a pestle. Zhao Shuer clamped her hands tighter over her mouth and nodded until tears swelled at the corners of her eyes. Seeing their obedience, a flicker of satisfied amusement passed through Qin Bei's gaze. The stench of blood is too strong. Other beasts will be drawn here soon, Qin Bei said, flexing his legs. A moment later the ground split. A web of cracks spidered across the earth. He became a dark red afterimage of violence and shot upward into the dense canopy. In a few bounds he vanished toward the distant edge of the wasteland, clean and decisive, leaving the ravaged battlefield, the gaping fissure, and the Gale squad with their worldviews utterly overturned. The grove returned to a deathly silence. Only after 5 long minutes, when the oppressive pressure was surely gone, did Sun Yin slump to the ground, gasping for breath. Captain. He swallowed bloody saliva and looked pale as he turned to Li Feng. Should we report this to the military or the Hunters Guild when we get back to the city? Li Feng snapped his head around, his eyes feral. Report it. Report my ass, he hissed through clenched teeth. If you want to die, don't drag us along. He pointed shakily toward the direction Qin Bei had vanished. Didn't you see? He can one-shot an abyss level. If he wanted to crush us, it would be easier than crushing an ant. From this moment on, no one is allowed to mention today. Even if it rots in your belly, you'll take it into your coffin. Li Feng turned and glared at Chu Kuang, the warning plain in his stare. Young Master Chu, especially you. If you gossip outside, don't blame me for disowning you. Chu Kuang's face went alternately pale and ashen. Humiliated, he bowed his head and dared not utter a sound. Lin Qingxue stood at the edge, a breeze slipping across the mud-stained hem of her dress. She watched the direction in which the man had gone, her cold eyes reflecting a swirl of complicated emotions. Qin Bei. She whispered the name to herself, her fingers clenching. Far away more than 10 kilometers from there, Qin Bei sat upon the branch of an ancient tower-like tree. He took out his phone and glanced at the time. The outing had earned him an abyssal crystal core and a free sumptuous buffet that had rocketed him into the golden tier. The haul had been a bloody bargain. Your Majesty, shall we return to the city now? Kivit Bienfu Sanshur poked his head from a pocket, chittering with his metallic beak as if still savoring the taste. Return to the city. Qin Bei chuckled, tossing the black glinting abyssal crystal core in his palm. He rose and cast his gaze deeper into the wasteland toward the 10,000 mountains shrouded in thick mist. Having come all this way, how could I return empty-handed? Qin Bei pocketed the core, a fanatic gleam of battle lust danced in his eyes. Let's swing by the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains, he said. I heard Leitang Marshal Hall has a bounty mission there. Handsome rewards. A fierce gale swept across the wilderness, churning up a cloud of scorched earth. A battered bulletproof off-road vehicle, as if drunk, careened into the checkpoint at the east gate of Longhai City. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes rang out, leaving 2 long black tire marks on the ground. The car door was kicked open. Captain Li Feng tumbled out of the car, covered in blood, gasping for breath. He was followed by Zhao Shui's son Yan and Chu Kuang, who was being carried on a stretcher, his face as pale as paper. Captain Li, what did you encounter? The military officer guarding the city hurried over with his men, his brow furrowed into a knot. The Blackwind Mountains. A high-level beast tied. Li Feng grabbed the officer's arm, his fingers trembling. And an abyssal-level shadow spider queen. At these words, the entire checkpoint erupted into chaos. An abyssal-level beast. That was a terror capable of easily flattening Longhai City's defenses. Sound the highest alert immediately. Notify the city defense force. The officer roared hoarsely. No need, Li Feng said, leaning against the car door, waving his hand weakly, his eyes filled with a profound reverence. The Spider Queen is dead. 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 The officer was stunned, staring at him as if he were mad. Who killed it? In Li Feng's mind, the image of Qin Bei making a silencing gesture flashed instantly. He shuddered and clenched his jaw tightly. A mysterious person, wearing blue armor with one sword stroke. He cut off the Spider Queen's head. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Human Federation, the Dragon Capital, the Supreme Military Command Center, a massive holographic sand table slowly rotated in the center of the room, glowing with an ethereal blue light. The air here seemed to carry a metallic, murderous aura. Thud. A file stamped with a red top-secret seal was lightly tossed onto the rosewood desk. Behind the desk sat a man. He wore a crisp military uniform, the stars on his shoulders gleaming under the light. His temples were slightly gray, but his eyes were sharper than a lone wolf in the wilderness. The Supreme Commander of the Human Federation, a king-level powerhouse. Shenxingha. Go on, what's the situation that warrants dragging me out of bed in the middle of the night? Shenxingha picked up a cup of Dahong Pao tea blue on the floating leaves, his tone steady and unruffled. Standing before the desk was the director of the Intelligence Bureau. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice low. Marshal, the Sky Eye satellite captured an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation in the Blackwind Mountains on the outskirts of Longhai City. The system rating has exceeded the limit of the silver rank, approaching gold. Oh, Shenxingha took a sip of tea. A border town like Longhai, where would a gold rank come from? Did the alien races make a move? The Intelligence Bureau director swallowed hard and pulled up a blurry video recording. You'd better see for yourself. A holographic projection unfolded in midair. The image was riddled with snow-like noise due to strong magnetic interference. But one could still vaguely make out a shadow spider queen as massive as a mountain. And in midair, the slender silhouette wrapped in deep blue armor. An abyssal-level beast. Shenzing's eyes narrowed slightly as he set down his teacup. This big spider once killed 2 of my silver rank company commanders. Who is this kid, daring to provoke it? The video continued playing. With no sound, it all played out like a silent film. The blue silhouette leaped high into the air. A crescent-shaped azure glow sliced through the Spider Queen's neck as if cutting through tofu. The massive head crashed to the ground. Crack. Shenzing's left hand, which had been resting on the desk, tightened slightly. A clear fingerprint was indented into the hard rosewood surface. Decapitated with one strike. His voice finally carried a hint of rare gravity. Even for him, a king level, killing a shadow spider queen instantly would require 70% of his strength. Yet the mysterious figure in the video did it with such ease. But that wasn't all. The following scene was the true source of the Intelligence Bureau's sleepless night. In the video, the figure landed, steadily walked to the Spider Queen's corpse. He extended a hand and pressed it against the black carapace. Then the colossal body visibly shriveled and crumbled. dissolving into a cloud of gray-white powder that scattered in the wind. Meanwhile, the figure's aura as shown on the video's energy detector skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed. Bang! A sharp crack. The top-grade root kiln teacup in Shunxing's hand was crushed into powder. Hot tea mixed with porcelain shards dripped through his fingers onto the desk. But he seemed not to notice. The supreme marshal, known for his composure even in the face of disaster, suddenly stood up. His chiseled face was etched with undisguised shock. Impossible. Shunxing has stared at the holographic projection, his breathing becoming rapid. What is he doing? Is he absorbing the beast's primal energy? The Intelligence Bureau director's legs trembled as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, Marshal. Not just absorbing, but draining it completely, not wasting a single drop of venom. What's more terrifying is that after devouring it, his energy level directly broke through the gold rank barrier. Madness. Utter madness. Shunxing paced back and forth in the office, his military boots clacking on the floor. Killing an abyssal level with one strike, though shocking, was still acceptable. After all, there might be a few reclusive ancient martial arts masters among humans capable of it. But directly absorbing the beast's primal energy into his own body for personal use. This was an act that defied the biological common sense of Blue Planet. The energy of beasts was filled with violence and deadly poison. Even a king level would need months of seclusion to expel even a trace. Did this man have a bottomless pit for a stomach? Have you identified him? Shunxing has stopped, his eyes cutting into the intelligence director like a blade. No, the director shook his head bitterly. Longhai City's surveillance network was deliberately cut off. The Gale Squad only said it was a mysterious passerby. His weapon is a blue single-edged sword which seems different from the Northwest Hammer King, who made a scene at Longhai No. 1 high school last night. Nonsense. Shunxing slammed his hand on the table, making the ink bottle jump. In one remote city, 2 freaks of this level pop up in a day or 2. Do you think they're cabbages? He stared intently at the blue silhouette, recalling the secret report about the red-armored Hammer King from the previous night. Equally unreasonable, equally extreme violence, equally lawless. Issue the order. Shunxing took a deep breath, retracting his king-level pressure completely. Activate the highest level of confidentiality. No one else is to speak of this except the 2 of us. Classify it as SS level top secret. The intelligence director shuddered. SS level. Marshal, that's for traitors and high-ranking alien races. Carry out the order. Shunxing interrupted him without room for argument. Also immediately contact Special Agent Bai Bing. Tell her to stop wandering around Longhai City and keep a tight watch on this lead. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, dig out this kid's true identity. The intelligence director withdrew with the order, and the command center fell into silence again. Only the holographic image continued to loop, replaying that earth-shattering sword strike. Shunxing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the neon-lit nightscape beyond the dragon capital. He lit a cigar and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, the iron-willed marshal's eyes became unprecedentedly complex. Devouring all, defying all rules, he murmured, his fingers tightening on the cigar. This power, if harnessed for humanity, would be the ultimate blade to counterattack the alien races. But if he remained uncontrollable, or even stood against humanity, this blade could shatter the entire Federation into pieces. Kid, what kind of monster are you? While Shunxing stared blankly out the window hundreds of kilometers away from Longhai City in the wilderness, a crimson full moon hung high in the sky. Achut. Qin Bei, who had just slain a wild boar with the Garuru sacred sword, sneezed violently. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who's cursing me in the middle of the night?" Qin Bei flipped the roasting boar leg and sprinkled a handful of coarse salt. The aroma filled the air. He tore off a piece of the succulent meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled to the side, "Sillin, this wilderness meat is way more flavorful than the stuff in the city, don't you think?" A blue light flashed, and Sillin's phantom appeared beside the campfire. He looked at the beast corpses on the ground, drained of their primal energy and dismembered. He swallowed hard. Yes, quite flavorful. Qin Bei nodded with satisfaction. He tossed the leftover bones aside, clapped his hands, and stood up. His dark golden pupils past the leaping flames gazed into the deeper, darker periphery of the 10,000 mountains. Full and content, Qin Bei grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Time to get down to business. I hope that big bounty from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall doesn't disappoint me. In the classroom of Class 7 is Senior Year 3 at Longhai No. 1 high school, the holographic projector above the blackboard hummed monotonously, playing a tedious lecture titled Analysis of Wilderness Beast Habits. The cicadas outside the window buzzed with an irritating persistence. Qin Bei rested his chin on one hand, sitting in the second-to-last row by the window, listlessly twirling a ballpoint pen between his fingers. Just yesterday, he had feasted on an abyssal spider queen in the 10,000 mountains. Today, he had to sit obediently through a theoretical class. This surreal sense of disconnection made him yawn involuntarily. "Brother Bei, did you go thieving last night?" "Those dark circles are brutal," whispered his deskmate Fatty, soon nudging Qin Bei with his elbow. "Did you sneak off to watch some streamer dance without me?" Fatty pressed, leaning closer. Qin Bei rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Piss off. I was out working a black market gig to earn living expenses." His words were half-truth, half-lie. After all, slaying beasts for materials was indeed physical labor. Fatty scoffed, clearly unconvinced. He stealthily pulled out his phone from the drawer, clicked on a local news alert, and slid it onto Qin Bei's desk. "Take a look. Things have been getting dicey in the city lately." Qin Bei glanced at the screen. The headline was bolded in striking red: Longhai Aquarium struck by mysterious disappearances. 3 keepers vanished in 3 days, leaving only large puddles behind. The news image showed the deep water area cordoned off, the picture a bit blurry. But Qin Bei's gaze paused for half a second at the edge of the photo. On a tile near the caution tape were several strange marks like shattered stained glass. An ordinary person might think it was just fallen aquarium decor. But Qin Bei knew better. This was the unique energy crystal residue left by the Fang'ire clan after feeding or fighting. Time to work. The pen in Qin Bei's hand stopped with a sharp snap. In the depths of his dark eyes flickered a glint of dark gold greed that only he could perceive. Ever since breaking through to gold 1 star, his appetite had grown ravenous. Low-level black iron and bronze beasts were like drinking plain water. They didn't even stir a ripple in his belly. He craved higher-tier energy. And the Fang'ire assassins lurking in human cities were undoubtedly the finest experience packs. "Fatty, cover for me." Qin Bei casually stuffed his textbook into the drawer and stood up. "Huh." Fatty was dumbfounded. "You're ditching again. Next class is the Dragon Lattice. Stomachache. Going to the infirmary to lie down." With that, Qin Bei slipped out the back door like a breeze while the teacher was writing on the board, leaving Fatty staring at an empty seat. At 3 in the afternoon, the Longhai Aquarium stood silent and desolate, cordoned off with yellow tape due to the recent disappearances. Qin Bei, wearing a black cap and hands in his hoodie pockets, leisurely circled to the back entrance. He glanced up at the surveillance camera on the wall. Picking up a pebble from the ground, he flicked it with his finger. Crack! The camera lens shattered on impact. With practiced ease, he vaulted over the 2-meter iron fence, landing lightly in the waterlogged backyard. "Kivit, can you catch a scent?" he asked telepathically. A mechanical bat poked its metallic head out from his inner pocket, its electronic eyes glowing red. "Your Majesty, the stench here is practically choking me." In the deepwater exhibition area on B2, there are at least 4 high-level Fang'ire energy signatures. Kivit paused, a hint of confusion in its voice. "But apart from the Fang'ire, I also smell something heavy with moisture. Almost like a mermaid." "A mermaid?" Qin Bei raised an eyebrow. That was a rare breed, rumored to have been nearly wiped out by other races early in the Cataclysm. It seemed this trip was worth it after all. He slipped through the dark maintenance tunnels, making his way unimpeded to the basement level. Inside the deepwater exhibition hall, the massive circular glass wall glowed with a faint blue light. The pool was empty of fish, its once clear water now tinged with a pale crimson. A frail figure clung to the rocks at the bottom of the pool, trembling. It was a boy who looked no older than 12 or 13. He wore a faded sailor shirt, and his slightly curly blue hair was plastered wetly to his forehead. He was the last survivor of the mermaid race, Basha. Despite his childish appearance, he was over a century old. To escape the persecution of other races, he had disguised himself as a human child and hidden in this aquarium, surviving on dead fish. But today his cover was blown. "Come out, little mermaid," called a voice from the concrete walkway above the pool. 3 tall men in gray trench coats stood there. The leader's face was covered in strange, stained glass-like patterns, a cruel smirk on his lips. "You managed to evade the purge. Impressive. But under the bishop's net, you little mudfish can't escape." Basha gritted his teeth, his cerulean eyes filled with hatred and despair. He knew these were professional assassins from the Fang'ire royal family, tasked with eliminating heretics hiding in human cities. "I've never hurt anyone, never interfered with you." Basha poked his head out of the water, his voice carrying a childlike clarity but brimming with anguish. "Why must you exterminate me?" "Why?" The lead assassin laughed as if he'd heard a great joke. "Because the bishop doesn't like variables." He raised his right-hand palm, gathering a bucket-sized ball of dark green corrosive energy. "Blame your luck for being born into such a lowly race. Now boil this pool." The other 2 assassins struck simultaneously, hurling 3 terrifying energy blasts at the deepwater pool. Boom, boom. Boom. The water surface exploded, sending geysers dozens of feet high. The one school water instantly boiled under the energy's heat, emitting acrid white steam. Arg! Basha let out a pained scream. His small body was hurled from the depths by the shockwave. He flew through the air in an arc, crashing heavily onto the concrete walkway. Coughing violently, he clutched his chest. Each cough brought up blood, tinged with blue fluorescence. His sailor shirt was scorched, revealing his frail body covered in blue scales. The gap in strength was immense. All three assassins were peak silver-tier experts, while he, after years of hiding and malnutrition, couldn't muster even a tenth of his prime power. It's over, little one. The lead assassin strode gracefully to Basha, looking down at him. His right hand had fully transformed into a massive, grotesque claw covered in stained glass-like scales. The sharp tip aimed directly at Basha's forehead. In your next life, don't be a fish. The assassin grinned, then drove his arm down with brutal force. As the lethal claw neared, a flash of defiance crossed Basha's eyes. Even in death, he wouldn't let these bloodsuckers have an easy time. If you want to kill me, well, die together. Basha let out an inhuman, anguished roar. The blue scales on his chest suddenly erupted with blinding light. The moisture in the air was instantly drained, coalescing into countless icy blue droplets that madly converged toward his heart. He was burning the last of the mermaid race's core essence. He was going to self-destruct. The explosion of a century-old high-level life form would rival a small bunker buster. It would be enough to collapse this entire underground exhibition hall, burying the three assassins alive. Madman, fall back. The lead assassin's face twisted in terror as he sensed the devastating energy. He recoiled, yanking his claw back and leaping away. The other two scrambled frantically toward the exit. But the blue light on Basha's chest had already swelled to its breaking point. Destruction was mere moments away. In that critical, heart-stopping instant when all seemed doomed, snap. A crisp, abrupt sound like tearing paper echoed through the empty, deathly silent hall. Then a lazy, mocking voice drifted from the shadows of the passage. Say, are all tourist attractions this rude with their service nowadays? Basha froze. The three assassins poised for death also stiffened in place. All heads turned toward the voice. Under the dim sensor light, a youth in a black hoodie leaned against the blast door frame of the entrance. In his right hand, he held half an expired aquarium ticket bought from a scalper 3 months ago. In his left, a can of iced cola still misting with cold air. Qin Bei took a sip through the straw, his dark eyes scanning past the wary assassins to land on Basha, who was glowing and about to self-destruct. Then his gaze shifted slowly, appraising the three Fangire assassins like merchandise. In that moment, deep within his pupils, dark gold vertical pupils ignited like ghostly flames. The system's familiar hungry chime pulsed madly in his mind. Ding! Locked onto 3 peak silver-tier alien essences. A corner of Qin Bei's mouth curled into a benevolent smile. He tossed the half-ticket to the ground and raised an eyebrow at the stunned assassins. Don't worry. Crushing the cola can in his hand, his tone was as casual as asking for directions. I'm just passing through here to grab a few takeout orders. Passing by. Getting takeout. The leading assassin paused, then burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. His face, covered in colorful glass-like patterns, twisted into an extremely exaggerated grin. Huh. Are human brats these days all so oblivious to death? The other 2 assassins joined in the laughter, their eyes gleaming with the mockery one reserves for a fool. The panic that had gripped them moments ago when Basha prepared to self-destruct instantly dissipated. In their eyes, this youth in a hoodie, exuding no trace of spiritual energy, wasn't even worthy of being a snack. Basha slumped to the ground, his chest heaving violently. He seized the moment to disperse the raging self-destruct energy within him, but his face turned even paler. Run, you idiot. Basha screamed at Qin Bei, his voice cracking with despair. They are the top assassins of the Fang blood clan. They'll drain you dry. As a survivor of the merfolk race, he didn't want to drag an innocent human into this. Yet Qin Bei acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He casually tossed the crushed cola can in his hand. The aluminum can traced a graceful parabola through the air before landing with a clatter perfectly into the corner trash bin. Littering is bad, it pollutes the environment. Qin Bei clapped his hands, his deep gaze slowly sweeping over the 3 assassins. The leading assassin was enraged by Qin Bei's nonchalant attitude. He snorted coldly, the flesh and bone at his wrist writhing as a half-meter-long sharp bone blade shot out with a snick. Third brother, go drain this kid dry. Make it quick. On it. I was still hungry anyway. I'll make a nice appetizer. The assassin called third brother licked the slime from his lips and grinned maliciously as he advanced toward Qin Bei. The leading assassin turned to his comrade, his tone dripping with undisguised arrogance and pride. Be quick about it. The task assigned by His Eminence the Bishop is the main event. This little mermaid is just a bit of loose change to clean up on the side. From the shadows of the passage, Qin Bei's ear twitched slightly and his eyelids lifted. Oh, a big deal. He raised an eyebrow and feigned surprise, his tone like that of a curious high school student. Do tell. Let me in on the secret. Third brother stopped and looked back at the leader as if gazing at a dead man. Boss, is this kid brain damaged? Scared out of his wits? The leading assassin chuckled, perhaps thinking Qin Bei was already fish on the chopping block with no escape. He didn't mind flaunting their grand plan before a soon-to-be corpse. No harm in telling you. You're a dead man anyway. Consider it an act of charity. He looked down at Qin Bei, his eyes reeking of nauseating superiority. Kid, ever heard of the Genius Assassination Network? Qin Bei said nothing, silently leaning against the doorframe, watching his performance. In his pocket, the brainwave of Kivit the Third Bat came through. Your Majesty, this guy talks too much. Can I just bite him to death? Patience. Let him finish his last words. Qin Bei sneered inwardly. Seeing Qin Bei silent, the leading assassin thought he was intimidated and laughed even more wildly. You human high-ups are so disgustingly hypocritical. The assassin's voice echoed through the empty underground exhibition hall, dripping with sarcasm. To protect their own positions for the sake of that pathetic peace treaty, they willingly cooperated with His Eminence the Bishop and became our inside agents. Hearing this, Basha collapsed on the ground, felt his azure pupils contract sharply, his face filled with disbelief. You've colluded with the human high-ups. It's called resource exchange, you little fish fry. The assassin glanced contemptuously at Basha, mocking his naivety. We help those politicians eliminate dissidents and take out their rivals. In return, they provide us with the latest list of newly awakened rank or higher top-tier geniuses. The leading assassin spread his arms, his expression turning fanatical. Those are the most premium blood meals. The perfect nourishment for His Eminence's evolution. Once all those genius sprouts are dead, this Longhai city will be the backyard of our Feng blood clan. The assassin laughed arrogantly, as if he could already see the glorious future of the alien race ruling over humanity. I see. Qin Bei nodded, the laziness on his face fading away bit by bit. The truth was laid bare. No wonder RK had landed so precisely on the playground of Longhai No. One high school yesterday. Someone had been pulling the strings behind the scenes. In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, a chilling brutality and coldness began to surface. He hated two types of people the most. One, those who show off in front of him. The other, those who stab their own countrymen in the back for personal gain. Human scum and alien filth. Qin Bei stood up straight, twisted his neck, and produced a series of sharp cracks like popping beans. You two make one hell of a disgusting combo. Third brother's face darkened. You're still being cocky at death's door. It'll drain your blood right now. He turned into a gray blur, his sharp bone blade aimed straight for Qin Bei's heart. His speed was so great that it stirred a shrill whistling sound in the air. Watch out. Basha closed his eyes in despair, unable to bear the coming bloody scene. However, the expected dull thud of bone-piercing flesh never came. Qin Bei didn't even look at the charging assassin. He simply raised his right hand. A dark red, almost tangible, terrifying energy instantly coiled around his fingertips. It was the ultimate pressure of the Dark Emperor. Instead of blocking the assassin's attack, Qin Bei swung his hand backhandedly. Gently, he slapped the massive bulletproof glass wall beside him, the one designed to withstand the water pressure of the deep zone. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound exploded in the dead-silent underground hall. Third brother's bone blade froze midair, half an inch from Qin Bei's chest. He stared in horror, his eyes bulging. There on the bulletproof glass, a full 10 centimeters thick and touted to withstand the charge of a class beast. Centered on Qin Bei's palm, a dense, shocking web of cracks instantly spread like a spider's web. This. How is this possible? The leading assassin's laughter was cut short, his eyes nearly popping out. Smashing deep-sea bulletproof glass with bare hands. What kind of monstrous physical strength was this? Boom! The next second, the glass wall exploded. Tens of thousands of tons of deep-pool seawater, like a bursting dam, cascaded down with devastating force. The violent torrent instantly blasted the assassin called Third Brother away, slamming him into a load-bearing wall over 10 meters away. He didn't even manage a scream before passing out. Water splashed everywhere, and white mist instantly filled the entire underground second floor. The leading assassin and his remaining comrade, terrified out of their wits by the sudden turn of events, stumbled backward. They stared fixedly at the youth in the center of the water curtain. One look, and their hearts felt as if they were clenched by an icy giant hand. Qin Bei stood within the raging currents. The seawater powerful enough to sweep a person away was automatically repelled by an invisible force half a meter from his body. He remained completely dry. A faint dark red energy shield radiating an ancient aura of slaughter perfectly encased him. This aura was purer and 100 times more terrifying than that of His Eminence the Bishop. Are you done talking? Qin Bei lowered his right hand. His dark, golden vertical pupils pierced through the thick mist, locking onto the two remaining assassins. His icy voice, without any amplification device, cut clearly through the deafening roar of the water. He slowly stepped forward, walking through the ankle-deep water, moving toward them one step at a time. With every step, the suffocating dark pressure rolled forward in waves. Who the hell are you? The leading assassin's voice trembled. His legs uncontrollably retreated until his back pressed firmly against the cold wall. Qin Bei did not answer. He stopped 2 meters in front of the assassin, looking down at the killer, who had been so arrogant moments before. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Now it's my turn to ask the questions. Qin Bei kept one hand in his pocket, his gaze like he was looking at 2 cold corpses. That trash called the bishop. Where is he having his late-night snack tonight? The raging seawater still rampaged through the underground exhibition hall like an enraged beast. Thousands of tons of water slammed against the load-bearing walls, producing a deafening roar. White mist filled the air, mixed with the smell of the sea. Qin Bei walked over with one hand in his pocket, stepping through the ankle-deep water with an unhurried, leisurely stride. A dark red energy shield surrounded him, gently pushing aside all the splashes and shattered glass. Not even the hem of his coat was wet. The lead assassin pressed himself tightly against the wall, gasping for breath. As he watched the boy approaching, a chill crawled up his spine. Who are you? The assassin's voice trembled violently. He couldn't muster even a shred of will to resist. The sight of that bare hand crushing 10-centimeter thick bulletproof glass had completely shattered his psychological defenses. Qin Bei said nothing, merely staring at him coldly. His gaze was like that of a butcher sizing up a fat pig ready for slaughter. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Longhai City, in Longdu, in a completely shielded underground chamber within the highest council building of the Human Federation, the smoke of Cuban cigars curled in the dim, warm yellow light. Federal Grand Speaker Situ Changkong was comfortably sunk into a luxurious leather sofa. On television screens across humanity, he appeared as a kind, compassionate elder. But now his wrinkled face was etched with greed and malice. Before a wide mahogany desk, a holographic projector hummed faintly. Speaker Situ, is the list I requested ready? The vampire royal cadre known as the bishop smiled elegantly, holding a glass of crimson liquid. The bishop took a sip of the wine in his glass, his scarlet eyes flickering with a morbid craving for human blood. Situ Changkong flicked his ash and pushed an encrypted data disk into the reading slot on the desk. The newly awakened talents in Longhai City this year: 1 rank, 3 ranks. The rest of the silver-grade potential seeds are all on this list. He pressed the enter key and the data stream instantly transmitted through the dark web to the other side. Excellent, absolutely perfect. The bishop nodded with satisfaction as he watched the names appear on the holographic screen. As long as these future thorns are wiped out, your seat as speaker will remain as solid as Mount Tai. Situ Changkong leaned back in his chair, his smile so hypocritical it was nauseating. For the long-term stability of the Federation, what's the sacrifice of a few disobedient saplings? I'm doing this for the peace of all humanity. He spoke with high-sounding rhetoric, as if betraying his own kind was a noble act. The bishop gave a non-committal cold laugh, his gaze quickly scanning the list. Suddenly his eyes paused at the very bottom of the list. Why is this person noted as an Frank Trash Pet on the elimination list? The bishop pointed at the name, raising an eyebrow in slight confusion. Just a low-level troublemaker who offended a school board member under my command. Situ Changkong waved his hand dismissively, his face full of contempt. When your people are dealing with the geniuses, just step on him like an ant. ITLL, save the trouble of him being a nuisance at school. As you wish. Leave this trifling matter to me. The bishop raised his glass and gave a slight bow. Pleasure doing business, speaker. The holographic projection vanished instantly, leaving only Situ Changkong's smug low laughter echoing in the chamber. The scene cuts back to the Longhai City Aquarium. In the underground exhibition hall, the raging waters had finally subsided, draining slowly through the floor grates. The lead assassin stood rigid, staring at Qin Bei. Suddenly his tactical wrist terminal vibrated. Ding! A top-secret list automatically projected into the air. This was a mass transmission from the bishop to all assassins operating in Longhai City. The assassin instinctively glanced at the projected screen. The next second he froze. His eyes darted between the photo on the screen and the boy's face, scanning back and forth at least 3 times. His face, once contorted with fear, twisted into an expression of utter bewilderment. "Boss, what's wrong?" Another assassin, clutching his aching chest, climbed up from a pile of shattered glass in the distance. "Ha ha ha." After a brief moment of shock, the lead assassin doubled over, clutching his stomach, and burst into a fit of hysterical laughter. The laughter echoed through the empty hall, carrying a frantic sense of relief. He pointed at Qin Bei, tears streaming from his eyes, unable to straighten his back. "I thought some unassailable god had descended. Turns out it's just a lucky piece of trash." The assassin grabbed his comrade and shoved the terminal screen into his face. "Open your damn eyes. This isn't Frank Garbage who awakened a mechanical scrap bat. His name is Qin Bei. He's a freebie marked on the list." The comrade took a close look, and the terror on his face vanished instantly. In its place was undisguised cruelty and greed. "Damn it, this little bastard almost scared the shit out of us." The comrade spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and clenched his fist viciously. "Kid, that trick with the glass. Was it a military-smuggled high-explosive armor-piercing microbomb?" The lead assassin cracked his neck, the bones making a crisp sound as he stepped closer to Qin Bei. In their understanding and frank waste, even if he started training from the womb, could never possess the strength to crush deep-sea glass. The only explanation was that the kid had used some kind of black-market high-tech weapon to bluff. In the corner, the merman boy Basha was pounding the floor in frustration. "Are you blind? He's not Frank. Run." Basha had personally felt the pressure emanating from Qin Bei. It was undoubtedly that of an apex predator. But the 2 assassins, now consumed by thoughts of bounty and glory, paid no heed to the warning of a defeated foe. "Shut up. They'll deal with you, you stinking fish, later." The lead assassin snapped back. He turned to Qin Bei, his tongue greedily licking his sharp fangs, making a hissing sound. His right arm writhed and instantly transformed into a barbed colored glass greatsword. The chilling murderous intent locked onto Qin Bei once more. "Kid, you were just an ant. To be stepped on, a quick death would have been your lot." The assassin advanced, his heavy boots crunching on the broken glass. "But you dared to waste my time and scare the sweat out of me." He grinned savagely, a bloodthirsty red light flickering in his eyes. "We're going to settle this score." Qin Bei remained with one hand in his pocket, leaning against the broken doorframe. In the shadow beneath his cap, his eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool, without a single ripple. "So, Qin Bei tilted his head, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. "So I'm going to drain every last drop of your blood." The lead assassin's foot suddenly exploded with force, shattering the water on the floor as he launched himself into the air. "Consider it a bonus from the heavens for my field trip today," he roared, gripping the sharp greatsword with both hands, and brought it down with the force of splitting a mountain, aiming straight for Qin Bei's crown. The violent wind pressure even lifted the hem of Qin Bei's coat. But Qin Bei didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. He slowly raised his head, and the dark eyes hidden in the shadows were instantly ignited by a dark golden light. The lazy curve of his mouth twisted into a cruel, sinister smile. He looked at the assassin hurtling through the air and spoke softly. "Taking me for a bonus?" "Sorry." Qin Bei yanked his right hand out of his pocket. A strand of pure, soul-chilling dark red, demonic imperial power instantly coiled around his fingertip. "On my menu. Trash like you is barely fit to be an appetizer. Trash like you is barely fit to be an appetizer." Qin Bei's voice, dripping with utter contempt, lashed out like an invisible slap across the face of the assassin suspended in midair. "You're asking for death." The lead assassin erupted in fury as the colored glass greatsword in his hand blazed with blinding radiance. He had grown tired of words, craving only to mince this reckless fool into a pulp. "Second. Third. Together. Surround him. I want to tear off his head with my own hands." The assassin roared, his greatsword cleaving down with the momentum of a mountain-splitting strike. The other 2 assassins struck simultaneously. One lunged from the left, his arm morphing into a razor-sharp bone blade aimed straight at Qin Bei's ribs. The other circled behind Qin Bei, opening a gaping maw to spew a clump of foul, toxic sludge. The trio moved in flawless coordination, sealing off every avenue of escape. This was their tried-and-true lethal formation. Even a gold-tier low-rank powerhouse caught in such an encirclement would be thrown into chaos and risk severe injury with a single misstep. "It's over." In the corner, the young merman Bacha shut his eyes in despair. He couldn't fathom why this human with such a terrifying aura insisted on standing still and taking the hit. Could it be that he was merely a bluffer propped up by high-tech weapons? Yet, just as the 3 fatal strikes were about to land simultaneously on Qin Bei's body at that exact instant, Qin Bei finally moved. He didn't retreat, nor did he summon that domineering armor. He didn't even reach for that ornate belt. He merely lifted his right hand gently. A faint yet piercing blue glimmer ignited at his fingertip. This energy was not violent, even negligible, yet it carried a primal law of speed from an ancient wilderness. It was the power of Garuru. Too slow. Qin Bei uttered 3 words flatly, his voice laced with undisguised mockery. The next second his figure vanished from the spot into thin air. Yes, completely and utterly gone. No afterimage, no sonic boom. It was as if the spot he stood on was nothing but an illusory phantom. The lead assassin's greatsword slammed into the ground where Qin Bei had been. Boom. The concrete floor exploded into a gaping crater, debris flying everywhere. Yet he hadn't even grazed a single hair on Qin Bei. Where is he? Another assassin's bone blade struck empty air as he whipped his head around in terror. Above you. The third assassin, whom Qin Bei had kicked unconscious, had just regained his senses. He scrambled up from the ground, pointing at the ceiling with a piercing scream. The two jerked their heads up. There was Qin Bei somehow already hanging upside down like a gecko, silently clinging to the dome a dozen meters above. His dark golden vertical pupils hidden beneath the shadow of his hood gazed down upon them from on high. That look was cold, detached, as if watching 3 foolish groundhogs already trapped in a snare struggling in vain. When did he? The lead assassin's heart clenched, a chill shooting from his soles to his crown. He hadn't even seen how the opponent moved. This phantom-like speed was far beyond what a silver tier could comprehend. The hunt begins now. Qin Bei's voice drifted down from above. He kicked off the ceiling with both legs plummeting like a meteor, defying gravity. This time his target was no longer the weakest third assassin, but the strongest, the leader. Not good. A shadow loomed over the lead assassin, a lethal sense of crisis engulfing him. Without a second thought, he raised his greatsword horizontally to block. Yet Qin Bei's speed outpaced his reaction. Thud. A sickening teeth-grinding sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The lead assassin's blocking motion froze in midair. He slowly lowered his head, staring in disbelief at his chest. A slender, clean hand, not even stained with a trace of blood, had pierced through from his back to his front. The fingertips of that hand were still entwined with wisps of fading blue light. You? The lead assassin opened his mouth, gushing torrents of blood mixed with organ fragments. His proud silver-tier peak physique bones as hard as iron had crumbled like paper before this foe. Qin Bei withdrew his arm expressionlessly. The lead assassin's massive frame swayed, twice the light in his eyes fading rapidly. With a heavy thud, he knelt to the ground lifeless. Instant kill. A pure, unreasonable crush of speed. Boss. The remaining 2 assassins witnessing this were terrified out of their wits. Their leader, a top-tier killer who could hold his own against gold-tier experts, had been taken down in a single move. Run. Get out of here. He's not human. Exchanging glances, they abandoned all thoughts of mission and honor, letting out a panicked shriek as they bolted for the exit. Yet how could Qin Bei give them that chance? Come and go as you please. He let out a cold laugh, too lazy to even give chase. He stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! A palm-sized chunk of concrete shot up. Without a glance, Qin Bei delivered a crisp, effortless spinning kick. That concrete chunk transformed into a cannonball, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle, chasing down one of the fleeing assassins with pinpoint accuracy. Splat! The bullet-like fragment entered through the back of the assassin's skull and exited through his forehead, splattering a mess of red and white brain matter. The assassin didn't even let out a scream. His body stumbled forward 2 steps on inertia before crashing to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 were gone. Only the last assassin, utterly petrified, remained. Don't kill me. Seeing his comrade's gruesome fate, the assassin's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees in the puddled water, a yellow stain spreading on his crotch. I don't know anything. I just follow orders. He banged his head frantically against the ground, blood seeping from his forehead. Qin Bei walked slowly up to him, looking down from above. Tell me, where is the bishop? His voice was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. They'll talk. He'll tell you everything. The assassin clung to the lifeline, shouting at breakneck speed. The bishop is at the Crimson Rose private club in the west of the city tonight. He's with several Federation counselors. Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Bei spun and drove a whip-like kick into his head. The assassin's head burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. Too much talk. Qin Bei shook the blood off his foot with disdain. He had only asked to confirm the intel. As for the fate of these scum, it was sealed the moment they set foot in this aquarium. In less than half a minute, 3 arrogant, overbearing top-tier assassins of the Fangire lay annihilated. The entire underground exhibition hall fell into a deathly silence once more. Only the broken pipe on the ceiling kept dripping drop by drop. In the corner, the merman youth Bacha stared dumbfounded at the boy standing amidst the carnage, slowly withdrawing his right leg. His pale small face was etched with sheer shock and terror, the fluid, violently aesthetic slaughter that had just unfolded. The casual ease with which he crushed 3 silver-tier peaks like ants had completely shattered his understanding of the human race. This was no weak blood meal. This was an ancient demon god in human skin. Qin Bei ignored Bacchus' terrified gaze. He slowly extended his right-hand palm, facing the 3 mutilated corpses on the ground. System dinner time. A black vortex of devouring materialized once more. 3 streams of pure silver-tier peak origin energy surged into Qin Bei's body, like rivers returning to the sea. Ding! Devoured silver-tier peak origin X3. Energy converting. Congratulations, host, breakthrough to gold tier, 2 stars. Feeling the surging power within him, Qin Bei stretched with satisfaction. He turned his dark eyes piercing through the dim light to fix on the trembling young merman in the corner. Bacha shuddered under that gaze, instinctively shrinking further into the wall. Don't come near me. Bacchus' voice was thick with tears. He could no longer tell if the Fangire from before or this man was more terrifying. Seeing him like a frightened little animal, Qin Bei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't worry, I don't eat fish. He crouched before Bacha, extending a hand. I'm not interested in your flesh. A disarmingly kind smile curled at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth, like the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. But I am quite interested in how you look as a gun. I'm rather intrigued by the idea of you turning into a gun. Qin Bei's voice was soft, yet it exploded like a bombshell in Baxia's mind. A gun? How? How could he possibly know the ultimate secret of the mermaid royal family? Baxia's azure eyes shot wide open, staring fixedly at the youth crouched on the ground, whose face bore a disarmingly sinister smile. The mermaid race are natural masters of water elements, and their royal lineage possesses an innate divine ability. When encountering a superior, they utterly submit to they can transform their flesh and blood into an ultimate magical weapon capable of piercing the deep sea for 10,000 meters, the Basha Magnum. But this is the mermaid race's greatest secret, an oral legend passed down only within the royal bloodline. Not even the Fang blood who annihilated their entire clan knew of it. Or did this human before him learn of it? Who exactly are you? Baxia's voice turned shrill from sheer shock, even forgetting his fear. Qin Bei did not answer. He slowly rose to his feet, wiping the playful smirk from his face. What replaced it was an absolute indifference capable of commanding all things to submit. Whoosh! A dark pressure 100 times more immense than when he dealt with the werewolf in the alley erupted from Qin Bei's body. This was not an aura deliberately aimed at anyone. It was the purest passive aura of the highest lineage in the battle world, the Dark Emperor bloodline. Where the pressure passed, the very air seemed to turn into viscous glue. The seawater still raging and flooding the underground exhibition area eerily came to a standstill. Even the water droplets dripping from the ceiling froze solidly midair. Ugh! Baxiao felt his breath catch. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized his very soul. He felt like a small fish gasping for air thrown onto dry land. And standing before him was an endless dark universe capable of devouring stars. This was not merely a suppression of power. It was an absolute crushing on the level of existence itself. Like an ant before a divine dragon, a mortal gazing upon a heavenly god. The last shred of defiance in Baxia's azure eyes was shattered to dust under this supreme pressure. He couldn't even muster the courage to self-destruct. He finally understood. He need not resist at all. For the man before him was the very king his bloodline had been seeking and waiting for. An absolute sovereign worthy of the mermaid race, offering everything including life and soul. Thump! Baxia's legs gave way. He dragged his frail body, struggling up from the ground littered with water and broken glass. Then with an ancient and devout posture he knelt on one knee before Qin Bei. He lowered his proud head, his voice trembling with utter submission. The last bloodline of the mermaid race, Ramon. Baxiao spoke his true name. Pays homage to my lord. Ding! At that instant of Baxia's complete submission, a crisp melodious system prompt echoed in Qin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully subdued the Hydere variant mermaid royalty. Kiva Demon Emperor armament system activated. Weapon form unlocked. Baxiao Magnum. It was done. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth. Dega Hammer for strength. Garalu Saber for speed. Now the Baxiao Magnum for long-range sniping. His arsenal was now essentially complete. Rise. Qin Bei spoke calmly. Yes, my lord. As Bashiao prepared to stand, his body suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. What is this? Baxia's eyes widened in shock. He felt his flesh and blood uncontrollably disintegrating and reforming. The tattered naval shirt instantly turned to ash. His petite form dissolved into emerald green specks of light, swirling in the air. As if drawn by some mysterious force, they madly converged toward Qin Bei's right hand. My lord, this is the resonance of bloodlines. A supreme honor. Baxia's voice rang out from within the light, not terrified, but filled with fervent excitement. From today, Ramon's flesh shall become the sharpest spear in your hand, to pierce through every enemy who stands before you. As his words faded, all the green light coalesced fully in Qin Bei's palm. The light dissipated. A bizarrely shaped water pistol brimming with futuristic technology settled firmly into Qin Bei's hand. The gun was translucent emerald, its body covered in intricate scale-like patterns. At the muzzle was an energy-gathering device resembling a fish's mouth. At the base of the grip was a spinning blue droplet-shaped energy core. So this is the Bashiao Magnum. Qin Bei grasped the cool handle, casually waving it in the air. It was heavy in hand with a satisfying weight. A strange sensation of unity and bloodbound connection surged through him. He could clearly feel Baxia's lively soul sealed within the gun. With a mere thought, he could command all water elements in the area, turning them into lethal bullets. Feels like the power shouldn't be bad. Qin Bei nodded approvingly. Your Majesty, a gun alone is no fun. Kivet Bat 3, who had been playing dead in Qin Bei's, had poked out its metallic head to fan the flames. Why not transform and test this gun's full form? With the Bashiao Magnum in Kiva's mermaid form, the accuracy. It's like popping a mosquito's eye from 800 miles away. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Long-range sniping did sound more elegant than swinging hammers or slashing blades. Let's give it a try. Qin Bei gripped the Bashiao Magnum, with one hand reaching for his waist with the other. The ornate king's belt materialized once more. He pressed his finger against the green whistle engraved with a fin totem on the belt's left side. He blew gently. Bloop bloop. A crisp, peculiar sound like bubbles rising from the deep sea echoed through the underground exhibition hall. Then, Qin Bei's body was enveloped again in a storm of colorful glass shards. But this time, what converged was neither the purple of power nor the blue of speed, but a vibrant emerald green symbolizing precision and control. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang incessantly. The dark red heavy armor on Qin Bei's right shoulder and arm was instantly replaced by a stream of green armor. The shoulder guard became as sleek as a fin, with a translucent bubble-shaped energy indicator appearing on it. And his right arm, holding the Magnum, was fully encased in a high-tech green gauntlet, its joints glowing with azure light. Kiva Bashiao form. Unlocked. This feeling. Qin Bei felt the new power surging within him, letting out a pleased murmur. If Dega form was a heavy tank and Garalu form an assassin, then Bashiao form now was a super sniper satellite hovering 10,000 meters high. He could clearly sense that his vision, hearing, and even perception of the surrounding environment had all elevated to a terrifying degree. The entire structure of the aquarium, even the water flow speed in every pipe, was presented in his mind as a clear, three-dimensional model. A full map perspective hack. Perfect. Your Majesty, you look like an artist of the battlefield right now. Kivet showered him with flattery from the belt. Qin Bei ignored it. He slowly raised the Bashiao Magnum in his hand, looking through its built-in scope at the aquarium's exit. In the scope, countless green data streams were refreshing at lightning speed. Wind speed, humidity, gravity, even the density of dust in the air, all calculated with perfect clarity. Your Majesty, there's a straggler. Baxia's voice sounded directly in Qin Bei's mind. Among those three assassins, there was one scout, keeping watch outside. He must have heard the commotion and is now trying to escape. A playful curve touched Qin Bei's lips. Through the scope, his gaze penetrated layers of walls and obstacles. With pinpoint accuracy, he locked onto a gray figure frantically fleeing through the streets several kilometers away. Trying to run. Qin Bei chuckled softly, raising the muzzle by a mere 0.3 degrees. He didn't even bother aligning the sights. Just by instinct, he gently squeezed the trigger. Uffed. There was no deafening gunshot. Only a faint sound like a droplet falling into a lake. A bullet of emerald energy condensed from high-pressure seawater spiraled out of the barrel. It didn't fly toward the scout. Instead, at a bizarre angle, it shot toward a rusty fire sprinkler pipe on the ceiling. Ding! The bullet struck the pipe without exploding, eerily refracting at a 90-degree angle. It then ricocheted toward a load-bearing wall on the side. Ding! 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 A rapid series of bounces echoed inside and outside the aquarium. That emerald energy bullet moved like a sentient sprite. Through the complex urban architecture using walls, billboards, and even water vapor in the air, it ricocheted over 100 times, perfectly avoiding all civilians and vehicles. Finally, it transformed into a green streak of light, invisible to the naked eye. Huh. What's going on? Why haven't the boss and the others come out yet? Several kilometers away, the Fongblood scout hid behind a trash can anxiously staring at the aquarium. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. No, I need to get out of here. He was about to turn and slip into the sewer. Thud. A soft sound. The scout's body froze. He slowly looked down, staring in disbelief at his chest. A fist-sized hole had pierced his heart seemingly from nowhere. Green energy sizzled at the wound, madly destroying his vitality. When did this? Those were his last words in this world. Beneath the aquarium, Qin Bei slowly lowered the Basha Magnum, blowing on the non-existent smoke from the muzzle. 800 miles out, one shot takes down the enemy's gunner. Qin Bei chuckled in high spirits. This thing is way better than an Italian cannon. He was about to cancel his transformation to loot the spoils from the assassins. Suddenly, Your Majesty, watch out. Kivat's brainwave exploded in Qin Bei's mind. High energy reaction at your 10 o'clock high. Several blocks away on a dimly lit street corner, a gray shadow darted frantically along the base of a wall. The Fangire scout who had been keeping watch felt every hair on his body stand on end. On the life-sensing terminal strapped to his wrist, the signal lights representing his 3 companions flickered out one after another within a single minute. Annihilated. 3 peaked silver rank assassins, without even sending a distress signal, had been completely wiped out. What the hell? The scout, terrified out of his wits, scrambled and crawled behind a foul-smelling dumpster. He clamped his hand over his mouth, not daring to breathe. What the hell happened in the aquarium? Had they walked into an ambush set by some gold-rank military bigwig? No, I have to report this to the bishop immediately. Trembling, the scout pulled a black crystal communicator from his bosom, ready to activate it. He still harbored a flicker of hope. Even if he was a deserter, bringing back such vital intel might just redeem him. A sliver of optimism even crept into his mind. He was a full 3 kilometers from the aquarium, separated by dozens of towering buildings. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't possibly catch him now. If he could just lie low until the heat died down, he'd be completely safe. But he had no idea that every single move he made was already locked onto by a pair of dark golden eyes. The aquarium, basement level 2. Qin Bei, clad in the emerald green Basha armor, raised the oddly shaped water pistol with one hand. Countless streams of green data scrolled and calculated at lightning speed within the holographic scope mounted on the barrel. A clear red targeting reticle spanning a straight-line distance of 3 kilometers locked with pinpoint precision onto the head of the scout cowering behind the dumpster. My liege, a straggler has been detected. Basha's voice echoed directly in Qin Bei's mind, carrying a childlike excitement. Coordinates locked. Wind speed 3. For milliseconds, humidity 78. Target heart rate 185. Execute Aqua Soul Chaser. Granted. Qin Bei chuckled softly and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't even bother to look through the scope. For him, who had already begun to master the laws of the water element, the omnipresent moisture in this coastal city was his finest set of eyes. He could clearly see the scout's heart pounding with sheer terror. He could hear the scout's ragged, rapid breaths from the tension. Against a map hack like this, all attempts at hiding or fleeing seemed like nothing more than a ridiculous circus act. You want to play gun fu, huh? A playful smirk curled at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth. He raised his right hand, the one holding the Basha Magnum, but didn't aim it at the scout's location. Instead, with an almost casual air, he pointed the barrel at the rusted fire sprinkler pipe above his head. Today, I'll show you alien scum what the hell ballistic art really is. He didn't even bother aligning the sights. Just relying on instinct, he gently squeezed the trigger. There was no deafening gunshot. Only a faint sound like a single drop of water falling onto a placid lake. At the muzzle, the fishmouth-shaped energy convergence device snapped open. A thumbnail-sized emerald energy bullet formed from high-pressure seawater spun out of the barrel. The bullet wasn't particularly fast, even somewhat leisurely. But wherever it passed, the moisture in the air was forcibly drawn out, forming a thin, icy blue shell on the bullet's surface. It didn't fly toward the scout. Instead, at a bizarre angle that defied the laws of physics, it shot unerringly toward the rusty fire sprinkler pipe on the ceiling. Ting! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The emerald energy bullet struck the pipe, but didn't explode or leave a mark. Instead, like a snooker ball struck by a professional player, it performed an impossibly precise 90-degree ricochet. It shot again toward the thick, load-bearing wall of reinforced concrete. Ting. Another crisp sound. The bullet ricocheted again. Ting. 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 A rapid series of bounces like raindrops on banana leaves erupted wildly throughout the aquarium and beyond. That tiny emerald energy bullet was like a spirited elfin dancer performing a dizzying dance of death amidst the complex urban architecture. It ricocheted off walls. It changed direction using roadside billboards. It even used the dense water vapor in the air to execute tiny curving drifts. It flawlessly avoided every pedestrian hurrying along the streets. It precisely bypassed every hovering car in motion. Like a cruise missile programmed with a final termination command, it closed in on its ultimate target in the most irrational, unimaginable way possible. Behind the dumpster, the Fangire scout finally mustered the courage to peek out, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The street was bustling with traffic, a scene of peace. There was no sign of any pursuers. Phew. I guess I'm safe. The scout let out a long sigh of relief, his frayed nerves finally relaxing. He leaned against the cold dumpster, about to activate his communicator and report to the bishop. But he never noticed the faint, almost negligible streak of green light that had silently pierced the thick clouds above his head. It descended vertically, carrying the sneer of death. What happened to the boss? Could they have run into a military ambush? The scout was still speculating, his heart pounding. Forget it, he'll just report the situa. His thought was cut short. Bang! A deep, muffled sound like a watermelon being smashed by a sledgehammer suddenly rang out in the silent street corner. The Fangire scout's body stiffened. His terrified eyes bulged wide, his mouth still frozen in the shape of forming words. But the entire top of his skull had vanished. A fist-sized bloody hole had been punched through from the top of his head. Red and white, all sorts of unnameable fluids mixed with emerald energy residue splattered across the dumpster. The scout swayed for a moment before collapsing limply to the ground, completely lifeless. He died with his eyes wide open, never knowing how he met his end. In the aquarium's basement, Qin Bei slowly lowered the Basha Magnum, which was still emitting wisps of white steam. He blew on the non-existent smoke at the muzzle, a cold smirk on his lips. You want to play assassination? I'm using a full map hack with auto-aim headshots. With a thought, he deactivated his Basha form. The emerald armor dissolved into motes of light, and his right arm reverted to its dark crimson gauntlet. My liege, that flick shot of yours was pure art. Kivit Bat 3 launched into a flurry of sycophantic praise from the belt. Those pathetic assassins aren't fit to lick your boots. Qin Bei ignored the flattery. He walked over to the 3 assassin corpses which had been drained of their essence, and now resembled dried jerky like mummies. He began the practiced routine of looting. Every little bit counts. These top-tier assassins might be carrying something valuable. Moi. Qin Bei pulled a palm-sized pitch-black metal token from the leader's chest. On its face was carved a bizarre blood-red eye totem. On the back was a string of alien script he couldn't read. Kivit, know what this is? Qin Bei tossed the token to the mechanical bat. Kivit circled the token, its electronic eyes scanning a stream of complex data. My liege, this is the identity token of the Fangire royal family's internal assassination squad directly under the bishop. Each token carries the bishop's spiritual imprint, usable for tracking and targeting. Which means, Qin Bei's eyes lit up like a discoverer of a new world. If I have this, I can follow the trail right to the bishop's lair. Theoretically, yes, my liege. Excellent. Qin Bei pocketed the token with satisfaction. This was a godsend. He had been wondering how to find the scheming vermin pulling the strings. Now he even had a GPS tracker. He was about to continue scavenging the rest of the loot when suddenly, my liege, look out. Kivat's mental voice exploded in Qin Bei's mind, filled with unprecedented gravity. At your 10 o'clock high, an extremely terrifying high-energy reaction is approaching rapidly. This energy fluctuation even surpasses that waste RK. Qin Bei froze mid-motion. He slowly looked up, his yellow compound eyes behind the visor fixed on the ceiling. The solid concrete ceiling began to warp and deform silently, like melting wax, without any external force. A bewitching woman in a black Gothic dress, holding a blood-red lace parasol, pierced directly through the thick floor slab, hovering silently in midair like a ghost. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips as red as blood. Her narrow phoenix-shaped eyes held an air of lofty mockery and amusement. Oh my, what a thrilling performance I've just witnessed. The woman's voice was languid, yet dripping with fatal allure. She twirled her lace parasol lightly, her gaze appraising the heavily armored Qin Bei with keen interest. To kill the bishop's elite assassins in one blow. It seems I've hooked quite the big fish this time. Qin Bei frowned at the woman who had appeared so suddenly. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from her. It was the instinctive wariness shared between apex predators. And who might you be? Qin Bei's voice was low and hoarse. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, her body shaking with mirth. She slowly closed her parasol, revealing a stunning smile that could drive any man wild. But deep within that smile lurked a serpentine coldness and murderous intent. She gave a slight bow, executing an elegant courtly salute. A pleasure to meet you, little one. You may call me. Her crimson lips parted, uttering a name that made even Kivit tremble. Queen. You may call me Queen. The voice was cloyingly sweet, like a barbed hook that scraped at the hollow of the chest. Yet Qin Bei's muscles snapped taut in an instant. He did not hesitate. The purple whistle at his belt emitted a dull, thunderous roar. A massive purple-black warhammer materialized and heaved into being behind him, thunderlight whispering along its rim. If this woman made a single superfluous move, he would smash that exquisite face with one strike. Oh, don't be so tense. Queen watched Qin Bei's defensive posture and, far from angry, covered her mouth with a light laugh. Her inviting phoenix eyes glittered with the fervor of a hunter who has discovered a novel prey. I'm not here to trouble your little fellow. Queen moved as if walking on level ground, despite the void perched on a pair of crimson stilettos. She drifted down and halted less than 3 meters from Qin Bei. A rose fragrance laced with the metallic tang of blood flooded Qin Bei's nostrils. I'm simply curious. Queen used her blood-red lace parasol to lift a curl of golden hair at her ear. What kind of man could slaughter that pack of worthless assassins to the last? She sized up the dark red heavy armor that cloaked Qin Bei. Possessiveness almost pooled in her eyes. Now that I see you, you are 100 times more delectable than the rumors claimed. Qin Bei's gaze betrayed no ripple at the blatant provocation. He regarded the woman coldly, his voice hoarse and metallic. Seen enough? If so, leave. Qin Bei's knuckles whitened around the hammer's haft. Upon hearing that blunt dismissal, Queen did not bristle. Instead, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. What a furious lone wolf. She folded her parasol and studied Qin Bei as if carving his features into her soul. Remember my name, little one. We shall meet again soon. The words had barely left her lips when her body warped and shattered with a thunderous sound. She dissolved into a storm of blood-red rose petals that whirled through the broken ceiling and were gone in an instant. The suffocating height-gear pressure that had accompanied her withdrew cleanly. Qin Bei exhaled and loosened his grip on the hammer once he was certain she had truly gone. Your Majesty, her aura is terrifying. Kivit Bat 3 trembled within his hood. She must be one of the top members of the Yashua vampire royal house. Qin Bei did not respond. He slid the warhammer back onto his belt. He knew the woman was not to be trifled with. If they had truly clashed, this cramped underground aquarium would surely have collapsed. Still, accounts could be settled later. He glanced at the little merman cowering in the corner. Ba Xiao returned to the spear. Yes, master. The small boy became a pulse of green light, assuming the form of the Ba Xiao Malin spear and settling steadily into Qin Bei's system space. After clearing the spoils from the floor, Qin Bei lowered his hat brim and slipped into a shadowed passage. Half an hour later, in a filthy alley of Longhai City's underground black market, a decrepit pawnshop, its sign hanging by a thread, shed a jaundiced light. Qin Bei, draped in a loose black coat and wearing a mask, kicked open the wooden door. The hinge screamed. The fat man bent over his counter, tinkering with an abacus, flinched so violently his rolls of flesh trembled. Who the hell kicks down a door at midnight? You looking to die? The fat man snarled as he raised his head. He was called Wang Pongzi. In this black market, he ran the most lucrative and riskiest trade, reselling illicit intelligence. If you paid, he could even pry out the color of an army's undergarments. Wang Pongzi was ready to blow up, but his beady eyes met Qin Bei's bone-chilling gaze. One look and the curses stuck in his throat. He nearly choked. After more than a decade in these shark-infested waters, he had developed a knack. He could smell killing intent, and the scent on the hooded man in front of him was so thick with blood it might have crawled out of a mass grave. Big brother, are you buying information or hard goods? Wang Pongzi plastered a fawning smile on his face and rubbed his hands on his apron, his little eyes spinning as he tried to make out the hooded man's features. Qin Bei said nothing. He walked to the counter, picked up a heavy black package with one hand, and slammed it onto the grease-smudged glass. The package had not been secured. A few colorful glass-like scales stained with green toxic blood mixed with 2 snapped bone blades tumbled out. Wang Pongzi sucked in a breath, his eyes bulging. He was no great fighter, but his eyesight was impeccable. That's the exclusive bone blade of a high-tier Yashua vampire assassin. He trembled as he picked up a shard of glass scale and sniffed it. The residual pressure of a Silver Peak alien lineage soaked his spine through and through. Big brother, did you wipe out the bishop's assassination squad? Wang Pengzi stuttered. He looked at Qin Bei as one looks at a living death king. This was enormity incarnate. Qin Bei had no patience for theatrics. He tapped the counter glass with a dull knock. Keep these scraps. I don't want money. His voice was hoarse and low. I want to buy a piece of intelligence. At once Wang Pengzi's eyes glittered. The merchant's greed eclipsed his fear. The items in that package could be flipped for tens of millions. Tell me, anything within Longhai City's borders there's nothing Wang Pengzi doesn't know. Qin Bei leaned against the counter. I want to upgrade my heavy weapon. Find me a fire or earth-type great demon. Highest level thickest hide you can locate. His current DGO warhammer, though devastating, could no longer fully withstand his surging demonic emperor power. He needed top-tier beast cores and bones to reforge the weapon. Wang Pengzi's brow knit into a deep frown. His pudgy fingers flew over a battered tablet. The pale blue glow played across his greasy face. Fire or earth? Thick skin. He muttered, then his eyes brightened. I've got it. He turned the screen to show a blurred photo. 300 li outside Longhai City, there's a stretch of dead volcanoes. A half-step golden tier magma colossus nests there. Wang Pengzi grew excited. That beast feeds on core magma. Its stone hide is harder than a carrier's armor. Perfect for your needs. Qin Bei glanced at the blazing leviathan on the screen and nodded with quiet satisfaction. Half-step golden tier would do as upgrade material. Send me the coordinates. Qin Bei straightened to leave. Hey, brother, don't rush off. Wang Pengzi hurried around the counter and blocked his path, a look of discomfort on his face. That beast is fine, but you can't go there now. Qin Bei's gaze hardened, the temperature around him dropped to an icy edge. Feeling that murderous aura, Wang Pengzi shrank his neck and waved his hands to explain. No, it's still in the volcano. It's just, someone has booked the hunt. He wiped cold sweat from his brow and lowered his voice cautiously. Our city's top mercenary corps, the Leihua, has taken the field. Their captain is a genuine golden-tier low-rank powerhouse. Wang Pengzi swallowed and continued. They've been preparing for a month to hunt that magma colossus. Yesterday, they issued a clearance order and paid handsomely to seal the volcano perimeter. Anyone who dares approach now will be at war with the whole Leihua Corps. Wang Pengzi had presumed that invoking golden-tier powerhouse and top mercenary corps would cow the stranger. He was terribly mistaken. Qin Bei did not flinch. Instead, he gave a light, humorless chuckle. He reached for the cup of hot tea Wang Pengzi had just brewed on the counter. Clearance order. Qin Bei's tone betrayed no emotion as he looked at the tea leaves drifting in the cup. These days, even hunting wild prey, people dare fence the field and charge admission. No sooner had he finished than his long fingers closed fast. Crack. A brittle grating sound, a thick, white porcelain cup in Qin Bei's hand shattered as if it were made of paper. He crushed the china into an impossibly fine white powder. The scalding tea never had time to spill. The invisible layer of his protective qi instantly vaporized it into a drifting white mist. Wang Pengzi fell back to the floor in fright. He watched porcelain dust trickle through Qin Bei's fingers, his heart pounding as if struck hard by a hammer. Breaking a cup barehanded was one thing, turning porcelain into a powder with no granularity at all spoke of an obscene mastery of the flesh. Big brother. Wang Pengzi's teeth chattered. Qin Bei casually brushed the powder from his hand. He turned, his eyes hidden in shadow were like a bloodthirsty blade drawn from its sheath, fixed unrelentingly on Wang Pengzi's face. Listen carefully. Qin Bei's voice was low, yet it whipped a winter wind of killing intent through the cramped shop. The prey I covet. If the Heavenly King himself came, he would have to spit it out to me. He pivoted the hem of his black coat, tracing a sharp arc in the air, and pushed the wooden door open. The cold night wind rushed in. Whoever touches my things will die. With that, his figure dissolved into the darkness, leaving the door split in two and creaking in hopeless protest. Wang Pengzi slumped on the floor, shaken and unsteady. He glanced at the bone blade on the table, then into the night outside, and slapped himself hard in the face. Damn, the sky over Longhai City is probably about to be punched a hole by this lunatic. Outside the city, at the edge of the wilderness, rolling mountains lay wrapped in night. Qin Bei used no conveyance. He became a furious dark red afterimage, leaping across the ragged wilds like a streak of violence. Each time his feet struck the earth, a crater opened. His speed outpaced that of a full-throttle hover off-roader. His destination was clear. Ahead, the sky had turned a bruised red from the magma stirring below. There 300 li away lay the dead volcano cluster. Lehuakora. Qin Bei faced the scorching gale and curled his lips into a cruel smile. Perfect. I'll use you to test the golden tier power I just broke through. Scorching heat waves rolled ceaselessly. A pungent sulphurous stench hung thick in the air, parching throats with suffocating dryness. Qin Bei stood at the very rim of the volcanic caldera, fingers tugging absently at the collar of his windbreaker. The blackened charred earth beneath his boots crunched sharply with every step. In the distance, deep crimson flames ignited half the night sky. A muffled, earth-shaking boom erupted from the basin's center. Immediately afterward came a blood-curdling scream. Hold the line. Team 1 hold fast. Team 3 flank left. Keep it away from the main position. A burly man, his skin scorched black, bellowed hoarsely. The exquisitely forged alloy battle's word in his grip was now only half its original length. His palms split wide open, blood dripped steadily down the hilt. This was Lei Hu, the commander of Longhai City's premier mercenary brigade Thunderfire. A genuine gold rank level 1 cultivator. Yet now this elite powerhouse stood battered and ragged, like a beggar cast out into the storm. Before him loomed a colossal monstrosity over 15 meters tall, trampling Thunderfire's defenses as if crushing ants beneath its feet. Its entire body was encased in thick obsidian-like armor. From the fissures between its plates oozed searing molten crimson lava. Each step it took melted the ground into gaping craters. A lava colossus, half-step gold rank. Though ranked half a tier below Lei Hu, its defensive resilience was monstrous beyond reason. Lei Hu had led over 100 elite warriors in relentless assault, all night long. Their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and yet, not even a single scale, no, not even a sliver of obsidian, had been chipped away. Roar. The lava colossus unleashed a deafening, soul-rending roar. Its massive forelimbs slammed violently into the earth. An annular shockwave of molten lava detonated outward instantly. 7 or 8 silver-rank mercenaries' shields raised high were hurled skyward, armor, weapons, and bodies alike flung like broken dolls. Midair, their uniforms ignited and dissolved into ash. Commander, we're done. We've lost over half our men. His deputy scrambled on hands and knees back to Lei Hu's side, tears streaming down his soot-streaked face. Its hide is impenetrable. We can't breach it. Fall back. If we stay, Thunderfire Brigade dies here tonight. Lei Hu's eyes burned crimson with fury as he glared unflinchingly at the arrogant titan before him. He refused to accept defeat. 1 full month of meticulous preparation. Over 100 million credits spent clearing the zone. Was he truly to retreat now? Tail-tucked shame clinging like ash. Damn it. Patch me through to the guild headquarters, now. Lei Hu gritted his teeth and issued the most humiliating order of his life. Transmit highest priority distress signal. Request immediate military intervention from Longhai City Command. Just as his deputy fumbled nervously for his comms device. Plink. A small stone tumbled down the slope above, landing at Lei Hu's feet. He whirled around sharply. Beyond the perimeter cordon, a youth in a black hooded windbreaker and surgical mask strolled leisurely down the incline, hands buried deep in his pockets. His gait was unhurried, as if he were merely taking an evening stroll after dinner, utterly indifferent to the heavily armed mercenaries surrounding him, weapons primed and nerves taut. Halt! A perimeter guard leveled his energy rifle, its infrared reticle locking dead center on Qin Bei's brow. Blind. Thunderfire has secured this zone. Clear off, civilian. Qin Bei didn't respond. He didn't pause, not even a fraction, and simply shouldered past the guard. Move aside. You're blocking my delivery. The guard staggered backward, nearly toppling onto his rear. As he opened his mouth to curse, his gaze locked onto Qin Bei's eyes, visible above the mask. One glance. That hardened mercenary, blood-soaked and battle-scarred, froze mid-breath, plunged into icy dread so absolute that his finger went numb on the trigger. Qin Bei walked straight up to Lei Hu. Who are you? Lei Hu tightened his grip on the shattered blade, eyes sharp with wary appraisal. Didn't you hear me? This zone is under Thunderfire's jurisdiction, right now. Get out, immediately. Don't hinder us. Qin Bei stopped walking. He extended a single finger, casually dug it into his ear, then pointed directly toward the rampaging lava colossus ahead. You call this handling business? His voice, muffled by the mask, dripped with unmistakable mockery. Over 100 warriors scraping at a giant rock all night, like bathhouse attendants polishing backs. Not even a scratch on its hide. Does Thunderfire specialize in dry body exfoliation? Silence shattered. Every mercenary nearby erupted in outrage. What the hell, punk kid? Looking to die? Commander, let me put a bolt through his skull. Lei Hu trembled with rage, so violently he nearly spat blood. A gold-rank sovereign. When had he ever been lectured by some nameless civilian? Boy, do you even know how the character for death is written? Lei Hu barely contained his fury, jabbing a finger toward the lava colossus. That beast shrugged off my gold-rank combat techniques. Who the hell do you think you are, playing warlord here? Shrugged off. Qin Bei chuckled softly, a sound rich with disdain. Because your tools are too dull. Slowly he pulled back his hood. Watch closely. To break stone, you need a hammer. As the final syllable fell, a resonant, opulent hum of spatial vibration thundered across the caldera. Golden black and crimson light flared, brilliant, regal, iridescent. A mysterious belt, radiating sovereign authority, materialized seamlessly around Qin Bei's waist. Lei Hu froze. His deputy froze. Every mercenary present stood utterly transfixed. That belt. That summoning signature. You're the one from last night. Lei Hu's voice cracked, his eyes blazing with disbelief, awe, and raw primal fear. The Hammer King of the Northwest. Qin Bei paid no heed to their stunned silence. His right hand drifted to the belt's right side, fingertips brushing lightly over a violet-colored whistle. Boom. A thunderclap ripped the heavens apart. A colossal violet lightning bolt tore through the crimson volcanic clouds, striking the ground inches from Qin Bei's feet. The earth exploded upward. There, embedded in the shattered terrain before the entire Thunderfire Brigade, stood a monstrous warhammer, broader than a door, radiating pure, untamed destruction. The Devoured warhammer. Qin Bei gripped its haft with one hand. A 200-pound instrument of annihilation felt weightless in his grasp, like foam carved from air. He slung it effortlessly over one broad shoulder. I'll take this quarry from here. Offering Lei Hu only the commanding profile of his face, he strode forward, directly toward the mountain-sized lava colossus. Ruhr. Sensing defiance, the colossus swung its massive head around, its scarlet bestial eyes locking onto this audacious human. It lifted its right foot, gathering momentum like a falling mountain, and brought it crashing down toward Qin Bei's skull. Look out! A distant mercenary screamed in terror. Qin Bei did not retreat. He surged forward. His legs coiled and released, the blackened earth beneath him detonated into a crater. He launched himself skyward, a streak of dark crimson, straight into the descending foot. 80. A thunderous bellow tore from his throat. Gripping the haft with both hands, he twisted his torso midair, spinning the hammer in a flawless, devastating arc. The Devoured warhammer cleaved the air with a sonic boom, then struck the colossus's descending soul with perfect, brutal precision. Crockum. A cataclysmic impact, like planetary collision. A visible white shockwave interlaced with flying magma erupted violently into the sky. Crack. That indestructible obsidian soul fractured instantly, spiderwebbed with countless hairline fractures. The colossus shrieked in agony, its colossal frame staggering backward, 2 heavy shuddering steps. Holy! Lei Hu's jaw dropped, eyes bulging from their sockets. One strike, forcing back a half-step gold-rank behemoth. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Qin Bei landed smoothly, using the recoil to flip once midair before touching down. He shook molten slag from the hammer's surface, his eyes gleaming brighter, sharper, fiercer. Armor is tough, worthy material for cultivation advancement. Humiliated beyond endurance, the lava colossus descended fully into berserk fury. It had never suffered such disgrace in its existence. Ruoair. Fists pounding its chest, the obsidian plating across its torso blazed with incandescent red light. Temperature soared. Air itself warped and shimmered, distorting reality. No, it's charging its ultimate technique. Lei Hu's face turned ashen. He roared desperately toward Qin Bei. That's core magma torrent. It vaporizes titanium alloys on contact. Get clear. Get clear. Qin Bei remained rooted, unblinking, unflinching. He leaned casually on the hammer's haft, watching silent and still as the colossus gathered its cataclysmic power. Crabum. The beast parted its abyssal maw. A crimson magma column, over 2 meters wide, hotter than stellar cores, blasted forth like a laser cannon, moving faster than thought itself. In an instant it spanned 100 meters, engulfing Qin Bei's slender figure completely in a torrent of incandescent fire. Crockerkerboom. Where the magma struck the cliff behind him, fire rained down in torrents, melting half the mountainside into glowing slag. Dead silence fell upon the battlefield. Only the sizzling hiss of molten rock upon scorched earth remained. Mad. His deputy collapsed onto the ground, burying his face in trembling hands. That boy's insane. He didn't even dodge. Nothing remains, not even ashes. Lei Hu shut his eyes in anguish. A human prodigy, born after decades of drought. reduced to vapor before his very eyes. Is that it? Suddenly a lazy, unhurried voice drifted calmly, effortlessly, from the churning sea of fire and magma. Unhurried, unbroken, utterly unruffled. The sky was filled with molten lava transforming into a rolling sea of fire that cast a crimson glow over the vast volcanic crater. Scorching heat waves distorted space itself, and even the air seemed to burn wildly, crackling and popping with explosive sounds. Who's speaking? The deputy commander of the Thunderfire Legion collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Lehu abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on the cascading waterfall of scorching magma. With a splash, a dark crimson hand emerged without warning from the 1,000-degree molten lava. Then immediately after, under the horrified and incredulous gazes of dozens of mercenaries, the figure that had been deemed utterly annihilated, not even ashes remaining, casually parted the viscous magma, as if drawing aside a curtain. He stepped out unhurriedly, completely unscathed. Qin Bei's thin black hooded trench coat didn't even have a single spark on it. The stray hairs on his forehead fluttered slightly in the hot wind, showing no signs of being singed. How is this possible? Lehu gasped, his eyes nearly popping out onto the scorched earth. Thousands of degrees of geothermal magma. It can vaporize titanium alloy in an instant. And he took a bath in it. The mercenaries were collectively petrified, their minds completely short-circuiting. This was no longer a matter of mere defensive strength. It was a complete and utter violation of the laws of physics. Qin Bei twisted his neck and casually brushed a piece of lava residue off his shoulder. The bloodline of the Dark Emperor rendered him immune to the vast majority of extreme temperatures in this world. The molten stream that could have melted a mountain was nothing more than a warm bath to him. The temperature's not bad, but the water pressure could be better. Qin Bei looked up at the equally stunned lava giant. A savage cold glint flashed within its compound eyes behind its faceplate. Now it's time I gave you a scrub. Roar! The lava giant let out a confused bellow. Its walnut-sized brain simply couldn't comprehend the scene before it. But as a half-step gold-rank overlord, its territorial dignity was not to be challenged. The giant beast roared again, swinging its two massive obsidian arms to smash down upon Qin Bei. Still playing this game? Qin Bei sneered, gripping the thick handle of the Dega warhammer tightly. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, his legs exploding with power as he charged at the descending mountain of flesh. With a thunderous boom, the scorched earth beneath his feet cratered several meters deep. Qin Bei transformed into a bolt of violent dark purple lightning, shooting straight up into the giant's chest. 80. A fierce roar echoed throughout the volcanic crater. The Dega warhammer, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, crashed heavily into the lava giant's obsidian breastplate. With a sharp crack, the indestructible stone armor shattered, sending scorching lava splattering everywhere like blood. Ow! The giant beast staggered back from the pain, its colossal body stumbling. Qin Bei gave it no time to recover. Using the rebound force, he agilely flipped in midair, landing 1 foot on the giant's broad shoulder. 80. Another heavy hammer blow landed precisely on the giant's cheek. A shower of rubble and flame cascaded down like a meteor shower. That's just brutal. Lehu swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, his hand gripping the broken sword, trembling violently. This kid is using a half-step gold-rank beast as a punching bag. The deputy commander, now completely dumbfounded, muttered to himself from the ground. This isn't a fight, it's a demolition crew at work. The lava giant went completely berserk. The magma covering its body boiled furiously, trying to melt Qin Bei off with extreme heat. Its massive hands slapped wildly at its own body like swatting at an incredibly annoying mosquito. With a loud slap, a giant hand struck Qin Bei. Lehu's heart leaped into his throat. Dodge! But in the next second, the giant let out an even more agonized scream. Not only was Qin Bei not crushed, but he forcefully pushed the burning hand away. He was enveloped in a dark, crimson aura of imperial demon force like an indestructible bronze pea. Did you skip breakfast? Qin Bei stood on the giant's shoulder, taunting coldly. With strength like that, you call yourself a giant beast? He raised the Dega warhammer, high purple lightning crackling and hissing wildly around its head. Today I'll show you what a real pile driver looks like. Pivoting at his waist, Qin Bei swung the hammer and began a relentless, furious barrage. 80, 80, 80. With each strike, large chunks of obsidian armor were blasted away. The giant's vaunted absolute defense crumbled like a wafer cookie under the ultimate violence of the Dega warhammer. A continuous rumble echoed through the crater like a minor earthquake. The giant was driven back repeatedly, its massive body teetering. Finally, the core armor on its chest shattered completely under Qin Bei's relentless assault. A magma core pulsing like a heart and radiating a blinding red light was exposed to the air. Found you. Qin Bei's eyes sharpened, his killing intent surging. He leaped high, gripping the hammer handle with both hands, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. Shatter. The Dega warhammer with earth-shattering might struck the pulsating core with pinpoint accuracy. A crisp glass-shattering explosion rang out. The lava giant's frantic struggles ceased instantly. Then the blazing core detonated, scattering into a rain of fire. Ow wow! The giant let out a final despairing wail. Its colossal body, devoid of all power, collapsed, thunderously kicking up clouds of black ash. Qin Bei landed steadily. Without a moment's pause, he extended his left hand and placed it on the beast's rapidly cooling remains. System dinner's ready. As the words left his mouth, a pitch-black, terrifyingly absorbing vortex burst open in his palm. Whooshed! A fierce wind kicked up swirling sand and stones. The immense pure fire and earth origin energies within the lava giant transformed into two brilliant streams of light. They surged wildly and unreservedly into the black hole in Qin Bei's palm. What is he doing? Lei Hu's eyes widened as he watched the mountain-like corpse rapidly shrivel. He's absorbing the beast's energy. The deputy commander stumbled backward, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Madman. He's an absolute monster. In just a few seconds, the once invincible half-step gold-rank beast was reduced to a pile of gray-white powder. A gust of wind blew, scattering it cleanly away. Ding! High-grade fire and earth origin energies absorbed. Energy converting. Qin Bei felt another surge of power within him, stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of 1-star gold rank. But it wasn't over. He channeled the incredibly pure fire and earth origin energy directly into the Dega warhammer in his right hand. Hum. The dark purple warhammer let out an extremely joyful hum. Across its once gold surface, blazing red streaks like molten rock rapidly spread. The head of the hammer expanded another full size. The aura of destruction it emitted was now more than twice as powerful. Ding! Weapon upgrade complete. Dega Warhammer Lava Reinforced Edition. Not bad. Qin Bei hefted the now heavier hammer in his hand with satisfaction. With this thing, every hit would be a one-way ticket to cremation. With a thought, he dismissed the Kiva armor and returned the hammer to his system space. The surrounding mercenaries all held their breath, not daring to make a sound, afraid of disturbing this living ancestor. Qin Bei paid them no mind. He pulled a cracked second-hand phone from his pocket, pressed the button to check the time. 8:30 in the morning. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow and casually put the phone away. He turned his head, looking at the faint outline of Longhai City in the distance, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Right on time. He dusted off his coat and strode purposefully down the mountain. As he passed Lei Hu, the man tensed up, instinctively gripping his broken sword. Qin Bei didn't even spare him a glance. Tell your boss, he said, waving a hand dismissively without turning back, his tone as casual as if discussing a trivial matter. This territory is mine now. If you dare set up a blockade here again, it'll destroy you all too. Not until Qin Bei's figure had completely disappeared from sight did Lei Hu finally let out a long sigh and collapse onto the scorched earth. Commander, what do we do now? The deputy commander sidled over, asking with lingering fear. Lei Hu wiped the cold sweat from his face and let out a bitter laugh. What else can we do? Pack up and get the hell out of here. He stared in the direction Qin Bei had gone, his expression incredibly complex. Longhai City is about to change. Meanwhile, Qin Bei, racing back to the city at full speed, was thinking about something entirely different. Right on time for the school's midterm exams. Qin Bei sneered beneath his mask, a glint of anticipation flashing in his dark eyes. Chu Guangqin, school director. Have you washed your faces clean? After a night of wild speeding through the wilderness, as the sky began to lighten, Qin Bei had stealthily slipped back into his shabby rental room without anyone noticing. He tossed the black trench coat reeking of sulfur into his system space and changed into a faded old-school uniform. Once again, he transformed into that harmless, even somewhat dispirited, ordinary high school student persona. He glanced at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. The self-cultivation of an actor nailed it. The next day, at Longhai No. 1 high school, though the campus was still in disarray, the newly built temporary classrooms were already in use. Yet the atmosphere in the entire school was more fervent than ever. Today was the midterm awakening exam, which would determine the resource allocation for all senior students for the next 6 months. The awakening ceremony was just the first step. The real fierce competition would be decided on the actual arena. The school's largest indoor gymnasium was now packed to capacity, with every seat filled. Cameras from various media outlets were aimed at the massive alloy arena in the center. The front rows of the stands were filled with influential parents and representatives from various factions in Longhai City. Did you hear? The top prize for this exam is a genuine silver-grade beast core. Damn, the school really went all out this time. That's all for young Master Chu Kuang, a sure bet for a future gold-grade powerhouse with his A-level berserker talent. Murmurs rippled through the audience with nearly everyone's gaze fixed on the front row of the competitors' seats. The young man, his arms still in a cast, yet wearing a look of unyielding arrogance, reveled in the attention. Chu Kuang relished this feeling of being the center of the universe. The terror of being dominated by Qin Bei in the wilderness a few days ago seemed deliberately forgotten. As long as Qin Bei continued to play the coward, Chu Kuang would remain the most dazzling genius of Longhai No. One high school. Brother Bei, are you really going to participate? In a corner of the competitor seats, Su Fatty looked at Qin Bei with concern. With your level talent, isn't that just asking to get beaten up? It's about participation, right? Qin Bei yawned, looking as if he hadn't slept enough. After returning from the volcanic region last night, he had spent half the night just refining and absorbing the top-tier medicinal herbs had bought. Now his gold 1-star realm was completely stabilized. There were even faint signs of a breakthrough to 2-star. Silence. At that moment, the dean of students on the podium picked up the microphone, his voice booming like a bell. The 32nd midterm awakening exam of Longhai No. One high school officially begins. With his command, the massive holographic projection screen in the center of the gymnasium instantly lit up. The names and awakened talents of participating students began to scroll rapidly across the screen. A-level berserker talent Chu Kuang. S-level frost talent Lin Qingxue. B-level flame talent Li Hao. Whenever a high-level talent name appeared, the stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Those names represented wealth, status, and a bright future. The scrolling speed increased rapidly. Suddenly, a highly incongruous name abruptly froze in the center of the screen. Class 7, Grade 3, Qin Bei. Awakened talent Flevel mechanical bat, no spiritual energy fluctuation. That glaring red Flevel label stood out starkly among the sea of A and B levels. After a brief moment of shock in the gymnasium, someone couldn't hold back a laugh. Then a tidal wave of laughter instantly engulfed the entire venue. Huh, am I seeing things? And Flevel mechanical bat. What kind of new electronic pet is that? What's the school thinking? A piece of trash that hasn't even met the threshold for awakening deserves to participate in the exam. The parents in the stands erupted in complaints. Isn't this wasting our children's precious time? Fighting against such a loser is an insult. Exactly. And Flevel can't even beat an ordinary black iron beast. Why is he up there? Performing some kind of performance art. Get him off. Stop embarrassing himself here. The relentless taunts and curses like invisible thorns stabbed toward the corner of the competitors' seats. Su Fatty's face was red with rage, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles cracked. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but Qin Bei firmly held him down. Stay calm, Fatty. Qin Bei picked his ear, a hint of amusement still on his face. Let them shout. The louder they shout, the more swollen their faces will be later. Chu Kuang, sitting in the front row, heard the laughter behind him, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He glanced back at Qin Bei, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and pity. A loser is still a loser, he muttered under his breath. Even if you survive the beast tide by luck, it doesn't change the fact that you're trash. In the VIP section, a portly middle-aged man in an expensive suit had a glint of venom in his eyes. It was Chun, the school board member, whom Qin Bei had humiliated during the awakening ceremony. During the last alien invasion, he had relied on his bodyguards to be the first into the bomb shelter, emerging unscathed. Seeing Qin Bei once again become the laughingstock of the entire venue, the repressed anger in his heart reignited. An Flevel piece of trash dares to put on airs with me. Chun snorted coldly and subtly signaled with his eyes to a man in a referee's uniform behind him. The referee immediately understood and discreetly entered a few codes into the electronic draw device in his hand. On the podium, the dean cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Now commencing the first round of random draw matches." The massive holographic screen flickered again. 2 avatars began to scroll rapidly, then clicked to a stop. First match, Class 7, Grade 3, A Qin Bei vs. Class 1, Grade 3, Wang Meng. Seeing this result, the entire venue burst into laughter again. Wang Meng. Isn't he one of the top 3 tough guys in the key class? I heard he's already broken through to Silver 1-star. Silver 1-star versus Flevel. This is like a heavyweight boxing champion fighting a kindergartner. Haha, this is going to be good. I bet that Qin Bei won't last 3 seconds. In the VIP section, Chen picked up his teacup and blew on the foam with satisfaction. He had already spoken to Wang Meng's parents. Once on the arena, there was no need to hold back. Beat him to death. Even if he didn't die, he'd break the kid's legs and keep him bedridden for life. Qin stood up, picked up the microphone, and added sanctimoniously, to inspire everyone's fighting spirit. I personally decide that if anyone is knocked off the arena in the first round of this exam, it proves they are unqualified to remain in the key class. I will propose to the school board to directly expel them from the key class permanently. These words caused an uproar throughout the venue. All eyes filled with sympathy and schadenfreude turned in unison to Qin Bei. This was no longer a competition, it was blatant targeted revenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Bei slowly rose from his seat. He ignored the mocking gazes around him. He didn't look at the smug Qin on the podium. He simply brushed non-existent dust off his trouser leg, kept one hand in his pocket, and walked leisurely step by step toward the massive alloy arena. His silhouette was desolate and lonely, like a condemned prisoner heading to the execution ground. Brother Bei. Su Fatty's eyes reddened as he watched Qin Bei's back. Lin Qingxue, sitting not far away, also had a flicker of barely perceptible concern in her cold eyes. Though she had witnessed Qin Bei's terrifying strength, it had been with the help of his armor. Now barehanded on the arena against a genuine silver-level opponent, could he really do it? On the arena, a boy built like an iron tower was already waiting. He was Wang Ming, a muscular brute with ferocity etched onto his face. With a roar, Wang Ming summoned his contracted beast, a windstorm demon wolf over 3 meters long, covered in cyan scales. It was the same species Qin Bei had kicked away before, but this one was clearly a higher level. Kid, just roll off yourself. Wang Ming looked down at Qin Bei, who had stepped onto the arena, a cruel smile curling at his lips. He pointed at the drooling demon wolf beside him and said contemptuously, "Otherwise, I'm afraid my wolf might lose control and accidentally bite off your limbs." The crowd's jeers grew louder. "Get off. Don't waste our time. Flevel trash doesn't belong on the arena." Amidst the deafening mockery, Qin Bei finally reached the center of the arena. He slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes as calm as still water. He looked at the swaggering muscle man before him, then at the beast baring its fangs at him. A highly amused smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. "Referee." Qin Bei ignored Wang Ming's provocation and turned to look off the stage. "Can we start?" "I'm in a hurry. I still need to go to the market to buy groceries this afternoon." "I'm in a hurry. I still need to go to the vegetable market this afternoon," said Qin Bei, his lazy voice clear and distinct through the microphone, echoing across the entire gymnasium. The arena fell utterly silent for a moment, then erupted into an even louder, sharper wave of raucous laughter. What on earth is he thinking? It's now, and he's still planning grocery runs. Is he mentally ill? A silver-tier master stands before him, yet he dares to act so arrogantly. All right, let's begin already. I can't wait to see him torn limb from limb by the Galewind demon wolf. Spectators in the stands stretched their necks like spectators at a monkey show, their faces twisted with cruel amusement. In the VIP section, Director Qin nearly suffered a myocardial infarction on the spot. With a thunderous bang, he slammed his fist onto the table and surged to his feet, his corpulent frame trembling violently with rage. A reckless, ignorant whelp. He pointed furiously at Qin Bei atop the arena platform and bellowed at the referee, his voice raw with fury. "What are you waiting for? Start the match, now? Let's see how he'll buy vegetables once his legs are shattered." His words abandoned all pretense, blunt, unmasked, and venomous. Naked threat, unvarnished malice. Even several school administrators beside him frowned deeply, but none dared provoke Director Qin at such a critical moment. Below the stage, Su Fatso's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "This is beyond contempt. These bastards, they've gone too far." He lunged forward repeatedly to confront them, only to be restrained each time by classmates holding him back. Lin Qingxue too furrowed her delicate brows. A rare flash of anger flickered in her cool, crystalline eyes. Though unfamiliar with Qin Bei, she could not abide such bullying, such abuse of power and privilege. On the arena platform, Wang Ming, the hulking martial artist, was incensed beyond reason by Qin Bei's utter disdain. "Kid, you've just lit my fuse." Wang Ming grinned savagely, twisting his thick neck, wider than Qin Bei's thigh, with sharp cracking pops. Then he patted the snarling Galewind demon wolf beside him. "I'd originally planned to leave you intact, but now, that seems unnecessary." He nodded curtly to the referee below, signaling readiness. The referee glanced toward Director Qin's murderous glare in the VIP section and shuddered inwardly. Hastily raising his electronic starting pistol, he skipped even the customary ready command. He pulled the trigger. Beep. Match begins. A shrill electronic whistle sliced through the gymnasium's clamor. "A woo." The instant the whistle pierced the air, the Galewind demon wolf beside Wang Meng moved. A bloodthirsty feral roar tore from its throat. Its powerful limbs exploded off the ground, gouging deep furrows into the alloy-reinforced arena floor. Its massive body became a swirling vortex of azure wind, whipping up fierce gusts. Jaws wide open, capable of crushing steel plates, it lunged straight for Qin Bei's throat, reeking of rancid gore. Its speed was blinding, leaving behind a faint, ghostly afterimage in midair. "It's over." Su Fatso closed his eyes in despair. This lunge would be fatal, not just for Qin Bei, an ordinary man without spiritual energy, but even for a Black Iron Tier peak awakened being of equal rank. In the VIP section, Director Chen's face twisted into a triumphant sneer. Chu Kuang folded his arms with glee, already anticipating the bloody spectacle of Qin Bei torn asunder, when at that very instant fate hung suspended. Faced with this lightning strike, lethal, unstoppable, Qin Bei's response was unervingly calm. He didn't even lift his eyelids. One hand remained casually tucked in his pocket as he stood motionless, utterly still, as if the beast hurtling toward him were not a ferocious silver-tier demon beast, but merely a disobedient Siberian husky. Suicidal fool. Wang Ming's grin widened further. To him, Qin Bei was paralyzed, not by courage, but by terror. He already envisioned Qin Bei's throat ripped open, blood gushing forth in a breathtaking spray, until reality struck him with a deafening, humiliating slap. At the absolute threshold, when the Galewind demon wolf's fangs hovered less than half an inch from Qin Bei's neck, Qin Bei finally moved. His motion held no flourish, no artifice. It was stark, brutal, elemental. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand. No spirit beast summoning. No spiritual energy unleashed. Just a light, effortless gesture, as if swatting away an irritating fly. With a thunderous boom, a sound both muffled and terrifying, the silence of the arena shattered. A visible shockwave erupted from Qin Bei's palm, expanding outward in a violent concentric ring. The Galewind demon wolf, fierce, unstoppable, roaring with primal fury, collided with that wave as though struck heat by a high-speed train. Not even a whimper escaped its throat. Its massive body locked rigid midair, then its skull, hard enough to crush steel, shattered like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. Crunch. Crimson and ivory viscous fluids and splintered bone fragments exploded into the air in a grotesque, chaotic storm. An instant kill, pure, unassailable physical annihilation. And it wasn't over. That same devastating shockwave, having obliterated the wolf's skull, continued unabated. It slammed directly into Wang Meng's chest, the man still frozen mid-lunge. Pooh! Wang Meng felt as though an invisible Tintazanjan hammer had crushed his ribs. His vaunted silver-tier protective aura shattered like parchment. His body lifted clean off the ground, blood erupting from his mouth as he flew backward, spinning helpless airborne. He arced through the air in a pitiful parabola, crash, smashing straight through the reinforced alloy railing 10 meters away. Then crashed onto the cold concrete floor like a sack of rotten meat, twitched twice, and collapsed into unconsciousness. One move, just one. Not even a spirit beast summoned. A boy dismissed by all as a frank failure. With a single casual backhand sent a genuine silver-tier prodigy, man and beast alike, hurtling out of the arena. Silence. A deathly absolute silence. The vast gymnasium, seating 10,000, fell so quiet a pin drop would echo like thunder. Every spectator froze mid-gesture, as if time itself had paused. Those who moments earlier had shrieked with mocking laughter now gaped like ducks strangled mid-quack. Mouths agape, voices vanished. Their expressions shifted, from cruel delight to stunned disbelief, then to dawning horror, and finally pure, unadulterated fear. In the VIP section, Director Chen's triumphant sneer froze solid. His cup of premium Da Hong Pao teacup clattered to the floor and shattered. Scalding tea soaked his trousers. He didn't flinch. His tiny slit-like eyes, normally buried beneath folds of fat, bulged wider than copper bells, riveted upon the young man, standing calmly on the arena platform, one hand in his pocket, utterly unruffled, as if staring at a demon risen from the deepest abyss. In the competitors section, Chu Kuang's cruel smile vanished, replaced by pallid ashen terror. He rose instinctively from his seat, jaw, slack mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. No, impossible. A dry, inhuman whisper rasped from his throat. This cannot be real. He's a spirit Nergilus waste. It must be an illusion, an illusion. Su Fatso stood dumbstruck. He stared blankly at that familiar Italian figure on the platform, unaware his cheering stick had tumbled from his grip. Brother Bei, he's this formidable. For the first time, Lin Xingshue's cool, serene gaze blazed with dazzling, unprecedented brilliance. Her heart hammered wildly, uncontrollably. She knew it. She'd always known this man was no ordinary soul. He was never in frank failure, but a prehistoric dragon long concealed among sheep, too indifferent to bare his fangs. Amidst the suffocating silence, only the youth at the arena's center remained perfectly composed. He lowered his right hand slowly, as if he'd merely performed some trivial, everyday gesture, then lifted his gaze. His jet-black eyes swept past dozens of stunned, petrified faces, locking with chilling precision upon Director Chen's face in the VIP section, where the man now trembled uncontrollably. A faint, knowing smirk curled at the corners of Qin Bei's lips. He pointed first at Wang Meng, embedded lifelessly in the wall, then at himself. Then silently he shaped his lips into 3 unmistakable words directed at the ashen-faced director. "Next, you're up." Director Chen understood instantly. His knees buckled, he collapsed onto his expensive leather chair. A foul acrid stream trickled down his leg. The billionaire chairman of Longhai No. One high school, master of capital empires worth hundreds of millions, had just been reduced to wetting himself by the mere gaze of an 18-year-old boy. Qin Bei cast him one icy, dismissive glance, and turned away. He pivoted toward the dazed referee below, frowning impatiently. "Hey, referee." His voice, low and unhurried, resonated clearly across the hushed arena. "Can we announce the result?" The referee jolted upright, snapping out of his trance. He looked at the godlike youth, then at the crumpled ruin that was Wang Meng. Trembling, he raised his small victory flag. The winner of the first match. His lips quivered for an eternity before he summoned every ounce of strength to shout the name that made his soul recoil, Qin Bei. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Bei didn't pause. Not for applause, not for awe. Without glancing once at the stone-faced crowd below, he strolled off the platform, one hand in his pocket, the other waving idly, like a sovereign who'd just concluded a warm-up exercise, moving slowly, serenely through the tomb-like silence, leaving behind a solitary, aloof, enigmatic silhouette etched forever into every memory. He returned to a corner of the competitors section and sat down again, as if the youth who'd just hurled a silver-tier genius across the arena were someone else entirely. Su Fatso lunged forward, seizing Qin Bei's arm in ecstatic, breathless fervor. "Brother Bei, when did you get this strong? What was that move, Buddha's palm?" Qin Bei shoved the fat boy's head aside with mild annoyance. "Stop shouting. It's ruining my lunch planning." Leaning back, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Meanwhile, in his mind, Kivit Bachelor III's electrified voice flooded his thoughts with manic glee. "Your Majesty reigns supreme." That slap was exhilarating, more thrilling than drilling wood with a power drill. And that fat school director's expression, worse than swallowing excrement. "Your Majesty, whose opponent next? Shall I step forth and co-star in an even more spectacular performance?" Qin Bei scoffed inwardly. "Unnecessary. These trash don't warrant your presence." He could feel it, the shift in every gaze across the arena. The mockery, the condescension, the scorn, all had dissolved, replaced by profound terror, reverent awe, and a sliver of something darker, greed. Qin Bei knew his status as a revered, untouchable figure had been irrevocably cemented. From now on, trouble would swarm him like sharks drawn to blood, relentless, inevitable. But he didn't care. In this world where strength ruled absolutely, a fist hard enough turned every obstacle into a stepping stone on the path to the throne. "Who's next?" Qin Bei didn't even open his eyes, merely asked Su Fatso beside him. The boy scrambled for the match roster, hands shaking. The next second, his face contorted into something more wretched than tears. Brother Bei." His voice trembled violently. "Your next opponent is Chu Kuang. Your next opponent is Chu Kuang." Fat Su's tearful voice echoed in Qin Bei's ears. Qin Bei didn't even lift his eyelids, merely uttering a faint from his nose. As if the upcoming battle wasn't against that a rank berserker prodigy, but some insignificant nobody. The fat man, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, stamped his feet in anxiety. "Brother Bei, don't be careless." Fat Su lowered his voice, leaning close to Qin Bei's ear. "That Chu Kuang might have a lousy character, but his strength is truly fierce. His father is a high-ranking military official. He's been bathed in all sorts of heavenly treasures and earthly rarities since childhood. His physical strength is comparable to a savage beast, and that a rank berserker talent of his. Once activated, he's ruthless to all, and his combat power doubles." Qin Bei finally opened one eye, lazily glancing at the fat man. "So what? So you need to be careful?" The fat man was sweating profusely with worry. "That move you just used was impressive, but it must have cost you a lot, right?" Now facing Chu Kuang at his peak, it's too disadvantageous. Qin Bei looked at his best friend's chubby face etched with concern and couldn't help but chuckle. A huge cost. You must be joking. That slap earlier hadn't used even a tenth of his strength. It was purely a basic air cannon strike delivered by a body refined by the Dark Emperor bloodline. To him, it was no different from waving away a mosquito. Alright, just sit back and enjoy the show. Qin Bei patted the fat man on the shoulder and closed his eyes again. I promise I'll finish the fight in 3 minutes. Definitely won't be late for dinner. The fat man wanted to advise him further, but seeing Qin Bei's unshakable calm, he swallowed his words. Below, the arena staff were frantically cleaning up the large pit smashed by Wang Meng. The atmosphere in the stands shifted from the earlier deathly silence to an eerie strangeness. Everyone was whispering and discussing in hushed tones. But this time no one dared to describe Qin Bei with terms like frank trash anymore. Who the hell is that kid? A wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Definitely. That slap just now had the power of at least a silver 5-star. Terrifying. Now this is going to be a good show. A rank berserker versus a mysterious physical powerhouse. This is practically the finals happening early. In the VIP section, school director Chun pressed an ice towel to his urine-soaked crotch, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. He stared fixedly at the meditating youth in the contestants' area, his eyes filled with venom and fear. No matter what kind of monster you are, you must die on this arena today. Gritting his teeth, he dialed an encrypted line. Hello, Commander Chu. It's me, Xiao Chun. Your son Chu Kuang's next match. His opponent is a bit sinister. Yes, that kid named Qin Bei. I suggest that Chu Kuang go for the kill. This kind of dangerous element with unknown origins must not be allowed to grow, or it will be a disaster. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by a dignified middle-aged man's voice. Understood. Hanging up, a sinister sneer crept back on his school director Chen's face. He refused to believe it. Some amateur who relied on a cheap shot could beat a rank prodigy raised with elite military training since childhood. On the arena, Chu Kuang took a deep breath and slowly walked to the center of the stage. He didn't glance at the audience below or the officials on the podium. His bloodshot eyes were fixed from beginning to end on the figure in the corner of the contestants' area. Fear, jealousy, resentment, venom. A tangled mess of emotions raged within his chest, nearly consuming his sanity entirely. He was the favored child of heaven. He was the sole king of Longhai No. One high school. Why should this frank waste repeatedly steal the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him? Qin Bei. Chu Kuang let out a suppressed roar, his voice hoarse as sandpaper scraping together. Get the hell up here and die. All eyes instantly focused. Qin Bei slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and stood up from his seat. He even yawned, looking like he hadn't woken up properly. Under the gaze of tens of thousands in the venue, he kept one hand in his pocket and walked with leisurely steps one by one onto the massive alloy arena. Here it comes. The main event. The spectators erupted in excitement, craning their necks, afraid to miss a single detail. Qin Bei stopped 10 meters away from Chu Kuang at the center of the arena. He looked up at his old classmate, who was already on the verge of a breakdown, and spoke lazily. What? Already forgotten how you wet yourself in fear? You're asking for death. Qin Bei's light words pierced Chu Kuang's most sensitive nerve like a red-hot steel needle. Chu Kuang's sanity snapped instantly. Roar! He let out a beastly roar, not even waiting for the referee to announce the start. He directly activated his rank berserker talent. Boom! A violent, bloodthirsty red shockwave exploded outward from him. His muscles swelled visibly, veins bulging like writhing dragons. Even his height increased by half a head. The arm in a cast was snapped free by brute force. Qin Bei, they'll tear you to pieces. Chu Kuang's eyes were bloodshot, completely losing control, charging at Qin Bei like a maddened bull. Each step he took left a clear imprint on the thick alloy arena. The match begins. The referee, intimidated by the aura, stumbled backward and blew the whistle haltingly. Look, young Master Chu is serious. This aura, definitely at silver 5-star level. Terrifying. Gasps erupted from the audience. Everyone believed that against Chu Kuang's reckless and ferocious assault, even Qin Bei, no matter how strong, would have to dodge the initial onslaught. Yet, Qin Bei remained rooted to the spot, neither dodging nor evading. He didn't even pull his hand out of his pocket. He simply watched the humanoid beast drawing closer. A playful, meaningful smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. Is this all you've got? Qin Bei murmured softly, his tone dripping with undisguised disappointment. Not even enough to warm me up. Just as Chu Kuang's fist the size of a sandbag was about to smash into his face, Qin Bei finally moved. He didn't step back or block. He simply raised his right hand, striking after the fact, but arriving first. Another seemingly weightless ethereal slap, aimed at Chu Kuang's grotesquely twisted face from the berserk state. He struck with full force. Smack! A sound louder and sharper than any before, instantly echoing through the entire gymnasium. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chu Kuang's violent charge, like a heavy tank, came to an abrupt halt. He hung in midair in an incredibly bizarre posture, defying Newton's laws, frozen for half a second. Then, his face, swollen purple from engorgement, visibly caved inward. Teeth from half his jaw mixed with bloody foam sprayed from his mouth. Ugh! Chu Kuang couldn't even let out a full scream. Like a top that had been struck, he spun 720 degrees in the air. The berserk state was actually dispelled by that single slap. Thud! Chu Kuang's massive body crashed like a heap of mud onto the edge of the arena over 10 meters away, foaming at the mouth, convulsing all over. His eyes rolled back, and he completely passed out. A single slap. Another single slap. And a rank berserker prodigy feared by the entire school was casually knocked unconscious with a single slap. If the instant kill of Wang Meng could be explained as a cheap shot, or luck, then what about this heat and slap? Silence. A deathly hush. Once again, the entire gymnasium was plunged into that suffocating, eerie quiet. Tens of thousands of spectators stood frozen, as if collectively paralyzed by a spell. Their minds had completely short-circuited from the surreal scene before them. Am I hallucinating? A boy murmured in a trembling voice. A rank prodigy. Just gone. In the VIP section, School Director Chen had just picked up a freshly poured cup of hot tea, not yet brought to his lips. Seeing this, his hand jerked. The scalding tea splashed directly onto his thigh. Ow! A piercing scream shattered the dead silence of the venue. On the arena, Qin Bei slowly withdrew his right hand, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. He didn't even bother to glance at the unconscious heap of flesh on the ground. He raised his head, his pitch-black eyes sweeping over countless stunned faces, finally settling on the figure of a girl in the contestants' area who had maintained an icy, aloof demeanor throughout. Lin Qingxue. Their eyes met. A meaningful smile slowly curled at the corner of Qin Bai's mouth. He gave a slight chin lift in Lin Qingxue's direction, as if to say, "Next it's your turn." Boom! A deafening, bone-jarring cacophony tore through the air as the thick alloy railing shattered outright. Wang Meng's massive frame hurtled forward like an unguided artillery shell, smashing straight through the reinforced concrete wall of the gymnasium over 10 meters away. Great slabs of fractured concrete crashed to the ground. A choking gray-white plume of dust billowed skyward from the impact on the hard cement floor. In that instant, the colossal arena, capable of holding 10,000 spectators, plunged into utter death-like silence. No cries, no shrieks, not even a whisper of breath. Every person froze mid-motion, as if time itself had pressed pause, rigid, absurdly suspended in place. 1 second, 10 seconds, a full minute elapsed. Gulp. Somewhere deep within the suffocating stillness, an anonymous throat convulsively swallowed. That infinitesimal sound echoed with unnatural amplification across the eerie void. Then, as if triggering a cascade reaction, a wave of sharp, ragged inhalations erupted across the stands, like 1,000 vacuum pumps sucking air at once. SSSSS. Did I just see that right? Wang Meng was slapped clean off the stage. A bespectacled boy in the front row rubbed his eyes so fiercely his glasses slid askew. His voice trembled beyond pitch, finger jabbing wildly toward the arena. And his silver-tier Stormwolf, its head just exploded. Did he even move? How did I miss it? He didn't summon a beast at all. He just waved his hand through empty air. After a fleeting moment of stunned disbelief, the entire auditorium detonated, like a depth charge submerged in deep water, releasing a tsunami of gasps and frantic chatter. The faculty and students alike felt their worldviews shatter beyond repair. What the hell kind of divine technique was that? This can't be real. I must be dreaming. It violates every law of energy conservation. Slapped away a silver rank combatant. And you call him a frank failure. What do you even call him? Then what are we, C and Drank students, supposed to be? Preschoolers. This world has gone utterly mad. Those very spectators who just seconds earlier had jeered, mocked, and even placed bets on Qin Bei collapsing within 3 seconds, now sat mute, mouths agape, faces slack with shock. Their expressions shifted, from gloating mockery to bewildered disbelief, then to raw, unadulterated horror, and finally dissolved entirely into abject terror and existential doubt. They stared at the youth standing atop the arena, hands casually tucked in pockets, not a single crease marring his uniform. Their cheeks burned as though scoured raw by 100 lashes of a leather sole. 3 seconds. He hadn't even needed one. A single bare-handed midair strike, no spirit beast summoned, no chi unleashed, had cleared the field instantly. In the competitors section, Chu Kuang's face, previously twisted in cruel amusement, turned paper white. Instinctively, he shot upright from his seat, jaw slackened wide enough to swallow an egg. His knees buckled, he collapsed back onto the chair with a hollow thud. No, impossible. A dry, inhuman rasp escaped Chu Kuang's throat as he clawed desperately at his own hair. This cannot be real. He's a spiritless waste. It's an illusion. He must have bought some black market tech weapon. He clung frantically to rationalizations. Because if this were true, his vaunted rank berserker talent would look like a toddler's scribble beside Qin Bei's power. He'd boasted just minutes ago that a single finger could dismantle Qin Bei's bones. Now he realized one glance from that youth might make him kneel and sing surrender on the spot. The crushing disparity and the primal fear it ignited shattered Chu Kuang's Dao heart into irreparable fragments. Su Fatso stood frozen, staring blankly at that familiar Italian silhouette on the arena floor, half-eaten chips spilling forgotten from his limp fingers. Brother Bei, he's been holding back every time he beat me up. Lin Qingsu sat nearby. For the first time, her cool, detached gaze blazed with incandescent brilliance. Her heart hammered violently, beyond her control, as she locked eyes with Qin Bei. She'd known it. The man who'd crushed a demon wolf's neck barehanded in the wilds could never be a mere punching bag. He wasn't in frank failure at all, but a primordial leviathan camouflaged among sheep too, indifferent to bare his fangs. Meanwhile, at the center of the podium, where Principal Bai Poju had sat serene and unmoved, shot upright the moment Qin Bei struck. So violent was his movement that he overturned the exquisite tea table before him. Steaming tea flooded the floor, yet he didn't spare it a glance. His lone intact arm trembled violently in midair. His clouded, aged eyes blazed with unprecedented intensity, fixed unblinkingly upon Qin Bei. This is... Others mistook it for sorcery or forbidden art, but Bai Poju, a platinum-tier master whose vision pierced veils of illusion, saw the truth in that split second. It was no externalized spiritual energy, nor any psychic force. It was pure concentrated physical pressure, compressed to its absolute limit, ripping through the air as a concussive shockwave. To obliterate a silver-rank beast with sheer bodily force alone. What monstrous physical cultivation could achieve such a feat? This was the legendary pinnacle, the domain of ancient masters who'd spent decades forging flesh and blood beyond human limits, shattering mortal constraints. And yet, a mere 18-year-old high school student had mastered it. Ha ha ha! A genius, no, this is a monster. Bai Poju roared, inwardly, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Heaven has not abandoned humanity. A hidden dragon has risen in Longhai City. Opposite Bai Poju's elation in the VIP section, Director Chin's triumphant sneer had frozen solid. His cup of premium Da Hong Pao teacup slipped from nerveless fingers, shattering on the floor with a sharp crack. Scalding liquid soaked his trousers, searing his skin, but he dared not utter a sound. His narrow, slit-like eyes, usually buried beneath folds of fat, bulged wider than bronze bells. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead in rivulets. He stared transfixed at the calm, unruffled youth on the arena, like gazing upon a living Yama risen from the deepest hells. How could this happen? His lips quivered, his legs shook uncontrollably. Just moments earlier, he'd declared publicly anyone knocked off the stage in round 1 would be expelled immediately. He'd meant to use that decree to expel Qin Bei, legally, irrevocably, settling a personal vendetta. But now, Wang Ming, his prized prodigy from the elite class, lay hurled across the arena, while Qin Bei hadn't lost a single strand of hair. Wasn't this the ultimate self-inflicted humiliation, lifting a boulder only to crush one's own feet? As the arena remained locked in surreal shock, Qin Bei slowly lowered his devastating right hand. He didn't glance toward the breached wall, or spare a thought for Wang Ming embedded within it, alive or dead. He merely brushed dust from his palms, casually, indifferently, as if swatting away an insolent fly. Sunlight streamed through the vaulted glass ceiling, illuminating his faded, threadbare school uniform. Though dressed in humble poverty, his presence now dominated the entire arena, crushing 10,000 souls beneath its weight. Qin Bei lifted his head. His jet-black, bottomless eyes swept past thousands of stunned faces, unerring, precise, locking onto the VIP section of the podium. Directly onto Director Chun, who sat slumped paralyzed in his chair. A cold, contemptuous curve rose slowly at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth. Hand still tucked in his pocket, his voice cut through the silence. calm, commanding, unassailable. Referee. His gaze pinned Director Chen's ashen, sweating face. Announce the result. Don't delay my victory. I'm in a hurry. I still need to go to the market to buy groceries this afternoon. Qin Bei's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated through the deathly silent gymnasium. Gulp. The referee swallowed hard, the electronic starting pistol in his hand, nearly slipping to the ground. He glanced at the massive human-shaped hole in the wall, then back at the unruffled Qin Bei. Trembling, he raised the small flag in his hand. The first match. Class 7 Grade 3 Qin Bei wins. This cracked announcement finally shattered the eerie stillness that had gripped the entire venue. Up in the stands there was no applause, no cheers. Everyone was frantically gasping for air, staring at the young boy slowly descending from the stage as if he were a monster. In the VIP section, School Director Chun had completely collapsed into a puddle of despair. A large yellowish stain spread across his expensive trousers, dripping down onto the floor. Several school officials nearby covered their noses in disgust, yet not a single person dared to step forward and help him up. Want to expel him? Don't you see what kind of power he possesses? A prodigy like this would be worshipped like an ancestor at any school. Qin Bei walked down the alloy steps, hands shoved into his school uniform pockets. There wasn't even a single bead of sweat on his face. Bei Ge, you're my real brother. As soon as he returned to the contestants' seating area, Fatty Su charged at him like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. His 200-plus pounds of flesh stirred up a gust of wind. Qin Bei disdainfully extended a single finger, pressing it against the fatty's forehead. Stop right there. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. No, Bei Ge. That slap of yours was just too insane. Fatty Su was so excited he was waving his arms and legs wildly, spittle flying everywhere. Was that some kind of martial arts secret technique? The Buddha's palm, or the 18 dragons subduing palms? Qin Bei walked over to his seat and sat down, tossing off a perfunctory reply. Just basic moves. You're easily impressed. He closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair to rest. The matches that followed turned into nothing more than Qin Bei's monotonous personal showcase. In the second match, his opponent was a burly man who had awakened a bronze-grade rock giant. The moment this guy stepped onto the stage and saw Qin Bei, his legs started trembling like plucked fiddle strings. The referee had barely shouted, "Begin. I surrender. Big bro, don't hit the face." The burly man let out a howl, then scrambled off the ring, running faster than a startled rabbit. The corners of every audience member's mouth twitched uncontrollably. In the third match, the opponent was an assassin-type awakener skilled in stealth. He circled Qin Bei on the stage for a full 3 minutes, believing he had found a weakness. Just as he raised his dagger to strike, without even looking, Qin Bei flicked his hand and delivered a snap to the head. Bang! The assassin flew 7 or 8 meters into the air as if struck by a heavy sniper rifle. Eyes rolling back, he crashed into the guardrail and fell unconscious on the spot. One move. Every single one was just one move. No matter what beast you tamed or what talent you possessed. Before this boy in his old-school uniform, none of them could last a single exchange. The audience in the stands went from shock to bewilderment and finally to sheer numbness. Why even bother fighting? Just hand him the championship trophy already. When he hit that assassin just now, I didn't even see how he moved. He's definitely not Frank. The measurement device must be broken. Time passed, and the competition progressed rapidly. As the last match of the quarterfinals ended, the massive holographic screen in the center of the gymnasium flashed with golden light, finally settling on 2 names. Semifinal first match, Class 7 Grade 3 Qin Bei versus Class 1 Grade 3 Chu Kuang. As the words appeared, the gymnasium, which had grown somewhat numb, suddenly buzzed with excitement again. Holy crap, it's like a collision of planets. Chu Kuang isn't a rank rage talent, and he's been one-shotting his way through so far too. Now this is going to be good. Do you think that Qin Bei can still take him out in one move? Listening to the chatter around him, Chu Kuang, sitting on the other side of the contestants' area, had a face so dark it could drip water. He stared fixedly at the names on the big screen, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Scared. Of course he was scared. That scene out in the wild, and the image of Qin Bei slapping Wang Ming away just now haunted him like a nightmare. But in this examination, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he absolutely could not back down. What's more, Lin Qingxue was sitting not far away. If he chickened out in front of his goddess, how could he ever show his face at Long Hai No? One high school again. This loser must have used some shady banned substance. Chu Kuang frantically brainwashed himself in his heart. Right. That kind of explosive power must be burning through his life force. He's definitely at his last gasp now. But I'm a rank genius. As long as I get close, I can tear him to shreds. Chu Kuang suddenly stood up. He ripped off the plaster cast on his arm, twisted his neck, and a series of crisp cracking sounds came from his bones. Then with what he thought was a domineering stride, he swaggered onto the stage. Qin Bei still looked half asleep, slowly trudging up the steps. The two stood facing each other in the center of the stage, less than 10 meters apart. "Qin Bei, you're pretty cocky." Chu Kuang glared at the boy before him, a fierce cold grin twisting his lips. "Don't think that just because you pulled some shady tricks you can make fools of everyone." Qin Bei picked his ear, not even bothering to look at him. "So much useless talk. Didn't you look in the mirror before you came out?" Qin Bei looked him up and down, his tone dripping with mockery. "Your legs are shaking so much you're about to trip over yourself, and you're still here pretending to be tough." As soon as he said this, the stage microphone broadcast his voice throughout the entire venue. The audience erupted into a wave of suppressed laughter. "You're asking for death." Struck in his sore spot, Chu Kuang's face flushed a deep red like a piece of liver. "He'll show you today what a real genius looks like." Without another word, he stomped hard on the stage. Roar! A beast-like roar exploded from Chu Kuang's throat. A rank rage talent fully activated. Visible blood-red spiritual energy gushed from his pores like boiling steam. His school uniform was instantly shredded, turning into a rain of cloth strips. His once proportionate muscles bulged crazily like balloons, veins protruding like twisted tree roots. His height shot up by a full 20 centimeters, his eyes bloodshot, radiating a madness that bordered on losing control. A violent, bloodthirsty aura swept across the entire stage like a storm. So strong. Chu Xiao's rage has improved again. This pressure is definitely touching the threshold of silver mid-rank. A few lackeys from Class 1 were screaming wildly from the sidelines, desperately hyping up their master. Feeling the explosive power within him, as if it could tear through steel, Chu Kuang's confidence swelled to its peak again. He panted heavily, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Bei. Lose or die. He expected to see fear and panic on Qin Bei's face. But Qin Bei just watched him calmly, even letting out a helpless sigh. "You know what?" Qin Bei's voice carried a deep sense of disgust. "The way you look right now, all enraged. You really resemble a red-furred gorilla in heat, jumping around everywhere." The entire venue fell into a dead silence for 2 seconds. Then, ta-ha, a red-furred gorilla in heat. That's way too accurate. The audience in the stands couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing so hard they were bent over, tears streaming down their faces. Even the always icy Lin Qingxue couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth slightly. "He'll tear you to pieces." Chu Kuang completely lost his mind filled with nothing but endless murderous intent. He kicked off the ground with all his might, leaving 2 deep craters in the heavy alloy stage. His massive form turned into a streak of bloody wind, charging straight at Qin Bei's face with a piercing sonic boom. His fist, as large as a sandbag wrapped in a thick layer of bloodlight, slammed down with the force of 1,000 pounds. This punch could have blasted through even a load-bearing wall. "It's over. He's too close." Fatty Sue screamed, slapping his thigh in panic. But on the stage, Qin Bei still showed no intention of dodging. He didn't even pull his hands out of his pockets. Just as the berserk fist was about to smash his head. In that split second of absolute timing, Qin Bei finally moved. He tilted his head slightly, dodging the thunderous blow with an almost impossibly casual grace. The fierce wind from the punch barely ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead. Then, Qin Bei's right hand, moving at a speed the average retina could never capture, slipped out of his pocket. No burst of spiritual energy. No wind-up for a technique. Just a backhanded, utterly unadorned. S-L-P. Smack. A crisp, resounding, hair-raising slap echoed and exploded throughout the entire gymnasium. The sound was so sharp, like a steel whip cracking against a pane of glass. Time seemed to slow down 1,000-fold at that moment. Under the terrified gaze of tens of thousands of eyes in the venue, Chu Kuang's face, covered in bulging veins and twisted with rage, instantly deformed upon contact with Qin Bei's palm. 5 red finger marks instantly appeared on his left cheek, the skin and flesh rippling with a strange wave from the force of the blow. Pooh! A large mouthful of blood mixed with 7 or 8 broken teeth sprayed from Chu Kuang's twisted mouth. His towering iron tower-like body instantly lost all balance. Like a top spinning at high speed, the slap sent his feet flying off the ground, completing 2 incredibly smooth 720-degree spins in midair. The layer of violent, blood-colored spiritual energy around him under this unreasonable, monstrous force dissipated completely like a guttering candle in the wind. The rank rage was forcibly dispelled by a single slap. Bang! With a dull, heavy thud, Chu Kuang crashed like a dead dog onto the alloy floor at the edge of the stage. He rolled over a dozen times before slamming into the guardrail and coming to a stop. He lay on the ground, his muscles spasming. White foam continuously bubbled from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. One-shot kill. Another one-shot kill. The entire gymnasium was once again plunged into that suffocating silence. It was even quieter than when he had sent Wang Ming flying. Everyone felt their own cheeks ache in sympathy. That was an ranked genius in his rage state. His physical defense could even withstand ordinary bullets. And he was taking down talent, and all by a single slap. Was this still a high school competition? This was a straight-up beatdown from another dimension. In the center of the stage, Qin Bei shook his hand with disgust, as if he had touched something dirty. Pretty thick skin. Shook my hand. He muttered to himself, not sparing a single glance at Chu Kuang, who was foaming at the mouth on the ground. He turned his head to look at the referee below, who had turned into a stone statue. Hey, Qin Bei knocked on the stage pillar. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to announce the result? Planning to keep him here for lunch. The referee shuddered all over, scrambled to the microphone, and his voice came out hoarse and distorted. The first semi-final match, Qin Bei wins. The stands remained utterly silent. No one dared to jeer, and no one dared to mock. In this world where might makes right, Qin Bei had shattered everyone's prejudice against him with just 2 slaps. The holographic screen flashed wildly, quickly displaying the result of the second semi-final. Then, golden letters converged in the center of the screen, forming the final matchup list. Grand Final Class 7 Grade 3 Qin Bei versus Class 7 Grade 3 Lin Qingxue. Seeing this name, a flicker of emotion passed through Qin Bei's eyes. He turned his head and looked to the other side of the stage. There, a breathtakingly beautiful girl in a white dress with an icy, ethereal aura was slowly walking up the steps. A faint layer of frosty mist swirled around Lin Qingxue. With each step, she took a thin layer of ice crystals formed on the alloy floor of the stage. Her strength frost talent was operating at full power. She stopped 5 meters in front of Qin Bei. Her usually calm, impassive eyes now burned with an unprecedented, soaring fighting spirit. You are strong. Lin Qingxue's voice was like an orchid in a deep valley, carrying a resolve that refused to back down. But to obtain that crystal core, I will not hold back. Qin Bei looked at the girl before him, who was like a goddess of ice and snow. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a core-friendly smile. What a coincidence. He kept one hand in his pocket, his tone lazy, but carrying a chilling edge that made one's scalp tingle. I've never had a problem with hitting women either. Chu Kuang was still lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth like a dead dog with its spine ripped out. The medical staff scrambled to lift him onto a stretcher, dragging him off the arena in a flurry. The entire audience watched this scene, already numb. What a rank genius. What berserk transformation. Before that youth with one hand in his pocket, he couldn't even let out a fart. This is what you call a real powerhouse. Fatty Sue muttered in the contestants' area, swallowing hard, his eyes wide as saucers. Now on the massive alloy arena, only 2 people remained. Qin Bei and Lin Qingxue. The final, the most absurd, most dramatic championship in Longhai One high school's history. I'm in a hurry, I still need to buy groceries this afternoon. Qin Bei's casual words still echoed in their ears, but now no one dared to mock him. The stands were dead silent, everyone holding their breath, staring at the 2 on the stage. Qin Bei, surely hell go easy on a beauty, right? Someone whispered. Nonsense. That's Lin, the school beauty. The ice goddess of Longhai City. Who'd have the heart to strike hard? Exactly, a little mercy, and he could win the girl's heart. What a deal. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, most convinced Qin Bei would hold back. After all, with Lin Qingxue's face and figure, even the toughest steel could be softened into tender threads. On the stage, Lin Qingxue, clad in white, was as ethereal as a moon palace fairy. She paid no heed to the whispers, her beautiful eyes fixed solely on Qin Bei before her. Others might not know, but she saw it as clear as a mirror. In the Blackwind Mountains, the demon who crushed a wind shadow wolf with one hand and kicked away an ironhide rhinoceros. It was him. He was no frank trash, but a deeply hidden prehistoric beast. You are strong, stronger than I ever imagined. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, her voice crisp, yet resolute. But for that silver-grade crystal core, I must win. That core was crucial for her to break through to Shrank. She wouldn't yield it. Moreover, she paused, her gaze complex as she looked at Qin Bei. I will never forget your life-saving grace in the wilderness. So, I will use my strongest power to show you my respect. Qin Bei listened to this confession like opening, merely raising an eyebrow. Repay a debt. No need. He picked his ear, his tone still languid. If you really want to repay me, just forfeit, let me have the core, and save me the trouble. Lin Qingxue's pretty face chilled at his words. This guy never said anything pleasant. Want me to forfeit? Show me your real skills. With that, Lin Qingxue closed her eyes slightly, her hands forming seals rapidly before her chest. Whooshed! An extreme chill erupted from within her. Strength talent absolute zero domain. This was her most powerful move, capable of instantly freezing everything within tens of meters. Crack! Crack! The alloy floor of the stage visibly frosted over with thick ice. The temperature plummeted, and even the moisture in the air turned into fine ice crystals falling softly. Audience members in the front rows shivered from the cold, retreating hastily. Such terrifying frost power. Is this the true worth of strength talent? With this move, even if Qin Bei's body is tough, he'll be frozen into an ice sculpture, right? Exclamations rang out as everyone stared wide-eyed at the stage. In an instant, the entire stage had become a cage of ice. The chill was biting, blurring even the vision. And Qin Bei still stood there motionless. He didn't even pull his hands from his pockets, letting the frost creep up to his ankles. He's frozen. He's frozen, someone shouted excitedly. Looks like Lin will win. This absolute zero domain can even kill silver rank beasts instantly. Lin Qingxue watched Qin Bei encased in frost, but felt no relief. She knew this man could never be defeated so easily. It's over, Qin Bei, she cried out, thrusting her hands forward. A storm of ice shards rained down upon him. This was her final trump card. If it failed, she would have to concede. Clink, clank. The ice shards struck Qin Bei with a crisp sound. Yet what happened next horrified everyone. Those ice shards, enough to pierce steel plates upon touching Qin Bei's body, shattered into dust as if hitting an invisible wall. They didn't even tear a thread of his clothes. How is this possible? Lin Qingxue's pupils shrank, her face full of disbelief. Qin Bei slowly raised his head, a glint of mockery flashing in his dark eyes. Absolute zero. He chuckled, his tone dripping with scorn. This is just the level of a household freezer. Before his words faded, a dark, golden aura erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Boom. Waves of energy surged, a scorching heat sweeping across the arena. The frost on Qin Bei didn't even melt. It was instantly vaporized into nothingness by the terrifying heat. Steam filled the stage like a fairyland. But Lin Qingxue felt no ethereal grace, only deep despair. The gap was too vast to inspire any fight. I've received your respect. Qin Bei's voice came through the mist, carrying an undeniable dominance. Now it's my turn to return the favor. The next second, Qin Bei vanished from his spot. What a... Lin Qingxue's heart jolted in terror before she could react. A slender, powerful hand appeared before her eyes without warning. That hand seemed slow, yet it sealed off all her escape routes. Thud. A dull sound. Qin Bei's palm strike landed precisely on Lin Qingxue's fair nape. The move was clean with no hint of mercy. Ugh. Lin Qingxue groaned, her eyes rolling back. Shock and confusion lingered on her beautiful face, but her body went limp, falling like a withered snowflake. The entire arena fell silent again. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the school beauty lying in the icy water, and the youth with one hand in his pocket, his gaze cold. He actually knocked out Lin. Holy shit. Is this guy a total stone-hearted man? How could he lay a hand on such a gorgeous girl? Crazy. This guy is absolutely insane. A brute destroying a flower. The audience erupted, boys beating their chests in heartache. That was Lin Qingxue, the goddess they dreamed of approaching, knocked out by this guy with a single chop. Was there no justice? Qin Bei ignored the uproar. He walked over to Lin Qingxue, looking down at her. Women only slowed down my hammer-swinging speed. He coldly tossed out the remark, then turned to the stunned referee. Now that crystal core is mine. The referee shuddered and scrambled to the microphone. The final. Qin Bei wins. The champion of this midterm exam is Qin Bei. As the referee announced, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Though Qin Bei's methods were somewhat unromantic in this world, strength was everything. With absolute domination, he proved himself the true king of Longhai-no. 1. In the VIP section, Principal Bai Poju was so moved that tears streamed down his aged face. Good. A fine brute destroying a flower. He slapped his thigh. This kid, ruthless enough. Decisive enough. One of my kind. But in a dark corner of the crowd, a man in a black trench coat and cap stared at Qin Bei through binoculars. A sinister smirk curled on his lips. Hey, interesting. The man pulled his cap lower and melted back into the shadows. Qin Bei, is it? I hope your future performance won't disappoint me. Thud. A muffled hollow sound. Lin Qingxue's graceful figure collapsed limply onto the frost-covered arena floor. Her exquisite icy face still bore an unshaken expression of shock and disbelief. Like a pristine snow lotus, its stem cruelly severed. The referee's hand, clutching his small flag, froze midair. His eyes bulged from their sockets, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a fist. What in the world? Is this creature even human? That was Lin Qingsu, the undisputed ice goddess of Longhai No. One high school, the pure untouchable moonlight adored by countless boys. Who among them dared speak harshly to her? Who dared raise even a tone of voice? Yet this young man, with a single crisp palm strike, had felled her without hesitation. More skillfully than a butcher cleaving hind leg meat. Not a trace of chivalry, not a shred of tenderness. Referee. Qin Bei stood with one hand tucked casually into his pocket, impatiently rapping his knuckles against the alloy railing bordering the arena. Don't just stand there. Declare the result. His cool, detached voice finally snapped the referee back to reality. The referee jolted violently, as if waking from a trance. He raised his flag high and bellowed into the microphone, voice cracking with raw exhilaration. Final match. Senior 3 Class 7. Qin Bei wins. The champion of this semester's awakening examination is Qin Bei. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 10th Sanseat Stadium erupted like a detonated thermonuclear device. Long-suppressed emotions surged forth with unprecedented force. In this post-cataclysm world, appearances and lineage meant nothing. Only fists mattered. Absolute strength could crush all slander, prejudice, and idle gossip beneath its heel. Holy hell. Ruthless yet magnificent. Now that's a real man. Unbelievable. He didn't even summon his beast, just overpowered and shrank Frost talent with brute force alone. He calls himself Frank. If he's Frank, I'll eat this entire bleacher seat. Boys roared like wild beasts, hoarsely cheering for this sudden sovereign champion risen from the common ranks. Girls in the stands shimmered with starry-eyed adoration. Qin Bei, divine Lord Qin, I'd bear your children. So devastatingly handsome. That aloof, ascetic masculinity, utterly lethal. In a corner of the competitor's bench, Su the fat boy trembled head to toe, every one of his 200 gene of flesh quivering with excitement. He hurled his half-eaten chicken leg skyward and lunged forward, hugging a total stranger beside him as he bounced up and down. See that? That's my brother Bei. My real elder brother. #1 in the world. Brother Bei reigns supreme. Those who had once posted torrents of vitriol against Qin Bei online now shrank into silence, necks retracted, mouths sealed tight. Preposterous. Even Chu Kuang, a ferocious rank berserker, and Lin Qingsu bearing shrank Frost talents had been struck down one after another with a single blow. Frank failure. Hardly. He simply hadn't bothered to summon his beast at all. With nothing but his monstrous physical might, he had swept through the entire school undefeated. If he ever fought them, they'd likely vanish with a mere exhalation. Amidst the stadium's delirium, medics had just revived Chu Kuang on a stretcher. As he opened his swollen eyes, the deafening thunder of Qin Bei echoed across the arena. He let out a choked cry, then vomited a fresh gout of dark blood. His Dao heart shattered utterly. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away. Qin Bei ignored the roaring crowd and piercing shrieks. He descended the alloy steps one deliberate step at a time, his gaze calm, serene, unfathomable. And as he approached, the throng parted before him like the Red Sea before Moses, opening a wide straight path in reverent silence. No one dared come within 3 meters. An imperceptible yet overwhelming aura of dominance pressed upon his peers, stifling even their breath. Such was the privilege of true power. Qin Bei did not return to the competitor's bench to find Su the fat boy. Instead, he turned sharply, heading straight for the main stage at the stadium's front. There sat the school's senior leadership. Henshin, the school director, a tyrannical bully who had schemed behind closed doors to discredit and expel him. On the main stage, Principal Bai Polu watched Qin Bei approach, his lone arm trembling faintly, his eyes brimming with profound paternal pride. This boy had exceeded all expectations, truly a blessing for Longhai No. One high school. Beside him, Director Chen's face twisted into a mask of utter revulsion, pale, clammy, and deeply, deeply sour. His fleshy cheeks flushed an ashen gray, quivering uncontrollably. His heart bled inwardly. That high-tier energy crystal. He had spent a fortune acquiring it through black market channels. A treasured artifact meant to be awarded under the guise of fair competition to his pre-selected candidate. It was intended as a gift to curry favor with a powerful official in Longdu. Then, out of nowhere, Qin Bei appeared. Even Wang Meng and Chu Kuang, the twin pillars of his plan, had been swatted aside like gnats. His investment, his meticulous calculations, all shattered to dust beneath Qin Bei's absolute might. Tap. Qin Bei halted before the main stage. Without a word of courtesy, not even a glance toward Principal Bai Polu, he stepped past him. and slowly extended his right hand toward Director Chun. The first place prize. Qin Bei lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade forged in glacial ice. Hand over that high-tier energy crystal. At those words, the area around the main stage fell deathly silent. Even the cheers from the stands dimmed to a hush. Every eye locked onto the two figures, poised like drawn swords. Everyone knew of the enmity between Chun and Qin Bei. Just before the match, the director had openly declared that anyone losing in round 1 would be expelled, clearly targeting Qin Bei. Now Qin Bei demanded payment, in broad daylight before 10,000 witnesses. He wasn't merely collecting a prize. He was grinding Director Chen's face into coarse concrete publicly and mercilessly. You. Director Chen shot upright, finger jabbing toward Qin Bei, his whole body trembling with rage. You want the prize? Gnashing his molars, he glared venomously at Qin Bei's outstretched palm. The pain was so acute it constricted his breathing. That crystal was priceless. To give it to this wretched, backgroundless orphan, the very boy he'd scorned most. How could he possibly accept it? Too many words. Qin Bei scoffed, regarding him with the disdain reserved for a clown dancing on a tightrope. I fought every match, earned the championship. Do I need to file a formal application just to claim my reward? Do you think school regulations are drafted in your family's general store? The barbed retort spared no dignity. Director Chun was left speechless, his face swelling to the deep purple of a ripe liver. Principal Bai Polu cleared his throat, softly stepping in to mediate. Director Qin Bei won fairly and squarely. The prize belongs to him by all rights. His voice resonated with quiet authority, unassailable and firm. Give him the crystal. There are media crews watching. Let's not embarrass Longhai One High School by appearing petty or graceless. Director Chen's face cycled through crimson and pallor. He gritted his teeth and reached for the elegant silver cipher box resting on the table before him. Inside lay the energy crystal, pulsing with a seductive, radiant hum. But, as his fingers brushed the box's cold metallic shell, greed ultimately overruled reason. No, he would never surrender this treasure to that contemptible whelp. What right had an orphan, destitute, nameless, parentless, to stand atop him, a respected school director, and defile his dignity? Director Chen's eyes narrowed, dark with malice, a cruel calculation flashing within. He yanked the cipher box fiercely against his chest. You are not entitled to this first-place prize. Director Chen suddenly raised his voice, pointing directly at Qin Bei's nose and shouting. His words blasted across the arena via the microphone. A wave of stunned murmurs rippled through the crowd. All exchanged bewildered glances. No one knew what new scheme the old man was about to unleash. Director Chen, what exactly do you mean by that? Principal Bai's expression hardened instantly. What do I mean? Principal Bai, you truly cannot see it. Director Chen's face contorted in theatrical outrage, spittle flying as he brandished his accusation. He awakened in frank, worthless familiar. There isn't even a whisper of spiritual energy around him. How could he possibly defeat a rank berserker and rank frost talent using only his physical body? This violates the fundamental scientific principles governing federal awakeners. He stabbed his finger toward Qin Bei, eyes seething with venomous slander. There is only one truth. This boy ingested illegal substances from the black market before the match. He used a banned stimulant, one that burns away life force for fleeting explosive power. At that declaration, the stands exploded into chaos. Banned substances. Holy hell, that's a felony in the Federation. I knew it. And Frank couldn't possibly be this strong, so he cheated with drugs. How despicable. Would he really sacrifice his life just to win? Does someone like him even deserve the title of champion? Students consumed by envy and resentment seized the moment, joining the chorus of condemnation. Chaos erupted across the arena. Sue the fat boy leapt up and down in the bleachers, waving his fists wildly. You're lying. Brother Bei never took drugs. You're slandering him. Principal Bai's brow furrowed deeply. Director Chen, accusations require evidence. You cannot speak recklessly. Evidence. His impossible strength is the evidence. Clutching the cipher box like a lifeline, Director Chen's confidence soared. He had found the perfect pretext, and his arrogance flared anew. Qin Bei remained motionless, idly cleaning his ear. Staring at Director Chen's grotesque, clownish fury, he nearly laughed aloud. To conceal a single crystal, the old dog had abandoned all pretense of decency. Banned substances. He drank the primordial essence of high-tier alien races. Finished speaking, Qin Bei fixed him with a glacial stare, a dangerous curve lifting the corner of his lips. Then handed over. My patience is exceedingly thin. Still daring to act arrogant. Seeing Qin Bei offer no defense, Director Chen mistook silence for guilt and grew bolder still. He slammed his palm onto the table and boomed into the microphone. By virtue of my position as school director, I hereby declare, Qin Bei is suspected of using gravely prohibited substances. His championship is hereby nullified. He spun around screaming wildly toward the armed security personnel stationed along the arena's edge. Guards, where are you? Are you all dead? Arrest this cheater immediately. Strip him bare and search him thoroughly. If he resists, execute him on the spot. Strip him naked and search him. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. The hysterical roar of Dean Shun echoed through the gymnasium, lingering in the air. As his words faded, 5 burly figures like hounds catching the scent of blood darted out from the shadows around the ring. They moved in perfect unison, encircling Qin Bei at the center of the ring. These 5 were no ordinary school gatekeepers. They were private bodyguards Dean Shun had hired from the black market at a hefty price. Each of them radiated a glaring, dark golden glow of spiritual energy. 5 retired soldiers at the 1-star gold level. Kid, be smart and squat down with your hands on your head. The lead bodyguard sneered, pulling out an alloy baton crackling with high-voltage arcs from his belt. He twisted his thick neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. We're heavy-handed, so don't blame us if we accidentally break a few of your ribs. The atmosphere instantly became tense, swords drawn and bows bent. The students in the stands gasped, their hearts leaping into their throats. How shameless. A school dean sending 5 gold-level fighters to gang up on a student. This is blatant retaliation. Have you no shame at all? The crowd seethed with anger. Yet facing 5 gold-level brutes armed with weapons, not a single student dared to step forward and help. On the competitor's bench, Fatty Seuss' eyes were bloodshot with rage. He grabbed a nearby folding chair, charging toward the ring like an enraged wild boar. Fatty, come back. Several classmates held him back tightly. Going up there is suicide. They're gold level. On the podium, the old principal Baipoju was also furious. He slammed the table hard, pointing his remaining left hand at Dean Shun and cursing him out. Chen Fuguei, do you think this school is your private den of thieves? Get your men out of here now, or he'll cripple you right here. Baipoju unleashed a terrifying platinum-level pressure, ready to storm down from the podium. However, Dean Shun, though shrinking back in fear, clutched the password box containing the crystal, gritting his teeth to hold his ground. Principal Bai, this kid's cheating is as clear as day. Emboldened by the presence of the 5 gold-level bodyguards, he regained some confidence. I'm cleaning house for the school. Even if you take this to the Federal Education Bureau, I'm in the right. Get him. Cripple him. Dean Shun issued his final ultimatum, shouting hoarsely at the ring. The bodyguard leader's eyes hardened, and he raised his high-voltage baton, bringing it down with a whistling force aimed at Qin Bai's shoulder. Get down, you little brat. If that strike landed, it would not only shatter bones, but also cook his internal organs with the high voltage. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. Even Lin Xingxue, who had just regained consciousness, bit her pale lips, struggling to summon a frost shield. Yet standing at the center of the encirclement, Qin Bei didn't even furrow his brow in the face of this thunderous assault. He merely let out a deeply helpless sigh. I just wanted to grab my prize and go home for a quiet nap. With one hand in his pocket, Qin Bei slowly lifted his head. In that instant, his once clear, lazy black pupils seemed to absorb a drop of undiluted ink. Instantly, they transformed into a pair of icy, savage, abyssal, dark golden vertical pupils. Why do you trash? Insist on rushing to your deaths. Boom. As Qin Bai's words fell, an indescribable killing intent, cold as an ancient abyss, erupted. With him, as the epicenter, it radiated outward in all directions. This killing intent didn't stir any tangible wind or send debris flying, but it pierced like invisible ice blades into the very souls of everyone present. The first to be struck were the 5 gold-level bodyguards. The bodyguard leader's baton, mere centimeters from Qin Bai's shoulder, froze in midair. He felt his vision go dark. The noisy gymnasium vanished. He seemed to find himself in a hellish battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Before him stood no mere 18-year-old high schooler, but an ancient demon god, jaws wide open, ready to devour him whole. What kind of aura is this? The bodyguard leader's eyes widened in terror, his pupils trembling violently. His once proud, gold-level spiritual energy, faced with this supreme bloodline pressure, was like a mouse before a cat, suppressed back into his dantian, unable to summon a single strand. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Clang! His wrist went limp, and the high-voltage baton clattered to the ground. Then one by one they fell. In the gaze of 10,000 onlookers, the 5 once ferocious gold-level bodyguards went weak at the knees. Like spineless invertebrates, they knelt in a neat circle around Qin Bei, trembling violently, lacking the courage to even look up at him. They were utterly terrified. Silence. A deathly silence. The students in the stands who had been worried for Qin Bei now had their mouths agape wide enough to hold eggs. What kind of sorcery was this? Without lifting a finger, he made 5 gold-level experts kneel. Why you? What are you doing? Useless. All of you are useless. On the podium, Dean Chun watched the scene utterly collapsing. He screamed like a fishwife, hopping and cursing. I spent a fortune to hire you, and you come here to kowtow. Get up. Kill him. Yet no matter how he raged, the 5 bodyguards remained deaf, lying prostrate and motionless. Qin Bei didn't even spare a glance at these 5 wretches. He bent his knees slightly. The alloy ring beneath him groaned under the strain. With a deafening crack, the hard floor shattered into 2 deep craters. Qin Bei transformed into a dark red blur, like a cannonball crossing over 30 meters in an instant. He landed steadily on the 3-meter-high podium. A violent gust swept through, overturning several redwood tables, scattering teacups and documents. Why you? What do you want? Dean Shin, seeing the boy suddenly appear before him like a phantom, collapsed onto the floor, in fright, his obese body scrambling backward. He clutched the silver password box containing the crystal as if it were his very lifeline. I warn you, I'm a school dean. I know big shots in Dragon City. Touch a hair on my head, and it'll make sure you can't survive in this world. Faced with his blustering threats, a supremely benign smile slowly curled at the corner of Qin Bei's mouth. Is that so? He reached out his right hand, grabbing the collar of Dean Chin's expensive custom suit. Like lifting a fat pig for slaughter, he hoisted the man's 200-plus-pound body off the ground with one hand, feet dangling in the air. Let me go. Help. Principal Bei, help. Dean Chin struggled wildly in midair, his short legs kicking frantically, letting out a pig-like squeal. He looked in terror at Bei Poju beside him. Yet the old principal just watched coldly, not intervening. Instead, he subtly stepped forward, blocking the other school officials who wanted to step in. The message was clear: he was letting the boy vent his anger today. Qin Bei looked at the wildly struggling fat pig in his grip, his eyes devoid of any pity. Earlier on stage you said I took banned drugs. Qin Bei asked softly, his tone calm. Before Dean Chun could even open his mouth to defend himself, Qin Bei's left hand swung around, without any flourish. A crisp, resounding slap, loud enough to make eardrums ache, exploded through the gymnasium. Though Qin Bei didn't use spiritual energy, even a fraction of his epic-level physical strength was more than a pampered fat man could bear. Dean Chin's left face swelled instantly like a leavened bun. 2 bloody molars flew from his mouth, smashing against the wall behind. This slap is for your slander. Qin Bei's voice remained flat. Then a backhanded slap landed hard on Dean Chin's right cheek. Symmetry. This slap is for your rigging the system against me. Why you dare hit me? Dean Chin saw stars, his head ringing, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A third slap. So what if I hit you? Not a bad feel, quite springy. A fourth slap. Weren't you just yapping away? Weren't you going to expel me? Then came a rapid, dizzying flurry of slaps forward and back. The gymnasium was filled with nothing but the crisp, rhythmic sound of slaps echoing endlessly. To the students watching, it was more delightful than any symphony. Hit him good. Beat that fat bastard to death. Fatty Sue was jumping and shouting below, his voice hoarse. I've hated that old geezer for ages. He lords it over everyone at school, just because he has money. Qin the Mighty, give it to him. The crowd's emotions were ignited. Respect for teachers and the dean's authority were thrown to the wind. In this era where strength reigns, watching a bully get publicly humiliated by a true powerhouse. The sheer thrill sent adrenaline soaring to the peak. In just over 10 seconds, Qin Bei had delivered over 20 heavy slaps to Dean Chun. When he stopped, Dean Chin's face was utterly unrecognizable. His already chubby cheeks were now swollen like a purplish red pig's head. His eyes were squeezed into slits, lips turned outward, blood and saliva dripping down. He had no strength left to scream, only letting out weak, muffled sobs. His gaze was unfocused, clearly concussed from the beating. You dare to covet what's mine? Qin Bei frowned in disgust at the mess in his hands. He released his grip on the collar. As Dean Chin's body dropped, Qin Bei raised his right leg and delivered a vicious kick to the man's fat belly. With a dull thud, Dean Chin's 200-plus-pound body flew back, like a kicked ball hurtling 7 or 8 meters. Crashing heavily into the giant LED screen behind the podium, it short-circuited, instantly erupting in a shower of sparks. Dean Chin slid down the screen, his eyes rolling back, completely unconscious. The silver password box containing the high-grade energy crystal arced through the air and landed steadily in Qin Bei's hand. Without even glancing at the complex electronic lock, Qin Bei pressed his thumb against the clasp and applied slight pressure. With a click, the sturdy alloy lock snapped cleanly under his sheer physical strength. The box popped open. Inside, a walnut-sized energy crystal radiated an intensely pure silver-white light, resting quietly on a velvet lining. Mediocre quality, good enough for an after-dinner snack, Qin Bei muttered, tossing the treasure that countless dreamed of into the air like a coin. He caught it deftly and stuffed it into his school uniform pocket. Arrogant, domineering, lawless. Standing alone on the chaotic podium, he looked down at the 10,000 silent students and faculty. That world-dominating posture was etched into the souls of everyone present. I'm done with this exam for today. Qin Bei dusted off his hands, ready to turn and head home. But at that moment, the heavy glass door of the gymnasium was violently pushed open from the outside. A squad of fully armed federal intelligence agents in black uniforms marched in with precise, murderous steps. Leading them was a tall, stunningly cold woman in a black, belted trench coat. She was none other than the Federal Intelligence Agency's top ace, Bai Bing. Her sharp, eagle-like eyes locked onto Qin Bei on the podium. Her icy voice, without any amplification, rang clearly throughout the venue. Qin Bei. Bai Bing pulled an arrest warrant stamped with a top-secret red seal from her coat pocket. Your disguise is over. Now come with me to the intelligence agency. Sizzle. Crackle. Blue electrical sparks still sputtered from the shattered LED display. School Director Chun Lei collapsed in the debris like a heap of mud, his corpulent body trembling uncontrollably. An extremely pungent foul stench wafted along his expensive custom-tailored trousers, rapidly spreading across the podium. A puddle of yellow liquid pooled on the glossy alloy floor. He had wet himself. The esteemed director of Longhai No. One high school, a capital tycoon worth over 100 million, had been slapped so hard by Qin Bei in front of tens of thousands of students that he pissed his pants on the spot. Hiss, that's just too brutal. The students in the stands clamped their hands over their mouths, suppressing even the sound of their sharp intakes of breath. Decisive in action. Merciless. The lean silhouette that held Director Chun with one hand and kicked him away like trash was seared into everyone's retinas. The 5 gold-tier bodyguards who had been so ferocious moments ago were still kneeling on the ground, trembling, not daring to lift their heads. The entire gymnasium was shrouded in a deathly silence. No one dared to step forward to stop this demon. Even Bai Bing, the federal agent who had just burst in, furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She looked at the yellow puddle on the floor, then at Qin Bei's expressionless face, her hand gripping the arrest warrant tightening. This kid's way of doing things was even more reckless than the intelligence reports described. Just as the atmosphere was at its most suffocating, on the verge of explosion, a cough, aged but full of vigor, broke the dead silence. Old Principal Bai Poju, leaning on his cane, slowly emerged from behind the chaotic podium. He didn't even glance at Director Chun on the ground, walking straight toward Qin Bei. Bai Bing's eyes sharpened, and she was about to step forward to apprehend him, but Bai Poju raised his single arm to stop her firmly. Officer Bai, this is the examination site of Longhai No. One high school. Bai Poju's voice was not loud, but carried a stubborn authority from long-held power. The Military and Intelligence Bureau shouldn't meddle in our school's internal affairs at a time like this, should they, eh? Bai Bing bit her red lips, her tall figure frozen mid-motion. She knew this old principal was a former high-ranking military official with disciples and connections spread across the capital. If she really forced a confrontation here, even a top-tier agent like her couldn't withstand that pressure. Principal Bai, he is suspected of nothing. Bai Poju rudely cut off Bai Bing's words, turning to gaze deeply at Qin Bei. His single arm trembled slightly, his eyes barely concealing admiration and a brilliant glint. What a lad. Arrogant enough, proud enough, and ruthless enough. In the apocalypse, only such an unyielding and merciless figure could truly bear the backbone of humanity. Bai Poju took a deep breath and spun around abruptly. Facing the tens of thousands of bewildered teachers and students, his vigorous voice, through a backup amplifier, reached every corner of the gymnasium. I declare, Chun Fugawei, for abusing his power and slandering a student, is hereby stripped of his directorship effective immediately. He will be handed over to the Federal Education Court for strict investigation. As these words fell, the entire venue erupted in uproar, but this time no one dared to voice dissent. Bai Poju paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below the stage, his voice growing louder. Qin Bei's results are lawful and valid. After a unanimous decision by the school committee, there is no suspicion of cheating. The top spot in this midterm exam is well-deserved. A final verdict. The previously oppressive gymnasium instantly burst into thunderous cheers. Fatty Sue below the stage was slapping his thighs in excitement, tears nearly streaming down his face. Lin Qingxue also let out a slight sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on her cold, elegant face. Qin Bei looked at the gray-haired, old principal, a hint of surprise flickering in his dark eyes. He had initially thought the old man would smooth things over for the school's sake, maybe even favor Director Chun. Unexpectedly, he was so straightforward in protecting his own, sacrificing that fat pig without hesitation. Thanks, old man. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Bai's mouth as he casually stuffed the silver-white energy crystal into his pocket. He paid no more attention to Director Chun, who was foaming at the mouth on the ground, nor did he look at the livid-faced Bai Bing beside him. With one hand in his faded school uniform pocket, he strode down from the podium, stepping over the shattered glass and alloy debris. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, automatically making way for him. Wherever he passed, all students and teachers bowed their heads in awe, not daring to meet his gaze. Such was the privilege of the strong. Stepping out of the gymnasium, the afternoon sun was a bit glaring. Qin Bei stretched his joints, cracking like popping beans. Finally done. I'm starving. He patted his empty stomach and walked along the tree-lined path toward the school gate. The earlier outburst on stage, though satisfying, had drained quite a bit of his energy. Now all he wanted was to go to the market, buy a fish, and cook a soup to reward himself. Your Majesty, that woman in the black trench coat seems to have set her sights on us. Kivit Bat 3 sent a faint brainwave from within the hood, a note of caution in its tone. The red-headed document in her hand has energy fluctuations locked onto you. Qin Bei scoffed without even turning his head. If the Intelligence Bureau's hounds couldn't even sniff out that scent, they'd have been wiped out by the aliens long ago. He didn't take Bai Bing seriously at all. An agent who hadn't even broken through to the gold tier wanted to catch him. If pushed too far, he might as well tear down the entire Federal Intelligence building. Exiting the gates of Longhai No. 1 high school, the streets were bustling with traffic, still the same lively scene. Holographic screens by the roadside looped blurry footage from yesterday's Northwest Hammer King slaughtering an alien. Qin Bei turned into a relatively quiet side road, taking a shortcut to the market. Just as he crossed an intersection, his footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. His epic-level perception, like a high-precision radar, instantly swept backward. He clearly detected about 50 meters behind him an all-black bulletproof off-road vehicle with special military plates moving at an extremely slow pace, trailing him at a steady distance. The vehicle's engine was deliberately muffled, and the windows were covered with one-way privacy film hiding the interior. But Qin Bei could distinctly feel 2 sharp, eagle-like gazes fixed on his back through the thick, bulletproof glass. Head just like a stubborn piece of adhesive plaster. Qin Bei sneered under his mask. He didn't look back or quicken his pace. Instead, he naturally turned a corner, heading into the maze-like shantytown ahead. The terrain was intricate with narrow alleys too tight for even a tricycle, let alone a large off-road vehicle. Qin Bei walked into a deadened alley with no surveillance. He stopped, turned around, and crossed his arms, watching the alley entrance calmly. In less than half a minute, the black off-road vehicle screeched to a halt outside the alley. The door was violently pushed open from inside. A pair of long, shapely legs stepped out, clad in black tactical boots. Bai Bing, hands in the pockets of her black trench coat, her pretty face cold, slowly walked into the dim alley. Her boots clicked on the stone slabs, creating a pressing rhythm. Run, why don't you keep running? Bai Bing looked at Qin Bei, trapped in the dead end with no escape. A confident, victorious smirk slowly curled at the corner of her mouth. Your disguise skills are indeed impressive, even I was fooled. Too bad the stench of blood on you is too strong. Bai Bing pulled out the arrest warrant stamped with a red seal, waving it in front of Qin Bei. Come with me, big hero. Or would you rather I put the cuffs on you right here? In the cramped, deadened alley, sunlight rarely ever reached. The clutter piled in the corner exuded a faint, musty odor. Qin Bei halted his steps and slowly turned around. The all-black, bulletproof, off-road vehicle bearing military plates was parked sideways at the alley's entrance. The door swung open, and a pair of slender, shapely legs stepped out first. Bai Bing, clad in her signature black, tailored trench coat and tactical boots, strode step by step into the dim alley. Her countenance was as cold as an iceberg. The arrest warrant in her hand, stamped with a red seal, was piercingly conspicuous under the faint light. Run now, why don't you keep running? Bai Bing's voice was flat, like an emotionless machine. Your disguise skills are indeed impressive, even I was fooled by you. She stopped 3 meters in front of Qin Bei, her sharp phoenix eyes locked onto his face. Unfortunately, the scent of blood on you is too strong. Bai Bing waved the document, her tone carrying an unyielding firmness. Come with me, great hero. Or do you want me to put shackles on you right here? Qin Bei kept one hand in his pocket, calmly watching the icy female agent before him. He didn't summon his armor or release any pressure. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Officer Bai, I don't understand what you're saying. Qin Bei put on an innocent look, even taking a half step back. What great hero. What scent of blood. I was just defending myself in the ring. He swallowed, perfectly portraying the tension of an ordinary high school student facing authority. I'm just a bit stronger than usual. That's not against the law, is it? Seeing Qin Bai's stubborn denial, Bai Bing let out a cold laugh. Prepared, she pulled a miniature holographic projector from her trenchcoat pocket. With a click, she pressed the switch. In midair, 2 video clips played side by side instantly. On the left, the footage from last night showed a demonic figure in dark red heavy armor punching RK into the ground. On the right, a high-definition slow-motion replay of Qin Bei slapping Chu Kuang across the gymnasium. Still not admitting it, Bai Bing pointed at the 2 videos, her gaze sharp as a blade. The Intelligence Bureau's supercomputer compared the force application postures, muscle tension levels, and even bone stress angles from both clips. The similarity is 99%. Bai Bing stepped closer, her boots clacking crisply on the stone slabs. No spiritual energy fluctuations, just relying on freakish physical strength for a dimensional strike. She fixed her eyes on Qin Bei, lowering her voice. And Frank Waste Pet. A mechanical bat. Just a smokescreen. You are the Northwest Hammer King who smashed that alien cadre to death. The air froze solid in that instant. The tension in the deadened alley reached a fever pitch. Bai Bing's right hand had already crept toward the holster at her waist. She would open fire without hesitation at any suspicious move from Qin Bei. Yet faced with this ironclad accusation, Qin Bei was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then, ha ha ha. Qin Bei suddenly clutched his stomach, bursting into an exaggerated wild laughter. He rocked back and forth, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Officer Bai, your imagination is way too vivid. Qin Bei pointed at the holographic projection, laughing breathlessly. You think him that godlike master. If I had that big hammer, I'd have smashed Fatty Chin into pulp on the stage, not just slapped him. Bai Bing furrowed her brow, but her hand on the gun didn't relax. Then how do you explain your sudden surge in physical strength? Qin Bei took a deep breath, suppressing his laughter. He dropped his flippant demeanor, replacing it with an extremely serious, even fervently worshipful expression. Because I met him on the mountain behind yesterday. Qin Bei lowered his voice, pointing meaningfully at the sky. Met who? Bai Bing's eyes sharpened. That armored master from the video. Qin Bei began spinning a wild tale, his acting reaching Oscar-worthy levels. Yesterday when the beast tide erupted, I was so scared I hid in a stinking ditch behind the mountain. Then that master landed nearby after a fight. He saw my useless bat and said my spiritual talent was trash, but my bones were extraordinary. A good prospect for body cultivation. Qin Bei grew more animated, gesturing wildly. He handed me a red pill, saying it could cleanse my marrow. Then he casually taught me a few striking techniques, calling it ancient martial rock-shattering hand. Qin Bei looked at Bai Bing, brimming with pride. Officer Bai, I only learned the basics and tried it out in the ring today. I never expected it to be so powerful. After hearing this, Bai Bing stood frozen on the spot. Her icy eyes flickered with intense contemplation. An ancient martial arts master. A marrow-cleansing pill. Secretly guiding a bullied commoner waste. These absurd elements combined would normally make her scoff. But applied to that mysterious Northwest Hammer King, it was surprisingly plausible. A reclusive powerhouse with peerless martial prowess, unwilling to reveal his true face. Disgusted by the corruption of tycoons and high officials, he acted eccentrically and without restraint. Passing by, he saw a frank civilian student mocked by the entire internet. On a whim, he bestowed an opportunity, letting this waste slap those so-called geniuses in the face. Wasn't that exactly the kind of mischievous pleasure those aloof seniors loved to indulge in? This perfectly explained why Qin Bai's physical strength had suddenly skyrocketed and his striking posture matched the master's. It also explained why there were still no spiritual energy fluctuations in his body. So that's how it is. Bai Bing murmured, her doubts receding like a tide. Once the imagination started, it couldn't stop. She had already begun drafting a 100,000-word script in her mind. Mysterious master secretly trains a civilian warrior. You're lucky to have received guidance from such an existence. Bai Bing removed her hand from the holster and switched off the holographic projector. The look she gave Qin Bei held less hostility and more complex scrutiny. This kid wasn't the master himself, but since he was a registered disciple of that master, the Intelligence Bureau couldn't touch him. If they arrested him and angered that living ancestor, he might just smash the Intelligence Bureau building with one hammer blow. Since it's a misunderstanding, this arrest warrant is void. Bai Bing tore the red stamped document in half, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. She turned around, striding toward the vehicle. But I still have to warn you. Bai Bing stopped and cast a cold glance back at Qin Bei. You made quite a splash today. Though satisfying, you've also exposed yourself to danger. The alien high-level assassin network has been fully activated. Their targets are human upstarts like you. Bai Bing pulled open the car, door her tone, carrying a rare note of warning. Don't think a couple of body techniques make you invincible. Facing a real alien assassin, you wouldn't even know how you died. Take care of yourself. With that, the door slammed shut. The black bulletproof off-road vehicle let out a low roar, quickly reversed out of the alley and vanished into the bustling street. Silence returned to the deadened alley. A breeze carrying the scent of dust swept through. Qin Bei stood still. He watched the direction where the vehicle had disappeared, and the flattered, fanatical expression on his face melted away like ice and snow. Replacing it was a profoundly deep, supremely mocking sneer. This woman's imagination is wasted if she doesn't write web novels. Qin Bei cracked his neck, producing crisp pops. His black hooded trench coat fluttered in the wind. Your Majesty, that was a masterstroke of playing along. Kivit Bat III poked his metallic head out from the hood, his electronic eyes gleaming with excited red light. The authorities will definitely treat you as the mysterious master's disciple now and keep you protected. They won't dare cause trouble for a while. Trouble? Qin Bei chuckled softly, turned, and walked out of the deadened alley toward the urban village. When have I ever been afraid of trouble? He reached into his chest, feeling the anonymous black card. Deep in his eyes, dark golden vertical pupils flickered like burning ghost fire. Let's go, old friend. I wasted enough time acting with that woman. Now it's time to hit the black market and ask Fatty Wong if my exclusive big game has its neck ready for the chopping block. Chapter 51. The female agent compromised. How is this kid so unyielding? The black armored SUV suddenly spun around, its tires screeching against the slick surface of the underground garage, releasing a pungent smell of burnt rubber. Bai Bing pushed open the car door. Her military boots splashed into a puddle, dirty water splattering onto the hem of her black trench coat. She frowned, shook off the water droplets from her boots, and strode towards the dedicated elevator. Federal Intelligence Bureau, third floor director's office. Bang! The heavy alloy door was pushed open by Bai Bing. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline jumped in shock. Old Wei fumbled with half a lit cigarette, ash falling all over his yellowed white shirt. Oh my goodness. You didn't knock before coming in. You've raised my blood pressure with your surprise. Bai Bing ignored him. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and casually picked up the half-finished teacup from Old Wei's desk, taking a big gulp of cold air. I found out. Bai Bing set down the teacup, her phoenix eyes shining with brilliance. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the desk. That Qin Bei is not some mysterious masked man. Old Wei stopped his movement, stunned. Not. Didn't you swear last night that the skeletal power angle overlap was 99%? You vouch for the data from the surveillance camera. Data is lifeless, people are alive. Bai Bing leaned forward, her elbows resting on the desk, lowering her voice. I just probed him. That kid quaked in his legs when he saw my credentials, sweat dripping down his forehead. That's an instinctive reaction from a grassroots civilian-facing authority. It's not something one can fake. Old Wei rubbed his bald head, his brow furrowing into a knot. Then how did he send that grade berserk kid flying with a single slap? That can't just be luck, can it? Because he has someone behind him. Bai Bing's eyes narrowed. He admitted it himself that he encountered that guy in dark red heavy armor on the back mountain. That big shot was amazed by his skeletal structure and gave him a red elixir for refining marrow, and casually taught him a few ancient martial arts techniques. Old Wei's eyes widened instantly. His finger holding the cigarette hung in the air, ash accumulating for a long time. An ancient martial arts master. Was he secretly taking in disciples? Old Wei smacked his lips, inhaling sharply. This method sounds oddly familiar. Those reclusive old monsters have peculiar temperaments and enjoy engaging in this kind of charity. Bai Bing nodded. That makes sense. The power habits he exhibits are all taught by that big shot, which explains why the system determines such a high degree of similarity. Old Wei extinguished the cigarette, but pressing it hard into the ashtray twice. Then this is troublesome. He leaned back in his chair, his frown deepening. That kid is now a hot potato. If we catch him, and that masked big shot comes knocking for him, what if he demolishes our building with one blow? Bai Bing pressed her red lips together, twirling a pen in her hand. I think so too. So I ripped up the arrest warrant and warned him to lay low for a while. Well done, Bai Bing. Old Wei sighed in relief, patting his chest. That kid is now a barometer. Old Wei pulled out a red-headed document from his drawer, circling a few points with his pen. Send my orders down. Cancel all coercive measures against Qin Bei and classify him as an S-level key observation target. Send a few undercover agents to keep an eye on his neighborhood. As long as he's alive, we shouldn't intervene. Who knows, we might be able to trace back to the true deity behind him. Longhai City, a rental place in the urban village. Qin Bei leaned against the moldy wooden bed listening to the occasional meowing of stray cats outside the window. He was clutching a silver password box in his hand. Click. The latch was pried open by his thumb. Inside, a high-level energy crystal the size of a walnut lay quietly. The room didn't even have a decent light, but the silvery glow emitted by the crystal illuminated the surroundings brightly. It felt a bit cold to the touch, its surface uneven and somewhat rough. This thing doesn't look appealing at all. Qin Bei tossed it in his palm. Kivit the third hung upside down in the crack of the ceiling, flapping its metallic wings twice. Your Majesty, this thing smells like expired compressed biscuits. That fat pig actually treats this as a treasure. He really hasn't seen the world. Qin Bei couldn't be bothered to respond to this chatty bat. He sat cross-legged. Taking a deep breath, a faint rumbling sound echoed from his lungs. System Devoured. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black vortex suddenly opened in the center of his palm. The silvery crystal didn't even have time to fall before being violently pulled into the vortex by a massive suction force. Hiss! At the moment the crystal entered his body, Qin Bei gasped in cold air. His teeth clacked together. This was not like the gentle herbs he had before. This was a pure high-level energy aggregate. A scorching sensation surged up his right arm as if magma was being directly injected into his veins. His meridians were forcibly expanded. A strange dark red hue appeared on the surface of his skin, with veins protruding like coiling earthworms. This strength is quite substantial. Sweat beads dripped down from Qin Bei's forehead. His old-school uniform, bleached white, was instantly soaked with sweat sticking to his back. But his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. The tearing sensation of power wildly expanding within his cells made every muscle in his body cheer with excitement. In his mind, a crisp mechanical voice began to flood the screen. Ding. Devouring high-level energy crystal. Energy conversion in progress. Ding. Realm breakthrough golden 2-star. Ding. Realm breakthrough golden 5-star. Ding. Realm breakthrough golden 9-star. The energy torrent charged like a rampaging bull within Qin Bei's body. Finally, it crashed violently against the solid barrier between gold and platinum. Crack! A sound of breaking that only Qin Bei could hear resounded. He felt as if his crown was being chiseled open. A refreshing and clear breath instantaneously extinguished the previous heat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing the major realm barrier. Current realm platinum 1-star. Energy remnants. Continue to break through. Platinum 2-star. Platinum 5-star. Ding! Current realm stabilized platinum 9-star peak. Qin Bei suddenly opened his eyes. In his pitch-black pupils, 2 dark golden vertical pupils flashed like solid lightning, vanishing in the dim room. He exhaled a long breath of murky black air. The black air sprayed onto the white wall in front of him, actually corroding a charred pit. Qin Bei clenched his fist. The air in his palm emitted a soft sound burst. Platinum peak. Qin Bei stretched his sore neck, producing a cracking sound from his joints. No wonder that fat school director risked everything to pocket this stone. The energy purity is indeed impressive. He now felt that if he encountered someone like Chu Kuang again, he wouldn't even need to slap him. A single breath might be enough to blow that kid's skeleton apart. The sticky sweat on his body emitted a strange smell. Qin Bei disdainfully ripped off his school uniform, walked into the dilapidated washroom of less than 2 square meters with his bare torso. He turned on the rusty faucet. Splash! The shower only sprayed out 2 bursts of yellow muddy water, followed immediately by a hollow sucking sound. The water was cut off. Damn it! Qin Bei slapped the wash basin, causing the broken mirror to shake. That lousy landlord has turned off the water supply again at this hour. He could only grab a towel and wipe off the sweat on his body, collapsing into bed to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sound of a tricycle collecting scrap echoed in the alley of the urban village. Qin Bei, with messy hair, shuffled in a pair of flip-flops and pushed open the iron gate. His stomach let out a timely grumble of protest. He had been too busy fighting and leveling up yesterday to have dinner. Rubbing his stomach, he slowly walked down the stairs, preparing to grab some fried dough sticks from the breakfast stall he frequented at the alley's entrance. The morning air was mingled with the sweetness of soybean milk and the sour odor of the sewage. Just as Qin Bei reached the end of the alley, he hadn't even pulled out his phone to scan. Vroom, rumble. A deep, heavy engine roar like that of a steel beast growling suddenly tore apart the tranquility of the morning. The several aunties in the alley buying vegetables were so frightened that they stepped back, dropping the scallions they were holding. An exaggeratedly designed hover sports car, its body shimmering with a silver-gray metallic sheen, came to a steady stop at the worn dirt road of the urban village. The car's chassis was too low. When it stopped, it scraped against a nearby garbage heap, leaving a glaring white streak on the speed bump. Qin Bei, biting into the fried dough stick he had just bought, halted in his tracks. He squinted, sizing up this luxurious hunk of metal that was so out of place in the surroundings. The car doors popped open like a pair of mechanical wings. A pair of polished, handcrafted leather shoes stepped into the waterlogged stone road. A tall, middle-aged man emerged from the car. The man had a tall stature and meticulously styled slicked-back hair. His well-tailored black pinstripe suit was stretched tight across his broad shoulders. He stood alone by the car door without any bodyguards. However, the neighbors who had originally gathered to watch dispersed like sheep seeing a tiger. Even the boss of the fried dough stick stall trembled as he pushed his cart back into the corner. The man's aura was too strong. It was so oppressive that the air felt heavy, making it hard to breathe. The man took off his black sunglasses, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes that were sharp like those of a hawk. His gaze swept through the alley. Finally, it landed on Qin Bei, who was chewing on a fried dough stick and wearing flip-flops. The man frowned slightly, seemingly displeased by the filthy environment. He reached out to pat the non-existent dust off his suit sleeve. Then he fixed his gaze on Qin Bei, curling his lips into a cold smile devoid of warmth. "Looking for you, kid. It really took me quite some effort." The sour stench of the morning sewer, mixed with the engine exhaust of hovering sports cars, stinging his eyes. Qin Bei swallowed the last bite of his fried dough stick and crumpled the plastic bag into a ball. He wiped the grease stains off his fingertips on the seam of his trousers without even lifting an eyelid. "Looking for me?" Qin Bei yawned, his slippers scraping against the stone pavement with a harsh sound. "If you're collecting debts, turn right and find Fatty. I'm broke." The man in the suit furrowed his brow into a deep frown, the muscles around his eyes twitching. This kid actually dared to put on this streetwise roguish act right in front of him. Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Lei Ju. The man rubbed the pure gold thumb ring on his left hand with his thumb, his voice grating like sandpaper. "Qin Bei, let's not beat around the bush. That slap of yours on the school arena yesterday was interesting." Lei Ju took half a step forward, his leather shoe crushing a weathered blue brick. The aura of a diamond-level powerhouse pressed down like an invisible lead wall with that half step. A stray dog that had just poked its head out to watch the commotion at the alley entrance whimpered and fled with its tail between its legs. Qin Bei stood still holding the plastic bag in his hand. He didn't even change his breathing rhythm, as if that lead wall were made of paper. "Oh, from the martial arts hall." Qin Bei scratched his head, looking as lackadaisical as if he had just woken up. "Recruiting members and handing out flyers. I just don't feel like moving. Playing dumb isn't fun." Lei Ju sneered, pulling a black gold card from the inner pocket of his suit. He held it between two fingers and waved it in the air. Sunlight struck the card's surface, reflecting a dazzling glare. "The Federation is about to hold the National Genius Tournament. Our Thunder Martial Arts Hall needs a face to command the stage." Lei Ju's gaze pierced into Qin Bei like a nail. "Annual salary 1 billion. He paused, as if giving Qin Bei time to digest the shock. "That's not counting the top-tier equipment and elixirs from our armory. You can pick whatever you want, as long as you compete under our hall's name. As for those messy affairs with the Intelligence Bureau and the school, Lei Ju can settle them with a single word. 1 billion. For the original owner of this body, he would probably be drooling down to his heels by now." Qin Bei looked down at the plastic bag in his hand and crumpled it into a small ball. He casually tossed the ball into a broken trash can 2 meters away. "Nice parabola." Qin Bei muttered, then slowly raised his eyes to look at Lei Ju. "Sounds like quite the offer." He reached out and picked his ear, flicking his pinky finger into the air. "It's just that this kind of hired work is too tiring." Lei Ju's hand turning his ring stopped. His eagle-like eyes were fixed on Qin Bei, his face as dark as a chunk of raw iron. "You think the price is too low?" No, the money's plenty enough to buy half a shantytown." Qin Bei shrugged, his tone so languid it made one's teeth itch. "But I have this one bad habit." He dropped his lazy smile, and in his pitch-black pupils a dark, golden vertical slit flickered faintly. "I'm used to being free and easy. I don't like having a collar around my neck. Have me work for you." Qin Bei curled his lips, revealing stark white teeth. "Sorry, I don't like being anyone's dog." The air instantly froze to ice. It seemed even the wind in the alley stopped and the hot oil in the nearby fried dough stick pot ceased to bubble. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Lei Ju's voice squeezed through his teeth, carrying undisguised fury. Was this beardless brat daring to call his Thunder Martial Arts Hall a dog kennel to his face? Boom. Without another word, the suit on Lei Ju's body billowed without wind. The pressure of a diamond-level powerhouse was no longer a probe but a tangible avalanche. The puddles on the muddy road were instantly compressed into a layer of white frost. Plaster flaked off the walls, and even the luxurious hovering sports car let out a strained metallic groan. He would use absolute power to force this arrogant brat to his knees and face reality. Yet the expected scene of Qin Bei being crushed with broken bones and begging for mercy never came. Qin Bei stood his ground, his back ramrod straight. Those dark, golden vertical pupils like two blades tearing through the night locked tightly onto Lei Ju. "Old man, your pressure stinks a bit." Qin Bei snorted coldly. The dormant bloodline of the Dark Emperor within him, like an ancient tyrannosaur sensing a challenge, suddenly opened its abyssal maw. An ancient, more domineering dark aura carrying the status of universal destruction surged back from within Qin Bei. The two invisible forces collided violently in midair. There was no sound, but a visible, distorting ripple appeared in the air. Crack! A fissure suddenly split open on the pure gold thumb ring on Lei Ju's thumb. He felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, his breath catching sharply. That proud diamond-level pressure had actually crashed into a black iron wall, forcibly rebuffed. And it was even pushing back. Thud! Lei Ju's right foot involuntarily retreated half a step. His leather shoe left a deep imprint on the bluestone slab, crushing the stone to powder. His face was filled with shock as he stared at the youth in the old-school uniform opposite him. He had retreated. He, a dignified diamond-level powerhouse, had been forced back half a step by the aura of a high school student. How was this possible? Qin Bei retracted the dark gold from his eyes and stuffed his hands back into his pockets. Looking at the utterly shocked Lei Ju, he let out a long, drawn-out yawn. "Next time you recruit, remember to change your attitude." Qin Bei turned around and shuffled back in his slippers. "Also, please move your car. It's blocking my way to buy a second fried dough stick." Thunder Ju lowered his head, staring at the fine layer of stone dust clinging to the soles of his shoes. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably as he clenched his fists. A diamond-level pressure, an aura capable of crushing hundreds of black iron awakened fighters on the battlefield. Had he actually been pushed back by a mere fledgling? Not only pushed back, but forced to retreat half a step. If word of this got out, where would the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's face be? This kid. Thunder Ju's Adam's apple bobbed. He suddenly raised his head, his eagle-like eyes scrutinizing the slender youth in flip-flops, whose back seemed so frail. In that fleeting collision moments ago, he had sensed a chilling aura. It was like some ancient beast lurking in the abyss, opening its eyes. Ha ha ha. Thunder Ju abruptly threw his head back and burst into laughter. The sound vibrated the glass windows on both sides of the alley, causing them to hum. Qin Bei paused mid-step, turning his head with a puzzled arch of his brow. This old geezer, after being rebuffed, he still found joy in it. Was he a masochist? Good. What audacity. Thunder Ju stopped laughing and strode forward with large steps. From the inner pocket of his suit, he produced a black hard card edged with gold threads, holding it between two fingers. "Qin Bei, in all my years I've never met a young man as arrogant as you." He flicked his wrist, and the black gold card flew like a guided missile heading straight for Qin Bei's face. Qin Bei didn't even raise a hand. He merely tilted his head slightly, using the half-eaten fried dough stick in his mouth to block it. Plop! The card landed beside a puddle of murky water at his feet. "You refuse my offer. Fine, I respect you for it." Thunder Ju, unfazed by Qin Bei's dismissiveness, clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his chin slightly. "This is a pass to the Federation National Prodigy Tournament with a recommender's signature. Since you don't want to work for me, go fight in the arena yourself." Thunder Ju's gaze grew meaningful. "Longhai City is too small to contain a mudfish like you. Go check out Longdu. The waters there are deep. Don't drown." With that, he didn't wait for Qin Bei's reply. He turned, pulled open the door of his flashy hovercar, and slid inside. The engine let out a deep rumble. The car hugged the muddy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and vanished at the alley's entrance in the blink of an eye. Qin Bei chewed the now-cold fried dough stick, then looked down at the card on the ground. The card's surface was engraved with a coiled dragon along with the gilded words, "National Tournament Independent Contestant." He bent down, picked it up, and wiped the mud off on his pant leg. "National Prodigy Tournament, huh?" Qin Bei smacked his lips and stuffed the card into his pocket. Kivet Bat 3 poked its metallic little head out from his collar, its electronic eyes glowing blue. "Your Majesty, that old man knew better than to keep butting heads with you. If Head dared to yap again, I'd have loved to bite his neck off and taste diamond-level blood." Qin Bei tapped its iron skull, producing a crisp clang. "Less chatter. Let's go buy breakfast." He didn't take Thunder Ju's recruitment seriously. Top-tier equipment, mountains of potions, none of it mattered. For him, the system and the restless Dark Emperor bloodline within his body were the ultimate trump cards. The path he was destined to walk required no allegiance to any faction. He would go it alone, a single man, a hammer, a belt. He would crush everything in his way, leaving no room for others. After buying 2 more fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk, Qin Bei ambled back to his rented room. He tossed the pass onto the desk cluttered with instant noodle cups. Then he sat cross-legged on the creaky wooden bed. Today he had to refine the herbs he'd bought on the black market. He closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually grew long and deep. A dark red light flowed beneath his skin like writhing serpents of fire. Time trickled by. The room was stifling like a steam oven. Sweat dripped from Qin Bei's chin onto the bedsheet, quickly soaking a large patch. It wasn't until the sky outside the window had completely darkened and the streetlights flickered on one by one. Phew! Qin Bei exhaled a long breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. In the depths of his pitch-black pupils, a fleeting glimmer of dark gold flashed. Platinum peak, fully stabilized. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power between his knuckles, as if it could crush space itself. Just as he was about to get up and take a cold shower to wash off the stench of sweat, suddenly, he jerked his head up. His gaze like 2 sharp swords locked onto the pitch-black night sky outside the window. His heart pounded uncontrollably. It wasn't fear, but an intense excitement at encountering a kindred spirit. Your Majesty, can you feel it? Kivit Bat 3 flew out of his bag, its metal wings flapping rapidly, electronic eyes blazing with piercing red light. That smell. It's so familiar. It's the aura of shadow. A very strong aura of shadow. Qin Bei remained silent. Bare-chested, he walked to the window and pushed open the grimy glass pane. The night wind rushed in, carrying an eerie chill. Above Longhai City, beyond the stratosphere, invisible to human eyes, the once calm expanse of space twisted violently like a torn piece of cloth. The starlight was devoured. A colossal, indescribably massive spaceship, jet black and shaped like an inverted cross, hovered silently in orbit around Blue Star. Not a single light shone on its hull. It was like an ancient beast hidden in the darkness, peering down at the entire planet. The Shadow Empire. Qin Bei narrowed his eyes, his tongue tracing his dry lips. His Adam's apple bobbed. Hell, looks like this national tournament won't be boring after all. The frigid mechanical voice echoed through the vacant command chamber. Warning. High concentration of oxygen detected. Gravity anomaly. Coordinates galactic rim blue planet. The inverted cross warship hovered beyond the stratosphere, a black scar plastered against the cosmic tapestry. Before the colossal floor-to-ceiling window stood a man in a top hat. Baron Nero. His dark purple tailcoat was immaculate without a single crease, and he held a pure gold cane in his hand. However, the hands gripping that cane now trembled like sieves. Beep, 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 beep. In his other hand, he held a palm-sized black compass. The blood-red gem at its center flickered madly, its glare stinging the eyes. His Majesty. It's His Majesty's aura. Baron Nero's voice cracked, brimming with a near-maniacal fervor. He thudded to his knees on the metal floor, clutching the compass reverently, his lips quivering. 300 years of searching. 300 years. All troops hear my command. He sprang up from the ground, striking the metal floor heavily with his cane. Sparks flew. Coordinates locked. Target planet surface. First Mecha Squadron, follow me to welcome our great Dark Emperor. On the outskirts of Longhai City, at an abandoned quarry by the edge of the Blackwind Mountains, the night wind carried a pungent stench of blood. Crunch, crunch. 7 or 8 high-rank Fangires were gorging themselves on a pile of shredded flesh. It was their midnight snack, an unlucky black iron-rank hunter squad. TCH tough meat. The largest longhorn Fangire spat out a bloody bone fragment and wiped its mouth. Those tender students in the city were much tastier, but since Lord Arceus' death, the bishop ordered us to lay low outside. Stop complaining and be grateful for a meal. The one-eyed monster beside it rolled its eyes. No sooner had it spoken than a dull rumble erupted from the sky above, as if some colossal beast had torn through the air. What's that noise? The longhorn monster looked up. A mass of ethereal blue light exploded without warning in midair. The blinding radiance forced the Fangires to shut their eyes. The light faded. Hovering in midair was a man in a top hat. Behind him, 25 maternal black battle mechas stood in perfect formation. An icy metallic sheen flowed over the mecha's armor, their mechanical eyes glowing red like a row of death's gazes in the night. What in the world are these? The one-eyed monster froze, dropping the half-eaten intestine from its claws. An unfamiliar spirit beast, or the military's new weapon. The longhorn monster licked its lips, its gaze turning greedy. Who cares what it is? That tender skin looks delicious. Brothers attack. Tear that man down for a feast. It roared its hind legs, launching it into the air like a cannonball. Its sharp bone blade aimed straight for Baron Nero's throat. Baron Nero glanced down at it. His gaze was like looking at a lump of foul sludge dredged from a sewer. Despicable insect. He didn't even move his pure gold cane. He merely raised his white-gloved left hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Snap! The first black mecha behind him instantly raised its right arm. In the dark maw of its cannon, a blinding white light rapidly condensed. Boom! No flames, no smoke. Only a pure white energy beam that instantly pierced the long-horned Fangire's chest. The beam, undiminished, slammed violently into the quarry ground below. The entire quarry seemed to melt. No screams. The remaining high-rank Fangires, along with the flesh and stones on the ground, were directly disintegrated into cosmic dust, invisible to the naked eye the moment the white light swept over them. All that remained was a massive pit dozens of meters deep, its edges vitrified by the extreme heat. Trash unworthy of polluting the air His Majesty breathes. Baron Nero flicked dust off his cuff, wrinkling his nose in disgust. He looked down at the compass again. The red light flickered faster and faster. Almost. It's nearby. His Adam's apple bobbed with excitement as he activated the anti-gravity device on his back, leading the mecha squadron as they sped toward the city center. In the urban village, a rented room. Qin Bei stood by the window. The night wind rustled the hem of his unbuttoned shirt. Thump. His heart contracted violently. He clutched his chest, his brow furrowing instantly. A scorching surge of heat shot from his spine straight to the crown of his head. This wasn't a warning of danger. It was a resonance deep within his bloodline. Like two magnets drawn together, a violent pull as they closed in. This feeling. Qin Bei gritted his molars, the dark gold in his eyes spilling out uncontrollably. Kivit poked its head out of the school bag, flapping its metal wings and bumping into the table corner. Ouch! Your Majesty, such a strong shadow wavelength. That must be a high-ranking Imperial officer, and they're heading for us. Qin Bei straightened up. He casually wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. A gift delivered to my doorstep. He curled his lips into a chilling smile. Let's see if they come bearing tribute or offering their heads. Qin Bei gripped the windowsill with one hand. He bent his knees slightly. With a muffled bang, the old window frame shattered, sending wooden splinters flying. He transformed into a dark red blur, leaping like a night owl from the third floor. The wind howled in his ears. Qin Bei bounded across the uneven rooftops of the low buildings, racing toward the outskirts where the bloodline resonance originated. Kivit, get ready. He spoke lowly in the night wind, his voice torn by the gusts. Tonight we go meet our countrymen. The night wind sliced like a blade across the abandoned quarry. The air still reeked of the acrid scent of scorched earth from high-energy particle weapons. Bang! Qin Bei's feet touched the ground. The soles of his shoes crunched against the vitrified, scorched earth. He straightened up, his fingers brushing the purple whistle on his right belt, knuckles tensing slightly. His dark golden vertical pupils swept past the rising white smoke, scanning the uninvited guests ahead. The scene was quite intimidating. 20 black mechs, each over 5 meters tall, stood arrayed in formation. Their cold metallic shells and red mechanical eyes were clearly not some cheap earthly imitation. At the forefront stood a man in a dark purple tailcoat and a top hat. His attire made him look like a perverted aristocrat who had just escaped from a comic convention. Aliens. Qin Bei twitched the corner of his mouth. His thumb was already pressed against the edge of the whistle. If the enemy dared to move, the Dega heavy hammer would teach them a lesson first. Just as Qin Bei was about to draw his hammer, the man in the top hat turned his head. Their eyes met. Baron Nero's pupils contracted into pinpricks. The pure gold cane in his hand clattered to the ground, rolling into a nearby muddy puddle and getting covered in grime. But he didn't even spare it a glance. The muscles on the man's face pale as paper began to twitch uncontrollably. He gasped for air like a fish with its neck clamped. Thighs. This scent. Baron Nero's lips trembled violently, his teeth chattering audibly. It can't be wrong. It absolutely cannot be wrong. That dark pressure originating from the depths of his soul, pure and suffocating, pressed down on his crown like a billion-ton ancient glacier. It was the absolute dominion of a superior over an inferior, etched into their very genes. The suppression of bloodline turned Baron Nero's legs as weak as noodles. Thud. Under Qin Bei's astonished gaze. This man who had just blasted a high-ranking alien into slag with a single cannon shot suddenly went limp at the knees, crashing heavily onto the hard, scorched earth. The sound of his kneecaps hitting the ground was painful to hear, but he seemed completely numb to it. Baron Nero placed his hands on the ground, burying his head deep between his arms. his entire body pressed against the ground, trembling like a sieve. Your subject. His voice cracked, carrying a near-maniacal sob and fervor. Your subject Nero pays homage to His Majesty the Dark Emperor. This roar was heart-wrenching, echoing through the empty quarry and making the pebbles around them jump. As his words faded, a synchronized sound of metallic friction rang out. Behind Baron Nero, the 20 black combat mechs, each 5 meters tall and exuding immense pressure, dropped to one knee in perfect unison like a mountain collapsing. Their massive mechanical joints dug 20 deep craters into the scorched earth. The red lights in the mechs' heads dimmed, and they lowered their cold mechanical heads in unison toward Qin Bei. The night wind blew. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Only the faint hum of the mech's engines could be heard. Qin Bei stood still, his fingers still on the purple whistle, frozen in the motion of drawing his hammer. He blinked, looking at the tailcoat man trembling on the ground, then at the row of giant mechs kneeling neatly before him. The corner of Qin Bei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What kind of divine plot twist is this? I already had my lines ready for a big fight and to scavenge some alien gear. And now this. Your Majesty, do these aliens have a screw loose? Kivit Bat III poked his metallic head out from Qin Bei's collar. His electronic eyes whirred around, also displaying a look of utter bewilderment. They were acting all high and mighty just a moment ago, and now they're all kneeling before you. Qin Bei released his grip on the whistle. He rubbed his chin, his eyes scrutinizing Nero on the ground with a strange look. Get up and talk. Qin Bei's voice was not loud, but to Nero's ears it sounded like an unbreakable imperial decree. Baron Nero, as if granted a great pardon, hurriedly wiped the mud and tears from his face with his sleeves, scrambling to his feet. But he still kept his back bent at 90 degrees, not daring to meet Qin Bei's eyes. Thank you for your boundless grace, Your Majesty. Nero stammered, his voice still trembling. Your Majesty, your subject? Your subject has searched so long for you. His pitiful, aggrieved look was like a wife who had been lost for 800 years, finally finding her faithless husband. Qin Bei got goosebumps from his plaintive tone. Stop right there. Qin Bei frowned, pointing at the pure gold cane on the ground. Pick up your stick first. It's an eyesore. Yes. Nero quickly crouched down, scooped up the cane, and furiously wiped the mud off it with his expensive tailcoat. What did you just call me? Dark Emperor. Qin Bei crossed his arms, his gaze sharpening. Which galaxy are you from? And what are you doing on Earth? Hearing Qin Bei's question, Baron Nero jerked his head up, his eyes filled with fervor and disbelief. Your Majesty, you don't remember your subject. He took half a step forward excitedly, then quickly retreated, as if afraid of angering Qin Bei. Your subject is Nero, the vanguard of the Shadow Empire. The Empire has been searching for you for 300 years. Your bloodline aura, even if it were turned to ashes, your subject would recognize it. The Shadow Empire. Qin Bei's heart skipped a beat. Those 4 words. He had muttered them by the window just now. So the dark bloodline within him originated from here. Searching for me for 300 years. Qin Bei twitched the corner of his mouth. You guys are pretty efficient, huh? Nero didn't catch the sarcasm in Qin Bei's voice, thinking it was a compliment. His old face flushed with excitement. Your Majesty, the Empire is now leaderless. Those ambitious men are tearing each other apart for the throne. If you just return with your subject and rally the people. Baron Nero waved his pure gold cane, getting more and more carried away. These 20 Shadow Ripper mechs and the inverted cross battleship in orbit are all your most loyal blades. We can grind those rebels into cosmic dust at any moment. Qin Bei watched Nero, who was spitting with excitement, and calculated silently in his mind. Picking up an alien lackey for free with a mech squadron and a spaceship thrown in. This deal was even more profitable than looting corpses on the black market. But nothing good ever falls from the sky that easily. Return to the Empire. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. I'm eating well and sleeping soundly here on Earth. Why would I go back with you and wade through that muddy water? Nero was stunned. He blinked his large, innocent eyes, clearly not expecting this reaction from the Emperor. But, Your Majesty, that's the throne ruling over half the Milky Way. Oh, Qin Bei picked at his ear. And oi. Nero was choked by those 3 light words, unable to catch his breath for a long time. He looked at Qin Bei's worldly, unflappable demeanor. He suddenly felt that this Emperor's personality was perhaps different from the tyrants recorded in the Empire's history books. Your Majesty. Nero swallowed hard, tentatively leaning in. Then, what are your plans now? Qin Bei didn't answer immediately. He circled the kneeling black mechs, reaching out to knock on their cold, thick metallic shells. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was deep, the material excellent. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Qin Bei's eyes. Since you've come all this way. Qin Bei turned to face Nero. Since you're here, you can't go back empty-handed. He pointed to the brightly lit Longhai city in the distance. I happen to be going on a trip in the next few days. There are some flies around here that like to buzz about. Qin Bei grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. You guys stay and watch the door for me. If even one fly gets in. His eyes turned cold, and the dark pressure emanating from him pierced Nero like a sharp sword. He'll dismantle your battleship and sell it for scrap. Baron Nero shuddered. He felt that familiar brutal killing intent. This was it. This was the true flavor of the Dark Emperor. Your subject accepts the decree. Nero knelt on one knee, his right fist pounding heavily against his chest. Anyone who dares to disturb your majesty's peace, your subject will blast them into cosmic dust. Qin Bei nodded in satisfaction. All right, stop kneeling. He waved his hand and turned to leave the quarry. First thing tomorrow, turn the stealth on that broken battleship of yours to maximum. Don't screw up my match. Watching Qin Bei's retreating figure disappear into the night, Baron Nero gripped his cane tightly, his eyes burning with fanatical loyalty. Your Majesty, just what level of cosmic war are you going to fight? That even the inverted cross battleship isn't needed? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, forcing Qin Bei's eyes open. He rubbed his messy hair and sat up from the wooden bed. He let out a big yawn, shuffled over to the window in his slippers, and yanked the curtain open. Downstairs, the flashy hovercar from last night was gone. In its place stood a burly man in a black combat suit and sunglasses. The man held an exquisite briefcase, standing like a wooden post at the entrance of the alley. Seeing Qin Bei open the window, he immediately took off his sunglasses and bowed respectfully. Mr. Qin, Master Lei asked me to deliver this to you. The man shouted, his voice echoing in the alley. He said, consider it a token of friendship. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow. Old Lei sure is persistent. He threw on a pair of shorts and ambled downstairs. He took the briefcase and opened it. Inside lay a pass for the National Prodigy Tournament and a black gold anonymous bank card. All right, I'll take the stuff. Qin Bei casually pocketed the card and tossed the briefcase back to the man. Go back and tell your Master Lei. We can be friends, but I'm not working for him. The man's mouth twitched. He didn't dare say a word, just nodded repeatedly and backed away. Qin Bei pinched the pass, his eyes on the words Longdu. National tournament, huh? He rubbed his chin. I wonder how many fat sheep there are over there. Just as Qin Bei was plotting his procurement trip to Longdu, the second-hand phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated like a death knell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qin Bei pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was an encrypted number. He pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line came heavy, ragged breaths mixed with the sharp sound of wind in the background. Qin Bei. The voice was intermittent, sounding like someone was running for their life. Qin Bei's eyes narrowed. That voice. Su Fatty. Brother Bei. Save me. Fatty's voice was thick with tears. We were ambushed on the way to the train station. Those guys. They're not human. They have faces like glass. Chu Kuang has already been. Before Fatty could finish, a dull thud came from the phone. Then came the sickening crunch of breaking bones. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing, busy tone echoed in Qin Bei's ears like countless fine needles stabbing at his eardrums. Qin Bei's hand gripping the phone suddenly tightened, and the device let out a sharp crack. The screen instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Hey, Fatty, talk to me. Qin Bei growled into the receiver. No one answered. Only the stubborn beeping persisted. Qin Bei's gaze sank to the depths. A chilling, killing intent burst forth from within him, as tangible as solid matter. Glass. A face like glass. That was a Feng-Eir, and a high-ranking assassin of no small power. Damn it. Qin Bei cursed under his breath, shoving the shattered phone back into his pocket. He had thought the bishop's assassination net wouldn't close in for a few more days, but these scum moved fast. The train station. Today was the day the students from Longhai No. One high school who had obtained passes were heading to the capital for the national tournament. These bastards wanted to wipe out the promising talents of Longhai City on the way. Qin Bei's eyes sharpened, and he was about to summon the Garalu Saber to rush over at top speed. Your Majesty. Kivit Bat III emerged from his collar, pointing his wings toward the alley entrance. That old man hasn't gone far yet. His car is fast. Qin Bei turned to look. Lei Ju, the burly bodyguard in black, had just reached the alley entrance and was about to climb into the silver-gray hovercar. Lend me your car. Qin Bei's voice was still hanging in the air as his entire form turned into a blur and shot forward. The burly bodyguard had just opened the car door, still processing what was happening. He only felt a flash of red light and a sudden tightness at his collar. His massive 200 frame was lifted from the car door by Qin Bei with one hand like a ragged sack and hurled directly into a nearby trash can. Bang! The trash can was knocked over rotten vegetable leaves covering the bodyguard's head. Qin Bei unceremoniously slipped into the driver's seat. He had never driven a hovercar before, but under the Dark Emperor's super learning ability, a single glance at the dashboard was enough. Vroom! The engine let out a deafening roar. The silver-gray car executed an impossibly sharp tailspin in the narrow alley. Tires screeched against the ground, sending up a cloud of acrid white smoke. The next second, the car, like a raging silver beast, shot out of the urban village and sped toward the train station. The speedometer needle instantly hit the red line. Beep, beep, beep. Overspeed warning. The onboard AI let out a sharp alarm. Qin Bei slapped the alarm on the console, shattering it. Faster. He floored the accelerator, gripping the steering wheel tightly. This multi-million top-tier car tore through the crowded lanes like a fighter jet. With a series of extreme drifts, it sent other drivers slamming on their brakes and cursing furiously. In a hurry to die, Qin Bei ignored them, his deep eyes brimming with murderous intent. Dare to touch my people. Today, whether you're the bishop or the Fangire king, I'll rip your heads off and kick them around. Under the abandoned overpass in the southern part of Longhai City. This was a shortcut to the train station rarely used by vehicles. At this moment, two buses bearing the Longhai No. 1 high school emblem were parked askew beneath the bridge pillars. The front of one bus was completely mangled, billowing thick black smoke. The ground around it was littered with over a dozen bodies of guards and security personnel. Blood stained large patches of the asphalt road. Run! Everyone run! A teacher leading the group screamed hoarsely from inside the bus. A group of students in Longhai No. 1 high school uniforms were scrambling out of broken windows, crying and fleeing like headless flies. Around them, 7 or 8 Fangire assassins in gray trench coats, their faces covered in colorful glass patterns, grinned maliciously at the prey. Run! Think you can escape? A gaunt assassin licked his lips, flickered, and appeared behind a fleeing boy. Thud! His arm transformed into a sharp bone blade, piercing through the boy's chest. Ah! The boy screamed and collapsed limply. Ha! Human screams are truly the most beautiful music in the world. The gaunt assassin laughed wildly, pulling back the blade, blood splattering across his face. Not far away, Su Fatty was fiercely shielding a girl. He was covered in blood, his once proud mystic turtle shield now riddled with cracks on the verge of collapse. Fatty, get out of the way. Lin Qingxue, hiding behind him, was pale as paper. She formed hand seals trying to summon frost, but her spiritual energy was nearly depleted from the continuous battle. Sister Shui, don't worry about me. Su Fatty gritted his teeth, glaring at the Fangire assassin closing in. Brother Bei told me to protect you. Even if I die, Su Ming won't take a step back. How touching. The leader of the assassination squad, a bald Fangire, sneered. His right arm morphed into a massive, colorful glass warhammer. Don't worry, after I smash your turtle shell, I'll send you both on your way. The bald assassin raised the hammer and struck Su Fatty's crumbling shield. Bang! A dull thud. The mystic turtle shield let out a final whimper and shattered into countless specks of light. Su Fatty spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward like a rag doll, and slammed heavily into a bridge pillar. Fatty! Lin Qingxue cried out, trying to rush to him, but the bald assassin grabbed her by the back of the neck. Tisk tisk, scrayed frost talent, a real treasure. The bald assassin greedily inhaled Lin Qingxue's scent. The bishop will love this gift. He opened his maw wide, revealing chilling fangs, and lunged at Lin Qingxue's snowy white neck. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes in despair. Was she really going to die here? Qin Bei. The image of that always languid boy flashed unbidden through her mind. Vroom. At that critical moment, a thunderous engine roar came from the other end of the overpass. Then a silver-gray hovercar like a furious steel beast crashed through the abandoned barriers. It traced a blinding silver streak through the air, hurtling toward the bald assassin with terrifying momentum. What the A? The bald assassin, startled, instinctively released Lin Qingxue and leaped backward over 10 meters. Boom! The car crashed heavily onto the ground, cratering the asphalt. The door was kicked off with a bang. A youth in a faded school uniform stepped out slowly. So you're one of that so-called bishop's men. Qin Bei twisted his neck, producing a satisfying crack. He looked up, his pitch-black eyes now fully consumed by a dark golden savagery. Dare to touch my people. None of you trash are leaving today. The slaughter beneath the abandoned overpass had already concluded the moment Qin Bei appeared. Those Fong blood assassins who had been flaunting their might moments ago couldn't even withstand a single move from Qin Bei before they were smashed into fragments, both men and weapons alike. The entire process was so swift it made one's scalp tingle. After dealing with these reckless scoundrels, Qin Bei left no word for the rescued students. He merely stuffed the severely injured Fatty Su and the still-shaken Lin Qingxue into the battered hovercar. With a stomp on the accelerator, he dropped them off at the nearest hospital entrance. Then alone, he slung his faded old school bag over his shoulder and boarded the high-speed train bound for Longdu. 3 hours later, the heart of the human Federation, Longdu. Compared to Longhai City, which had just endured alien turmoil, this colossal supermetropolis was dazzlingly prosperous. Skyscrapers pierced the heavens and intricate, suspended roadways wove through the air. On the streets, fully armed, awakened, and diverse forms of spirit beasts were everywhere. At this moment, the entire city was immersed in a fervent atmosphere. For the quadrennial Federal National Genius Tournament was set to commence tomorrow. This was the ultimate stage for selecting the most elite prodigies of all humanity. Ding dong. The next stop is Longdu Central Hub Station. Accompanied by a soft electronic chime, the high-speed maglev train glided smoothly to a halt beside the platform. The automatic doors slid open. Qin Bei, one hand in his trench coat pocket, shuffled slowly through the turnstile amidst the bustling crowd. He tilted his head back and took a deep breath of Longdus air. The density of spiritual energy here is indeed more than a grade higher than in Longhai City. Qin Bei muttered under his mask, but soon his attention was captured by the deafening sound system overhead. It was a massive holographic projection screen above the square of the high-speed rail station. Towering dozens of stories high, it looped interview videos of the top contenders for this year's Genius Tournament. On the screen, a young man clad in an ostentatious, gleaming silver battle armor with his hair slicked back spoke arrogantly into the camera. Beneath his feet stood a majestic western dragon over 5 meters long, covered in golden scales and exuding awe. S-grade talent dragon tamer. The legitimate eldest son of Longdus premier family, the Yi clan, Yi Tianqian. Ladies and gentlemen, I Yi Tianqian declare this here and now. Yi Tianqian lifted his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. The championship of this national tournament is mine for the taking. As for the rest, they're merely competing for second place. The square below the screen erupted in thunderous cheers. Oh, young Master Yi is so handsome. An S-grade dragon tamer. A true child of destiny. Who can go head-to-head with a dragon? This championship is practically a free pass. The frenzied fans even held up support signs emblazoned with cringe-inducing slogans. On the screen, the interviewer seized the opportunity to stir up a more controversial topic. Young Master Yi, I hear there's also a dark horse contestant from Longhai City. The interviewer lowered his voice, laced with provocation. They say he didn't even summon his spirit beast during the local qualifiers and sent a silver-grade genius flying with a single slap. Many netizens claim he could be your biggest obstacle on the path to victory. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqian on the screen suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard he doubled over as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Biggest obstacle? A country bumpkin without even a spirit beast. He kicked the hard scales of the golden dragon beneath him, producing a crisp metallic clang. A worthless waste who barely managed to beat some stray cats and dogs by relying on banned drugs or some underhanded trick. And you think he's worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me? Yi Tianqian abruptly turned his head, staring fiercely into the camera. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, seeing through Qin Bei's disguise. I hear his name is Qin Bei, right? If he isn't eliminated in the preliminaries and has the fortune to meet me. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Yi Tianqian's mouth. They'll let him experience firsthand what true despair feels like. As soon as this interview segment aired, the square once again erupted in thunderous applause. Young Master Yi is so domineering. Crush that country bumpkin. Exactly. A disabled person without a spirit beast dares to come to Longdu and pick a fight. He's simply asking for death. Once he's in the ring, a single sneeze from the dragon will burn him to ashes. Listening to the biting mockery around him, Qin Bei stood at the edge of the crowd, unperturbed like the others. He merely watched the #1 genius strutting on the holographic screen. In his deep eyes there was neither anger nor humiliation, only a sense of mockery, as if watching a clown perform on stage. Your Majesty, this kid is way too arrogant. Kivit Bat 3 poked his little head out from the collar of Qin Bei's trench coat, his electronic eyes flashing with a ferocious red light. He dares to call you a country bumpkin, and wants to make you taste despair. Shall I go now and rip off that lizard's head, then stuff it into his mouth? Qin Bei let out a soft laugh and pressed the restless mechanical bat back into his pocket. What's the rush? He patted the cold metal shell in his pocket, his tone as casual, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. Qin Bei withdrew his gaze, hitched his shoulder bag higher, turned, and headed toward Longda's most luxurious esports hotel district. A dragon. Qin Bei let out a sneer in the night breeze. He'll turn you into a worm soon enough. The morning sunlight spilled over the colossal bird's nest-shaped national arena, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. The 100,000 seats were packed, the roar of the crowd so thunderous it felt like the heat might lift the transparent dome. Finally starting. I've waited 4 years just to watch this clash of titans. I heard prodigies from all over the country have come, even hidden clan heirs have emerged from seclusion. No matter how monstrous, can they beat young Master Yi from Dragon City? An S-class golden dragon, a true dragon. On the stands, banners and cheering signs waved frantically. As the opening ceremony fireworks exploded in midair, an alloy arena the size of 4 football fields slowly rose from the center of the stadium. Please welcome the top geniuses from across the nation. Federal Grand Speaker Situ Changkong stood on the podium, a hypocritical smile plastered on his face, his voice amplified throughout the venue. Boom. The first to appear was the glass water element genius from Jiangnan City. He rode in on a wave, standing atop a 7-meter-long mutated deep-sea demon shark. Water splashed everywhere, eliciting screams from the front row audience. Following him, the hidden weapon heir of the Tang clan from Shu appeared as a black shadow, a venomous 3-tailed, purple-ringed snake coiled on his shoulder, landing silently in a corner of the arena. Then came the berserker sponsored by the Northeast Military Region, leading a raging war bear the size of a small hill. With each step, the alloy ground trembled. Rare spirit beasts previously only seen in illustrated guides paraded in one after another. The scene was dazzling, with spiritual energy interweaving into a blinding spectacle. The final grand entrance was naturally reserved for Dragon City's top genius, Yi Tianxin. Roar! A dragon's cry pierced the clouds, echoing from above the arena. A colossal dragon covered in dazzling golden scales descended with a hurricane-like gust, landing with a thunderous boom at the center of the arena. Yi Tianxin, clad in a flamboyant silver battle armor, stood on the dragon's head with one hand on his hip, surveying the entire venue. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. Invincible. The fans in the stands went wild, their screams rising in waves. Yi Tianxin reveled in the adoration. He cast a contemptuous glance at the geniuses who had just stolen the spotlight and let out a cold snort. A pile of scrap metal, and you dare to make a spectacle of yourselves. Though the geniuses from other cities burned with anger, none dared to retort under the terrifying dragon's might. Just then, a discordant, leisurely set of footsteps echoed from the contestant tunnel. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Bei, wearing his old washed-out trench coat, strolled out slowly with one hand in his pocket. He didn't even lift his head, looking as if he hadn't woken up, yawning as he walked to the very edge of the arena. Amid the crowd of prodigies riding giant beasts and shimmering with spiritual light, he seemed utterly out of place. Like an extra who had wandered onto the wrong set. Completely incongruous. Hey, who's that guy? Why hasn't he summoned a spirit beast? Look at his shabby appearance. Could he be a janitor here to clean up? Soon spectators noticed this strange individual. Standing atop the dragon's head, Yi Tianxin looked down at Qin Bei, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. So you're that Qin Bei from Longhai City. Yi Tianxin nudged the dragon's horn with his toe, his tone dripping with mockery. I heard you don't even have a spirit beast and relied on brute force to make it to the national tournament. Qin Bei ignored him completely, pulling a black mechanical bat from his pocket and tossing it playfully in his hand. This blatant disregard made Yi Tianxin feel like a fool who had punched cotton. You're asking for death. His face darkened as he prepared to lash out. But before he could, some local Dragon City geniuses jumped in. A blonde boy leading a unicorn pointed at Qin Bei, laughing heartily. Holy crap, what is that piece of junk? A mechanical model. How did this glass garbage get into the national tournament? Got some serious pull behind the scenes, huh? Another short-haired girl in a leather jacket sneered. Hey Hick, this isn't your backwater village. You can't just pop some pills and play king here. Know your place and scram, or when the fight starts there won't be enough of your ashes left to scatter. Facing the relentless mockery from these Dragon City prodigies, the mechanical bat in Qin Bei's hand stopped tumbling and was firmly grasped in his palm. He slowly lifted his head, his dark, inky eyes sweeping over the arrogant prodigies before him. A playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Yapping and blabbering so much useless chatter. Qin Bei picked his ear, his tone as flat as if he were talking to a swarm of flies. Are you here for a competition or a comedy show? You. The Dragon City geniuses turned pale with rage, ready to strike, but just then the announcement from the podium rang out at the perfect moment. Attention, all contestants. The preliminary group draw will now commence. This round will be a 100-man free-for-all. The last one standing in each group advances to the finals. A massive holographic screen began flashing wildly. Names transformed into streams of light randomly assigned to the 4 major groups A, B, C, and D. The entire venue's attention was captivated. Swoosh. The image froze. As soon as Group D's list appeared, the whole arena erupted into chaos. Holy shit. It's the Group of Death. The Water Genius from Jiangnan City, the Poison King of the Tang Clan from Shu, and the Berserker from the Northeast. They're all in Group D. How is anyone supposed to compete? This is like the finals happening early. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. But what stunned them even more was yet to come. At the very end of Group D's long list of monstrous talents, a glaringly conspicuous name was written. Qin Bei, the country bumpkin with the scrap bat. That kid is dead meat. The blonde boy who had mocked Qin Bei earlier slapped his thigh laughing as he watched the screen. Those freaks in Group D are all ruthless killers. He won't even be a snack for them. Yi Tianxian, still on his dragon, also saw the grouping. He shook his head regretfully. I wanted to crush you myself, but it seems you don't even have the right to stand before me. Boos erupted from the stands. Everyone looked at Qin Bei as if he were a dead man about to be torn to pieces. Amid the deafening mockery around him, Qin Bei toyed with the mechanical bat, in one hand his black hooded trench coat swaying slightly in the wind. He stared at Group D's list on the massive screen. A glint of dark gold light flickered in his deep, profound eyes. Group of Death. Qin Bei let out a cold laugh and uttered a single sentence softly. I hope your bones are harder than your mouths. On the massive holographic screen, names in red and blue scrolled wildly. A soft ding sounded as the roster for Group D was locked in. All 100,000 or so heads in the arena turned in unison, their gazes fixed on the last row of text at the bottom of the screen. The stands fell silent for a moment. 2 seconds later, a cacophony of jeers and mocking whistles erupted. Damn, this kid's luck is worse than crap, isn't it? A chubby guy gnawing on a sausage tossed the stick aside, pointing a greasy finger at the screen. The water ghost of Jiangnan, the viper of Shuzhong, and that mad bear from the northeast are all in there. This is ridiculous, right? Someone nearby fanned the flames. Exactly any one of them from Group D could walk all over the others. That Frank trash going in there is just feeding the wolves. Probably won't even leave a bone behind. The sympathetic and mocking gazes from the stands fell like needles onto Qin Bei. Yi Tianxian stood atop his golden dragon, its scales dazzling. He cast a sidelong glance downward, his lips curling into a sneer. TSK. He snorted through his nose, kicked the dragon's back with a metallic clang. Count yourself lucky you didn't end up in my hands, or I'd have skinned you alive. Qin Bei picked at his ear without even lifting an eyelid. His faded school uniform jacket was half-zipped with a smudge of dust on the collar. One hand was shoved into his pocket, fingers idly stroking the mechanical bat. So much damn chatter. Qin Bei muttered, looking down at his scuffed shoes, one lace still untied. With all that free time, you'd be better off washing that oily face of yours. The faces of the local Longdu prodigies around him turned green. The blonde leading a unicorn snorted, jabbing a finger at Qin Bei. Kid, you've got a big mouth, huh? Let's see if you can still be so cocky once you're on stage. Don't worry your head about it. Just take care of that horn horse of yours. Qin Bei shot back, lazily punctuating it with a yawn. That horn of it looks like an upside-down ice cream cone. You. The blonde nearly jumped out of his skin, but was held back by a girl in a leather jacket. Ignore him. He's as good as dead. The girl in the leather jacket chewed gum and blew a bubble, her gaze contemptuous. Wasting words on a hick like that is beneath us. A piercing electronic voice blared from the loudspeakers. Preliminary round, Group D contestants take the stage. The massive alloy arena capable of holding 100 people slowly rose from the center of the grounds. Energy shields flickered with a deep blue glow around the perimeter, crackling with electricity. Dozens of people filed onto the stage one after another. Qin Bei shuffled along at his unhurried pace, ambling onto the stage as if he were strolling through a market. The moment he stood still, a swish filled the air. Dozens of gazes sharp as blades converged on him. The shrank water element prodigy from Jiangnan, named Lin Tao, stood on a crest of water. His mutated deep-sea shark circled him, its hide dripping with viscous slime. Lin Tao flicked water droplets from his hair, his gaze freezing cold. Hey hick. He lifted his chin, arrogantly pointing at Qin Bei. This stage isn't a place for trash like you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell off yourself. The wiry man from Shuzhong, known as the Viper for his mastery of hidden weapons, lurked in a corner. He coiled a purple-ring snake in his hands, its tongue flickering with a hiss. Ha ha ha. Get off himself. How boring. He let out a grating laugh like a broken gong. My little darling hasn't tasted blood in days. That kid's blood smells pretty fresh. The berserker from the northeast, over 2 meters tall, bared his massive arms, a roaring battle bear tattooed on his chest. He slammed his giant axe onto the alloy floor. Clang. Sparks flew. Stop blabbering. Let's toss out the weakest one first. He's just an eyesore. The berserker bellowed in a voice that rattled ears. Dozens of people exchanged no words, just a single glance. They all instinctively took a step forward, encircling Qin Bei in the center. Layer upon layer. The rush of water, the hiss of venomous snakes, the roar of the battle bear. Dozens of chaotic glows from various abilities, red, green, purple, all flared up. The killing intent was almost tangible. It's over, it's over. On the stands, Fatty Sue stomped his feet in panic, his flesh jiggling. Brother Bei is really in deep trouble this time. These bastards have no honor, ganging up on him from the start. Lin Qingxue sat nearby, her brows knitted tightly, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes until her knuckles turned white. Even if Qin Bai's physical body was strong, there were dozens of the nation's top prodigies here. A single spit from each of them could drown him. On the stage, Qin Bai's face flickered in the multicolored light of the abilities. He stood there motionless. He didn't run, nor did he dodge. He didn't even pull out his belt. He looked down at the mechanical bat about to bite him. Don't rush. This isn't enough to fill your teeth. Qin Bei tucked the bat back into his pocket. He lifted his head, his dark eyes slowly sweeping over the circle of people surrounding him. Deep within his pupils, a glint of dark gold light flickered like a spark igniting in an abyss, slowly burning brighter. First, let's clear out this hick. Lin Tao snorted coldly, water coalescing in his hand into an ice spear. Go. The berserker swung his axe in a full arc, the wind howling as it came down. The viper's venom sprayed out in a foul-smelling green mass. Dozens of killing moves converged from all directions with no blind spots. They engulfed Qin Bei completely. Gasps erupted from the stands. Just then Qin Bei moved. He didn't retreat a single step. He calmly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. His 5 fingers slowly spread open. A wisp of pitch-black energy like a tiny snake began to dance along his fingertips. That energy was so pure in its blackness that it swallowed the light of all surrounding abilities. Group of death. Qin Bai's voice was not loud, but carried by his inner chi, it pierced through the dozens of roaring attacks and drilled clearly into the ears of everyone present. He suddenly clenched his fingers into a fist. Crack! His knuckles popped. Qin Bei bared his teeth in a grin, a savage cruelty gleaming in his smile. That's right. He looked at the prodigies charging toward him. But it's your group of death. Boom! The killing moves of dozens of individuals. Ice spears, venom battle axes, mingled with chaotic beast roars. All of it crashed together in one spot. A blinding 5-colored radiance exploded at the center of the arena. The shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave. The spectators in the front row were blasted with dirt, hurriedly covering their eyes and shrinking back into their seats. The heavy alloy arena emitted a teeth-grinding metallic screech, forcibly pushed 1/2 meter downward by the sheer force. Dust and smoke thickened like a layer of concrete. Lin Tao stood with one hand on his hip, the deep-sea demon shark beneath his feet swishing, its tail splashing water everywhere. He wiped the sweat from his face. TCH, putting on airs. Isn't he blasted to smithereens by now? That northern barbarian berserker drove his ornate battle axe into the ground. Steam still rose from the blade, his wrist tingling from the impact. Wasted my damn effort. He spat a wad of bloody saliva onto the ground and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Thought he was something special. Fatty Sue collapsed into a plastic chair in the stands. The bag of chips in his hand burst open from his grip, scattering crumbs all over his lap. Be beige. The fatty's eyes were wide as saucers, his face full of disbelief. Lin Qingxue bit her lower lip hard. A thin line of blood appeared on her lip, yet she felt no pain. Her fingernails dug into the leather armrest, leaving white marks. Dead. That man who had slapped away a silver 1-star with one blow. Was he just gone? Yi Tianxian stood atop the head of a golden dragon, looking down at the cloud of gray dust below. Tisk, what a boring farce. He shook his head, just about to yawn. Whoosh! An extremely piercing sonic boom, as if it could rupture eardrums, suddenly tore through the air from the very center of that thick smoke. That sound, like gears in an entire steel mill grinding against each other in madness. Thud! A heavy footstep. A foot encased in deep blue streamlined metal armor crushed a piece of alloy debris on the ground. The dust and smoke was forcibly split open, a path carved by an invisible aura. Qin Bei walked out. His old-school uniform was already in tatters, hanging off his body. The left side of his body from shoulder to wrist was entirely covered in deep blue armor. The wolf head relief on his shoulder gleamed with a cold metallic light under the sun. But he wasn't holding a blade. In his right hand, he dragged an exaggerated massive hammer of purple-black metal. Its head was larger than a water vat, its surface covered in cracked, dark red patterns. The hammer's handle scraped across the alloy floor, leaving a trail of dazzling sparks with a crackling sound. The scene was too bizarre, too violent. Holy shit. The sneer on Lin Tao's face froze. The demon shark beneath his feet, which had been flailing menacingly moments before, suddenly shrank back, as if it had seen a ghost. The berserker's jaw nearly hit the floor. His ornate battle axe almost slipped from his grasp. Not dead. How the hell is he not dead? Qin Bei twisted his neck. The armor plates at his collarbone rubbed together, producing a crisp clicking sound. That's all you've got. Qin Bei licked the dust from the corner of his mouth. The dark gold glint in his eyes now blazed with blinding intensity. Too weak even for a tickle. He stopped walking, not moving any further forward. His right hand gripped the handle of the Dega heavy hammer and yanked it upward. The massive hammer, weighing over 200 Jin, felt as light as a fire poker in his hands. Qin Bei spread his feet, slightly twisted his waist with explosive force, dark red blood energy, mixed with Demon Emperor's power. Let me show you what it really means to take out the trash. The moment the words left his mouth, he pivoted on his left foot, spinning the massive hammer with him. On the spot, a giant windmill. 80. A guttural roar tore from Qin Bei's throat. Boom. Purple-black destructive lightning with the rotation of the hammer instantly transformed into a terrifying circular shockwave. Like a tsunami. No more violent than a tsunami. This shockwave hugged the alloy floor, taking on a despair-inducing dark purple hue. With an unstoppable, devastating momentum, it swept outwards. In all directions, indiscriminately. A fierce wind rose from the ground. Lin Tao only had time to raise his hands, not even forming a water shield. Bang! The purple shockwave slammed into his chest. His vaunted glass water defense was torn to shreds like a sheet of paper. Up! Lin Tao screamed in agony. He and the deep-sea demon shark were directly blasted into the air by this unreasonable force. The berserker's eyes were wide as brass bells. He roared, raising his axe in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Clang! The moment the axe met the shockwave, it was shattered into two pieces. The berserker's 200 body flew like a kicked, deflated soccer ball, feet off the ground, spewing blood. Venom snakes, fire, mages, wind, swordsmen. Dozens of so-called top geniuses from each province. At this moment, they were like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull sounds of flesh hitting the ground erupted around the arena. Not a single person could withstand this brute force. Not even for a second. They were like kites with broken strings, tracing dozens of miserable parabolic arcs through the air. In unison, they were all blasted over the edge of the massive alloy arena by that single hammer blow. Some crashed into the spectator railings, bending the steel pipes. Some flew directly into the walkways behind the stands, their fate unknown. In an instant, the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire Bird's Nest-level national stadium with 100,000 spectators, along with the seasoned federal officials on the main platform, and the billions of citizens across humanity watching the live broadcast on their televisions. At this moment, all lost their voices. Mouths agape, eyes vacant. As if a collective mute button had been pressed on everyone. On the massive screen, the Group D arena, once crowded with people, was now completely empty. Only the youth with blue armor covering his left arm, carrying the purple-black hammer on his shoulder, remained, standing alone in the very center. Sunlight struck the hammerhead, reflecting a cold and brutal light. Gulp! Fatty Sue swallowed hard, the chip crumbs from his lap scattering to the floor. This did that one hammer clear the screen? Lin Qingxue covered her mouth, her clear, cold eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The golden dragon beneath Yi Tianxian whimpered lowly in unease, its massive wings retracting slightly. Yi Tianxian stared fixedly at Qin Bei. His palms were slick with sweat. His previous lofty sense of superiority was shattered into pieces by that single hammer blow. The Hammer King of the Northwest. Someone muttered in a trembling voice from a corner of the stands. That name spread through the entire venue like wildfire. Qin Bei shouldered his hammer, his breathing still heavy. He turned his head, looking at the geniuses groaning on the floor, then glanced up at the big screen. On the screen in Group D's roster, only one name remained lit. Qin Bei. He pulled a mechanical bat from his pocket and tossed it lightly in his hand. A mocking cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Yi Tianxian on the high platform. Hey, lizard boy. Qin Bei's voice wasn't loud, but but it echoed clearly through the dead silence. Ready to become a bug. The wind in the stands ceased. Even the breaths heavy with sweat were abruptly cut short. Yi Tianqian stood atop the dragon's head, the golden beast beneath his feet restlessly clawing at the alloy plates, dragging out shrill metallic scrapes. You? Yi Tianqian's atoms apple bobbed as he pointed at Qin Bei, his fingers trembling like a man with Parkinson's. The arrogant words head prepared lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. A single hammer blow cleared the board. He had bowled over dozens of the nation's most elite prodigies like pins. The sight was so jarring it shoved his superiority back into the womb. Qin Bei shouldered the Dega heavy hammer, dripping with shredded flesh, the blue armor on his left arm gleaming coldly under the sunlight. He raised a hand, wiping the sweat from his face with a dusty sleeve. Got a problem? Qin Bei curled his lip, revealing stark white teeth. Come down and have a go if you do. I reckon that reptile of yours would make a decent soup. The words had barely left his mouth before Yi Tianqian could explode. The clear, scorching sky above abruptly changed color. It wasn't the gloom of dark clouds. It was a viscous blood red, as if it had been steeped in rotting flesh for half a month. A nauseating red. Plop. A drop of thick crimson liquid splattered onto the face of Qin Bei's hammer, raising a wisp of foul white smoke. Qin Bei frowned and looked up. Crack, rip. It sounded as if someone had taken a pair of blunt scissors and savagely torn a gash in a piece of cloth. The sky directly above the bird's nest arena split open. A black fissure several kilometers long hung horizontally above everyone's heads. Along its edges, purple-black spatial currents writhed like twisted maggots. A strange stench, a mix of a sewer and formaldehyde, poured down. A bespectacled fat man in the front row of the stands dropped his popcorn, his mouth agape. Wah! What is this? A special effect. The skinny man beside him turned deathly pale, his legs shaking like sieves. Bullshit. Run. That's an alien spatial rift. The crowd erupted into chaos. Screams, shoves, the sound of trampling. 100,000 people surged towards the exits like an ant nest doused with boiling water. On the rostrum, the grand speaker Situ Changkong dropped his teacup. It shattered on the ground. His well-maintained old face visibly twitched twice. Guard. Activate the highest-level defensive barrier immediately. His distorted roar came through the loudspeakers. Buzz. 8 thick metal pillars around the arena simultaneously flared with blinding blue light. A translucent energy shield like an inverted bowl swiftly enveloped the entire arena and stands. But before the people below could breathe a sigh of relief, from within the rift came a chilling, skin-crawling laugh. This turtle shell looks quite sturdy. The voice was not loud, but it bored into everyone's ears with the clarity of nails on a chalkboard. A man in a pure white suit drifted slowly down from the rift. He held a tattered black book in his hand. His face was covered in strange, stained glass-like patterns that glowed eerily in the red light. One of the 4 cadres of the vampire royal court, the bishop. He stood on the air looking down at the chaotic humans below. This feast today looks to be of good quality. He opened the black book and extended a long scarlet tongue to lick his parched lips. Freshly awakened prodigies. Their blood is the sweetest. SSS. Behind the bishop, dense shadows squeezed out of the rift like garbage being dumped. Winged vampires, mutated beasts covered in bone spikes, half-man, half-spider monsters. A vast dark mass, blotting out the sky. The entire arena instantly darkened. Bishop, enough with the chatter. This prince is hungry. Another voice boomed from the depths of the rift. Following that, a monster twice the size of Yi Tianqian's golden dragon crashed down in midair. It looked like a giant, upright mantis covered in thick, dark green carapace. 2 bone sides larger than trucks crossed before it. An extraterrestrial zerg. Prince Cass. Its compound eyes rotated, locking onto the crowd below, drool dripping down. The drool sizzled and smoked upon hitting the blue energy barrier. The hope of all humanity. Prince Kez roared like a broken bellows, waving its right bone scythe. Today you'll chop all your hopes into mincemeat. On the arena floor, Qin Bei propped himself up with his hammer. He looked at the man in the white suit, the corner of his eye twitching beneath his hood. A persistent ghost. He spat on the ground, the saliva mixed with dust. Beside him, Yi Tianqian had long lost his earlier arrogance. His golden dragon was now cowering, trembling under Prince Kaz's pressure, not daring to make a sound. Thighs is a royal cadre and a Zerg prince. Yi Tianqian's legs went weak, barely keeping himself from kneeling. The defensive barrier can hold it right. This can withstand a nuke. Before he could finish, above Prince Kaz moved. It raised its massive bone scythe, green venom frenziedly gathering on the blade. This layer of paper thinks it can stop me, yeah. Prince Kaz sneered, his tone full of contempt. Its massive body suddenly dropped. The bone scythe, carrying a shriek that tore the air, fiercely struck the blue energy shield. Crack. A crisp shattering sound. No stalemate, no explosion. That energy barrier hailed as humanity's pinnacle technology capable of withstanding nuclear bombardment. Under Prince Kaz's bone scythe was truly like a piece of cheap glass. In an instant, it was covered in dense cracks. Then, crashed. The barrier completely shattered. Countless palm-sized blue energy fragments like a deadly hailstorm. Mixed with the violent winds from Prince Kaz's scythe rained down upon the screaming, fleeing audience below. Help! The fragments pierced through plastic seats, shattered concrete steps, and shattered humanity's last psychological defense. Blood instantly dyed the stand's walkways red. Time to eat, my little ones. The bishop closed the black book and adjusted his slipping glasses. He pointed downwards. The sky-filling alien army howled like a black tide pouring through the breach. The veins on the back of Qin Bei's hand holding the hammer bulged. He ignored the debris flying around him, ignored the paralyzed Yi Tianqin. He stared at the man in the white suit above. Didn't get my fill from the last fight. Qin Bei pulled out the mechanical bat, frantically buzzing in his pocket. Now the main course is here. Slap. A blue energy fragment the size of a fist crashed down from midair. It landed squarely right by the foot of a girl in the front row of the bleachers. The fragment's edges were as sharp as shattered glass, slicing the plastic seat's armrest cleanly in two. The girl shrieked in terror, dropping her glow stick, which snapped in half upon hitting the ground. That scream was like pulling the fuse on a powder keg. Boom. The bleachers erupted into chaos. 100,000 people like an anthill doused with boiling water stampeded madly toward the exits. Cries, curses, and the crunch of bones breaking underfoot all melded into one cacophony. But the high-ranking aliens were far faster. Rip. A mutated mantis monster with 6 arms descended, its carapace gleaming with a toxic green sheen. It dove from the rift in the sky, its serrated bone blades leaving white streaks in the air. It plunged directly into the back of a fat man desperately shoving toward the passage. Ugh! His scream was cut short. The bone blades twisted, tearing him apart like a burst water bag. Blood and entrails splattered everyone nearby. Help! Someone help! Those around him, driven mad with fear, scrambled on all fours up the blood-slicked stairs. But there was no escape. Dense shadows fell like dumplings from the rift. Fanged vampires, insectoids, and nameless vicious beasts. They bit anything that moved and tore any flesh they found. The once glorious sports festival had turned into a slaughterhouse in an instant. The thick stench of blood mixed with the sour sewer-like odor of the aliens. It was nauseating. On the arena stage, the prodigies from every province who usually swaggered around now had pale faces. Don't fucking panic. Form a formation. We outnumber them, what's there to fear? The berserker from the northeast who had mocked Qin Bei earlier roared while stripping off his shirt. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and slammed the half-bladed axe in his hand heavily onto the ground. War Bear, get your ass up front. His War Bear, a beast as massive as a hill, reared up on its hind legs, beating its chest with a thunderous roar. It lunged at a descending high-ranking fanged vampire. Water Dragon Breaker. Lin Tao from Jiangnan City was also frantic, forming hand seals, with sweat pouring down his face. The deep-sea demon shark beneath him opened its gaping maw, spewing a thick, high-pressure water jet. The Poison Master from Shu region also hurled several venom-coated daggers. For a moment, the arena blazed with a kaleidoscope of dazzling psychic powers. The combined counterattack of dozens of top-tier talents was quite intimidating. But it was useless. Bang! The Berserker's War Bear, with its proudly thick layer of fat, was as fragile as over-fermented tofu before the fanged vampire's sharp claws. One swipe. Half the bear's neck was torn open, blood spouting 2 meters high from its trachea and arteries. Howl! The War Bear let out a pitiful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, twitching twice before going still. My bear! The Berserker's eyes turned bloodshot as he raised his Halifax, ready to fight to the death. But the fanged vampire kicked him in the chest. The sound of cracking ribs was unmistakable. His 250-pound body flew over 10 meters, smashing into the arena's railing and spewing blood. Lin Tao's water jet struck a high-ranking insectoid's armor without leaving a mark. The bug charged through the high-pressure stream, its sharp forelimb piercing Lin Tao's shoulder. It hoisted him into the air like a candied fruit on a stick. Let me go. Lin Tao struggled wildly, his face a mess of tears and snot, all his earlier arrogance gone. As for the Poison Master's daggers, they didn't even scratch the aliens' defenses. Within mere minutes, these prodigies, treasured like precious gems by various factions, were over half dead or wounded. Their beasts capable of punching above their weight in normal fights were utterly outmatched against these true battlefield grinders. Protect the students. Several silver-ranked guards in charge of order gritted their teeth and charged forward. They raised their energy rifles, firing desperately. But the blue energy beams barely tickled the aliens. Annoying flies. Prince Kazi hovered in midair, his green compound eyes swiveling. He casually swung his massive bone scythe. Shing! A visible green wind blade swept across the ground. The silver-ranked guards didn't even have time to dodge. Their upper bodies slid off cleanly. The cuts were charred black with no blood flowing, instantly carbonized by the scythe's toxin. No. Please. The short-haired girl in leather who had earlier clamored to teach Qin Bei a lesson now sat collapsed in a pool of blood. She clutched her head, her pants soaked through. Her prized mutated Black Panther's head lay rolling less than half a meter away. Despair. Absolute despair. Like a sponge soaked in ice water, it smothered the breath from everyone. No one could save them. Even the lofty referees had long since fled. Yi Tianxian stood atop the golden dragon's head, his legs trembling like jelly. His mighty dragon dared not even lift its head. It coiled its body into a ball shielding Yi Tianxian, with its massive tail whimpering mournfully. What use were S-rank talents or the #1 prodigy of Dragon City? In the face of true death, they were pathetically laughable. Tap, tap, tap. The unhurried sound of leather shoes echoed across the blood and flesh-strewn arena. The bishop, clad in his immaculate white suit, held the worn black book in his hand. He walked slowly, gracefully, as if strolling through his own garden. When encountering a corpse in his path, he would gently nudge it aside with his toe. Too noisy. The bishop frowned, raising a slender finger to rub his ear. The screams of these inferior blood meals before death are truly lacking in aesthetic. He looked up, the stained glass-like patterns on his face glinting eerily in the sunlight. His scarlet vertical pupils swept across the surviving prodigies on the arena like a scanner. But good things are always worth waiting for. He took a deep breath, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Bloodlines above shrank. Ah, that sweet scent, I can smell it from dozens of meters away. The bishop's gaze skipped over the rank and brank awakened ones wailing on the ground. With pinpoint accuracy, it landed on Lin Qingxue cowering in a corner, and Yi Tianxian hiding under the dragon's protection. N-rank Frost and an S-rank Dragon Lord. The bishop licked his cracked lips, a long transparent string of saliva dripping down. Eating you will break through my bottleneck. He closed the black book and tucked it into his suit's inner pocket. Step by step, he trod through the sticky blood, closing in on Lin Qingxue and Yi Tianxian. Lin Qingxue's face was pale, her palms slick with cold sweat. She forced herself to stand, forming hand seals to conjure a frost shield. But the moment her spiritual energy stirred, it was shattered by the terrifying pressure radiating from the bishop. Don't struggle, little one. The bishop chuckled softly, now less than 5 meters from Lin Qingxue. He'll be gentle, I promise, you won't feel a thing. Yi Tianxian, terrified, tumbled off the dragon's back. He scrambled backward on all fours, babbling incoherently. Don't eat me. I'm the young master of the Yi family. My family has money, lots of money. Money. The bishop tilted his head as if hearing a hilarious joke. At my table, money can't buy your life. He extended his pale hand, his nails instantly lengthening and sharpening into a venomous green gleam. He lunged straight for Lin Qingxue's snow-white neck. Just at that critical moment. Hey! A lazy, impatient, raspy voice suddenly sounded from behind the bishop. If those shit-stained claws of yours dare touch her even once. Qin Bei stood with one hand in his tattered school uniform's pocket, the other toying with the mechanical bat. He stared at the bishop's white suit, a dark gold glint flaring up in his eyes like a flame. I swear I'll pull out your guts and strangle you with them. In the high sky at the top level of the arena, within a completely secure VIP box, the bulletproof glass is thick enough to withstand depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Outside, the cries of the damned echo and blood stains the ground. Inside, the air conditioning is frigid. The smell of genuine leather sofas mingles with the aroma of cigars, making one feel dizzy. Chairman Situ, what are you waiting for? A fat old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle is drenched in sweat. He slams his palm on the mahogany table, causing the tea in the blue and white porcelain cup to splash out. Below, we have the top talents sent from our provinces. Thousands of silver-level fighters. The old man's finger trembles as he points at the horrific slaughter visible beyond the one-way glass. If we don't adjust the city defense forces and don't sound the highest red alert, everyone will die here. Several suited federal officials nearby are as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Their ties are loosened, necks stretched long. Yes, Chairman, what about the heavy mech forces from Longdu? What about the space-based railgun? Issue the order quickly. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Chairman Situ Chong Kong leans back against the sofa holding a goblet of deep red wine, which sways slightly. His old face is contorted, manifesting a heart-wrenching expression. His features are scrunched together, and two murky tears escape from the corners of his eyes. Colleagues, do you think I'm not anxious? His voice trembles, carrying a hint of sobbing. He wipes his face with his hand. The alien race is well prepared this time. The spatial rift opened too suddenly. Situ Chong Kong puts down the goblet, clenching his fist, and pounds the table heavily. I've pressed the emergency communication button more than a dozen times. He sighs deeply, his entire being suddenly seeming to age 10 years, slumping back into the sofa. The communication base station has been destroyed. The signal cannot be sent out at all. The troops outside have no idea what is happening inside, and the city defense forces cannot come in. As these words escape, the box falls into a profound silence. The only sound is the hum of the central air conditioning vent. The signal is completely cut off. The fat old man collapses into his chair, his gaze vacant. It's over. All is lost. My Jiangnan province's future. Several high-ranking officials cover their faces, some even beginning to sob softly. In this desperate situation, there is no hope left. Situ Chong Kong looks at his weeping colleagues. He lowers his head, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking as he suppresses great sorrow. But in the shadow between his fingers, a glint of sinister light flashes in his murky old eyes. The corners of his mouth involuntarily tug upwards into an extremely subtle, yet self-satisfied cold smile. This brief moment of micro-expression goes unnoticed by everyone. Even if someone had seen it, they wouldn't fathom the malice brewing within this old fox. On the arena stage, Qin Bei has just shouted the phrase, "Kill yourself." The bishop's claw, dripping with venom, freezes in midair as he turns his head, looking at Qin Bei, as if he were an idiot. "An glass reptile dares to speak to me like that." A cruel smile appears on the bishop's kaleidoscopic glass-like face. Qin Bei ignores him, tilting his head as his ears perk up. The abnormal hearing brought by the bloodline of the Dark Emperor is pushed to its limits at this moment. 200 meters in the air through 3 layers of bulletproof glass, the slightest movement in the VIP box reaches Qin Bei's ears without missing a word. He hears Situ Chong Kong's words. The signal is completely cut off, along with the extremely faint, sinister laughter that escapes as he covers his face. Qin Bei hears it all. The signal is cut off. Standing in a pool of blood, his military boots crunch on a fragment of bone, creating a grating sound. He looks up, his gaze piercing over the bishop's shoulder, directly targeting the one-way glass of the top-level box. His eyes instantly turn as cold as eternal ice. This old bastard doesn't even bother to write a script for his lies. Qin Bei coldly sneers within. Just moments ago, he clearly heard one of Situ Chong Kong's trusted secretaries in the corner of the box. Still using encrypted frequencies, he quietly issues orders to the city defense forces outside, "Do not act." Without the chairman's order, not even a fly is allowed in. Understanding dawns. Qin Bei licks his slightly dry lips, his teeth clenching together. So that's why this group of aliens can so brazenly open a rift over Longdu. There isn't even an anti-aircraft cannon for interception. Qin Bei tightens his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, sending a sharp pain through his palm. After all this time, it turns out there's a traitor. This old fox wants to use the hands of the aliens to cleanse these opposing geniuses, to trade the lives of thousands of compatriots for his own position beneath him. Such methods are ruthless and disgusting. Hey, little ghost. The bishop grows impatient. He turns, his crimson-slit pupils fixed on Qin Bei. What are you dazing out for? Are you stunned by my authority? He shakes off the venom on his hand. Since you are so eager to reincarnate, I shall grant you your wish first. The bishop pushes off the ground, transforming into a blur as he lunges at Qin Bei. Lin Qin Shui shouts anxiously from behind. Qin Bei, dodge. He's a royal official, you can't defeat him. Chu Kuang is even lying on the ground, a hint of mad delight flashing in his eyes. Die. Hurry up and die. If you die, I won't have to be so embarrassed. Qin Bei doesn't dodge. He stands his ground, staring at the increasingly closed, nauseating kaleidoscopic glass face. In his chest, the suppressed rage and murderous intent belonging to the Dark Emperor for so long erupts like a volcano forcibly blocked at its mouth. It can no longer be contained, since the human high-ups are rotten to the core inside and out. Qin Bei's voice is hoarse, carrying a metallic tone that sends chills down one's spine. He tosses the mechanical bat in his hand into the air. The bat lets out an excited screech. Today I'll completely turn this table over. As his words leave his mouth, Virum, an indescribably pure and extreme dark energy erupts violently around Qin Bei. Boom. The cement floor within dozens of meters is instantly shattered. The air is compressed by this raging force, producing a series of piercing explosive sounds. The bishop suspended in midair is struck as if colliding head-on with a high-speed train. Bang! The sneer on his face freezes instantly. His entire being is forcibly blasted away by this invisible wave of dark energy. He rolls on the ground for several circles before barely stabilizing himself. What? What kind of power is this? The bishop raises his head in horror, his kaleidoscopic glass face covered in cracks. He gazes at the youth ahead, enveloped by a dark flame as thick as ink. Deep within his soul, an uncontrollable tremor arises. Qin Bei catches the falling bat with one hand and flips it onto the luxurious belt that appears at his waist. Henshin. These two words sound like a grim reaper's decree. Crack. A blinding splash of blood bursts forth into the sky. The glaring blood light was about to spurt from the belt. Stop! A roar like a hoarse duck's voice suddenly crashed down from above. The sound waves made the air hum. Qin Bei frowned, his hand halting on the belt. He looked up. A golden pot-bellied lizard with spiked wings swooped down from the sky. The gale it stirred up, carrying the stench of blood, whipped Qin Bei's coat hem with a sharp crack. Bang! The golden dragon's four claws slammed heavily onto the arena. The alloy floor instantly dented into four basin-sized craters. Yi Tianqian stood atop the dragon's head. His flashy silver battle armor gleamed under the sun, nearly blinding onlookers. He gripped a dragon-patterned spear, its tip pointing at the bishop whom Qin Bei had repelled, and Prince Kaz in midair. A pack of shadow rats daring to run wild in Dragon City. Yi Tianqian lifted his chin high, posing like a superhero about to save the world. The dragon beneath him seemed infected by its master's bravado. It opened its massive maw, revealing yellowed fangs, and blasted a stream of fiery dragon breath at the alien swarm above. Roar! In the stands. The audience, once terrified and huddled like quails, now seemed injected with adrenaline. Young Master Yi has stepped in. An S-rank dragon tamer. We're saved. We're saved. Young Master Yi is invincible. Crush those monsters. The crowd, which had been wailing moments ago, now leaned over the railings, fists pumping and cheering. Spittle flew everywhere, as if Yi Tianqian's mere presence could magically reassemble the scattered limbs on the ground. Amid the thunderous applause, Yi Tianqian couldn't suppress the smug grin on his lips. He turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Bei, who stood nearby, without a single summoned beast. Country bumpkin, watch closely. Yi Tianqian snorted, his tone dripping with condescension. This is the true power of Dragon City. Stay out of the way and don't hinder my display, or you might get splattered with blood. Qin Bei picked his ear. A bit of dust clung to his fingertip. He looked at Yi Tianqian's smug, petty face and nearly burst out laughing. Fine. Qin Bei released his grip on the belt and stepped back 2 paces. He folded his arms, adopting a stance like he was watching a monkey show. Go ahead. Let's see how you stew these rats. Yi Tianqian sneered at Qin Bei's apparent submission, growing even more emboldened. He turned, his spear vibrating with a resonant hum. Dragon City's Yi Tianqian is here. He bellowed from his diaphragm, his voice full of vigor. My Yi clan has guarded the capital for generations. Today I'll anoint my spear with your blood. In midair, Prince Kaz hovered. Its dark green carapace gleamed with a greasy, nauseating sheen under the sun. Its massive compound eyes swiveled, regarding Yi Tianqian as if he were an idiot. Prince Kaz couldn't stifle a mocking laugh. The sound was like 2 rusty iron plates scraping together, grating on the ears. But what are you laughing at? Yi Tianqian fumed. Being mocked by an insect was the ultimate insult to his S-rank genius. Golden Dragon, go. Tear it apart. Yi Tianqian swung his spear. The golden dragon beneath him roared, its wings beating fiercely. Its massive body, like a golden cannonball, hurtled toward Prince Kaz in midair, carrying scorching dragon breath. What momentum! Truly a true dragon. A spectator in the stands was nearly moved to tears. Yet Prince Kaz didn't even blink. It hung motionless in the air, as if oblivious to the charging dragon. Just as the golden dragon's jaws gaped wide, about to clamp onto Prince Kaz's head. Whoosh! Prince Kaz's colossal, mountain-like body vanished without a trace in midair. What a... Yi Tianqian's vision blurred as his spear struck nothing. The dragon, overexerting itself, floundered in the air, nearly wrenching its back. Before they could react, bang! A dull thud. Prince Kaz's form appeared like a phantom directly above the golden dragon's head. Its thick, barbed insect leg descended with immense force. No flashy moves, just pure, brutal physical pressure. Viciously it stomped onto the golden dragon's forehead, right between its horns. Ow, ow! The dragon let out a distorted, agonized scream. The once majestic true dragon under that single stomp plummeted like a swatted fly, its huge body crashing straight down. Boom! A thunderous crash louder than Qin Bei's earlier impact. The dragon was driven deep into the arena's alloy floor. Shards of metal flew everywhere. Hard scales scraped against the ground, sending up showers of sparks. Prince Kes stood firmly on the dragon's head, its foot grinding against the skull with a sickening crunch. True dragon. Prince Kaz's green compound eyes swiveled, dripping with contempt. Just a winged lizard daring to yap in my presence. Yi Tianxin was flung off as the dragon crashed. His flashy silver armor rolled dozens of times across the ground, covered in mud and blood disheveled. Cough. How can this be? Yi Tianxin coughed up blood, staring in disbelief at his summoned beast pinned underfoot. That was an S-rank golden dragon, and it couldn't even withstand a single blow, getting stomped into the ground. What level of monster was this bug? He panicked. Completely panicked. The heroic bravado from before had been crushed back into his core by that single stomp. Yi Tianxin scrambled backward on all fours, abandoning his fallen dragon-patterned spear. Help! Help! He shouted toward the stands, his voice trembling like a tattered rag in the wind. I'm the eldest son of the Yi family. Someone save me. Prince Kes tilted its head. It exerted slight pressure with its foot, eliciting another mournful cry from the dragon. Run! Prince Kaz's form flickered. It appeared before Yi Tianxin in an instant. It extended its barbed insect claw and seized Yi Tianxin's throat in a vice-like grip. Like picking up a chick, it lifted the so-called top genius of Dragon City off the ground. His feet dangled. Ugh! Let go! Yi Tianxin clawed at the insect claw with both hands, his eyes rolling back, his tongue lolling out. His legs kicked feebly in the air. His vaunted strength was pitiful against this insect claw. So this is your human genius. Prince Kes leaned in its grotesque insect face, nearly touching Yi Tianxin's nose. The intense stench of rot made Yi Tianxin's eyes roll back. Soft-skinned and tender. Smells quite appetizing. Prince Kes sneered. It suddenly shoved its gripping hand downward. Bang! Yi Tianxin's skull slammed viciously against the hard alloy floor. But it wasn't over. Prince Kes raised its other foot, clad in heavy insect armor, aiming at Yi Tianxin's purple, suffocated face. Without hesitation, it stomped down hard. Crunch. The sound of a breaking nasal bone was unmistakable. Half of Yi Tianxin's face was crushed into a pulpy mess. Aya! His blood-curdling scream sent shivers down spines. Young Master Yi. In the stands, the fervent fans fell silent. Their faces ashen, they couldn't even scream. Despair like icy water drenched every heart. Even the strongest Yi Tianxin, the S-rank dragon tamer, was no more than a helpless mangy dog before this monster. Pinned down and ground into the dirt, his face stomped to pulp. Was there any hope left for these ordinary people? Don't kill him, Prince Kes. This is prime fresh meat. I want him alive. The bishop ambled over, eyeing Yi Tianxin, convulsing on the ground with satisfaction. Keep him. He'll make a fine appetizer. Prince Kes snorted, easing the pressure slightly. These noisy humans are better off dead. It raised the massive, glowing green insect bone scythe in its right hand. Venom dripped from the blade, sizzling as it corroded black pits into the alloy floor. Ignoring the bishop's words, Prince Kaz's cold compound eyes locked onto Yi Tianxin's mangled face. It twisted its wrist, the sharp bone scythe whistling with death as it aimed at his head. It raised it high, then it brought it down with savage force. No! Someone in the stands shut their eyes, unable to watch the gory scene. Yi Tianxin resigned himself to death, too weak to struggle. Just as the bone scythe was about to split his skull. Clang! A deafening spark-filled clash of metal erupted right above Yi Tianxin's head. The bone scythe didn't descend. It struck something as immovable as an iron mountain. Prince Kaz's arm jolted violently, nearly losing its grip on the scythe. Its compound eyes widened in horror. There a massive, door-like, purple-black heavy hammer had appeared out of nowhere. It held the deadly poison scythe firmly in check. At the hammer's handle, a hand gripped it steadily. I said. A hoarse, lazy voice chilling to the soul sounded in Prince Kaz's ear. I haven't given you permission to eat this piece of meat yet. The bone scythe, reeking of a foul green wind, came crashing down fiercely toward Yi Tianxin's forehead. In the stands, many timid girls directly covered their eyes and buried their heads into the shoulders of those beside them. He's dead for sure. There's no escape. Clang! A thunderous roar piercing enough to rattle eardrums suddenly exploded in midair. Sparks flew high, landing on Yi Tianxin's gleaming silver armor and scorching several black spots. Prince Kes felt a violent numbness in his tiger's mouth. The massive bone scythe struck by the brute force that came out of nowhere was forcefully knocked sideways by over 10 meters. Boom. The heavy hammer hit the ground. It blasted a 2-meter-deep crater into the alloy floor, sending shards of metal and mud flying everywhere. Prince Kaz's colossal figure swayed in midair, retreating 3 steps before steadying himself on the air. Hua. Its green compound eyes spun sharply, locking onto the heavy hammer, still crackling with purple-black lightning. Cough, cough. From within the dust, a leisurely coughing sound emerged. Qin Bei, one hand tucked into his tattered pants pocket and shuffling in plastic slippers stained with rotting flesh, sauntered out slowly. The area around his collar still carried the sour smell of unwashed sweat. He raised a hand, rubbed the tip of his nose, and casually spat a mouthful of dust-laden saliva onto the ground. Big bug, your blade technique is pretty slick, but your hand's too unsteady. Can't even hit a useless piece of trash. Qin Bei looked at Prince Kaz and grinned. You? It's Yue. Yi Tianchen lay sprawled on the ground, half his face covered in blood. Clutching his collapsed nasal bridge, he spoke with a lisp, shouting indistinctly. You country bumpkin without even a single pet beast. Are you running up here to die? Shut up, young Master Yi. Qin Bei shot him a sidelong glance and nudged the head of the golden dragon beside him with his toe. Your 4-legged lizard is about to become a dead snake, and you are still yapping here. I'm here to pick up my takeout. The bishop, standing not far away, saw the black token hanging from Qin Bai's waist, and his face sank completely. Was the third killed by your hand? The bishop's voice was as cold as water from a gutter, and the black book in his hand was slightly deformed from gripping. Got it in one. Qin Bei shrugged and pulled the pitch-black mechanical bat out of his pocket. But no prize. That discarded bat, mocked by the entire internet for a whole day, suddenly began to flutter its wings restlessly in Qin Bai's hand. Holy crap. Isn't that Qin Bai's junk bat? In the stands, the chubby guy gnawing on a sausage stabbed the stick into his mouth, not even minding the pain. What's he trying to do? Hit a gold-tier bug with a toy? That kid's definitely lost his mind. The skinny guy beside the fatso trembled like a noodle. But the next second, the black bat in Qin Bai's hand, its originally lifeless eyes, buzz, suddenly blazed with 2 bloody red lights. A red so piercing like raw meat soaked in icy water for 3 days. Kivet. The bat let out a sharp metallic shriek, and the gears on its wings clicked and clacked as they meshed. It suddenly opened its mouth full of fangs. Aiming at Qin Bai's sturdy wrist, it bit down fiercely. Squelch. Blood immediately spurted out. But Qin Bei didn't even frown, as if he felt no pain. Bei. Brother Bei. Fatty Sue in the stands was so startled, he plopped back onto the ground. You're freaking insane. That hunk of iron will bite people to death. Quiet, Fatty. Qin Bei muttered in a low voice. The blood flowing along the cold metallic fangs was directly sucked into the bat's belly, and a violent, unreasonable dark red demon emperor's power. Through the wound, it frantically poured into Qin Bai's blood vessels. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded like a war drum. This blood, its taste is really strong. Qin Bei mumbled, and the dark gold glint in his eyes blazed up like wildfire. He flicked his right hand sharply. Henshin. The 2 words came out of his mouth with a metallic scraping tremor. Buzz. A magnificent belt shimmering with dark gold and blood-red light materialized out of thin air around his waist. Qin Bei grabbed the bat with one hand. With an incredibly stylish flip of his wrist, he securely snapped the blood-satiated bat into the slot at the center of the belt. Click. A crisp sound, as if even space itself was locked tight by that noise. This is a transformation. Lin Qingxue clutched her school uniform skirt tightly, her cold, clear eyes filled with that blood-red light. He's that Northwest Hammer King. Holy crap. The big shot the whole internet's been looking for is actually the loser from our school. The audience went completely wild. At that moment, the hundreds of official livestream cameras above the arena. In an instant, they all swiveled in unison. The lenses zoomed to the max, projecting Qin Bai's transformation scene in high definition and uncensored onto all of Dragon City's giant screens. And even through the Federation network, transmitted it to every corner of the globe. The internet instantly climaxed. The barrage comments on major platforms blanketed the screens like a torrential downpour. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is this really the same person? That country bumpkin who awakened as nth-grade trash is the masked big shot who smashed a royal cadre with one hammer. Oh my god. I followed the forum to curse him as garbage. I truly deserve to die. Slapping a silver 1-star to the ground with one palm, turns out the guy wasn't even using his main account. Once the main account is activated, even the alien ancestors have to kneel and sing surrender right. So damn cool. This belt, this pose, am getting it tattooed tomorrow. Countless viewers staring at their screens felt a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Their minds went completely blank. Bang! Bang! No! Prince Kaz, as if sensing an extremely terrifying threat, swung its bone scythe and lunged forward. But it was too late. A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, tearing the crimson clouds overhead into shreds. Countless fragments of energy like stained glass rapidly reassembled around Qin Bei's body. Clang! Amidst the metallic clash, a set of domineering blood-red heavy armor shimmering with dark gold demonic runes completely enshrouded him. Qin Bei stood amidst the pool of blood, his yellow compound eyes gleaming with cold light. He cracked his neck, the metallic, grinding sound grating. Old thing, earlier did you say you wanted to use me as an appetizer? A pillar of dark, crimson, demonic imperial force shot into the sky, shattering the blood-colored clouds above. The blood-red heavy armor on Qin Bei's body was still dusted with volcanic ash from the molten giant he had battled the night before. He shrugged his shoulders, and the metallic joints in his neck emitted a series of crisp, clicking sounds. Thud! An extremely dull, heavy boom echoed. Beneath the arena, the ordinary alien races and lower-tier Fangire, who had just crawled out of the spatial rift. The instant this tyrannical bone-deep imperial pressure swept across them, their kneecaps let out a brittle, strained crack as a vast swath of them collapsed to the ground. Growl! Several mutated beasts, previously rampaging with fury, now cowered with their necks tucked in, lying in the muddy water. Their front legs desperately clutched their furry heads, not daring to steal even a single glance at Qin Bei. Thighs feeling. Lin Tao shivered uncontrollably on the ground, steam still rising from the bloody wound on his shoulder. He felt that this youth clad in blood-red armor was even more demonic than the monster in the sky. Chu Kuang couldn't even form a complete sentence, pressing his blood-smeared face tightly against the icy cold floor. This isn't right. How could he be that person? Chu Kuang muttered in despair, swallowing the broken fragments of his teeth along with the bloody saliva. You're the one who crushed RK to death at Longhai No. One high school last night. The bishop floated midair, the dense patterns on his stained glass face beginning to tremble violently. That old dog Situ Chankong clearly said you were just a piece of trash who awakened a scrap iron bat. Qin Bei grinned casually, kneading his own slightly sore shoulder. He took down the purple whistle, crackling with lightning from the right side of his belt, weighing it in his hand. Old man, it seems the intel from your insider was full of holes. You didn't even bother to get the full picture of my background, yet you dared to bring this motley crew of rotten potatoes and stinky bird eggs to crash the party. Qin Bei breathed a puff of air onto his black gauntlet and polished it. Today let's settle all old and new scores together. The bishop stared at the lightning flickering whistle, feeling a chill run down the back of his neck. He had seen exactly how miserably RK died last night through the energy monitoring device. It was a gruesome scene where even the head was smashed into the ground. Number 2. Number 3. What the hell are you waiting for? The bishop, completely panicked, pointed at Qin Bei below and shrieked hysterically in a raspy voice. Send everyone. Use the suicide soldiers to swarm him. Number 3, go now. Number 3, who had just crawled out of the glass debris, clutched his collapsed chest, his legs trembling like a cotton string being plucked. Boss, I can't move. My legs. They won't obey me. Number 3's voice carried a sob. That imperial pressure had nearly frozen his bloodline. Useless waste. The bishop cursed loudly. Without a moment's hesitation, his form flickered as he retreated directly toward the black spatial rift behind him. He was going to run. Any genius list, any mission. It was all nonsense in the face of death. Prince Katz, stop him for me. This kid's blood is also a great tonic. The bishop yelled at the green giant mantis in the sky as he shrank back into the rift. Useless blood clan. Prince Katz let out a disdainful growl, swinging his bone scythe fiercely. Still, this human's flesh is indeed intriguing. Over a dozen Fangire suicide soldiers in dark silver armor under the bishop's forceful command lunged down madly. They bared their fangs and even began to burn their own life force, transforming into clusters of black-red blood mist. In the way, Qin Bei sneered coldly. He couldn't even be bothered to parry Prince Katz's bone scythe. He slightly bent his legs, and the alloy floor beneath his feet cracked with a sound, splitting open 2 fissures over 10 meters long. Bang! His entire body, like a rocket with its thrusters ignited, turned into a dark crimson blur, shooting into the sky. His speed was so great it left a long trail of white sonic boom clouds in the air. Stop him! Stop him now! The bishop had half his body inside the spatial rift, stomping his feet in panic. 5 suicide soldiers fearlessly charged Hiden towards Qin Bei. The bone spikes in their hands were already pressed against Qin Bei's front chest plate. Get lost. Qin Bei let out a brutal, guttural roar in midair. He didn't even lift his hand, letting the bone spike stab into his dark, golden, demonic-patterned breastplate. Clang. Clatter. Sparks flew everywhere. Those bone spikes capable of piercing steel plates snapped like plastic straws the moment they touched the chest plate. Meanwhile, the force of Qin Bei's charge was unimpeded. Using his own breastplate, he smashed those 5 suicide soldiers into a cloud of spraying blood mist. This defense. What the hell kind of monster is this? The bishop inside the rift had his eyes nearly popping out, scrambling desperately deeper. Only one last step remained. His legs were beginning to fade, about to be teleported back to headquarters through the spatial turbulence. You think you can run from me? Qin Bei's hoarse metallic chuckle suddenly rang out in the bishop's ear. The bishop spun his head around abruptly. He saw that man in the blood-colored armor had somehow already appeared at the rift's opening. He reached out his 2 palms covered in dark crimson metal. Without any spiritual energy, with sheer brutal force, he plunged his hands into the edges of the spatial rift that was about to close. You? What are you trying to do? The bishop's voice turned completely shrill. Rip. Qin Bei didn't answer. The yellow compound eyes on his forehead visor burst with blinding light, and a low, deep roar rumbled from his throat. His hands suddenly tore outward, before the disbelieving eyes of billions of human viewers and all the alien races. The 1,000-meter-wide rift, torn open by the combined efforts of the bishop and insectoid technology, filled with raging spatial turbulence, was actually by this youth in the old-school uniform, using the most primal and brutal physical force. Torn to pieces. Alive. Boom. The laws of space collapsed in an instant, and the wild black turbulence directly twisted the surrounding clouds into nothingness. Ah! The bishop screamed miserably. His half-phased body was forcibly dragged back from the chaotic void by Qin Bei. He was held firmly by the neck by Qin Bei, flailing weakly in the air like a dead fish. Old man, looks like your midnight snack is going to be ruined. Qin Bei grinned beneath his visor. His dark, golden vertical pupils locked firmly onto the bishop, who was already scared out of his wits, in his grasp. Bang! The bishop's once impeccable white suit had been reduced to tatters. Qin Bei hauled him out of the spatial fissure with a single hand, as if he were nothing more than a leaden sandbag. He crashed onto the alloy floor strewn with rubble and blood. A choking gush of foul green blood erupted from the bishop's stained glass face. He rolled across the ground several times. Even his gold-rimmed glasses flew into a puddle. Clutching his crushed neck with vice-like hands, he uttered a bestial pig-like scream. Kazi! Prince Kazi! Kill him! Strike now! The long-ignored insect Prince Kazi flared. The 2 glossy green compound eyes had swollen into furious red. Its pair of truck-thick bone sides scraped through the air, emitting a teeth-grinding metallic shriek. Human scum! How dare you defy me, die! Prince Kazi roared, its vast body congealed into an inky, poisonous gale. 2 steaming colossal bone scythes descended upon the unguarded back of Qin Bei's head with murderous force. The scythes tore the air open with a raw, piercing howl. Bei, behind you. There's a huge bug at your back. Su Pengzi in the stands thumped his thigh in a panic, palm slick with oil sweat, head even torn his pants. Lin Qingxue cried out, her face paler than snow. Qin Bei did not turn his head. He did not so much as make a movement to dodge, only the corner of his mouth quirked. The 2 razor bone sides closed to within 10 centimeters of the back of his skull. A crisp system chime detonated deep within his mind. Ding. High concentration energy threat detected. Dangerous fluctuation exceeded. Demon Emperor armament system auto-upgraded. Congratulations, host. Kiva 3 form unlocked. A low hum thrummed through the air. The magnificent king's belt at Qin Bei's waist erupted in 3 interwoven blinding hues: midnight blue, spectral green, and abyssal purple. 3 utterly distinct energy waves, like volcanic eruptions, burst from his body. Boom. The 2 bone scythes, meeting that tempest of force, struck it as if upon a searing steel plate, rebounding with a violent jolt. Prince Kazi's colossal bulk wavered midair and staggered back 3 great paces before regaining balance. What? What trick is this? It's changing color. Li Feng gaped from the stands, incredulous, snatching at the parched skin at his lip. Qin Bei's blood-red armor was transformed in an instant. The left half of his body and arm ran deep somber navy, a guru wolf head relief rising on the shoulder. The right half became a sleek, eerie green, plating its surface patterned with Baxia's fish scale motifs. Most uncanny of all was his breastplate. The scarlet bat totem had become a heavy somber purple, its face shot through with Dega hammer thunder runes that crackled across the metal. 3 colors in unison. Strange, brutal, oppressive. The pressure rose until it seemed to touch the ceiling. Sire, Kivit on the belt cried out in delirious excitement. This 3-0, my adrenaline's about to rot the core gears. Delicious, utterly intoxicating. Qin Bei curled his fist. In his left hand blue light flared, and the Garuru holy sword manifested from nothing. In his right hand a green radiance welled, and the Basha Mylin spear materialized in his palm. Behind him a 10-meter-tall Dega heavy hammer phantasm seethed into being, exuding destructive purple thunder light as it slowly coalesced. 3 divine weapons rose in unison. Impossible. Prince Kazi stared at the tricolored armor as panic warped its voice. How can a single man possibly command the primal forces of 3 different races at once? On my turf, Qin Bei said, turning his head, the yellow compound eyes beneath his mask gleaming with cruelty. I am the rule. He lifted both hands, sword left, spear right, and the phantom hammer behind him drove down with crushing intent. Fire. There was no ornate probing. Qin Bei's arms whipped. Swish. The Garuru sword unleashed thousands of azure crescent sword airs in an instant. They merged into a blue supersonic storm of blades that swept the entire arena. The alien warriors crawling from the fissure couldn't even utter a scream. They were cleaved into a rain of flying shreds midair. Meanwhile, Qin Bei's right-hand Basha Mylin spear erupted in a frenzied barrage. High-pressure condensed green tracking rounds fell like a torrential downpour, unerringly latching onto every alien's crown. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive impacts cracked like bursting melons. Above, the Dega hammer phantasm, guided by Qin Bei's will, came crashing down with relentless force. 80. Ring after ring of purple supergravity waves radiated outward in concentric circles from the arena's center. The winged aliens caught in midair could not even flap. The heavy gravity waves smashed them from the sky, slamming them into the ground and compressing them into indistinguishable puddles of bloody mire. The 3 supreme forces wove a vast net of annihilating firepower. The earth shook, the sky rent. The arena's alloy floor collapsed inch by inch beneath the horrific bombardment. In less than half a minute, the thousands of high-tier alien troops that had once blotting out the sun and surrounded them were cleansed utterly by that cataclysmic storm. A viscous, rank-smelling blood rain began to pour over the arena. Prince Kaz's massive body was struck by all 3 forces at once. Crack! The supposedly cannon-proof dark green carapace instantly webbed with fine fractures. Viscous dark green ichor dripped from the fissures, hissing corrosive fumes upon the alloy floor. With a heavy thump, it half-kneeled, propping itself with trembling bone sides, body racked with pain. You? What kind of monster are you? Prince Kazi lifted its murky compound eyes, its voice shook from the core of its soul. This defies all reason. Qin Bei slowly sheathed the left sword and the right spear. He stepped through the blood-sodden mire without haste and approached Prince Kazi. He nudged the severed insect thigh on the ground with his boot. At my table, Qin Bei said, grinning to reveal a row of stark white teeth. I am the rule. Watching his massive army vanish into thin air, Prince Kaz's compound eyes, originally a lush green, turned a bloodshot crimson. My soldiers. My elites. He knelt on the ground, furiously pounding the earth with his truck-sized bone scythes. You bastard. If you want, give me a way out, then no one gets to live. Prince Kaz's enormous abdomen swelled up like a balloon. From the gaps in his dark green carapace, a blinding green light began to glow, so intense it was impossible to look at. Thick clouds of scalding white smoke spewed from his pores, carrying the stench of rotting meat. Not good. This giant bug is going to self-destruct. In the stands, Thunder Tiger clutched his bleeding arm, his face pale with terror. He cursed at his subordinates beside him. Vice Captain, get the brothers out of here now. The blast could level the entire city. The vice captain scrambled on the ground, crawling frantically towards the passageway. Where do we retreat to, Captain? The passages are all blocked by rubble and alien corpses. Fall back. Everyone get back to the farthest corner. Thunder Tiger roared hoarsely, his voice cracking. The entire stadium descended into chaos, a cacophony of cries and shoves. Ha! Little human, die with me. Prince Kaz let out a hoarse, manic laugh. His colossal body had swollen like a volcano on the verge of eruption. TCH. Qin Bei held his heavy hammer in one hand, looking at the bug that was inflating like a balloon. Can't win, so you blow yourself up. Are you a gas tank reincarnated? Though he was taunting, his brow was tightly knit. The Dark Emperor's bloodline within him churned violently, like a pot of boiling water about to overflow. Hot. It was so hot it felt suffocating. Qin Bei swallowed a mouthful of dusty saliva, feeling his heart pound violently in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat sent a tingling sensation through his bones. The dark gold demonic patterns on his blood-red heavy armor suddenly flared with an intense, blinding red light. Crack! The wolf-head pauldron on his left shoulder split open, unable to withstand the surge of energy from within his body. Your Majesty, Kivat's mechanical voice rang out urgently from the belt, its wings flapping frantically. No good. Your bloodline power is too strong. The basic armor can't hold. The Demon Emperor's power. It's going berserk. Can't hold. Qin Bei snorted coldly, the veins on his hands bulging one by one. If it can't hold, then break it open. He slammed his fist into his own chest plate. Boom. A viscous blood-like dark red pillar of light shot up from his chest straight into the sky. The bright noon sky suddenly darkened. The sun was blotted out as if erased by a giant black hand. In less than 3 seconds, the entire sky above the city was plunged into an impenetrable pitch-black polar night. The sky is dark. Fatty Sue, hiding under a plastic chair in the stands, looked up trembling. Holy shit, did Brother Bei pull the main switch? No. Lin Kingsu's voice trembled in the wind as she pointed upward. Look up there. Everyone raised their heads in unison, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. There beside the torn spatial rift, a huge, eerie full moon radiating a faint, bloody light had materialized out of thin air. A blood moon hung in the sky. Its dark red light fell upon the ruins and blood, carrying a chill that made one's hair stand on end. What kind of damn talent is this? Yi Tianxian huddled under the belly of the golden dragon, his teeth chattering. He can even change the weather? Is this guy even human? Amateurs. Qin Bei grinned in the night wind. He casually stuffed the Garaloo saber and Basha Magnum into his belt. The crimson cape behind him unfurled with a loud snap, billowing in the gale. Qin Bei bent his knees slightly. Bang! The alloy floor beneath him instantly caved in. He transformed into a dark red blur like a meteor shooting upwards. In an instant, he leaped dozens of meters into the air, perfectly aligning himself with the enormous blood-red moon in the sky. Hiss! I'm gonna blow. On the ground, Prince Kiss had expanded to his limit, green mucus even beginning to seep through the cracks in his carapace. Your Majesty. Now. Kivit flew to the ceiling chain on Qin Bei's right leg, biting down hard on the blood-gleaming, awakening whistle. Wake up! The piercing whistle resounded through the polar night. Clink, clink, clink. One by one, the deep purple ceiling chains on Qin Bei's right leg snapped from the sound, revealing the golden batwing armor underneath. A massive surge of dark red Demon Emperor's power, like a swarm of frenzied vampire bats, gathered crazily around Qin Bei's right foot. The energy was so immense that visible black cracks appeared in the space around his right foot. This power. Thunder Tiger watched from the ground, his eyes nearly popping out, the muscles around his mouth twitching. This is already beyond the gold grade limit, isn't it? Second brother, look at the sky. An alien soldier lying in a pool of blood grabbed the corner of his companion's robe, his voice trembling. Is that the Grim Reaper? His companion couldn't even utter a word, rolled his eyes, and fainted from fear. In midair, Qin Bei looked down from his vantage point at the gas tank below, glowing green and on the verge of exploding. He stomped his right foot in the void. Are you ready? Qin Bei's voice echoed through the night sky, like muffled thunder from within his armor. To receive my kick. Big Mantis. A high-pitched bat screech, almost piercing the heavens, suddenly tore through the pitch-black night. Stepping on the red light of the blood moon, Qin Bei transformed into a dark red meteor, kicking downwards towards the crazily expanding Prince Kaz. No, this is impossible. In Prince Kaz's green compound eyes, twisted terror finally emerged. Its 2 enormous bone sickles, larger than trucks, frantically swung towards its own head. I am the insectoid prince. I will drag you down with me. It screamed hysterically, the green light on its abdomen shining at its limit. Die, you giant mantis. Qin Bei sneered as the dark red energy on his right foot transformed into a heavy black mountain the moment it neared the ground. Boom. An indescribable nuclear explosion erupted fiercely at the center of the arena. The entire bird's nest arena shook violently, and the surrounding stands collapsed in chunks. The raging wind swept up debris, tearing open the spatial rift in the sky even wider. The self-destructing green light stored to its limit by Prince Kaz was ready to unleash. At the instant it came into contact with the violent, dark, golden magic emperor power on Qin Bei's right leg, it couldn't even hold for a second. It was like boiling water splashed on a soft snow, emitting a series of piercing, sizzling sounds. The brutal, self-destructing energy was frantically devoured and disintegrated by the magic emperor power. Oh, my origin, my body. Prince Kaz let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. It watched helplessly as its hard shell shattered inch by inch under the pressure of this power. Shut it back in. Qin Bei roared inwardly. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples. He could feel the residual power of Kaz's self-destruction spilling out wildly. If it detonated here, not only would the fatty Sioux in the stands be finished, but the entire city would suffer as well. Hold it down. Qin Bei stomped down hard. He exerted force with his legs, forcefully controlling the destructive shockwave within the confines of the alloy arena. Boom. The alloy floor instantly sank underfoot, shards of iron and sand spraying upwards like fireworks. Captain, hold on. The vice-captain desperately pressed his back against a broken steel beam in the corner of the stands. If this aftershock comes, we will all turn to charcoal today. Shut up. I know. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, unleashing all his spiritual power to raise a thin shield in front of him. His large eyes fixated on the center of the arena, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching. This kid. He actually forced down the self-detonation of a golden tier. This is insane. This is simply beyond human capability. Bei go. Fatty Sioux wiped the mud off his face, still chewing on half a piece of popcorn that had been knocked away. Slow down. My little heart is about to jump out. Lin Qingxue leaned against the broken wall, watching the swirling dark red light, her palms drenched in sweat. She could feel the power within. Qin Bei was crushing that insect into the ground at an unreasonable speed. Roar. The final scream of Prince Kaz was completely drowned out by a muffled roar. The entire alloy arena was directly kicked into a bottomless black pit by Qin Bei's foot. The violent wind gradually calmed down. The dust and blood rain fell to the ground, forming a thick, sticky layer. In the sky, the blood-red full moon's radiance gradually dimmed. The polar night slowly receded, and the piercing sunlight once again illuminated the chaotic arena. Cough, cough. Qin Bei, with one hand in his pocket, walked out from the edge of the deep pit. The metal armor on his right leg emitted a series of clicking mechanical sounds, clearly heating up. Ding. High-level insectoid origin detected. Automatic absorption. Energy conversion in progress. Experience points skyrocketing. Listening to the system's continuous notifications in his mind, Qin Bei comfortably stretched his neck. Golden 2-star done. He dusted off his shoulders, the silver bat mask glimmering coldly in the sunlight. He looked down at the deep pit that was over 10 meters wide. The pit was empty. Not a trace of insect bones remained. The Kaz, whose size was comparable to a small mountain, had left not a single green insect hair. It had been directly kicked by Qin Bei into the most primitive molecular state, completely disappearing from this world. Slurp. Qin Bei swallowed under the mask, feeling that the flavor of this takeout was quite to his liking. He turned his head, his dark yellow massive compound eyes coldly sweeping over not far away. There the bishop slumped in a pool of blood. The colorful glass face was shattered into large pieces, losing all luster. He looked at the bottomless black pit, and then at the expressionless Qin Bei walking over. The whole person trembled like a drowned dog soaked in ice water for 3 days. Kaz. Prince Kaz. Just like that is gone. The bishop's voice was sharp, filled with uncontrollable terror. You actually kicked it to death. Qin Bei did not answer. He held the Dega heavy hammer, dripping with green blood. Unhurriedly, he stopped 3 meters in front of the bishop. The heavy hammer dragged a dazzling spark across the alloy floor, emitting a sizzling sound. He leaned slightly forward, the cold mask nearly touching the bishop's face. The giant mantis is done. Qin Bei grinned under the mask, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Next is it your turn, you colorful glass cup. The tricolored energy armor of dark blue, ghostly green, and deep purple shattered with a faint crackling sound, reverting to its original blood-red hue. Qin Bei exhaled a long breath. Scorching hot sweat sprayed from the vents on either side of his visor, carrying a pungent, smoky stench of fire and rust. He flexed his left wrist and clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Ha, he yawned. Though the triple combination form was ferocious, the sheer explosive force had left his bones aching with a dull numbness. He slowly floated up from the 10-meter-deep crater, landing steadily in the muddy water. His boots crunched against fragments of bone and shell casings, producing a grating metallic squeal. Qin Bei turned his head, his massive compound yellow eyes locking directly onto the bishop cowering in the corner. Don't come near me. The bishop shrank behind a pile of stinking trash bins, trembling like a drenched stray dog left in icy water for 3 days. His once noble and elegant stained glass face was now covered in large shattered cracks, utterly devoid of luster. A stream of murky yellow liquid trickled down the leg of his expensive white trousers, staining the rain-soaked ground. He had wet himself. This royal powerhouse who had schemed in the shadows of Longhai City for over a decade had been so terrified by Qin Bei's kick that he pissed his pants live before billions of viewers worldwide. Old man, weren't you pretty cocky on the phone earlier? Qin Bei dragged his hammer, still crackling with arcs of electricity, step by step toward him. Didn't you say you wanted my head? Alive or dead, I want the body. Tu was joking. The bishop pressed himself desperately into the wall crevice, breaking his fingernails. Don't kill me. I'm a bishop of the royal clan. I command tens of thousands of death warriors. I can give you money. A fortune. Money. Qin Bei stopped looking down at him. I hate it when people talk money with me. So vulgar. He bent down and his hand covered in dark red metal barbs shot out. He grabbed the bishop's white collar tightly, lifting the 200-pound monster off the ground like a plucked dead chicken. His feet dangled in the air. Ugh. Let me go. The bishop kicked his legs frantically, trying to pry off Qin Bei's gauntlet. But the gauntlet was like a steel hydraulic clamp. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge even a finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In midair, the dozens of high-definition broadcast drones that had been aimed at the arena. Now, like flies drawn to a stench, they buzzed and zoomed in on the bishop's blood-smeared pig-like face. The red indicator lights on the cameras flickered wildly. Billions of people around the globe were glued to their screens, forgetting to breathe. I know the media from Dragon Capital are all filming this. Qin Bei turned his head, grinning at the nearest drone camera. His voice, filtered through the mask, carried a low metallic tremor that rattled the eardrums. Perfect timing. Today let's host a little warm-up show for all of humanity. He turned back, his large palms slapping hard against the bishop's stained glass face. The force was immense. It sent the bishop's few remaining teeth flying out of his mouth. Speak. Qin Bei's gaze turned icy, the dark gold in his vertical pupils shimmering like shards of frost. Who let you in? Who gave you that list of geniuses? At these words, the bishop's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He instinctively looked up at the top-floor VIP box sealed behind bulletproof glass. I can't say. His lips quivered, his voice barely a whisper. If I talk, the king won't spare me. My entire clan will be exterminated. If you don't talk now, I'll exterminate your clan right here. Qin Bei didn't hesitate. He pressed down hard on the bishop's collar. Bang! The back of the bishop's head slammed into the alloy floor, leaving a dent and splattering blood. Speak. The name. I want to hear a name. Qin Bei straddled him, raising his left fist encased in a deep blue arm guard. On the surface of his fist, a ghostly blue storm was gathering with fury, causing the glassy patterns on the bishop's face to screech in agony. He'll talk. He'll talk. Faced with absolute mortal terror, the bishop's pitiful shred of loyalty crumbled to dust. He gasped for air, his eyes squeezed shut, and roared with all his might. It's one of you. One of you humans. Say the name. I don't want to hear crap. Qin Bei's fist hovered less than a centimeter from his nose. High above in the VIP box, Grand Chancellor Sidu Changkong's face was as white as paper. He gripped the leather armrest so hard that his nails dug into the flesh, drawing thick blood, yet he felt no pain. Grand Chancellor Sidu. The bishop opened his mouth, barely uttering these words. Crack. A crisp, abrupt sound of bone breaking exploded in the empty field. The bishop's words died instantly. In a microsecond, the light in his blood-red vertical pupils faded completely. You? Two hoarse, broken sounds escaped the bishop's throat. Qin Bei didn't even turn his head, his expression unchanged. His dark red left hand gently squeezed down on the bishop's Adam's apple. Ding! Detected high-grade alien royal essence. System devouring initiated. Boom! A pitch-black vortex of devouring erupted instantly in Qin Bei's palm. Before the eyes of billions of online viewers, the bishop's once plump body withered and desiccated at a nauseating speed. In just 2 or 3 seconds, an alien overlord who had entrenched himself in Longhai City for over a decade was drained into a stark white mummy. A gust of wind blew, scattering him into gray-white bone dust across the ground. Not a trace left. Burp. Qin Bei pushed off his knees and stood up. He casually brushed the bone ash off his school uniform pants, curling his lip at the tilted broadcast drone hovering in midair. Tisk. He rubbed his wrist and muttered sheepishly, sorry, my hand slipped. Couldn't hold back. A fine layer of white ash carpeted the ground, swirling and scattering in the wind. The drone's camera jolted violently as it zoomed in on Qin Bei's face, shaking twice, its red recording light flickering erratically. The scent of blood hung thick and acrid across the stadium. Across the entire internet, live chat froze in stunned silence. A full half-minute passed before the floodgates burst open, torrents of commentary surging forth like a dam collapsing. The Grand Chancellor. Did I hear that right? Did that monster just say Grand Chancellor? Damn, that old traitor Simu. He'd dare conspire with alien races. This is a live broadcast. Billions are watching. This scandal is colossal. No wonder our distress signals failed to transmit, and why the city defense forces remained eerily silent. Accusations and curses erupted instantly across every streaming platform. Though the high priest had spoken only half a sentence, Qin Bei had already silenced him, permanently and physically. Yet those 3 words carried unbearable weight. High above in the VIP skybox, bulletproof glass still bore splatters of green alien blood from the earlier impact. Simu Changkong reclined deep within a leather sofa. That familiar benevolent smile, so often seen on television, had vanished entirely from his aged face. It was now deathly pale, bleached white like a cadaver freshly lifted from formaldehyde. His gaze locked onto the lone youth below, standing casually with one hand tucked into his pocket. The muscles along his jaw twitched uncontrollably. How dare he? A guttural broken rasp escaped Simu Changkong's throat. In his grip, a crystal highball glass shattered with a sharp crack, crushed to fragments by sheer force. Shards of glass pierced his palm. Blood dripped steadily from between his fingers, yet he felt no pain, only terror. He hadn't known this sensation in decades. This wasn't how the script was written. He had orchestrated everything flawlessly, using alien forces to purge the unruly prodigies, then descending himself as the savior flanked by his elite guard to harvest the ruins. So where had this boy emerged from? Not only had he shattered Simu's grand design, but he nearly exposed his darkest secrets before the entire world. The Chancellor. The public outcry is spiraling beyond control. The balding, portly elder, normally obsessed with hoarding talent, now wiped greasy sweat from his brow as he leaned tremblingly close to Simu Changkong, voice quavering. Media hotlines are being flooded. The headquarters switchboard is overwhelmed. They're all demanding answers. Did you deliberately let the aliens in? Silence. Simu Changkong whirled around like an old wolf whose tail had been stepped on. The venom in his eyes forced the elder to choke back the rest of his sentence. What is there to panic about? Gritting his teeth, Simu snatched a napkin and roughly wiped blood and glass shards from his hand. He took 2 deep breaths, forcing down the rising tide of guilt and dread. A nameless upstart. Does he truly believe he can challenge an elder like me? He surged upright, kicking aside the obstructing coffee table. Issue my personal decree. The first elite guard, full combat readiness. Follow me down. Today this black stain must be irrevocably branded upon that boy's name. On the arena floor, Qin Bei retrieved the mechanical bat, now shrunk back to its original form, and tossed it lightly in his palm twice before tucking it away. Then he rolled his neck, bones cracking sharply. Hic! Unable to suppress it, he let out another fiery, sulphurous belch. The high priest's essence tasted markedly purer than those of the lesser soldiers he'd consumed moments before. He could feel his spiritual energy swelling, rising steadily, nearing the threshold of platinum-tier cultivation. Brother Bei. Su Fatso limped forward on a broken leg, hauling himself out of the rubble. His prized Xuanjia tortoise shield lay shattered, reduced to a brittle web-like ruin. What technique was that? Swallowing hard, Su Fatso stared at Qin Bei, not just with awe, but with a tremor of fear. You turned a living being, no, a living alien, into ash. Lin Qingshui approached, too leaning on others for support. She said nothing, only watched Qin Bei with a gaze both icy and intensely probing. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of monster. Qin Bei scratched his head, coughing awkwardly. I've always had a robust appetite and an exceptionally efficient digestive system. Besides, he gestured toward the pile of white ash at his feet. Were we supposed to keep him for the new year? Scum like him doesn't deserve even the dignity of a proper execution. As the group spoke, a deafening roar split the sky. Boom, roar. Not one aircraft, but dozens of heavy military transports. They descended like a murder of black crows tearing through the lingering crimson clouds. A vast oppressive shadow fell directly over the arena. Bay doors yawned open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Steel cables dropped vertically. Hundreds of soldiers clad in matte black-powered armor descended along the cables. Energy rifles glowing cobalt blue in their hands, landing with rain-like precision around the ring. Their movements were flawless, disciplined, synchronized. The instant their boots struck the ground, every rifle barrel snapped into perfect unison, aiming unwavering at Qin Bei, standing alone amid the wreckage. The air itself congealed, thick with tension and the acrid tang of gunpowder. This is the Parliament's direct elite guard, A spectator cried out from the stands. They arrive now. After the aliens are already dead, Qin Bei narrowed his eyes, surveying the hundreds of dark, gleaming muzzles encircling him, silent, unmoving. He didn't speak. Slowly, deliberately, he withdrew his hand from his pocket, where a thread of violet lightning coiled and crackled at his fingertips. The crowd parted. Simu Changkong strode forward, flanked by elite high-rank guards, stepping over crushed flesh and glittering shards of glass. His ancient face now wore an expression of profound sorrow and righteous fury. Qin Bei. Before Qin Bei could utter a word, Simu Changkong seized the initiative, jabbing a finger straight at Qin Bei's chest, his voice booming like temple bells. You have tremendous audacity. His bandaged hand slashed through the air, spittle flying. As a human awakened, how dare you cultivate such vile alien arts? To devour captives whole, to absorb their very life essence. What distinguishes your atrocities from those of the flesh-eating aliens themselves? That old fox certainly knew how to brand a man with damning labels. In one stroke, he recast Qin Bei's absorption ability as forbidden alien sorcery. Among the stands, ignorant spectators murmured among themselves. Indeed, that footage was deeply unsettling. A normal awakened wouldn't consume people. Could this youth be an alien sleeper agent? Hearing the tide of opinion shift, Simu Changkong's heart finally settled. He exhaled quietly, shoulders lifting with renewed authority. And more. He pressed harder, eyes burning with malice. That Bloodfang high priest had already agreed to expose his accomplices. Yet you murdered him on the spot, to conceal your own collusion with the aliens, and then dared slander this chancellor. Simu grew increasingly impassioned, playing the part of a loyal servant who would sacrifice all for the Federation. You are a blight upon humanity. He whirled sharply toward his armed guard, issuing a cold final command. Seize him. If he resists, execute him on sight. Click-clack. Click-clack. Hundreds of energy rifles chambered simultaneously. Blinding cobalt light flared at each muzzle, coalescing into lethal intensity. Holy hell, that wretched old bastard has no shame. Su Fatso roared, lunging forward, only to be yanked back by Qin Bei's firm grip. Lin Qingshui trembled with fury. Chancellor Simu, you're slandering him outright. Qin Bei saved us. Silence. Simu Changkong sneered. Child, what do you know? This boy has clearly been brainwashed by aliens. Anyone who speaks for him today shares his guilt. Desperation. True, absolute desperation. Surrounded by hundreds of high-energy rifles, even a platinum-tier cultivator would be riddled with holes in seconds. But at the center of that lethal crossfire, Qin Bei suddenly laughed. Loudly, wildly, unrestrained. His laughter echoed across the cavernous arena, a sound that raised gooseflesh and chilled the marrow. Old fox. He ceased laughing, brushing away tears with the back of his hand. Your skill at turning blame against its source surpasses even the thickness of your own wrinkled hide. He slowly raised his right hand. Boom! A colossal violet-black warhammer materialized in his palm, appearing from nowhere, immense and terrifying. Purple lightning shrieked across its head. A wave of raw, apocalyptic destruction swept the arena. Soldiers staggered backward, ranks fracturing under the sheer pressure. Well, what do you think you're doing? Simu Changkong flinched, violently ducking behind his guards. What am I doing? Qin Bei hoisted the DGO warhammer onto his shoulder. Why, of course. I'm going to crush you vermin into bloody pulp. His eyes hardened, muscles tensing as he prepared to swing. Suddenly, boom! A thunderclap erupted from the heavens, hundreds of times louder than any natural storm. I'll see who dares lay a finger upon him. That voice carried sovereign golden imperial authority, tangible, overwhelming, crashing down upon the entire arena like divine judgment. The elite guards never even reached for their triggers, crushed instantly to their knees by the sheer weight of that presence. Their rifles clattered to the ground. Even Simu Changkong collapsed, legs buckling, landing hard in a pool of crimson. Qin Bei tilted his head upward. His amber compound eyes narrowed slightly. He watched the towering figure descending slowly from the sky, then curled his lips into a faint, knowing smile. Oh, so my patron arrives rather promptly this time. Boom. The alloy steel beam of the ceiling shattered under the impact. A burly figure like a blazing golden meteor slammed down from the sky. The landing was precise. It struck exactly the open space between Qin Bei and the guard squad. The shockwave sent the nearest soldiers tumbling, rolling several times before they stopped. As the dust settled, the man wore a crisp dark green military uniform with 3 gold stars on his epaulets, dazzling the eyes. His temples were streaked with white, and his square face was as dark as a pot bottom. Shinshingha, the supreme marshal of the Human Federation. He wore no armor and carried no weapons. He stood with his hands behind his back like an insurmountable iron tower. The king-level killing intent forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood pricked at everyone's skin like needles. The kneeling captain of the guard felt as if his breath was about to stop. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to look up. Marshal. Slap. Without even glancing at him, Shin delivered a backhanded slap. The sound was sharp, echoing through the empty arena. The guard captain's face instantly swelled into a pig's head, and his helmet flew off. He spun twice on the ground, spat out 2 bloody molars, and collapsed. Who gave you the nerve to point a gun at him? Shunzing's voice was low, but it carried an undeniable fury. When I was fighting tooth and nail against the aliens at the border, you were still in diapers. He whirled around, his eagle-like eyes fixed on Situ Changkong, who was lying in a pool of blood. Grand Speaker. These 3 words were gritted through Shunzing's teeth. Your act was quite convincing. Situ Changkong shuddered under that gaze, scrambling backward on his hands and feet. His expensive custom suit was stained with the alien's green blood and mud. Shun? Marshal Shun, what is the meaning of this? He stiffened his neck, trying to muster the authority of a grand speaker, but his voice trembled violently. This kid practices evil arts and killed people in public. He's a monster. Are you protecting him to rebel? Rebel? Shin Xinghe let out a scoff, his contempt undisguised. He walked step by step towards Situ Changkong. His military boots crunched on the broken glass. The aliens tore open a spatial rift and went on a killing spree right under Dragon City's nose. Thousands of elite seedlings were nearly butchered. You, as the Grand Speaker, hold the highest defense authority in Dragon City. Shin Xinghe stopped in front of Situ Changkong, looking down at him. Where were you then? Playing dead? Cutting the network? Or just watching the show? Situ Changkong's face turned pale in an instant. His lips moved, trying to defend himself, but no words came out. He knew this old soldier had seen through something. If it weren't for this kid stepping up today, it would have been a mass grave. Shin Xinghe spun around, pointing at Qin Bei. His finger trembled slightly. He is the hero who saved Dragon City. Instead of rewarding him, you came to arrest him. Shin Xinghe laughed in bitter fury. Situ, you old scoundrel, do you really think everyone is blind to your dirty schemes? These words ignited an uproar among the survivors in the stands. Holy shit. So that's it. That old bastard did it on purpose. Fatty Su jumped up in excitement, only to wince from his wounds, yet he still cursed loudly. That bastard was trying to kill by proxy. What a scumbag. Lin Qingxue clenched her fists, her cold eyes blazing with fury. Marshal Shun is right. Qin Bei is our savior. They can't take him away. Public opinion, like dry kindling, ignited into a raging inferno. Situ Changkong watched the furious crowd, cold sweat pouring down his back. He knew the game was completely lost. Fine. Just find Shin Xinghe. He forced himself up from the ground, pointing at Shin Xinghe and Qin Bei in a rage. You're willing to defy federal law to protect a heretic. They'll take this to the Supreme Court. Suit yourself. Shin Xinghe pulled a cigar from his breast pocket and bit down on it. His adjutant quickly lit it. Shin Xinghe took a deep drag, blowing a thick cloud of smoke into Situ Changkong's face. I'm telling you this now. From this moment on, Qin Bei is under the absolute protection of the military. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on his head, Shin Xinghe flicked his ashes, voice icy. They'll send their entire family to fill the trenches at the border. Situ Changkong trembled with rage. But he knew Shin Xinghe was a madman who meant every word. Moreover, the millions of armed soldiers in the military were no pushovers. Let's go. He gritted his teeth, glaring venomously at Qin Bei. Leading his humiliated guards, he scrambled out of the arena like a pack of beaten dogs. A great crisis had been resolved so dramatically. Qin Bei stood still, stowing the dark purple Dega heavy hammer back into his belt. He deactivated his transformation, and the crimson armor dissipated into specks of light, revealing his tattered, old-school uniform. He stretched, his bones cracking. Thanks, old man. Qin Bei pulled out the mechanical bat, tossing it in his hand casually. Shin Xinghe turned, his deep gaze falling on Qin Bei. He said nothing, simply studying the youth. Too young, 18 with no background, yet possessing a power that even he, a king-level warrior, found unsettling. That pure violence and the eerie devouring ability. Like an unstable nuclear bomb. Kid. Shin Xinghe spat out his cigar, stepped forward, and extended his calloused hand. He placed it heavily on Qin Bei's shoulder. The force was immense. For an ordinary person, that would have dislocated a shoulder. But Qin Bei didn't even flinch, yawning out of boredom. A flicker of shock passed through Shunzing's eyes. What a monstrous physique. He withdrew his hand, looking at Qin Bei with a complex expression. Your power is dangerous. More dangerous than any alien I've ever seen. Shunxing's voice was low only for the two of them to hear. But, he paused, his tone becoming gravely serious. As long as your heart is with humanity, as long as your blade is swung at those monsters, then I will be your strongest backup. The words were heavy and resolute. It was Shunxing's promise to Qin Bei, or perhaps a gamble. Qin Bei looked up at the grizzled old soldier. His dark eyes held no gratitude or appreciation, only a faint, all-seeing clarity. Backup. Qin Bei grinned, revealing white teeth. He stuffed the mechanical bat into his pocket, turned, and faced away from Xinxingha. Old man, I appreciate the thought. Qin Bei waved a hand, shuffling his feet as he walked out slowly. But I'm used to being free and easy. My backup. He stopped, tilting his head slightly. Has always been my own fists. Xinxingha departed, leading the military forces as they withdrew in a thunderous exodus. The arena was thick with the lingering scent of blood mingling with the acrid sting of medical alcohol. Stretchers were carried in and out in endless lines. The surviving prodigies, once so arrogant, were now utterly deflated like frostbitten eggplants. As Yi Tianxin was carried away, his face was swollen like a purple turnip, too weak even to groan. Qin Bei found a relatively intact chair in a corner of the less collapsed stands and sat down heavily. The chair was sticky with someone's blood. Qin Bei paid it no mind. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, his lungs rattling like a broken bellows. It wasn't from exhaustion. It was from being overstuffed. That last feast had been too intense. The bishop's royal essence combined with the terrifyingly vast insectoid energy of Prince Kaz. These two forces were now like twin nuclear bombs detonating in his dantian. System settle the score, Qin Bei murmured in his mind. With a hum, the pitch-black system panel materialized in his mind. The text was blood red, pulsing wildly. A chime announced the detection of high-tier alien essence. The bishop's essence was analyzed and completed. The extraterrestrial insectoid Prince Kaz's essence was analyzed and completed. The mechanical voice, usually grating, now sounded more melodious than a street vendor hawking fresh fried dough sticks. A boom echoed through his body. It wasn't the pain of a cut, but a swelling ache, as if iron rods were being forced into his bone marrow. His bones began to crackle. Dark red blood vessels bulged like spider webs across his skin before quickly fading. A chime signaled the infusion of energy breaking through the platinum-level barrier. His current realm was Diamond 1 star. Qin Bei's eyes snapped open, nearly biting his tongue. Diamond rank. Had he just broken through that easily? He had slaved away in the wilderness, slaughtering countless beasts just to barely touch the threshold of platinum. Now he had jumped an entire major realm. But before he could celebrate, the red text on the panel continued to scroll. Diamond 2 star, Diamond 5 star, Diamond 9 star. The torrent of energy surged like a rabid dog on a rampage. A chime detected excess energy, automatically assaulting the star-level barrier. A crack sounded in his mind as if something had shattered. It felt like the oppressive thunder of a long summer finally splitting the clouds. Clear. Exhilarating. His current realm was half-step star. The panel finally stopped. Qin Bei leaned back, gasping for air. Sweat dripped from his forehead, stinging his eyes. He wiped his face, his hand covered in mud and grime. If those old fogies outside knew about this upgrade speed, they'd probably be so mad they'd pull their own life support. Qin Bei grinned, revealing stark, white teeth. Half-step star. In a small place like Longhai City, this strength was enough to dominate, even forcing diamond rank masters like Lei Ju to steer clear. Even in the dragon capital, this was a level fit for the Council of Elders. And with his Dark Emperor bloodline boost, killing above his rank was as easy as drinking water. But it wasn't over. The text on the panel changed again. A chime announced the completion of body reconstruction. The host was granted the insectoid passive talent Supreme Regeneration. The host was granted the royal passive talent, high-grade magic resistance. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow, looking down at his hand, which had been cut by rubble during the fight. A gash several centimeters long was visibly closing. The flesh at the wound's edge writhed and grew as if alive. In just 2 seconds, the wound vanished without a trace, leaving skin as smooth as a peeled egg. Interesting. Qin Bei rubbed the spot with his thumb. Isn't this like being an unkillable cockroach? With this supreme regeneration, he could recklessly trade blows in future fights. As for the high-grade magic resistance, he recalled Lin Kinx's Absolute Zero and Lin Tao's Water Dragon. From now on, those flashy elemental attacks would probably fail even to cool him down. He was a pure mage killer. Your Majesty, your body is now a perfect piece of vibranium. Kivit Bat 3 flew out of the backpack. Its tiny metal wings flapped rapidly as its red electronic eyes scanned Qin Bei. If you were to face a city defense cannon, now your skin wouldn't even break. Stop flattering me. Qin Bei grabbed Kivit, and stuffed it back into the backpack. My clothes stink. Let's finish up so I can go home and shower. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness back into the system space where his Kiva armor was stored. The moment he touched the blood-red heavy armor, a low hum echoed through the space. Qin Bei froze. He saw that the armor once floating serenely had changed. The dark gold rune on its chest spread like a living vine crawling from the breastplate to the pauldrons and gauntlets. Even the sealing chains on the thighs were tainted by this dark gold hue. The entire armor was no longer a simple blood red. It exuded a profound, noble dark gold luster. Qin Bei swallowed hard. He could feel the power within the armor, now over 10 times stronger than before. The oppressive aura even made his own heart race, as if it contained an ancient demon dragon ready to tear through space. Your Majesty, Kivat's voice exploded in his mind, trembling with excitement. This is a sign of evolution. The Emperor form. You're just one spark away from the legendary form that can easily destroy planets. Qin Bei opened his eyes looking at his mud-covered hands. He slowly clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. The Emperor form, huh? He murmured, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That was the ultimate cheat that could annihilate everything in the original Kiva story. If he unlocked it, who on this blue planet could withstand a single blow from his hammer? A timid voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head. Fatty Su limped over with a pale-faced Lin Qingxue beside him. They supported each other standing 2 meters away, their gazes complex. Are you okay? Fatty asked tentatively. Qin Bei stood up and stretched his bones, cracking loudly. What could be wrong? He brushed the dust off his pants and walked over to Fatty. Let's go. I'm hungry. Qin Bei looked at the sky. The sunset was as red as blood. Today's exam is ruined. Don't you owe me that barbecue? Fatty Su wiped the sweat off his face, his bandages slipping all the way to his eyebrows. He grinned, the movement tugging at the wounds on his face, and he hissed in pain as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Got it, Brother Bei. There's plenty of barbecue, but I'm afraid your appetite will eat me out of house and home. Lin Qingxue said nothing, but the chill in her eyes had softened considerably. She gazed at Qin Bei, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her school uniform. The blood-red setting sun at the horizon was glaringly harsh. In the arena, the sirens of ambulances wailed. Federal military personnel were sifting through the scattered remains, searching for any lucky survivors. Qin Bei dug at his ear, shuffled forward in his slippers. Boom! He had barely taken 2 steps when a sudden muffled thunderclap exploded above his head. It rattled his brain, leaving a ringing in his ears. The sky went dark. Not the darkness of sunset, but a pure absolute black, as if a colossal black cloth had been ruthlessly smothered over the heavens. The storm clouds that had nearly dissipated moments ago surged together like mad churning and roaring. The commotion was even greater than when the alien rift had opened. Again, Fatty Su's newly relaxed flesh instantly tensed up. His legs trembled violently as he clung to Qin Bei's arm. Brother Bei, don't these beasts ever stop? My heart can't take it anymore. Lin Qingxue also jerked her head up, instinctively gathering frost chi in her palm. In the stands, the survivors who had just been calmed by the military began screaming again. Run! The aliens are back. The defensive barrier is gone. We're all going to die here. Chaos erupted once more like a pot of boiling porridge. Even the soldiers holding their rifles tightened their grips, their palms slick with sweat. Shen Xinghe had just settled into a military off-road vehicle when he heard the noise. He shoved the door open, furrowed his brow, and craned his neck to stare at the black clouds above. The pressure was immense. So immense that even he, a king-level expert, felt a tightness in his chest. This is definitely not the aura of a blood fong or an insectoid. Shen Xinghe muttered to himself, the fingers holding his cigar trembling slightly. What exactly is? Before he could finish, a low hum resonated. In the center of the black clouds, a massive circular void slowly tore open. A vessel of indescribable enormity, inch by inch, squeezed out of the void. It was pitch black, shaped like a colossal inverted cross. There were no lights, no roar of engines. It hovered silently directly above the arena. Massive, oppressive, like an ancient beast lurking in the depths of the cosmos, gazing down upon this blue planet. Before this vessel, humanity's proud floating aircraft carriers seemed like mere toy models. At that moment, the entire dragon capital fell into a deathly silence. Tens of millions of citizens took to the streets, staring blankly at the sky. Broadcast cameras zoomed in on the vessel, and billions of people worldwide were watching online. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is that an alien spaceship? Is this a sci-fi blockbuster? Are we being invaded by aliens on Blue Star? Panic spread like a plague. Below the vessel, a sharp hiss of air valves sounded. From the bottom of the inverted cross ship, a massive metal ramp slowly descended. A pair of impeccably polished custom-made leather shoes stepped onto the ramp. Baron Nero. He wore an immaculate dark purple tailcoat and a top hat. His pure gold cane tapped out crisp rhythmic clicks on the metal ramp. Behind him, 25 maternal black mechas stood in perfect unison. The mechas' exteriors gleamed with a cold metallic luster, their mechanical eyes glowing red against the dark sky like a row of death's own eyes. Descend. Baron Nero's voice was not loud, but amplified by the ship's speakers, it echoed across the entire arena. The ramp slowly lowered, stopping when it was less than 10 meters from the ground. It hovered. No one dared to even breathe. Shunxing's palms were soaked with sweat. He could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from those black mechas. Each one was no less powerful than a Starlight-level expert. This battle was unwinnable. Humanity was doomed. This was a dimensionality reduction strike. Just as everyone was despairing, waiting for death, Baron Nero adjusted his bow tie and took a deep breath. He did not look at the armies poised for battle, nor at the bodies littering the ground. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the youth in the worn-out school uniform standing amidst the rubble, who was currently picking his ear. Qin Bei looked up and rolled his eyes. Why did this old geezer have to put on such a grand spectacle? In Baron Nero's large, captivating eyes, a surge of fanatical fervor welled up. He knelt on one knee with a heavy thud. His right fist slammed against his chest, producing a dull sound. "Your subject, Nero," the Baron's voice cracked from sheer excitement. It echoed through the empty arena, exploding in the air. "Arrived late to your rescue. Please forgive your emperor." As these words were spoken, not only the audience in the stands, but also the billions of people watching the live broadcast worldwide, their minds instantly went blank. Before anyone could recover, the 25 maternal black combat mechas behind the Baron leaped down from the ramp in unison. With heavy crashes, the massive mechas slammed onto the alloy floor, making the ground tremble. Then these 20 war machines capable of sweeping across the entire blue star. Like a mountain collapsing and a jade pillar toppling, they knelt in perfect synchronization on one knee. Their enormous mechanical heads bowed deeply, all facing Qin Bei's direction. A deafening synthesized voice rang out. "Shadow Empire Advance Guard. Saluting the Dark Emperor." Silence. The whole world fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Fatty Seuss's jaw dropped with an audible click, dislocating. His mouth hung open, drool trickling down his chin as he stared dumbly at Qin Bei beside him. Lin Qingsu's hand trembled, and the frost gathered in her palm, shattered, scattering on the ground. In the distance, the half-smoked cigar fell from Shunxing's mouth. It landed on his military boot, burning a black hole into it without him even feeling the pain. The supreme commander of humanity, his eyes now as wide as brass bells, wore an expression as colorful as a diehouse. "Alien fleet. Emperor." Shunxing's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He looked from the sky-obscuring vessel above to the youth in the tattered school uniform, the one he had just clapped on the shoulder and told, "I've got your back." This kid. What the hell? Shunxingha had never been so speechless in his life. I wanted to be his backup. His backup could blow up the entire Earth. Qin Bei stood there looking at the dark, kneeling crowd before him. He raised a hand and rubbed his throbbing temples. These idiots, he cursed inwardly. Weren't they supposed to have their stealth systems on maximum? This was practically begging to be noticed. "All right." Qin Bei waved a hand, his tone laced with helplessness. "Get up. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves here." Baron Nero rose to his feet, not bothering to dust the dirt from his knees. He flashed a fawning smile at Qin Bei, his pale face creasing into a web of wrinkles. "Your Majesty, I've cranked the ship's stealth system to the max." Nero rubbed his gloves together, his tone dripping with a desire for recognition. Those inferior civilizations' radars didn't detect a thing. "See, isn't that discreet?" A corner of Qin Bei's mouth twitched. "Discreet? You've got an inverted cross big enough to block out a dragon hovering overhead, leading 20 mechs to crash the party. You call that discreet?" Qin Bei waved a hand dismissively. "Enough. Stow that act. Take your men and get back to orbit to await orders." Nero's face stiffened. "But your Majesty, your safety." "Get lost." Qin Bei's eyelids lifted slightly, his voice low. Nero shuddered all over. "Yes, you will be done." Without another word, he led his mech legion and scurried back up the boarding ramp. The warship ascended slowly, merging back into the black clouds until it vanished. The sky blazed bright. In the arena, the deathly silence was finally shattered. 3 days later, the Bird's Nest Arena. The air still reeked of pungent disinfectant. The shattered alloy floor had been hastily patched with steel plates. The surrounding stands were only half repaired, yet 100,000 spectators had filled them once more. To appease public sentiment, the Federation High Command had convened an emergency meeting and decided to restart the national tournament finals. However, on the arena stage, only two figures remained. Qin Bei wore a loose black hoodie, the hood pulled low over his face. His feet were still clad in those plastic slippers. One hand in his pocket, he stood at the center of the ring. Across from him, Yi Tianqin. His once handsome face was now wrapped up like a mummy. The right side of his face was swollen like a steamed bun, yellow fluid seeping through the bandages. Days ago, that kick from the Zerg Prince had nearly crushed him to death. If not for Qin Bei's intervention, even his ashes would be nowhere to be found now. But at this moment, Yi Tianqin's eyes held not a trace of gratitude. Only a venomous resentment so thick it could not be dissolved. Qin Bei. Yi Tianqin spat out the name through clenched teeth, his voice raspy as sandpaper scraping glass. You think you've won? He glared at Qin Bei. Those bloodshot eyes were brimming with bitterness and envy. Glory. Too much glory. These 3 days, the entire Federation, even the whole world. Everyone was talking about Qin Bei. Savior Northwest Hammer King, some even speculated he was a prince from an advanced alien civilization. And him, Yi Tianqin, the former #1 genius of Dragon City, an S-class dragon tamer. Now he was a laughingstock who had wet himself while being trampled by an alien. Online people had turned the video of him getting stomped into countless memes spreading wildly across the web. How could he endure this? Yi Tianqin's hands were trembling. His once-proud Dao heart shattered into dust under Kaz's boot sole. Then beneath the blinding radiance of Qin Bei's glory, it was ground into mud. You're nothing but trash riding on the coattails of alien power. Yi Tianqin pointed at Qin Bei, screaming hysterically. Spittle sprayed onto his bandages. Without that armor, without those aliens backing you up, you're not even fit to tie my shoes. Qin Bei picked his ear. Are you done? He yawned lazily, not even lifting his eyelids. If you're done, let's get this started. I'm in a hurry to grab some barbecue. This utter disregard. It snapped the last frayed thread of reason in Yi Tianqin's mind. You're asking for it. From a gap in his battle armor, he pulled out a syringe filled with a dark red liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it into his thigh. It was the most potent banned drug on the black market, the Mad Dragon Serum. It instantly burned through life force in exchange for several times the berserk strength. Roar! A mournful dragon's cry exploded across the arena. The golden dragon was summoned, but its appearance was now eerily twisted. Its once golden scales had turned a dark crimson, oozing blood. Its eyes were like two blazing ghost fires. The frenzied aura carved white gashes into the steel floor. Young Master Yi has lost his mind. That's a banned substance. Someone in the stands gasped. Shenxing, has seated in the VIP section, furrowed his brow and was about to call a halt. But he glanced at the young man on the stage, hands still in his pockets. He lowered his hand again. Tear him apart. Tear him to shreds. Yi Tianqin pointed at Qin Bei, screaming in madness. He had abandoned even his own life, wanting only to drag Qin Bei into the abyss with him. The berserk golden dragon, like a runaway high-speed train. With the force of annihilation, it opened its massive jaws and lunged straight at Qin Bei. The foul wind blew Qin Bei's hoodie hood back. In the stands, Fatty Sue crushed the empty potato chip bag in his grip. Lin Qingxue also unconsciously leaned forward. But on the stage, Qin Bei didn't even reach for his belt. He didn't even make a move to dodge. He just stood there utterly still, watching the blood-colored dragon hurtling toward him. Qin Bei slowly lifted his head. The stray strands of hair on his forehead were blown back by the gale. He slightly raised his eyelids. Those on jet black pupils. In an instant, they were flooded with a pure, extreme dark gold. Dark golden vertical pupils, cold, savage, devoid of any human emotion. An indescribable pressure originating from the deepest recesses of the soul exploded outward in an instant. No shockwave, no blinding light. But the golden dragon about to bite off Qin Bei's head. The moment it met that gaze, it was as if its very spine had been ripped out. The golden giant dragon had been lunging forward like a rabid dog. Its blood-red eyes gaped like copper bells, foul drool hanging from its fangs. Its demeanor was ferocious, as if it intended to chew Qin Bei to bone and marrow. Yet, just as its great maw drew to within half a meter of Qin Bei's brow, it met Qin Bei's dark golden vertical pupils. A sizzle ran through the air like stepping barefoot onto an electrified wire. The dragon's massive body shuddered violently in midair. Its foreclaws scraped the air in frantic strokes. Abruptly, it slammed on imaginary brakes. The talons gouged 4 long arcs of sparks across the alloy steel plate of the arena. The grating sound made one's teeth ache. The dragon's scales, reddened by forbidden stimulants, seemed to stand on end, as if exploding outward. Like a frightened, bristling alley cat, The thunderous dragon roar was choked off at the throat, forced back, and strangled. It collapsed into a whimper like a street dog guarding its scrap. What's going on? On the stands, the fat man chewing his sausage didn't even notice when the sausage fell to the ground. Did the dragon jam up? A man beside him rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Am I blind? It was so ferocious a moment ago. Why did it suddenly stop attacking? On the arena, the golden dragon's enormous head was pressed flat to the floor. Its fleshy wings hugged either side of its skull like an ostrich cowering after punishment. Where was the frenzy in those blood-red eyes? Only fear remained. Pure soul-deep terror. In the dragon's perception, the being standing before it was no human at all. That dark golden aura resembled a bottomless black hole. Within slept some primeval demon that feasted on divine dragons. One misstep, and it would be devoured clean to the bone. What are you trembling for? Qin Bei, hands thrust into his pockets, looked down at the dragon with hauteur. He did not even shift his feet. He merely tilted his head slightly. His dark golden vertical pupils swept the beast coldly. Weren't you making a fine racket a moment ago? Keep it up then. The golden dragon let out a warped, mournful bleat. Its enormous body trembled all the more. Like a quail stripped and thrown into snow on the coldest day. Then beneath the eyes of 100,000 live spectators and millions watching online, an utterly surreal scene unfolded. Drip, drip. A soft patter of liquid sounded across the deathly silent arena. Down the dragon's thick hind leg a yellowish stream ran. Drop by drop it fell, pooling on the alloy plate into a steaming puddle. A sharp, rank stench quickly spread through the arena. Fuck. Suponzi in the players' seats slumped crooked in his chair. The dragon. Pete. He gaped, pointing at the screen. This is an S-grade beast, and beige scared it into wetting itself with a single look. Lin Qingxue froze as well. A flicker of disbelief flashed through her cold eyes. She knew Qin Bei was powerful, but never imagined it could be this absurd. Not even moving a hand, merely pressing with presence, and a berserk dragon loses control of itself. What monstrous echelon of pressure was this? On the judge's platform, Shenzing's cigar burned down to his fingers. He hissed and quickly flung it away. This brat. Shenzing has stared at the screen, his eyelids twitching. To suppress by bloodline alone to such a degree, what manner of power dwells within him? On the arena, Qin Bei recoiled 2 paces in distaste, pinching his nose. Disgusting. He looked down at the still shivering dragon. With such pitiful courage you dare mimic others and try to bite. Yi Tianqian stood atop the dragon, utterly dumbstruck. His gauze-wrapped face was twisted by shock and humiliation. You? What are you doing? Yi Tianqian drew a barbed alloy whip from his armor, and like a man gone mad lashed the dragon mercilessly. Get up. Tear him apart. You worthless beast. Useless creature. Stand up. The whip opened red wounds across the dragon's scales. But the dragon lay as if dead, pinned to the ground. No matter how Yi Tianqian beat it, it refused to lift its head. It would rather be beaten to death by its master than meet Qin Bei's stark golden gaze. Useless. Qin Bei watched the frenzied Yi Tianqian and yawned. It is wiser than you get knows what suicide is. Those words cut into Yi Tianqian like a knife. He stopped swinging the whip. Gasping, his chest heaved violently. His eyes were bloodshot as if about to bleed. Pride, dignity, all gone. Before Qin Bei's gaze, Yi Tianqian longest prodigy had become a complete joke. Qin Bei. Yi Tianqian suddenly screamed in a hysteric roar, a sound like a cornered beast. I'll kill you. I will kill you. He ripped the gauze from his face, revealing the half-mangled flesh beneath. Then he did something no one in the arena expected. Yi Tianqian spun about. The dagger, grooved with blood, plunged straight into the golden dragon's neck. Hot dragon blood spurted out. Yi Tianqian did not recoil. Oh, like a vampire, he pressed his mouth to the wound. He sucked wildly. What is he doing? Someone cried in the stands. He's drinking dragon blood. He intends to forcibly fuse with the beast's essence. Madness. This is a suicidal forbidden art. It will blow his body apart. Shen Xinghe leapt to his feet, his face ashen. Quick! Cut the barrier. Stop the match, he shouted at the referees. But it was too late. Yi Tianqian gulped down dragon blood in great ravenous mouthfuls. His bright silver armor split in an instant. Muscles ballooned like inflating bladders. Golden scales erupted across his skin. Fist-sized flesh swellings bulged on his forehead. Ea! Yi Tianqian howled in agony as his cry turned into a dragon's roar. His body surged to over 3 meters, half-man, half-dragon. A grotesque abomination. Die! Blood-tinged steam hissed from his lips. His eyes had become vertical pupils. I will have you. Die. He drove both legs in a powerful thrust. The alloy arena floor cratered beneath his stomp. His monstrous half-dragon bulk became a golden whirlwind. Carrying the S-grade Dragon Master's ultimate power bod, with a life aflame it hurled itself at Qin Bei without reserve. The speed and force were 10 times more terrifying than that first giant dragon. Qin Bei watched the charging half-dragon monster without flinching or retreating. He did not even take his hands from his pockets. A faint ice-cold smile curved Qin Bai's lips. You turn yourself into this neither man nor beast monstrosity, only to come and present your head, oi. A half-human, half-dragon monster roared. Yi Tianqian had completely lost his human form. Golden scales bulged all over his body, with blood seeping from the gaps between them. His hands fumbled wildly in front of his chest, conjuring a ball of blinding golden-white energy that resembled a miniature sun. The surrounding air warped and crackled under the intense heat. The alloy steel plates on the arena floor began to soften and glow red. Die? Just die already. Yi Tianqian's screeching roar pierced eardrums. Holding the energy sphere over 2 meters in diameter, he hurtled toward Qin Bei like a comet trailing flames. The spectators in the stands. The audience who had been shouting moments before now cowered behind their seats, not daring to make a sound. If that energy sphere exploded, it would level not just the arena, but half the Colosseum. Shen Xinghe anxiously slapped his thigh and pointed at the adjutants beside him. Quick! Activate the shield. Maximum power. The adjutants fumbled frantically at the control panel, sweating profusely. Marshal, it's too late. Qin Bei stood there, his old-school uniform unzipped, flapping in the wind. He watched the approaching miniature sun. He rolled his eyes. All this flashy nonsense. Qin Bei sighed, slowly pulling his right hand out of his pocket. He didn't dodge. He didn't retreat. He simply reached out casually, his 5 fingers slightly spread. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The golden-white energy sphere slammed solidly into Qin Bai's palm. The violent energy exploded instantly. Blinding lights swallowed the entire arena. It's over. Su Fati squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his head and trembling on the ground. Lin Qingxue instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light, her nails digging into her palm. The light lasted a full 3 seconds. When it faded, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The spectators in the stands gaped, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. On the arena, Qin Bei remained in the same pose, his hand extended. That S-class energy sphere capable of destroying an entire city now sat quietly in his grasp. Just like holding an inflated volleyball. Is that all? Qin Bei tilted his head, looking at the humming sphere in his hand. He curled his lip, his tone dripping with disdain. The temperature is decent, but the force. Too soft. Yi Tianqian hung midair, still in the striking pose. The murderous frenzy in his vertical pupils instantly froze, replaced by a terror as if had seen a ghost. You. Yi Tianqian's throat seemed to be stuck with a bone, producing a guttural sound. He strained with all his might to detonate the energy sphere. But it was useless. The sphere in Qin Bai's hand was as inert as a dead object, not even a ripple stirring. This is impossible. Yi Tianqian broke down. He had burned his life force fused with dragon blood, even abandoned his life. And the ultimate move he exchanged for all that was caught with one hand, like holding a broken balloon. Crack. A faint crisp sound. Qin Bai's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Bang! The golden-white energy sphere was crushed in his palm. It dissolved into countless golden specks of light, like a meteor shower scattering gracefully across the arena. No explosion. No shockwave. Just like that, it was crushed into dust, utterly unremarkable. Hiss! Shen Xinghe drew a sharp breath and slumped back into his chair. Staring at Qin Bai's back, his eyes twitched. Crushing an S-class ultimate move with one hand. Shen Xinghe swallowed hard. What the hell is that kid's body made of? Yi Tianqian was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Qin Bei, his mind a void. Qin Bei shook the golden dust off his hand. He looked up at Yi Tianqian, hovering midair. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Done with your big move? Qin Bai's voice was soft, but to Yi Tianqian it sounded like a death knell. Then it's my turn. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Bei stomped the ground. Boom! A huge crater erupted in the alloy floor. He transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Yi Tianqian. Yi Tianqian didn't even have time to react. He only felt his vision darken. Slap! A crisp, thunderous slap echoed, making everyone's scalp tingle. In the empty Colosseum, the sound exploded. Qin Bai's backhand connected solidly with Yi Tianqian's dragon scale-covered face. A torrent of blood mixed with broken teeth sprayed from Yi Tianqian's mouth. His massive half-dragon form spun in midair like a top from the slap. Spinning round and round, Once, twice, thrice. A full 70 or 80 rotations. Boom. Yi Tianxin was sent flying hundreds of meters like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the reinforced concrete wall at the Colosseum's edge. Crash. The wall instantly dented. Yi Tianxin was embedded deep into the wall. Huge cracks spiderwebbed across the concrete. He rolled his eyes, convulsing twice. The golden scales peeled off one by one, and he reverted to human form. Foaming at the mouth, he was completely unconscious. He couldn't be pried out. One move. Another damn one move. The entire venue plunged once more into that suffocating silence. No one dared to speak. No one even dared to breathe heavily. They stared at the youth standing in the center of the arena, their eyes filled with nothing but sheer awe and terror. Qin Bei clapped his hands. He didn't even glance at Yi Tianxin embedded in the wall. Too weak. Qin Bei yawned, his tone lazy. So weak I can't even muster any interest. He turned to face the stands. His deep dark eyes swept across the crowd. Who's next? Who's next? Qin Bei's languid question echoed through the bird's nest arena, his voice raspy, threaded with the nasal timbre of someone just roused from sleep. Over 100,000 souls sat in stunned silence. Not a single one dared answer. Only by the wall, Yi Tianxin twitched occasionally as chunks of fallen cement hit the floor with dull clacks. The referee stood by the ring, his legs trembling like a sieve of chaff trouser cuffs, scraping his shoes with soft rustles. The microphone in his hand rose to his lips and fell away again several times. He could not force a word out. Hey! Qin Bei scratched his neck and turned to him. I say, isn't it about time you clocked out? The referee shivered as if his tail had been trodden on. He swallowed dry saliva, his Adam's apple rolling. The 7th National Federation Tournament. He repeated the ordinal 3 times before steadying his breath. The finals, the victor. His voice suddenly rose, cracking at the edges. Longhai City, Qin Bei. The champion of this national tournament. Qin Bei. The declaration landed like a dropped stone. The stands went mute for half a heartbeat, then a thunderclap. It was as if a ton of TNT had been hurled onto a placid lake. 100,000 spectators lost their minds. Cheers and exclamations shattered the air. Unreal. Insane. This is what you call dimensional crushing. He slapped an S-grade straight into the wall. Is that even human? Voices cried. Qin Shun, invincible. The roar, whistles, and stomps braided together into a wild, exalted tumult. The sound waves rolled and rolled until the glass above the arena hummed. Bang, bang, bang. The prearranged fireworks tubes detonated in unison. Multicolored ribbons and gold dust fell like rain, carpeting the ring. Su Pengzi at the contestants' bench hugged a bewildered security guard in a frenzy of excitement. See that? That's my Beiji. That's my brother. He wept and howled, snot and tears streaking his face. If anyone calls him trash again, I'll smack them with Xuanjia Gui's shell. Lin Qingxue stood in the corner. The frost-cold calm that always sat on her face was for the first time flushed with 2 delicate blooms of color. She watched the boy in the ring, one hand in his pocket, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable light. This was true strength. No extravagant techniques, no tamed beasts. With nothing but his fists, he had carved an unbeaten path through every obstacle. On the dais, Shun Xinghe rose. The chiseled planes of his face softened into a rare smile. This kid. He stubbed out half a cigar and tossed it into the ashtray. Let's go see our hope for humanity. He strode down from the platform, followed by senior officers, each wearing the same look of exhilaration. 18 years old. National champion. And he had steamrolled his way here. In Lianbang's 300-year history, nothing like this had ever occurred before. The youngest invincible ruler in history had been born. Yet in the VIP box high above the air was as cold as an ice cellar. Situ Changkong clutched the arm of the leather sofa, so hard his nails threatened to bite into flesh. His old face was black as the bottom of a pot. Trash. All trash. He snarled through his teeth, eyes fixed on Qin Bei in the ring. The fool from the Yi family had wasted so many resources and couldn't even withstand one slap. A confidant leaned in, cautious. Mr. Speaker, what shall we do now? Situ Changkong sneered, a venomous gleam in his eyes. The tall tree invites the wind's wrath. The brighter he shines, the more hands will move to cut him down. He rose and smoothed his rumpled suit. Let him prance for a couple of days. I will collect this debt with interest sooner or later. On the ring, Qin Bei stood amid the flying confetti. He brushed a few flakes of gold paper from his hair and sneezed. That fireworks smell is fierce. He rubbed his nose and muttered. By then Shen Xinghe and the others had mounted the ring. He carried a pure gold trophy over a meter tall. The sunlight glinted off it, almost blinding. Kid, well done. Shen Xinghe shoved the cup into Qin Bei's hands and clapped his shoulder hard. The slap was the sort to dent an ordinary man's shoulder. Qin Bei did not flinch. He took the trophy with a casual hand. It was heavy yet to him as light as a plastic bottle. Not bad. Wasn't much effort. Qin Bei spoke plainly. Indeed, he had not even counted his warm-up. His mouth twitched. The youngster's bluntness had a sting, yet he found himself fond of it. Your strength already exceeds the Lionbang's rating standards. Xinxinghe lowered his voice, so only the two could hear. From today, you are the military's special consultant, enjoying the rank and treatment of a major general. If you need anything, come to me. Qin Bei arched an eyebrow. Major General sounded impressive, but he felt little interest. Other matters filled his mind. Thanks, old man. Qin Bei carried the oversized trophy in one hand, as if it were a basket of vegetables. But I heard the champion also gets a slot for a relic expedition. His eyes brightened, and he stared at Xinxinghe intently. That was the true reason he had bothered with this wretched contest, a legendary relic. Inside live pure-blooded ancient beasts roamed, an unparalleled source of experience. Xinxinghe hesitated, then laughed heartily. You impatient kid. He fished a black and gold card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Bei. Prepared this for you long ago. A pass to the Jihan relic. The military's special craft will send you there first thing tomorrow. Qin Bei snatched the card, rubbing his finger over its face and feeling a thread of chill. Jihan relic. He licked his lips, a dark golden flicker crossed his eyes. Hope the prey inside provides me a full meal. He pocketed the card and cast another glance at the glinting trophy. Can this thing be sold? Qin Bei asked. Shenzing's face darkened. Get lost. This is the Lionbang's highest honor. Oh. Qin Bei curled his lip and turned to leave. A wave of reporters surged like tidewater. Cameras and microphones closed around him until he was boxed in. Microphones nearly shoved into his face. Qin Bei was that palm some ancient martial art. Qin Shun. I'm with Lianbang Daily. What do you have to say about Yi Tianqin? Qin Bei, do you have a girlfriend? I'm your diehard fan. Flashbulbs popped relentlessly. A few hysterical girl fans pressed forward with screams nearly overwhelming the security. The clamor throbbed in Qin Bei's temples. He frowned. Move aside, you're blocking the way. His voice was low, but it carried an unmistakable, inexorable pressure. The nearest reporters felt their chests tighten and stepped back without thinking. Qin Bei parted the crowd trophy in one hand. He walked out as casually as an old man leaving the market after buying his vegetables. A female reporter called after him, unwilling to give up. Now that you have the championship, what is the first thing you want to do? Qin Bei did not pause. He did not look back. He reached to scratch his ear. Go home and sleep. He said, I have to wake early tomorrow to stock up. In a windowless chamber buried beneath the bird's nest stadium, the hum of an air purifier struggled in vain against the acrid stench of cheap tobacco. Qin Bei let out a cough as he pulled out an iron chair and sat down, its legs screeching against the concrete floor. He carelessly tossed the imposing pure gold trophy onto the table with a thud. The table's edge chipped from the impact. Xinxinghe sat across from him, a freshly lit cigar pinched between his fingers, his eyelids twitching twice. That thing's solid gold. Take it easy, Xinxinghe grumbled, exhaling a ring of smoke as he pushed a lead gray safe box to the center of the table. The box clicked open. There was no glitter of gold, no high-tech gadgets, just a black foam pad cradling a single key. The key resembled an oversized popsicle, frozen for millennia, crystal clear and coated with a layer of frost. The moment the lid opened, the temperature in the chamber plummeted sharply. Qin Bei exhaled, his breath forming a white mist. This is it. He reached for the key. Don't touch it directly. Xinxinghe yelled instinctively, a spark flickering from his cigar. That thing is carved from tinta, sandy-rolled ice from the polar glacier. A mere silver tear touching it would freeze their entire arm off. But before he could finish, Qin Bei had already grasped the ice key. He rubbed his thumb over its ridges as if handling an ordinary pebble. Quite cool, Qin Bei remarked, tossing the key in his hand. Might make a good popsicle to lick in summer. Xinxing's words died in his throat. Staring at Qin Bei's unharmed hand, Xinxinghe swallowed dryly. This kid's physique was truly an enigma. The moment Qin Bei grasped the key, the pitch-black system panel in his mind jolted violently like a seizure. Crimson light flashed frantically. Ding. Detected extremely high concentration of ancient energy remnants. Warning. Energy level has reached legendary. Suggest the host proceed immediately to the coordinate point for absorption. This is the perfect opportunity to unlock the complete Demon Lord form. Qin Bei's pupils constricted into thin slits. A dark gold light churned like magma in his eyes. Legendary. The Zerd Prince he absorbed before was at best epic tier. Legendary. That was a whole realm above epic. This wasn't just an experience pack, it was the entire experience bank laid before him. Qin Bei's Adam's apple bobbed. He licked his dry lips. Old man, he said, fixing his gaze on the ice key. What door does this thing open? Henshin has stubbed out his cigar, his expression turning grim. The polar region. The winter ruins. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping absently on the table. It's an ancient ruin discovered by the Federation's early exploration team beneath the Arctic ice cap. Inside there's a monster frozen for who knows how long. An undead bone dragon. Shunxing's voice was heavy as if uttering a forbidden name. Back then, just to scout the perimeter, the Federation lost 3 king tiers. Since then, the place has been completely sealed off. Qin Bei raised an eyebrow. So why bring it out now? Because the barrier is failing, Shunxing has said, rubbing his temples in weariness. Recent monitoring reports indicate the temperature inside the ruin is rising abnormally. That bone dragon might be waking up. If it breaks out, the entire northern hemisphere will turn into an ice sculpture. Shunxing has stared intently at Qin Bei. Originally, this key was meant for Yi Tianqian. With his S-grade Dragon Lord talent and some trump cards from the Dragon City, Yi family, he might have subdued the bone dragon and absorbed its power. But Shunxing has smirked. He got stomped into mush by a giant bug and then spun into a top by you. Qin Bei chuckled. Isn't that great? Saves him from becoming a delivery boy. He pocketed the ice key and stood up. He'll take this job. Shunxing rose as well, his brow furrowed deeply. Kid, don't get cocky. That's legendary tier. Not those pushovers you've faced before. Your brute strength is insane, but undead attacks target the soul directly. The military has prepared a special aircraft and top-tier cold weather gear for you. Shunxing picked up the internal phone on the table. Rest at the guest house tonight and tomorrow morning. No need. Qin Bei waved a hand, cutting him off. He grabbed the gold trophy from the table. Tomorrow's too late. Reaching the door, he placed his hand on the cold alloy handle. When I eat, he turned to look at Shunxing. I never like to wait. With that, he pulled open the door and walked out without looking back. Outside, a crowd of representatives from Dragon City's major families and tycoons had been waiting, all in suits and holding gilded invitations. Spotting Qin Bei, these big shots who usually looked down their noses at others swarmed forward like sharks drawn to blood. Mr. Qin, I'm from the Li family of Dragon City. Our patriarch invites you to dinner. God Qin, Starlight Consortium offers an annual 100 billion for you as honorary elder. Brother Qin, consider the Wang family. Our young miss is just 18. Sycophantic voices and sky-high temptations plastered Qin Bei's face. Qin Bei held the trophy in one hand, looking at these politicians and businessmen like clowns. A deep disgust flickered in his eyes. Get lost. His voice was low, but a dark gold pressure slammed like a heavy hammer into the chests of those in front. Several people turned pale, stumbling back, nearly falling to the ground. The crowd fell silent, instantly parting to make way. Expressionless Qin Bei walked through the crowd. Outside, the stadium night had fully fallen. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey Nero. On the other end, Baron Nero's voice came through, trembling with excitement. Your Majesty, your subject is here. My warship is ready. Qin Bei looked up at the pitch-black sky. Bring that inverted cross of black iron down. He rolled his stiff neck. Coordinates the polar region. Your emperor is going for a midnight snack. The night wind in Longdu reeked faintly of the city drains. The sky above, a shredded black cloth, tore open with a sudden deafening rent. A colossal inverted cross warship hovered, its bulk blotting out the stars, as though it had not even bothered to light a single lamp. Qin Bei stood with one hand in his pocket, a shard of broken glass crunching under his boot. He lifted his head. From the hull of the ship, a ghostly blue tractor beam spilled downward. The beam descended like a great funnel, settling with pinpoint precision over him. The world-lightened weight slipped away. Qin Bei yawned, languid, and let the light draw him upward. The ship's hatch snapped shut beneath his feet with a single click. The entire scene was so hushed that not even a whisper disturbed it. All that remained in Longdu was the aftermath of ruins being swept up and the magnates gaping at the sky. Go to Qin Bei. Qin Bei had just settled into the leather sofa in the command chamber and tossed out 3 words. Baron Nilu stood nearby, his tailcoat crisp, white gloves immaculate. He bowed, the creases around his mouth blooming like a chrysanthemum. As you command, my liege. Deep within the continent of Europe, on the shadowed side of the Erbasine Mountains, the sun seldom showed its face. The air was thin and damp, carrying a cold that tasted faintly of iron. A vast Gothic fortress crouched upon the mountainside like a black beast, dead and heavy. At its deepest heart lay the throne hall. From the high vaulted ceiling hung chandeliers fashioned into inverted crosses. Torches along the walls guttered and spat, casting long, wavering silhouettes. In the center of the hall, upon a throne hewn from some unknown beast's bones, reclined a woman. She was the current queen of the Yaxwagi Maya. She wore a clinging black lace gown. Its neckline plunged so low that large swathes of skin whiter than snow flashed and dazzled in the torchlight. Two long straight legs were crossed and draped carelessly over the arm of the throne. Around one ankle hung a delicate chain of silver. The chain chimed softly as she moved. Below the throne knelt two ranks of royal guards in dark silver armor. Each man dared not even draw a breath, their foreheads pressed hard against the cold stone. The hall was so still one could hear the torches crackle. Maya extended a pale, elegant finger. Her nails were filed to points and lacquered a blackened crimson. She tapped a hovering holographic projector. The image bloomed a boy in an old-school uniform, blue light wreathing his left hand, a strange green gun clutched in his right. Behind him, a vast purple-black hammer formed in shadow and came crashing down. The image filled the hall with a dull, thunderous boom. Blood rained through the picture. The arrogant insect Prince Kaz and that treacherous royal cleric were in an instant reduced to splattered flesh and white ash. Maya watched without blinking. She did not linger on the gruesome deaths of her kin. Her alluring phoenix-shaped eyes were fixed instead on the figure at the center, wrapped in dark crimson energy. "Is this the one who killed RK?" Her voice was delicious, just husky enough to feel like a feather across the mind. She tossed a bright red grape into her mouth and bit through its skin. Scarlet juice streaked down her full lips and dripped to her chin. She extended her tender tongue and licked it clean, slowly, deliberately. "Your Majesty," cried the captain of the front rank, unable to contain himself any longer. He jerked his head up, face a mask of grief and disbelief. "This human is insolent beyond measure. He not only slew Lord RK, he even—" The captain's voice trembled as his fist smashed into the stone. "He has spat on our royal house. We must send troops at once and tear him limb from limb." "Quiet, all of you." Maya frowned faintly. She did not so much as glance at the captain. She only lifted that hand-lacquered crimson the smallest movement. There came a crisp snap. The captain, who had been shouting, suddenly had his head turned in a grotesque, swift twist. The sound of vertebrae snapping echoed clear in the deadly silence. He never managed to scream. Those furious, accusing eyes stared blankly at the back of his head. His body went limp and thudded to the floor. Black sooty blood pooled and ran across the stone. The remaining guards shuddered in terror and pressed their foreheads harder to the ground. They wished they could bury themselves between the slabs. Maya withdrew her hand and with languid politeness dabbed at an imaginary smudge on a white silk handkerchief. "So uncouth," she murmured as she shifted. The slit of her gown revealed a flash of thigh. "I dislike interruptions when I speak." She tossed the handkerchief and let it fall to cover the dead captain's face, then returned her gaze to the holographic screen. The video looped again. Qin Bei tore open a rift in space with one hand, dragged the cleric out like a dead dog, and then shattered Prince Kaz with a single kick. The raw brutality was arrogant, merciless, irrational. As she watched, Maya's breathing grew short and uneven. Her chest heaved beneath the deep V of her dress, the whiteness shocking in the torchlight. A heat crept from the hollow of her throat into her cheeks. Her normally cold phoenix eyes turned liquid and unfocused. Even her tightly crossed legs began to rub together without her notice. "That scent," Maya whispered, licking her dry lips. Through the icy screen she perceived it. She could feel the boy's ancient, utterly pure aura of darkness. It was a stature of domination, nobler and more imperious than any Yaxwagi she had ever met. In the laws of the Yaxwagi, survival of the fittest is the iron rule. Female Yaxwagi are born to be drawn to and to yield before the most powerful male. And now this youth, called Qin Bei, possessed an aura, as if the entire world were meant to be trampled beneath his feet. That tyrannical presence was like a potent poison that pierced the screen and struck Maya's heart. So much stronger than that coward king who skulks in the dark. Maya bit her lip, a feverish fervor glinting in her gaze. Far stronger. She rose with a sudden, smooth motion. The black hem of her gown swept across the throne. "Prepare my carriage." Her voice carried an excitement she could not suppress. "I am going on a long journey." The guards exchanged uneasy looks. A bolder deputy captain forced himself to lift his head. "Your Majesty, where do you intend to go?" "Where?" Maya walked to the center of the hall and stared at the crimson-wreathed figure on the hologram. She reached out and through the air touched the silver-masked face of Qin Bei. A chillingly alluring smile curved her lips. "Of course, to the frigid north." She turned, the black sweep of her skirt lifting. "To see my future consort." Whoosh! The wind howled like a blade. The inverted cross warship hovered above the frozen northern plains, its engines still running. Snow beneath it was swept into chaos by the exhaust. Qin Bei stood on the ice sheet clad in his tattered school uniform. He sneezed and rubbed his nose. This damn place is freezing cold. He muttered, stuffing his hands into his pockets. This was the absolute zero zone where a single breath could freeze into ice crystals and fall to the ground. Yet aside from a slight itch in his nose, not a single goosebump rose on his skin. The bloodline of the Dark Emperor had long since transformed his body into something monstrous. Qin Bei took a few steps forward. The ice beneath his feet emitted a crisp, crackling sound. Ahead loomed a glacier as towering as a mountain. It radiated a lifeless blue glow. At the center of the glacier was an utterly smooth cut resembling a door. The door was engraved with chaotic ancient runes, and at its middle was a palm-sized recess. Qin Bei pulled out the ice crystal key Xinxinghe had given him. A few strands of lint from his school uniform pocket still clung to it. This thing. He tapped the key against the ice wall, producing a clear ding-ding sound. Nothing happened. He curled his lip, aligned the key with the recess, and thrust it in. Click, a soft sound, a perfect fit. Then boom. The entire ice field began to shake violently, fiercer than an earthquake of magnitude 8. Above, Baron Nero and the warship was startled and called out through the communicator, "Your Majesty. Intense energy readings. Do you need fire support?" "Shut up and stay up there," Qin Bei yelled. He stared at the glacier before him. The massive ice door split open with a crack. Amidst a grating screech, the ice door slid slowly to both sides. A chilling wind, 10 times colder than outside, rushed out, mixed with the musty odor of millennia of stagnation. Qin Bei fanned the air before his face, coughing from the stench. This smell rivals Fatty Sue's sneakers that haven't been washed in 3 years. He stepped into the ruins. Inside was a vast underground palace. The walls were made of millennia-old ice, glowing with a faint blue light barely enough to see the way. Qin Bei walked along the frigid corridor. The deeper he went, the tighter his brow furrowed. The ice on both sides was filled with things. Giant saber-toothed tigers, winged serpents, and mammoths taller than buildings. All frozen solid in blocks of ice, lifelike in their preservation. Even the terror-stricken expressions from their final moments were frozen in place. "It's a giant freezer," Qin Bei remarked, tapping a knuckle against the ice. "Rock hard." Ignoring these long-dead exhibits, he pressed deeper. The space grew larger, and the unpleasant mustiness in the air gradually faded. In its place was an utterly pure, overwhelmingly oppressive aura of death. It felt like being pressed into a morgue drawer surrounded by lifeless corpses. A chill crept into his very bones. Qin Bei halted. He stood before a towering bronze door, rusted and engraved with the skeletal frame of a dragon with spread wings. This was it. The system panel flashed red warnings in his mind, alarms blaring like death knells. Warning. A legendary energy source lies beyond this door. Extreme danger. Extreme danger. Qin Bei grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Danger. I love danger. He raised his hand not to knock, but to deliver a kick. Bam! The 2 bronze doors, each weighing several tons, flew inward from the force of his kick. They crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Bei brushed off his pant leg and stepped over the threshold. Inside was a main burial chamber the size of a basketball court. It was empty, devoid of any furnishings. Only in the center of the hall coiled a monster over 100 meters in length. No flesh, just a stark white skeleton. 2 massive bone wings were folded against its sides, sharp bone spurs jutting out. Its dragon head, larger than a truck's cab, rested on its 4 claws. Empty black sockets stared vacantly, utterly still. The legendary undead bone dragon. Qin Bei stood there, eyeing the colossal skeleton. Can I really absorb this thing? He rubbed his chin, slightly disdainful. Not a scrap of meat, just calcium tablets. Wouldn't that give me kidney stones? He took a few steps closer for a better look. Just then, Virum. The air was torn by an incredibly sharp, piercing sound. It wasn't the wind. It was the noise of a blade slicing through space. A terrifying sword aura, so fierce it seemed capable of cutting even light itself. Without warning, it struck from behind a massive ice pillar to Qin Bei's left. The aura was a crescent moon shape, glowing with a pale cold light. Its speed was absurd. In the blink of an eye, it was already at the side of Qin Bei's neck. His pupils contracted sharply. He didn't even have time to turn his head. Who the hell is shooting arrows in the dark? The pale sword energy, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, brushed against Qin Bei's neck. If it struck true, it would cleave not only a mortal body, but even a heavy armored vehicle in half. A crisp sound rang out, exploding in the empty main tomb chamber. There was no spray of blood, nor a dismembered body. Qin Bei didn't even turn his head. He slowly raised his left hand, lightly bringing his index and middle fingers together. Carelessly, he pinched the sharp crescent-shaped sword edge. The sword energy trembled violently at his fingertips, emitting a harsh buzzing sound, as if it were a venomous snake grasped by its 7 inches. The sharp sword light sliced into the skin on his fingers. But apart from a few sparks, it didn't even break the skin. Qin Bei barely lifted his eyelids. With his 2 fingers pinching the sword edge, he slowly turned his head. He looked towards the shadow behind the ice pillar. Is there still a living person in this place? Qin Bei raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with nonchalant surprise. From the shadows behind the ice pillar, a young man slowly walked out. He was dressed in a faded blue long robe with several holes. His hair was disheveled, casually tied back with a cloth strip. On his feet were straw sandals caked with ice debris, exposing a few toes that were red from the cold. This attire made him look like a down-and-out extra who had just run away from some film crew. Yet the sword in his hand was dazzlingly bright. The sword was long without a guard, and a thin layer of blue energy circulated along its blade. The young man stared at Qin Bei's 2 fingers pinching his sword energy, his bloodshot eyes devoid of shock. Instead, they erupted with an almost pathological fervor. Good. So strong. The young man grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. He trembled with excitement, his fingers gripping the sword hilt, turning white. I've been practicing swordsmanship in this cursed place for 3 years, chopping at dead bones for 3 years. Finally, a living person capable of taking my strike has arrived. My name is Luya, a descendant of ancient martial arts, the 37th generation heir of the Liu family. Luya pressed the tip of his sword down, striking a highly aggressive stance. Today I will use my Tao of no self to cut you. Listening to this overly dramatic declaration, Qin Bei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Was this guy frozen silly in the ice cellar? Practicing swordsmanship in the tomb of a skeletal dragon, a descendant of ancient martial arts. Qin Bei glanced at him. No wonder that previous strike had some substance. This Liu Ya's aura was not weak, at least at the initial level of star radiance. He was certainly many times stronger than that so-called genius Yi Tianxin. Coupled with this mysterious ancient martial arts sword technique, he would definitely be able to walk arrogantly outside. But here with Qin Bei slightly exerted force with his fingertips. With a crunch, the blue sword energy pinched between his fingers shattered like glass. It fell to the ground in pieces, quickly dissipating into the cold air. Your sword technique is soft and feeble. Qin Bei flicked his hand, a look of disdain on his face. It's not even enough to tickle me. Liu Ya's pupils constricted sharply. His previous sword strike, though only at 50% power, was enough to obliterate an ordinary star radiance level opponent. Yet it was crushed by the opponent's 2 fingers. Not only that, but the other party mocked his sword technique as soft. This was a complete humiliation to a swordsman's pride. You're seeking death. Luya was completely enraged. He stomped forcefully on the icy surface, causing his sandals to explode. His whole being transformed into a blue whirlwind, instantly rushing forward. No self-sword technique, first move breaking army. Luya roared, the sword in his hand turning into a myriad of blue afterimages. The sword energy crisscrossed like an impenetrable net, descending upon Qin Bei. The speed of the sword was at its peak. The air was filled with a cutting sound that made one's teeth ache. Even the surrounding hard, eternal black ice was scarred with deep, white marks by the sword energy. Qin Bei looked at the overwhelming falling sword shadows, not dodging. He stood his ground, allowing the sword energy to strike him. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sound of metal clashing erupted in the main tomb chamber. Liu Ya's sword was indeed sharp, but Qin Bei's body was a freakish physique forged through the fusion of various high-level origins. These sword energies struck his tattered school uniform, shredding it into strips. Yet the exposed skin only bore shallow white marks, not even a drop of blood. Is this it? Qin Bei stood at the eye of the sword storm, yawning. He reached out precisely amidst the myriad of sword shadows. With a slap, he slapped the back of Liu Ya's sword. A tremendous force transmitted along the sword. Luya felt a numbness in his palm, nearly losing his grip on the sword. He staggered a few steps sideways, barely regaining his balance. He looked at Qin Bei in horror. What kind of external technique are you practicing? Liu Ya's voice trembled. His proud no-self sword technique couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. How is that possible? External technique. Qin Bei brushed off his tattered sleeve, revealing a small section of his solid arm. This is called innate beauty. He looked at Liu Ya's expression of disbelief, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. I've played with you long enough. Playing swords with me. Fine. Today I will teach you what it means to use one strength to overcome 10 skills. Buzz. Accompanied by Qin Bei's words, the luxurious belt around his waist suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue glow. Immediately after, a sleek layer of deep blue metallic armor quickly covered Qin Bai's left arm. On his shoulder, a fierce wolf head relief slowly emerged with crimson light igniting in its eyes. Alo! A mournful wolf howl echoed in the empty main tomb chamber. This sound carried a primal wildness from the ancient wilderness. It caused Lu Ya's eardrums to ache. The next moment, a uniquely shaped single-edged military knife appeared in Qin Bai's left hand. The knife was long, entirely deep blue, emanating a chilling aura. It was the Geralu holy sword. You can also use a sword. Luya looked at the Geralu in Qin Bai's hand, his brows furrowed tightly. Yet the fervor in his eyes was even greater than before. Good, 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 Luya exclaimed 3 times in excitement. He suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood spraying onto his sword. The blue energy surged violently, turning a deep ink-like shade. No self-sword technique, final form annihilation. Luya gripped the sword with both hands, raising it high. With this strike, he held nothing back, burning all his star radiance level spiritual energy. The sword energy transformed into a massive blue light column over 10 meters long, fiercely slashing towards Qin Bei with an indomitable resolve. This momentum seemed capable of cleaving the entire iceberg in two. Qin Bei watched the enormous sword light crashing down. He did not form any seals, nor did he chant any fancy technique names. He simply gripped the Geralu holy sword tightly. The blue armor on his left arm emitted the crisp sound of mechanical gears engaging. Then, facing that blue light column, Qin Bei drew his sword. From below to above, with extreme simplicity and utter brutality, he slashed upward. A cyan sword light descended with the force of splitting a mountain. The frigid wind sent ice shards scraping down the frozen walls. Qin Bei gripped the Geralu holy sword in his left hand, his knees not even bending. With a casual upward flick of his blade, a dull thud echoed. No sparks flew, nor any earth-shattering explosion occurred. Lu Ya's proud swordless Dao ablaze with stellar-grade spiritual energy met the azure blade. In that instant, it was like a frozen hard block of tofu colliding with a red-hot butcher's knife. A crisp teeth-grinding crack. The ancestral azure steel longsword in Lu Ya's hand snapped cleanly in two. The severed tip spun through the air, embedding itself in the ice wall with a sharp hiss, its tail still quivering. Lu Ya spat a mouthful of hot blood. It sizzled on the ice, melting shallow pits that steamed. The tiger's mouths of his hands were torn open, flesh curling back to reveal white bone. Like a tattered sack, he was flung backward by the unreasonable force, his back slamming heavily into a tinto-sandy-rolled ice pillar. The impact sent chunks of ice crashing down, covering his head and face. Lu Ya slid to the ground, gasping for breath. His feet, clad in worn straw sandals, kicked futilely at the icy debris. Ignoring the pain, he stared at the broken sword in his hand. His eyes bulged as if they would pop out. Broken. Lu Ya's voice cracked thick with a despair that teetered on the verge of tears. This was forged from profound iron and finest gold. His proud sword path, the ultimate move he had trained for 3 years. Shattered by a casual flick of the wrist like splitting firewood. His Dao heart in that moment shattered more completely than the ice shards on the ground. Qin Bei held the Geralu holy sword with one hand, flicking away non-existent blood from the blade. That all you got? He picked his ear, flicking a speck of dust from his pinky. He flicked the dust away and eyed Lu Ya sideways. Too slow even for splitting wood, and you want to kill me? Lu Ya's lips trembled, snot and blood streaming down his face. Without wiping it, he scrambled to turn over. Kneeling on the ice, he knocked his head against the ground. Big brother. Lu Ya stammered, his voice filled with utter submission. I give up. I truly give up. Your swordsmanship. It's just unreasonable. Qin Bei curled his lip, about to speak when the ice beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. A cracking sound echoed. In the center of the hall, the pile of bones that had slumbered for tens of thousands of years stirred. In the pitch-black eye sockets of the undead bone dragon, 2 clusters of ghostly blue flame ignited. A foul wind mixed with the stench of decay and ancient dust swept over them. The bone dragon unhinged its jaw, unleashing a hoarse roar that shook dust from the ceiling of the main tomb chamber. A corpse has risen. Lu Ya fell to the ground in terror, dropping his broken sword. He scrambled on all fours to hide behind Qin Bei. Qin Bei wrinkled his nose, waving a hand in front of his face. This bad breath, haven't brushed your teeth for tens of thousands of years. He secured the Geralu holy sword to his belt and drew the Dega heavy hammer instead. Purple-black lightning crackled around the hammerhead. The bone dragon had just lifted its truck-sized head, preparing to spew a breath of frost. Qin Bai's feet exploded with force, shattering the cement floor. He leaped dozens of meters into the air. Too noisy, go back to sleep. Gripping the hammer handle, he smashed it down onto the bone dragon's massive head. 80. A thunderous boom. The bone dragon didn't even have a chance to cry out. Its hard skull was smashed to smithereens by the hammer bone fragments flying everywhere. The enormous skeleton instantly collapsed, clattering down into a mountain of bones. Qin Bei landed steadily. He placed a hand on the largest vertebra. Absorb. A pitch-black vortex erupted in his palm. The bone dragon's vast legendary soul fire turned into a beam of blue light, all drilling into Qin Bei's body. Burp. Qin Bei let out a loud, satisfied belch. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit full. In his mind, the system prompts rang out frantically. Ding. Devoured legendary undead origin. Experience overflow. Experience overflow. Current realm breakthrough divine level. Demon Emperor form 100 awakened. Qin Bei's clothes completely exploded into ash. Dark golden armor automatically attached itself to his body as scarlet cape billowing in the icy chamber. He felt that with his current strength, he could punch a hole straight through the planet. Just then the ceiling was torn apart by an irresistible force. Not just the ice, but the sky outside and the stratosphere were all split open. Dense fleets of cosmic warships squeezed through the rift. The Zerg Overmind writhed in the air, its fat body twisting. Remnants of the Jagged Blood clan descended in inverted cross ships. Even several multidimensional evil gods with hundreds of eyes peeked out from the edge of the rift. Holy shit. Luya lay on the ground, not even noticing the blood dripping from his nose. Is this like poking a hornet's nest? Qin Bei craned his neck, looking at the chaotic mess in the sky. He sighed. He reached up and rubbed his throbbing temples. This life just isn't worth living, Qin Bei muttered. Kill 1 to show up. Kill 2 a nest comes. I still need to go home and cook dinner. He was annoyed. Truly annoyed. Qin Bei raised the Dega heavy hammer with one hand, the dark golden demon emperor force completely berserking. The Earth's gravity lost control in an instant. Seawater reversed, mountains collapsed. All of you get into the pot. A bestial roar erupted from Qin Bei's throat. The devouring vortex in his palm expanded to tens of thousands of meters in an instant. It directly covered the entire sky. The Zerg Overmind's alien fleets and multidimensional evil gods that had just burst from the rift didn't even have time for a villain's monologue. Like dust being sucked up by a vacuum cleaner, they were all swallowed by the raging black hole in one gulp. The sky was clean. The rift closed. Sunlight once again spilled onto the Arctic ice cap, dazzlingly bright. Qin Bei clapped his hands, dismissing the armor. He pulled on an old t-shirt he found from somewhere, struggling to zip it up twice. Ding. Devoured, the origin of the entire universe. Host has reached creation level. The end. The system left this cold notification and shut down completely. Qin Bei curled his lip, ignoring it. He turned and kicked Luya in the ass. Stop playing dead, get up and work. 3 months later. In a city village in Longhai City. In the yard of a greasy food stall, Fatty Sue was topless, sweating profusely as he flipped lamb skewers on the grill. Cumin. Bro Bei, we're out of cumin. The fat man yelled, wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel. Louis, still in his tattered robe, squatted in a corner. Holding the broken sword, he was miserably splitting firewood. This profound iron sword is really good for splitting wood, Luya muttered, sniffing. Qin Bei, wearing shorts and flip-flops, sat majestically on a plastic stool, holding a bottle of iced beer. Beside him, Lin Qingxue, wearing an apron, walked over with a plate of freshly washed chives. Qin Bei, do these need to be cut? Lin Qingxue asked, her voice still cool, but the tips of her ears were red. No need to cut, they have a better chew, grilled whole. Qin Bei bit off the beer cap and chugged half the bottle. He let out a long, malty belch. Oh, that's the life. Qin Bei leaned back in his chair, watching the chaos of his people in the yard. The stars in the sky were bright and twinkling. No aliens, no monsters, no annoying tournaments. The universe was finally peaceful. Fatty Sue walked over with a large handful of grilled skewers, placing them on the table. They sizzled with oil. Bro Bei, try my cooking. The fat man pulled up a stool and sat down, grabbing a skewer and taking a huge bite. Hey Bro Bei, he asked, chewing the meat, his words muffled. You're invincible in the whole universe, now what are you planning to do next? Qin Bei picked up a lamb skewer and took a bite, juice running down his chin. He squinted, looking at the old awning above his head that was about to fall off. Qin Bei licked the cumin seeds off his lips and grinned. Tomorrow I'll get up early and check out the market. I heard the pork ribs at the East End are on sale. If I'm late, I won't get any.